This young boy was originally the young master of the Sichuan Tang Clan, but he was despised by the very people here. This was all because his mother was the reason the sect had weakened in the past. Every day, he was cruelly bullied and tormented by his senior brothers and sisters. Not only did they beat him severely multiple times, but they also used his body to test poisons. After they were done, they would leave his battered body lying in the heavy rain. However, they could never have imagined that they had just shot themselves in the foot, as that poison accidentally helped him awaken the memories of his past life. In this life, Tang Yan Ming was just a weak child, but in his previous life, he was the sword god who dominated the martial world. The next day, those same punks planned to wait for Tang Yan Ming to humiliate him again. However, this time, upon seeing them, he acted indifferently, which enraged the group. The brown-haired girl, Tang Lingling, figured that the poison from yesterday wasn't enough. It seemed they needed to increase the dosage this time. It was surprising how someone so young could be so vicious. The purple-haired one, Tang Jingyi, decided to teach him a lesson. But before the guy could even throw a punch, Yan Ming sent him flying to eat dirt with a single move. His speed was so fast that the other two didn't even see what happened. The silver-haired one, Tang Wenquan, thought he just got lucky, so he charged forward with a knife, ready to go all out. But the outcome was the same as his friends. Before the knife could even touch Yan Ming, he grabbed Tang Wenquan's arm and twisted it, breaking every bone and causing him to scream in agony. Now, only Tang Lingling was left in the training yard. 5 minutes later, he was seen dragging the girl by her hair all the way to the clan elders' council room. Inside, a few old men were discussing how to get rid of Tang Yan Ming and his mother from the Tang clan. They all believed this two were just a burden to the sect. Just then, Tang Yan Ming pushed the door open with one hand and walked in, stunning the old men. Seeing Tang Lingling beaten up, the great elder angrily asked, "Do you have any idea what you're doing?" But the boy showed no fear, grabbing the girl's head and pushing her forward. Facing the council of elders, Tang Yan Ming clearly declared that he had suffered much injustice in the Tang clan, but from this day forward, he would no longer endure it. The enraged council accused him of fighting a fellow disciple. However, he confidently replied that he was only following the rules of the Tang clan. Repay a benefactor twofold, and an enemy tenfold. When he was being tormented every day, where was the council of elders? Why is it that when he finally fights back, you all get so worked up? This left the old men completely speechless. In the end, the great elder could only declare that Tang Yan Ming would replace Tang Lingling in the competition to select the next head of the Tang clan. This was because the girl had been beaten so badly by him that she could no longer compete. However, he also warned that if the boy failed to become the clan head, he would pay the price for his actions today. Tang Yan Ming was given 1 month to prepare. Returning home that evening, he told his mother what had happened. She was overjoyed that her son had finally grown up. Afterward, Tang Yan Ming began training alone to improve his strength. He maintained a nutritious diet combined with proper rest. His progress was rapid, and in just 1 month, he had grown much taller and stronger. Finally, the day of the competition arrived, and Tang Yan Ming said goodbye to his mother and set off. The Dark King Hall was the venue for today's Tang Clan head selection competition. Tang Yan Ming was sitting off to the side, eating a steamed bun for breakfast, when a group of people suddenly approached him, asking if he was the one who had severely injured Tang Wenquan. Seeing how skinny and weak he looked, the guy in the scarf boasted, "A guy like this wants to compete with us." But before the guy could finish speaking, Yan Ming shoved his half-eaten bun right into his mouth. The entire group was furious. They couldn't believe he dared to fight back despite being outnumbered. He was incredibly audacious. But he just waved his hand dismissively, telling these pigs to shut their mouths and come at him if they had the guts. Provoked, the whole group angrily charged at him. However, just 2 minutes later, Yan Ming had beaten every single one of them senseless. A while later, all the contestants had gathered. The master of the Dark King Hall, Tang Sihui, was about to commence this year's competition. He announced that this year's competition format would be a goo poison battle. This is a method of refining poison by trapping powerful venomous creatures in a jar and letting them devour each other until only one remains. Originally, the young clan head was supposed to be chosen through one-on-one duels, but because Yan Ming had accidentally injured 10 contestants, they were now short on participants. As a result, all the other contestants were extremely resentful of him. Afterward, Yan Ming was assigned to Group 7, with each group having 4 members. His teammates were number 27, Tang Yiquan, number 26, Tang Meili, and number 25, Tang Lili. Group 7 also had a support member named Zhuge Kangchen. Among his 3 teammates, Tang Meili was particularly annoyed with Yan Ming because she believed he was the reason the competition had become more difficult. But he just acted indifferently, as if it wasn't his fault. His "it wasn't me" attitude made her furious. Mei Li thought to herself that while the other two girls might let it slide, she wouldn't. She had worked so hard to prepare for this day, and if that brat caused any more trouble, she would absolutely not let him off the hook. Lost in thought, Mei Li wasn't paying attention and bumped her head into Luli. It turned out their guide up ahead had suddenly disappeared. While his three teammates were extremely worried, Yan Ming was a bit disdainful. He already knew this was a scheme by Zhuge Kangshen, whose goal was to trap the members of Team 7 in the Seven Locks illusion formation. This was the ultimate formation of the Zhuge family. Without the caster's intervention, escape was impossible. Zhuge Kangshen had secretly colluded with the Great Elder to eliminate Yan Ming. However, he never expected that his family's ultimate formation would be so easily torn apart by the boy. Even though he knew everything, Yan Ming feigned innocence and asked, "What are you doing?" The man was a bit flustered, quickly explaining that he was just testing Team 7's abilities. It was clear the formation had no weaknesses. Just what kind of monster is this kid? He didn't believe Yan Ming could do it a second time, so he activated the formation again and disappeared. The person in charge of Team 7 was Tang Yan. Seeing only Zhuge Kangshen arrive, he immediately asked, "Where are the others?" The man claimed that he had waited for a long time, but no participants showed up, suggesting they might have been attacked by mountain bandits or wild beasts. "I truly regret it, but accidents are unpredictable. In any case, let's disqualify Team 7 from this competition." But before he could finish speaking, cracks suddenly appeared in the void behind him. The ultimate formation of the Zhuge family was once again broken by Yan Ming. Seeing the four of them appear, Zhuge Kangshen became very anxious because he had just been spouting nonsense. However, Yan Ming didn't expose him and simply said it was all a misunderstanding, that Team 7 had just gotten lost. Seeing this, Zhuge Kangshen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly found an excuse to slip away. Now, only Tang Yan Ming and the four members of Team 7 remained in the forest. He revealed that he was from the Wind Guard and would be in charge of their training during the official competition. Hearing the name Wind Guard, Mei Li became a little apprehensive. The Wind Guard is the most elite armed force under the command of the former head of the Tang sect. Every single one of them is a master comparable to a team leader. After hearing this, Yan Ming showed no surprise and continued picking his nose, then flicked it away and asked Tang Yan, "Why are you in the Wind Guard but not at the Tang sect?" Tang Yan then recounted how over 10 years ago, the Tang sect suffered a devastating defeat in a bloody battle against the Demon King Heavenly Lord. That year, the Wind Guard failed to protect their master, so now their status is merely that of sinners. Next, Tang Yan explained the competition's rules in detail. Team members could choose to train together or individually. Luli spoke up and asked, "So where will we eat and sleep tonight?" Only to be told bluntly, "You get nothing." They had to fend for themselves in the forest for food and shelter. Otherwise, it was sink or swim. At this moment, Yan Ming suddenly asked, "If we qualify, do we get a comfortable place to sleep? Sleep is important for development. You know, for juniors. Adapting to the harsh forest environment is unnecessary." Hearing this, Tang Yan's face darkened, while the other three were terrified. How dare he talk back to a member of the Wind Guard? This guy had some serious guts. Tang Yan also remembered that this was the kid who broke the Zhuge family's formation. Meanwhile, the young man was being ganged up on by his three teammates for always causing trouble. But surprisingly, Tang Yan agreed. If Yan Ming qualified, he would get a private room, but if he failed, he would have to accept a punishment. The rules were simple. The squad members would spread out and throw hidden weapons at him. If he fought back or dodged within 5 steps, it would be over. The test began, and Yan Ming had to cover his eyes with a blindfold. Then, members of the Wind Guard began launching hidden weapons from all directions. Without even looking, he could sense a total of 167 darts heading towards him. That was an overwhelming number of hidden weapons for anyone else. But to him, it was nothing. Using just a single knife, he easily deflected all the darts, to the astonishment of everyone around. With that speed and reaction time, was that kid even human? At that moment, Yan Ming took off his blindfold and asked, "I've passed the test, right?" With no other choice, Tang Yan had to declare that he had qualified. In his heart, he thought to himself, "It seems a monster has appeared in this competition." A slightly jealous Mei Li pointed at him and questioned, "Yan Ming, let me ask you something. Are you really planning to abandon your teammates to enjoy comfort all by yourself?" Yan Ming just smiled without saying a word. Her question was its own answer. Mei Li was furious, and although she was bitter, she couldn't do anything to him. Deep in the forest, a pack of wolves was enjoying its prey. They were devouring it relentlessly without a break. Suddenly, strange things began to happen to the wolves. They started coughing violently, trying to spit out all the meat. Just a few seconds later, the whole pack collapsed to the ground, unconscious. as if they had been poisoned. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yuquan's group emerged from nowhere and finished off the wolves. Night had begun to fall. Inside a mountain cave, the three of them were talking and laughing happily. Thankfully, the paralyzing poison they had prepared beforehand worked. Yuquan said that's right. From now on, this is all they need to do. Mei Li couldn't stop praising Yuquan. You really have a talent for making poisons, don't you? Yuquan humbly replied. Your flying dagger technique is not to be underestimated either. Suddenly, all three of them fell silent, staring intently at the piece of meat. It's been 4 months already. On the first day, we were busy running for our lives. Why did our first encounter have to be with a bear? Since we couldn't hunt anything, we had to survive by gnawing on tree roots. After their first successful hunt, everyone was moved to tears. The shelter was a bit tall, but at least it was finished. While they were reminiscing about their hard times, Liu Li brought up Yan Ming. He's probably living comfortably now, isn't he? Li Mei said bitterly. Don't mention that name. Seeing Li Mei's furious expression, Yuquan was a little intimidated. Even so, he was still curious. The flames of hatred burned fiercely in Li Mei's heart. What was there to be curious about? He's definitely just lazing around and eating well all by himself. Just you wait, you brat. If I get to the manor, I'll stomp you into the ground immediately. Hearing this, Yuquan could only give a wry smile in response. All right, he thought to himself. He already looked so outstanding a few days ago. If he's been training until now, just how strong has he become? As they were talking, Li Mei suddenly noticed. Hey, wait a minute. Where did all the meat go? Li Mei and Yuquan slowly turned their heads towards Liu Li and found her sprawled on the ground with a round, stuffed belly, while her mouth kept mumbling about how full she was. The expressions on Li Mei and Yuquan's faces darkened menacingly, but Liu Li calmly said, Hey, you two, you're blocking the firelight. Could you move aside a bit? Why are you looking at me like that? A blood-curdling scream echoed. You have the nerve to ask why, you pig, at Kongdong Manor, inside the Seven Locks Illusory Sky Formation. A group of men surrounded Yan Ming. His expression was steely, without a trace of fear. The men held daggers, ready in their stances. After Yuanzhen shouted the command to begin, 2 soldiers immediately shot forward like arrows. Yan Ming quickly leaned back to dodge the attack. 2 other soldiers lunged at him. The man displayed his incredible flexibility. He bent sideways, catching them completely off guard. Then, he used his leg to deliver a powerful kick to a soldier's face, seeing that Yan Ming was a difficult opponent to handle. The entire group rushed him in unison. In an instant, Yan Ming was surrounded by sharp daggers. He glanced around to assess the situation, when suddenly a shower of debris scattered everywhere. At the same time, Yan Ming vanished, leaving the men completely stunned. It turned out that he had leaped high into the air. He reached into his pouch, took out small throwing stars, and slotted them between his fingers. Yan Ming said with amusement. Good. It's time to test out a new move. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he went through a few test motions. Everyone started to tremble in fear. Here it comes! Yan Ming swung his arm powerfully, sending the throwing stars flying in all directions, leaving the soldiers wide-eyed in astonishment. Hidden weapons scattered in the void. Each throwing star zipped swiftly towards its target. Isn't he just throwing them randomly? The words had barely left the man's mouth when the teammate next to him was grazed across the shoulder by a throwing star. The wound was so severe that the man staggered and fell backward. He said in a panic, What is this? Before he could finish his sentence, he too was struck twice by Yan Ming's throwing stars. The projectiles were so fast they were impossible to track with the naked eye. Yan Ming gravely commanded their return. He used his technique, the whirling chaotic dance of darts, injuring all the soldiers. Yuanzhen was also awestruck by Yan Ming's power. Impossible. Trained squad members were defeated in the blink of an eye. Moreover, that wide area attack had its power controlled just enough to only break the skin of the squad members. Yuanzhen approached and asked, Did you create that technique just now yourself? Yan Ming answered honestly. Yes. Yuanzhen observed the man's throwing stars and said, If one were caught in that, it wouldn't be easy to escape. Would it truly an excellent technique? May I ask the name of this technique? The young man replied. This junior has named it the whirling chaotic dance of darts. Yuanzhen was quite intrigued. I see. So when using the whirling chaotic dance of darts, it must consume a great deal of internal energy. How did you manage that? Yan Ming explained. A few days ago, this junior asked the martial master to bring me texts on eye techniques. Yuanzhen was aware of this. That's right. There was the heaven-piercing eye and the glimpsing flow eye. The glimpsing flow eye was incomplete, so I recommended the heaven-piercing eye. Yan Ming then revealed a shocking piece of news. This junior has mastered the glimpsing flow eye. Yuan Zhen was utterly astonished to hear this. Mastered the glimpsing flow eye. Although it's the oldest eye technique of the Tang family, its core principles were lost. How is that possible? Yan Ming began to explain. Even though the core principles were missing, it was clear this eye technique was a supreme martial art. If you throw hidden weapons and see their trajectory with the glimpsing flow eye, you can throw with pinpoint accuracy, even with little internal energy. Yuan Zhen was dumbfounded. It was an unbelievably shocking revelation. So he meant that he figured it out and completed the missing principles himself, Yuan Zhen said seriously. It seems it's time to tell you. In 2 months, your teammates will come here and be tested under the same conditions as you. Actually, although they've already proven they have the strength to be tested, they said they wanted to train a little more before coming. Yan Ming smiled and asked, "Is that so?" "That's something to look forward to. I wonder how much stronger my friends have become." As he spoke, he turned to leave. Yuan Zhen watched Yan Ming's retreating figure and thought to himself, "It seems he's worried about his team members after all. He probably doesn't need to know that those kids are using him as their training benchmark. Does he?" Yan Ming looked up at the starry sky. Connections in his past life. The only connection he had was with his master, the sword demon. But now, regardless of their background or personality, he has built new relationships. Isn't this considered a part of a normal life? I don't know why, but I want to see them soon. The scene shifts back to the three of them, where Li Mei was still cursing nonstop. "You've eaten everything," Lu Li said with a forced laugh. Sorry. I just kept eating without noticing." Seeing the tense situation, Yi Quan stepped in to mediate. "That's enough. In 2 months, we'll be at the same manor as Yan Ming," Li Mei screamed furiously. "I told you not to mention that bastard's name." Early the next morning, a tense atmosphere was already brewing. On the first day of training, we were just little monkeys, but now we have a strength on a completely different level. The hatred within Li Mei grew even more. Yan Ming, that little brat. The thought of seeing him again is something I'm really looking forward to. Lu Li was not to be outdone. "I'm going to split his head in two." Yi Quan also tried to imitate his two teammates. "Am I doing this right?" The three of them shouted their slogan together. "Down with Yan Ming! Team 7 will be victorious." The gate guard was terrified by their fiery anger. "What's going on that's so scary?" Entering the main hall, Li Mei continued to shout, "Tang Yan Ming, get out here right now!" She glanced around with a bewildered expression. "Why is it so empty? Did he run away?" Lula chimed in boldly. "What a shame. I was planning to smash his head in." Li Mei whipped her head around to ask Yi Quan, "Why haven't you said a word this whole time?" Both of them stared wide-eyed in astonishment when they saw Yi Quan standing with Yan Ming. He smiled brightly at the two of them. "I was hiding to surprise you." "Something about a head." Yan Ming leaned in close to Li Mei and Liu Li's faces and gave a wicked smile. "How cute!" Upon seeing Yan Ming's appearance, Li Mei and Liu Li froze, not daring to utter a single word. "What are you waiting for? Are you going to smash my head or not? You have to show me the results of your training over the past 6 months." Li Mei and Liu Li quickly changed their tune, denying it profusely. No, we were just kidding. Just kidding." Li Mei grew more and more frightened. Before turning around, she hadn't sensed his presence at all, even though her senses had sharpened from living in the forest. Suddenly, Yan Ming placed a hand on Liu Li's shoulder, making her jump. Meanwhile, Li Mei couldn't stop wondering, is the difference in our strength this great? What has this guy been doing all this time? Plus, he's gotten taller and his face is... Li Mei's cheeks suddenly flushed red. What am I thinking? Could it be because I've only seen animals in the forest, so seeing a person now feels different? Yan Ming began to encourage the group. "Don't be too discouraged. From what I can see, you've all gotten much stronger than before. It's just that your radiance is dimmed because I'm here." His overconfidence left the three of them completely dumbfounded. Li Mei also thought to herself, he still hasn't fixed that arrogant attitude. Night had fallen. In a certain room, the voice of Zhuge Kangshen spoke up. "Has everyone gathered?" Everyone turned their heads to look at him. "You've returned. Hall Master, it's only been 6 months, but you look very tired," Kangshen said seriously. "Then let's get to the main point. In your teams, is there anyone worth using?" A high-ranking official quickly replied. "The most noteworthy participant is number 2, who is showing more significant growth than the other participants. More than just the will to become stronger or to survive. It's as if he harbors a deep hatred for someone. It seems number 2 uses that emotion as his motivation." Another person confidently introduced. "If we're talking about winning candidates, we can't exclude number 10. He passed the martial master's test in just 1 month. Kang Shen sat in deep thought. Number 2 and number 10 are certainly talented. The others were still in a lively discussion. Are there no other candidates? My team has number 18, but after experiencing number 28, he seems quite ordinary. Breaking the formation and getting out was already a surprise. Then, scouting his training session was even more astonishing. Number 28 displayed techniques that even fairly skilled masters couldn't perform. However, trying to recruit number 28 is too risky. He has probably already discovered our schemes. While Kang Shen was deep in thought, someone suddenly called out, "Hallmaster, you don't look so well. Are you all right?" The Hallmaster thought to himself. There's no benefit in bringing this up for no reason, so he could only give a forced smile and make up an excuse. It's nothing. It's just that my team doesn't have any extraordinary children. Kang Shen silently calculated his plan. Let's exclude number 28 from the discussion. What we need is a puppet we can control. With that, he made his decision. Let's recruit number 2. I will introduce my niece. My niece is a famous figure. I heard number 2 has an ugly appearance due to a facial injury. It will be difficult to win the heart of such a child. If we help that child win the competition and become the young master, then marry my niece and produce an heir. The Zhuge family will officially become relatives of the Tang family head and will have the authority to interfere in the Tang family's affairs. Thus, our influence in the Tang family will increase, and we will gain benefits. Eventually, we will merge our main family with the Tang family. This is why we are supporting the Tang family's competition. Well, in short, that's the plan. At the end of the meeting, everyone stood up and left. As Kang Shen walked, he thought to himself, it's a shame to miss out on number 28's talent. If he survives the competition, I'll use revenge as bait to appease him, or I'll adopt him and give him the position of young master of the Zhuge family. Wouldn't that kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Just imagining it made Kang Shen burst out laughing in delight. The scene changes to Li Mei and Liu Li, both of whom are training very hard. Li Mei throws her daggers with perfect accuracy. It hit the bullseye on the post dead on. Li Mei excitedly praised herself. Perfect living at the manor. We've been training even harder. The training quota has doubled, but the sleeping quarters are much more comfortable. Li Mei turned to ask Liu Li, are Yi Quan and Yan Ming in the concoction room again today? Liu Li replied, yeah, that kid Yi Quan went in gritting his teeth, saying he'd definitely kill him. Hearing this, Li Mei's expression changed completely. Will that be okay? Yi Quan is the best at concocting poisons? Inside the room, Yi Quan confidently declared to Yan Ming, see this? This is a poison I poured my heart and soul into creating. With this, you can't look down on me anymore. Seeing Yan Ming pick up the bowl of poison, Yi Quan asked in surprise, what are you doing now? He became even more panicked when he saw Yan Ming drink the entire bowl of poison. Why did you drink it, you madman? Yi Quan ran over in fear and shook Yan Ming. Spit it out. Hurry up, you fool. You're going to die if you keep this up. Yan Ming's cheeks suddenly puffed out, and his face gradually turned a sickly green. Yi Quan grew increasingly terrified. Is the poison already taking effect? Yan Ming suddenly opened his mouth, and a stream of poisonous qi flew out from his body. He stood there bewildered and asked, why do you keep shaking me? Meanwhile, Yi Quan was on the ground, clutching his face and writhing in pain. Yan Ming felt something strange in his body. He grinned slyly and said to Yi Quan, hey, this poison is weaker than I thought. Yi Quan cried his eyes out. What are you talking about? That's a poison that melts your internal organs if you drink it. How are you still perfectly fine? Yan Ming flashed that same eerie smile at Yi Quan. Let's see. Isn't it because the poison you made is just pathetic? Yi Quan screamed. Why won't you just die? Outside, Li Mei and Liu Li were eavesdropping, and though they didn't know the details, they were sure it wasn't pretty. Liu Li agreed. That's right. Inside, Yi Quan said helplessly. Stop drinking my poison like it's wine. In just a moment, the bowl of poison Yi Quan made was completely drained by Yan Ming. Is that it? I don't feel any different? Yi Quan said angrily. There's nothing left for you to consume, you bastard, damn it! Why isn't it working? Could it be that you have an immunity to all poisons? Hearing this, Yan Ming thought to himself, it's a bit different from immunity to all poisons. The Poison Demon Azure Light technique is both the Tang family's heirloom cultivation method and a skill everyone in the Tang family possesses, an internal energy martial art that uses poison. But strangely, the user can also be poisoned by it, earning it the name Poison Demon. A user of this technique wants to absorb poison, so conversely, don't they also have to process the poison that has seeped in? Just as I expected, the poison entering my body has been converted into internal energy and stored, within certain limits, Poison is no different from an elixir to me. But this is a realm that can only be reached after achieving enlightenment. Those who think of poison as just a weapon can't accomplish this just by hearing an explanation. Now, weak poisons can no longer increase my internal energy. I need stronger poisons before I can live a peaceful life again. There are still many villains I need to eliminate. Those elders. If I set my mind to it, I could deal with them at any time. But against He Xielian or Mo Guangtian, if I were to fight either of them, I couldn't be sure of victory. Although I don't have any ill-fated connection with He Xielian, his power is great enough to split the Sichuan province in half, so he can't be underestimated. The alliance leader destroyed 3 of the 9 sects and is called a rare genius. My past self would have been enough to face him. But my current self cannot. I must become as strong as I was in my past life to live like a proper human being. If Yi Quan could create a poison several times stronger than this, Yi Quan said dejectedly. If only I could create one of the 10 great poisons of the Tang family, Yan Ming asked curiously. What are these 10 great poisons of the Tang family? Yi Quan said, annoyed. You're the flesh and blood of the previous family head. What do you even know? It refers to the 10 most potent poisons passed down through generations. From the 1st to the 10th poison, the higher the number, the stronger the poison. But I heard that more than half of the concoction methods have now been lost. It's said the 10 great poisons are toxic enough to kill even mighty masters of the transformation realm. The remaining poisons are currently managed separately by the elders. Yan Ming was extremely surprised by this news. Not even masters of the transformation realm at the bone transformation and body refinement stage can handle it. A look of craving appeared on Yan Ming's face. That's exactly the kind of poison I want. He turned and asked, So, Yi Quan, you can't make the 10 great poisons? Yi Quan replied helplessly. If anyone could make them, would they still be the 10 great poisons? I already told you the methods have been lost. Yan Ming said casually. What a shame. I can't even feel the poisons you make anymore. Hearing this, Yi Quan trembled with anger. This guy is really... In short, the 10 great poisons are so dangerous that their use is normally forbidden, and even you would find it hard to escape death if you ingested them. The scene changes to a dark forest, where number 2 is being choked by a stranger, his face filled with rage. What the hell are you doing? As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched hard in the gut by number 2, causing fire to spew from his mouth. Number 2 stood sternly and demanded, Say that again! What's wrong with my face? The man suddenly screamed, fire erupting from his eyes and nose. He instinctively lunged towards number 2, but before he could do anything, his body turned to stone and began to crumble. Number 2 was a bit surprised to see such a gruesome scene unfold before him. In a flash, only dust remained. Is the power of the poison I received from my grandfather really this potent? This is one of the 10 great poisons of the Tang family. Number 2 covered one side of his face with his hand and let out a scornful laugh. The suffering I endured that day. I can never forget this rage and agony. I'll bottle it all up and unleash it in the goo poison battle. Yan Ming. One beautiful morning at the manor, Yuan Zhen stood before everyone and said, It's been half a year now, and you've all been training in the forest for a long time. Of course, you've all made great progress during this time, but you still need more experience to perfect your martial arts. After this training period, I will select a team leader to make training and management easier. Mei Li and Liu Li asked in unison. You mean you're choosing a team leader? Yuan Zhen confirmed that it was a temporary measure. Later, when you've all matured, we will officially appoint leaders. For now, it's just to make management easier. Although it's temporary, it's still quite important. Soon, there will be the goo poison battle, and you will have to send your team leader as a representative to compete. This is an honor, but also a challenge for all of you. The battles in the goo poison competition are, needless to say, very dangerous. But if you win or display great talent, you will catch the eye of the Tang family's higher-ups. Do you understand? Luli asked again, looking bewildered. So that means each group only sends one member. The team leader or the best fighter? Not all the members, right? That makes sense. If all the members went, our Tang family would have no descendants left to carry on the clan. Would it? Mei Li, standing nearby, chimed in. Of course, when it comes to this competition, the most promising person is number 28, Yan Ming. That kid can be considered the strongest among us. Yi Quan, standing behind him, said to Yan Ming, You're not just the team leader. You could be considered a contender for the championship in this goo poison battle. Yan Ming hearing this, Yuan Zhen also gave his opinion. All right, no matter what, this is just a temporary arrangement. You're all still young and haven't fully developed your talents yet. We'll discuss it again when you're older. So, number 28, Yan Ming, will be the team leader. Does anyone have any objections? All four of them stood silently without a word. Seeing this, Yuanzhen continued. Since no one objects, number 28, step forward. This is an elixir! Take it! Yan Ming asked in confusion. An elixir! Yuanzhen confirmed it was a high-grade elixir of their Tang family, the Heavenly Heart Pill. The Heavenly Heart Pill is a spiritual medicine that only the Tang family can concoct. It's made from many medicinal herbs, but the most crucial ingredient is the root of a ginseng plant that is several hundred years old. When one consumes this spiritual medicine, they will absorb its medicinal power, and their internal energy will increase by 20 to 30%, depending on the individual's absorption rate. All three of them, Yi Quan, Mei Li, and Liu Li, were all gaping in astonishment. No way! How could he be given such a precious internal energy-boosting elixir, Yuanzhen explained. Of course, as the team leader and the group's representative for the Gu poison battle, he must have more privileges than others. The future of the Tang family depends on the younger generation like him, Yuanzhen thought to himself. After witnessing your performance in the previous trials, I have placed high expectations on you. Yan Ming. Yuanzhen even carefully instructed Yan Ming, you must remain calm. And when your mind is in its best state, use this Heavenly Heart Pill to increase your internal energy. Yan Ming suddenly asked another question. Sir, I was wondering if the team leader receives any other rewards. Yuanzhen was quite surprised by Yan Ming's question. Huh? What? The young man spoke frankly. My point is simply that the team leader will participate in this dangerous competition. So does the Tang family have any other rewards to help us? This elixir might increase internal energy by 20 or 30%, but I'm still young, and my internal energy will grow much more later on. So using it now won't have much effect. That's why I'm asking if there's any other reward. Yi Quan was furious at Yan Ming's words. What the hell, Yan Ming? You're insane! Liu Li also gaped in astonishment. Do you think an elixir that increases internal energy is as common as daily meals that you can just pass it up? Mei Li also took the opportunity to ask for it. If you're not going to use it, I'd be more than happy to. Or just give it to me. Yuanzhen also found it strange. It seems he doesn't want this Heavenly Heart Pill and elixir that every martial artist dreams of. Yet he's rejecting it so bluntly. It's truly bizarre. After a moment of thought, Yuanzhen asked, All right, I understand your point. So what do you want? Yan Ming answered without hesitation. Of course, besides hidden weapons, the Tang family is also known for its poisons. Deadly poison is what I desire. I want the Tang family's 10 poisons. A table of neatly arranged weapons was laid out, one of the 2 pillars of the Tang sect, and it's the second pillar I mentioned that's to die for. Mei Li, standing behind, said, You mentioned hidden weapons, so he gave you this stash of them. As for the Tang family's 10 poisons, I guess that's not for you, Yan Ming casually replied. I just said it for the sake of it. The Tang family's 10 poisons is a secret known only to the highest echelons of the Tang sect. How could a bunch of junior rookies like us get our hands on it? So I had to settle for some hidden weapons. It's better than nothing, right? Mei Li suddenly threw a punch straight at Yan Ming. The guy had already sensed it and leaned to the side, dodging the attack. Mei Li was losing control of her actions and words, and started shouting curses. You didn't want the rare internal energy-boosting elixir, and instead you took these hidden weapons that you can buy at any market. What's wrong with you, Liu Li, standing nearby, also became frightened. Hey, he's the team leader. He's going to risk his life in the Gu poison battle, so he knows what he needs. Our internal energy is still low, so increasing it by 20 or 30% won't make much of a difference. Yi Quan also shared his thoughts. I think the higher-ups in the Tang family are very happy with your choice. Yan Ming, they didn't lose a valuable pill and in return gave you a bunch of cheap hidden weapons, facing everyone's opinions. Yan Ming retorted, Who do you think I am, the Heavenly Heart Pill? I haven't returned it to the Tang family yet. A few hours earlier, Yuanzhen had given Yan Ming a chest. Here are the hidden weapons you wanted. Take them. I've put them all in this wooden box. Do you think this is worth more than the Heavenly Heart Pill? Do you need to reconsider, Yan Ming? He also confessed honestly. It's true I overstepped by asking for the Tang family's 10 poisons. That request was probably impossible. Yuanzhen said, just as you said. How could you possibly possess the Tang family's 10 poisons among the team leaders? I see you're the only one who wants to trade an elixir for poison. You've got your hidden weapons. You can go now, Yan Ming replied. Yes, this is enough for me. But there's something I want to ask you. Yuanzhen said, All right, ask away. Yan Ming then said, So, what will you do with that pill? Yuanzhen answered, What a silly question. You think I could take it? Of course. If it's not used, it will be returned to the family's pharmacy, Yan Ming suggested. I don't think so. But to not waste that pill on us juniors, I have an idea. What do you think? As he had said, The pill hadn't been returned to the pharmacy yet. Because my proposal is that if any member of the team has the strength to defeat their team leader, that person will receive the pill. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked. What did you say? You mean he agreed to let us challenge you for the Heavenly Heart pill? Earlier, Yuan-Jen had contemplated Yan Ming's idea. All right, what you've said sounds fine. It can be seen as a way to motivate the kids to strive harder. After all, this pill is meant to strengthen the family's future manpower. So the more strong juniors we have, the better. Returning to the present, Yan Ming told everyone. So that's how it is. Therefore, you all should train hard to get that pill. But with that being said, you need to be strong before the Goo Poison War, because that's when we'll re-elect the reserve team leader position. After hearing that, Li Mei and Liu Li quickly ran off to train. All right, I'm going to practice my unique hidden weapons. I'll practice Goo Poison. Yan Ming stood aside and smirked with amusement. What naive kids. In the future, I will strive to become the head of the Tang family. When that time comes, rest assured, I will give you many opportunities to recreate the most advanced pills and secret techniques of our Tang family. Someone called out, Hey, Yan Ming! Come out here and spar with me. Yan Ming felt an itch for a fight and muttered, That was fast. It's already been a while. The urging voice continued, Hurry up and come out. I'm ready to defeat you. Time flew by. Summer turned to autumn, then winter, and finally spring arrived. But still, no one could defeat Yan Ming. Yi Quen was thrown to the floor by him, looking to be in great pain. Yan Ming stood proudly and said to him, Well, what do you think? Are you discouraged already? I believe this is the 173rd time you've lost to me. Li Mei had to agree. He's a monster. We've been fighting him like this, and he's completely fine. We're exhausted to death. Liu Li also started to feel disheartened, fighting relentlessly without rest. I feel so pathetic. It's true that when you're young, you have many dreams. Whether I'm competing or training, I hope to achieve something useful for the Tang family in the future. Furthermore, I'd be even happier if I could train with a certain someone, Li Mei asked curiously. You say that so nicely. I wonder who that person is, Liu Li shyly refused to say. On the other side, Yan Ming extended a hand and said to Yi Quen, All right, will you accept me becoming the head of the Tang family in the future? Yi Quen smirked and said, You're already thinking about such a powerful future. There are still many strong groups in the family you haven't faced yet. But regardless, your strength is truly far beyond ours. I don't think you'll lose to other juniors like us. In the future, even if you become the family head, you can't look down on friends like us. Yuan-Jen approached from somewhere and commented, It's true, in just 1 year, your strength has improved a lot. From this, I see that choosing number 28 as the team leader was the rightest choice. There will be no more changes here. The Goo Poison battle officially begins tomorrow, so Yan Ming, you should prepare. Nothing in this battle will be simple. Yan Ming replied, Thank you, sir. Yuan-Jen added, It has already been 3 years since you all started your first training. Many groups have disbanded, many have given up, and many members have even lost their lives in dangerous trials. But your group has remained intact, and what's more, your strength has also increased significantly. This is something not every group can achieve. You should be proud of that. The Goo Poison War is undeniably dangerous, especially for juniors like you. There is something I need to remind you of. Yan Ming, in the Goo Poison War, there will be many types of poison you have never encountered before, many of which are forbidden. But forbidden or not, when it comes to life and death, they will be used. Many types of poison just as potent as those from our Tang family will also appear in this great battle. In a fight, don't worry about dirty tricks. Sending your opponent to their grave is what counts as victory. Therefore, don't show any mercy to others. Understand I already know your strength. But a real battle is different from training, so you must do your best to stay alive. For the Goo Poison battle, this is the set of poisons the family has granted you. They are all extremely potent toxins. Although not on the level of the Tang family's 10 great poisons, they are not far behind. A single drop can take down an elephant, so be careful when using them. Yi Quen was quite surprised. There were so many types. Yuan-Jen carefully warned Yan Ming about a few things. When you release the poison, be careful of the vapors getting in your eyes, or you'll go blind. All right, enough said. It's time to end the training and head into real combat. Yi Quen held out his hand with a bright smile, encouraging Yan Ming. We're very worried about you, but we're sure you'll win. Do your best. Yan Ming was taken aback. He grabbed Yi Quen's wrist and said, All right. He then took Yi Quen's hand and punched himself hard in the face. I promise you all. By the time the Goo Poison battle is over, this will be my only injury. The three of them were astounded by Yan Ming's bold promise. After saying all that needed to be said, he turned and stepped into the teleportation gate. I'm off. See you later. Meanwhile, number 2 held a vial of poison, his mind filled with calculations. The battle is finally starting. Luckily, Grandpa gave me this top-tier goo poison. With this, I'm confident I'll take first place. Suddenly, an elder appeared out of nowhere. Number 2 was stunned. A member of the Zhuge family, are you here to help me? What can you do for me in this battle? The man replied, Our Zhuge family created the goo poison battlefield. Since we created it, we naturally know the entire map, including all the advantageous spots for defense and offense. I will tell you everything, Number 2 asked bluntly. All right, I understand. But what do you want in return for helping me? The Zhuge family member said. Our family has fallen into decline. We no longer have the funds to rebuild, so we wish to cooperate with the Tang family. But it's a mutually beneficial partnership, not a complete takeover of the Zhuge family by the Tang family, Number 2 cautiously asked further. I see. But why did you choose me to be your partner? What if I refuse your offer? You haven't given me any benefits yet. The man from the Zhuge family explained. You're right. Therefore, we will give you all the information about the goo poison map to earn your trust. This will allow us to have a longer-term partnership in the future. The hatred in Number 2 surged once more. The time is near. I've waited for this moment for too long. That bastard. I'll pay him back with interest for everything he's done to me. We will meet again soon. Group 1, Tang Lingling. Group 2, Tang Shidian. Tang Kellen spoke boldly. The strongest group this year. I'm looking forward to meeting you all. I hope you don't disappoint me. During these 3 years of arduous training, I've become strong enough to show you what death looks like up close. Group 3, Tang Kellen. Group 4, Tang Xian. Group 5, Tang Zijian. Group 6, Tang Jingyi. Group 7, Tang Yan Ming. Yan Ming stood on a high mountain peak, looking ahead with an excited expression. It's time to join the battle. The weather today is perfect for action. The goo poison battle has officially begun. Yan Ming arrived at the competition venue alone, and its sheer size took him by surprise. This is where the goo poison battle takes place. It's huge. It would probably take a long time to find anyone. Yan Ming was unaware that a pair of eyes was watching him from behind. Not only watching, but also passing judgment. The more I look at number 28 from Team 7, the more I feel it's a waste of his talent. The Zhuge family member made a decision. I must deal with him quickly before something unexpected happens. While secretly observing, he suddenly saw Yan Ming staring right at him. I thought his gaze was directed at me. Could it be that I've been exposed? Yan Ming decisively slashed through the air, inadvertently hitting the spying old man right in the eye, causing him to flee in a panic. I feel like someone is watching me. Could it be the Zhuge family? But then he recalled Captain Yuan Zhen's words, only participants of the goo poison battle were allowed in here. This made Yan Ming even more certain of his suspicion, and he felt annoyed. They've been playing tricks since the battle started. Are they participating in the goo poison battle too? I don't know what they're up to, but they can do as they please. After the battle is over, I can interrogate them for as long as I want. Yan Ming walked straight to the edge of a cliff and, without hesitation, jumped down, back to the old man from the Zhuge family who was spying on him. His power had severely declined after that slash. I was using a formation, yet he was still able to detect me. If I don't quickly gather the Bright Eye formation related to the Wisdom Realm formation, I'll go blind. Moreover, that was a sword technique that could pierce through spatial formations. I have never seen such a sword style before. After this incident, the old man learned a valuable lesson. I was wrong. We cannot let our guard down around him. If our plan is exposed, we will surely face retaliation. We must stop number 28 at all costs. At the same time, in that same forest, a bloody battle was unfolding between two young men. The short-haired boy seemed to be at a disadvantage, his body covered in injuries. He pleaded incessantly. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I just want to take care of my hardworking, elderly parents. How did it come to this? I never had any thoughts about the position of young family head. I was about to surrender, but that guy suddenly rushed out. The fiend that the boy just mentioned then appeared. He had spiky hair and a wicked grin plastered on his face. What was that? Everyone's here. Good. The spiky-haired man decisively beheaded the two who tried to ambush him, making the short-haired boy tremble in fear. In that moment, the boy was stunned into a realization. Surrender. His goal is to kill all of us, desperate to save his life. The short-haired boy pleaded earnestly. I'll surrender to anyone just to survive. I don't care about the others. I'm leaving the Tang clan. If he becomes the young master, then Before he could finish his sentence, the spiky-haired man appeared behind him, clearing his throat and asking, "Then what? Say something, won't you?" Receiving no response, he continued to mock the boy. "Your lightness skill seems pretty fast, but you're already terrified. Is that all the strength you have? You and the others are nothing special." The short-haired boy furtively turned around to look. The man was still holding the 2 heads he had just collected, causing the boy to scream in terror. "Why do you have to do this? Why are you doing this to members of the Tang Clan? We're all descendants of the same family." That demon didn't care at all. "So what, I've never once considered myself a member of the Sichuan Tang Clan." After saying that, he sent the boy to the next world, back with Yan Ming. After leaping from the cliff, he rushed off in search of something. After a while, he discovered an empty cave. Yan Ming stopped and entered to scout the area. After confirming there were no signs of any people, he felt at ease to proceed with his next task. "There are no traces of people, so I won't be discovered. With no distractions, I will quickly cultivate to the Hwagyeong realm here. Let's start right now." Yan Ming sat cross-legged and began his cultivation process. As the physical body develops, reaching the Hwagyeong realm will leave no side effects. There are 2 conditions to achieve the Hwagyeong realm: opening the Ren and Du meridians with internal energy, and an awakening. The awakening relies on my past life's experience. As for internal energy, I will use the specially concocted poison to accumulate it. Everything is prepared. Yan Ming's body quickly began emitting an immense aura. The blocked Ren and Du meridians will be cleared by the internal energy I've accumulated. I will channel the poison demon Azure light technique through those 2 meridians, causing my internal power to erupt. Martial artists who undergo this process experience extreme pain, as their bones break and are quickly reformed from scratch. It could be described as a process of physical rebirth. I've already experienced this in my previous life, so it won't be difficult this second time around. The internal energy within Yan Ming's body grew increasingly powerful, until it reached its peak and erupted in a blinding flash of light. Yan Ming was panting heavily, and after expelling the impurities from his meridians, his body felt much better. Removing impurities during the body-seizing process causes excruciating bone pain. Fortunately, I completed this martial arts breakthrough smoothly, which is not a bad start at all. Yan Ming stepped outside and began to test his newly cultivated martial arts before rejoining the goo poison battle. It seemed his body hadn't undergone any significant changes to speak of. But Yan Ming lightly swiped his hand at the cliff face, instantly causing it to crumble. "The effect of my true chi is quite impressive. Well then, shall I get started?" Meanwhile, the spiky-haired man had now found a new target. He was casually sitting on a tree branch, swinging his legs and complaining. "This is so boring. What have you been doing for the past 3 years? Don't you want to become the young master? Tell me, didn't you train relentlessly? Are you really this weak?" The person he was taunting was none other than Tang Jingyi. It's hard to say how fierce their battle was, but while one man was completely unscathed, Jingyi was covered in wounds, bleeding from all over, which made him curse silently to himself. "Damn it, I ran into him as soon as the goo poison battle started, even though I'm an orphan. The great elder raised me as if I were his own grandson." The man in front of him was no stranger to Jingyi. It was Tang Kellen, the great elder's #1 disciple. No wonder he's so monstrously strong that few can compare. His power is truly as strong as the rumors say. Jingyi had thought that if he fought any other participant, he would at least be able to win, perhaps without them even landing a single blow on him. But now, he was facing a humiliating death. Suddenly, a name appeared in Jingyi's mind. Tang Yan Ming. I once thought how great it would be if I didn't have to face him. Have I lost my mind? Lost in thought? Jingyi suddenly let out a smirk. Kellen noticed right away and didn't stop taunting him. "You can still laugh. Are you hiding something? Your true strength." Jingyi suddenly laughed out loud. "I was just thinking about someone truly terrifying." Kellen's eyes narrowed, a deep sense of displeasure welling up inside him, yet he decided to reveal his own identity. "You're disappointing me. I'll make you realize that I'm the one you should be afraid of. Let me tell you something. I'm actually a spy from the Black Evil Alliance." Jingyi was so shocked he couldn't speak. Kellen continued indifferently. "Now that you know my identity, how could I possibly let you survive? Though you're about to die, I'll also tell you my name. I am Mo Renge of the Taiyi Black Sword sect." Kellen raised his sword, intending to end Jingyi's life just like all the others. But he suddenly felt a strange and powerful aura invade his body, freezing him in place. "What is this? I can't move." Yan Ming then walked over, interrupting their conversation. "I sensed your aura, but I didn't expect to run into someone I know." He turned to the boy on the ground, who was covered in bruises and blood. "You're Jingyi, right? It's good to see you. Have you recovered from that beating I gave you? Jing Yi froze completely, his eyes wide as he asked. Huh. Who are you? Meanwhile, Kellen recalled a past conversation with his father, a time when his father placed a heavy burden on his shoulders as a child. Become a spy in the Sichuan Tang Clan. That's right. With your aptitude, even if you're an orphan for just a few days, someone will take you in, within a few years. The competition for the position of young master will begin, with no distinction between the main and branch families. Kill your rivals and weaken their influence. If you complete the mission and return, the clan will acknowledge you. Is Kalen in the worst shape ever? My insides feel like they're on fire. Could he have done this? What in the world did he do to me meanwhile? Jing Yi and Yan Ming were speaking privately. You're saying you're Tang Yan Ming? That Tang Yan Ming? That's right. Hearing this, Yan Ming immediately threatened him. So what? Do you need your face slammed into the ground again like last time before you'll believe me? Only then did Jing Yi finally accept that the person standing before him was indeed Tang Yan Ming. He then turned back to the main issue, pointing at Kaylin, who was crawling on the ground. He admitted with his own mouth that he's a spy. Right? Jing Yi nodded in immediate agreement. That's right. He said so himself. He said he's from the Taiyi Wooden Sword sect. I heard it very clearly. Yan Ming immediately fell into deep thought. Could he be the tail I sensed when I came to Kongtong Mountain? He raised his hand and gave a command, and something shot out from Kalen's neck, causing him extreme agony. The object that was just pulled out was an ox-hair needle. Jing Yi recognized it at a glance and said, So you coated that needle with poison? What kind of poison did you use that such a small needle could do this? Yan Ming cut him off, not letting him probe further into the matter, and changed the subject. Haven't you seen any other participants in this competition? Jing Yi nodded. That's right. Yan Ming wondered whether he should cure the poison and interrogate the man. Kaelin, hovering between life and death, heard this, and his mind erupted in defiance. Cure the poison! The moment you cure me to get information, you're dead! However, before he could act, Jing Yi immediately dismissed the idea. Do we really need to? If he's from an evil sect like the Black Evil Alliance, his motive is already obvious. His glimmer of hope for survival was mercilessly extinguished, leaving Kaelin furious but helpless. Suddenly, Jing Yi changed the subject. You've changed a lot. I thought you would hold a grudge against me, but you don't show it at all. Yan Ming gave a wry smile and gestured back at Kaelin. If I had any such intentions, you'd be lying there just like him. That's true. Jing Yi suddenly bowed his head deeply, sincerely remorseful. I'm truly sorry for what happened before. Yan Ming was taken aback, wondering why this guy was suddenly apologizing to him, and waved his hand dismissively. What's past is past. It's not worth worrying about. Jing Yi became flustered and quickly tried to explain. I'm not trying to brush off the past. I genuinely want to apologize to you. Tang Yan Ming broke into a satisfied smile. Honestly, it's all in the past. I don't really mind it anymore. But receiving an apology like this does make me a little happy. All right, don't worry about it. It's fine. Jing Yi's expression suddenly changed, and he yelled out a warning. Behind Yan Ming, Kaelin had somehow managed to get back on his feet, and was launching a despicable sneak attack. If I'm going to die, I'm taking you all with me. So die! Jing Yi screamed in horror. The technique Kaelin had just unleashed was by no means simple, but when he opened his eyes to look again, he couldn't see Yan Ming anywhere. What I clearly felt. He didn't have to wait long, as Yan Ming's warning came from behind him. I have no interest in deceiving a dying man like you. If this is what you want, then I'll just erase you without a trace. Or do you think it would be better to leave a body behind for investigation? Hearing this, Kaelin was scared out of his wits, and only now did he recognize that his opponent's strength was far superior to his own. The last of his tears began to well up. As soon as the threat was made, he collapsed and died on the spot. Jing Yi, who had witnessed everything from start to finish, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. That's impressive. Even though he was a spy, he was still one of the stronger ones. And that final technique was the martial art of the Taiyi Wooden Sword sect's leader. The Taiyi twin sword style. To be able to take down someone who wields such a fearsome sword technique. Yan Ming's voice cut through Jing Yi's chaotic thoughts. So what are you going to do now? Jing Yi was snapped back to his senses. Huh. What do you mean? What am I going to do? Yan Ming continued. It's just you and me left here. So how are we going to decide a winner? Jing Yi finally understood and hesitantly offered. If you want, I'll surrender. To be honest, I don't really have a choice. But I don't know how to get out of here. Without a word, Yan Ming opened a spatial gate and turned to him. Then you can just leave. I assume you don't need to be escorted out. Jingyi stared blankly at the gate, and soon after, Yan Ming left without another word. Jingyi offered a final farewell, thanking him for saving his life and not forgetting to wish him well. Safe travels. At that moment, at the headquarters of the Taiyi Wooden Sword sect, a goo worm sensed the life and death of its pair from afar. Its goo worm had died, which meant the boy was also dead. Mo Renqiao was furious. So, his son was dead. At this moment, the truth about Kaylin was finally revealed. My illegitimate son, born to a handmaiden, but he was the most outstanding child among all his brothers. When my wife found out the truth, she tried to kill the child many times, fearing he would steal the inheritance from his other brothers. That's why I sent him to the Tang family as a spy, to save his life. It was killing two birds with one stone. One to save Kaylin's life, and two to destroy the Tang family. Who knew I would be the one to send my own son to his death? As his father, there's nothing I can do now. But at the very least, I will avenge my son. I will never forget this pain. Mo Renqiao shot to his feet in a thunderous rage and immediately ordered his disciples, all disciples, prepare to depart for Kongtong Mountain. It's time to flatten the Tang family. Managers, contact the other sects. From this day forward, no one bearing the Tang family name will be left alive on Kongtong Mountain. It was late at night when he returned to Kongtong Mountain. Yan Ming devoured this food he had just found while contemplating his next move. He hadn't seen anyone since morning. The formation couldn't possibly be this large. It was also possible that someone had created the formation to prevent anyone from approaching unintended targets. If so, the remaining survivors must have been aided by the Zhuge family. The strong contenders in this competition probably wouldn't join forces with the Zhuge family. Would they? If the Zhuge family gained as much as they wanted, the Tang family wouldn't just stand by. That was obvious. The price of arrogance and wicked schemes is steep. The Zhuge family. The recent warning echoed directly in the ears of a Zhuge family elder, forcing him to stop what he was doing. He only relaxed after confirming no one was behind him. After finishing his meal, Yan Ming lay down on the soft grass to gaze at the star-filled sky. It was so beautiful he couldn't help but praise it aloud. The night sky is magnificent. I wish I could show this to Mother. I wonder if she is doing well. With those words, his eyes grew heavy, and he slowly drifted off to sleep. As he slept soundly, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Found him. It was Tang Lingling. Looking at the person before her, she couldn't help but wonder, who is this guy? The condition I set was to meet the last survivor, or a weakened Yan Ming. He doesn't look like Tang Kellen. Lingling took a closer look. She had to admit, this guy was truly handsome. Besides, since Zhuge Kangtian mentioned him, he must be a powerful figure. It's a pity for such a face, but I have no other choice. I have to kill him. Lingling popped a medicinal pill into her mouth and immediately used the heart-piercing poison powder attack. Before ending someone's life, Lingling still had a sliver of conscience and asked for forgiveness. Don't hate me. This battle only ends when one person is left standing. You must be prepared for this. Yan Ming quickly replied to her. I don't know if you're prepared to die for daring to touch me. Yan Ming grabbed Lingling's throat and squeezed tightly, causing her to choke and cough violently. He slowly stood up and interrogated her. Are you the one who joined hands with the Zhuge family? Your plan was to stay in a safe place while the others fought, then take the opportunity to attack the last one standing when they let their guard down. What do you want? Lingling asked, barely alive as Yan Ming choked her. He knew I was approaching him. Yan Ming gave her one last warning. If she wanted to live, she'd better answer everything. It seems you don't want to breathe anymore. Lingling was being choked so hard her eyes rolled back. She couldn't help but curse herself. Damn it. If only I wasn't so shocked that I dropped my throwing knife. Lingling glanced over at her weapon. Suddenly, Yan Ming recognized her. Wait. Could you be Tang Lingling? Lingling was utterly astonished. How did he know her name? Yan Ming continued. Your face ended up like this because of me, but your personality hasn't changed one bit, has it? Hearing this, Lingling immediately knew who was standing before her. Yan Ming didn't hesitate to threaten her. This time, should I just ruin your entire face? Meanwhile, Zhuge Kangtian was in turmoil. He was clutching his head and pulling his hair. The plan was completely ruined, because number 28 had damaged the formation. It was difficult to see the situation inside clearly. First off, except for number 2, all the other numbers had been eliminated. It was a good thing that number 10 had quickly eliminated the competition. But as soon as he met number 28, he was utterly crushed. The people being referred to were none other than Yan Ming and the spy, Kellen. Zhuge Kangtian had to come up with a different strategy. I wonder what would happen if number 2 and number 10, who are similar in strength, were to face each other. But does number 2 even have a chance of winning against number 28? Thinking about the time it would take to deal with number 10 was unimaginable. If number 28 wins, all my plans will be ruined. What should I do while he was busy pondering all sorts of things? A sudden noise outside the formation caught his attention. I can sense a significant number of martial artists. As expected, Mo Renqiao's troops had arrived at the peak of Kongtong Mountain. Over there is Kongtong Mountain itself. Sect leader Mo, Ting Yan Song, as the leader of the Tianzhen clan, was extremely puzzled. I wonder if we're overdoing it a bit, when our opponents are just outcasts from the Tang family. Our disciples alone number over 200. And with the forces from other clans, don't we have a total of over 300 martial artists? Mo Renqiao looked up at the star-studded sky and said thoughtfully, I also know it's a bit much for the Tang family members, but because this is Kongtong Mountain, the territory of the Kongtong sect, it's necessary. The power of the Kongtong sect cannot be compared to the declined Tang family. If our numbers were small, we would definitely be at a disadvantage. With forces of this size, they will be cautious and observe the situation. Furthermore, with such a strong force, when they learn that our target isn't them, won't they choose not to interfere? Every word of the sect leader's analysis was like a revelation to Ting Yan Song. Truly a masterful strategist. By the way, sect leader Mo, what happened to the spy we planted a few days ago? Touching upon the painful memory of losing his child, Mo Renqiao's anger flared, and the fire of battle began to burn within him. He failed. The very boy I valued. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's move out now. Little did the two know that their entire conversation had been overheard by Zhuge Kangtian, the sect leader of the Taiyi Black Sword sect, Mo Renqiao. Why is he here? Zhuge Kangtian was stunned and alarmed. Shouldn't only those involved in the competition know the location? Is there an insider? Whatever it is, I must report to the Wind Guard unit to find a solution. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, if that's the case, if I use them to kill number 28, wouldn't my plan be safe from discovery? In that case, he would just have to do it. Meanwhile, Tang Lingling was still struggling against Yan Ming. She cursed herself for not recognizing the bastard right in front of her. All she needed was a moment to pull out the Fire Dragon Lake poison, one of the 10 poisons. Lingling pulled out the vial of poison she had ready in her hand, taking advantage of Yan Ming's distraction with the dropped dagger over there. The substance on that throwing dagger is poison, isn't it? It's my first time seeing such a bright red poison. Seizing the opportunity, Lingling tried to pour the poison directly on Yan Ming. He didn't even bother to look, yet he still easily caught her hand before the poison could touch him. Hey now, why are you struggling uselessly instead of answering my question? Yan Ming snatched the vial from her hand and asked, What is this poison? The color looks similar to the poison on that throwing dagger. Is this all you have? Still not planning to say a word, Yan Ming then casually threw her to the ground, moving his hand towards her mouth. Down you go. Time to relive that old feeling. Lingling struggled, crying out, Let go! Seeing that she was finally talking, Yan Ming said softly, So you finally opened your mouth. Now say ah. Lingling was terrified. She hurriedly confessed. No. Wait, I'll talk. Yan Ming refused. No. I'll know what kind of poison it is once you've had a taste. Terrified out of her mind, Lingling immediately blurted out, It's one of the 10 poisons of the Tang family. It's one of the 10 poisons of the Tang family. The Fire Dragon Lake poison. Looking at Yan Ming's expression, it was terrifying enough to scare anyone silly. He was a bit surprised. Then his eyes immediately lit up. Weren't the 10 poisons of the Tang family not supposed to be used so casually? More importantly, if this really was one of them, it was a divine medicine for him. If he had just fed it to her, he would have lost the very elixir he was searching for, Lingling pleaded desperately. I've told you, let me go, I surrender. I surrender, I'll help you fight the other participants in this competition. But Yan Ming cut her off. His grip tightened as he continued to interrogate her. I haven't heard the full answer yet. Did you strike a deal with the Zhuge family? If so, tell me the details of your agreement with them. Hesitate any longer, and I'll make you eat this Fire Dragon Lake poison. Lingling was utterly terrified. To save her own life, she was forced to reveal the truth. They had proposed a marriage as a condition to unite the Zhuge and Tang families, binding them together through a firm bond of trust. Just as Yan Ming had predicted, it was indeed a marriage pact with the next young master of the family. That's how the head of the Zhuge family planned to maintain his position. This girl received a marriage proposal she could only dream of, so she quickly accepted. So, what should I do with her now? Yan Ming considered whether it was better to kill her or just beat her up. With all the trivial matters settled, it was time for him to enjoy the Fire Dragon Lake poison elixir. Seeing her opponent drink the poison himself, Ling Ling's eyes went wide. What do you think you're doing right now? Yan Ming pouted. Even if you stare, I won't give you any. Ling Ling's face turned pale. She couldn't believe someone would dare to drink the fire dragon lake poison. It was an extremely potent poison, yet he drank it like plain water. Good heavens! After downing it, Yan Ming's body started to feel light. Oh, he couldn't think of the strawberry flavor. His body immediately heated up. Ling Ling seized the chance to laugh triumphantly. You fool! Drinking one of the 10 poisons of the Tang family? It's one of the 10 poisons, something even the myriad poisons in vulnerability physique can't withstand, burn to ashes. Ling Ling was gloating, but she quickly realized the strength in his grip hadn't lessened. Ling Ling looked up just as Yan Ming returned to his normal state, startling her. Somehow he was completely unaffected. In fact, he seemed perfectly fine. Ling Ling was panicked and utterly astonished. How? It's impossible. Could it be that the Tang family has a legendary realm beyond the myriad poisons and vulnerability physique? One that is unharmed by any poison and can kill dozens of people with a single breath or a drop of blood. The Poison Man realm. Even though I heard my grandfather say that realm was real. Could you truly be a poison man? Without letting her say more, Yan Ming immediately snapped her neck, sending her to meet her maker. In any case, you weren't expecting me to spare you, were you? I'm not a soft-hearted person. Yan Ming flexed his hands. Unlike the chi from his poison demon Azure light art, this poison from the Tang family felt like a pure yang martial art. So this is what it feels like to have scorching yang power. He moved his body a little to fully sense the fire dragon lake poison. This power is actually pretty good. Huh. Having achieved his goal, Yan Ming left, not forgetting to leave Ling Ling with a compliment. Thanks to you, I got something good. After taking a few steps, he suddenly noticed something strange. It was clearly the middle of the night, so why was the sun rising furthermore? The formation was changing with every passing moment. The ground trembled slightly, and rocks and earth shifted on their own. A thought crossed his mind. Is the formation being dispelled because the competition is over? He quickly dismissed the idea. There was no way that was the case. Yan Ming continued to use his body to sense the auras. 200? No. More than 300 first-rate martial artists were heading this way. He rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. Something was very suspicious. There's no way the Zhuge clan wouldn't notice such a large number of people. Did they let them into the formation on purpose? He realized it immediately. Someone was plotting to kill everyone to silence them. Yan Ming became much more excited and strode towards his opponents. Training dummies have delivered themselves to my doorstep. It'd be a waste not to greet them. I will be the only survivor of this goo poison battle. In a dark corner of this hellish place, 2 figures were secretly discussing something. The one wearing a hat seemed worried, knowing that intruders had entered the formation. According to the old man, he believed a spy had informed them. That's how they found out about the location. Do you know the identities of those people? And what is the size of their force? I estimate about 300 men. And they seem to be first-rate martial artists. The leader is the sect master of the Tai Yi Mo Jian sect, Mo Rengxiao. The man in the hat, Pang Huang, thought to himself. The Tai Yi Mo Jian sect. Why are they at the Tang family's ancient poison formation? The place where the ancient poison formation is set is in a desolate forest of the Kongtong sect. So how did they know its location after figuring it out? He immediately boosted morale and ordered them to hurry and rescue the children. But this matter... All right. Master Zhuge, whatever you have to say, please say it quickly. The old man stuttered. This is something I absolutely did not want to happen. But I am powerless. They have already broken the formation and entered the ancient poison array. I don't understand how they could have done it. Our Zhuge family has always been confident in our formations. But once they've been broken, we can no longer interfere. Therefore, the current situation is that the Tang sect disciples participating in the poison trial must face the 300 members of the Tai Yi Mo Jian sect on their own. I can only hope those disciples can overcome this difficult challenge. It's just a pity that Yan Ming has already killed many of them, causing great losses. Mo Renxiao had arrived at the battlefield, and the only thing he saw was the lifeless corpse of his son. The person next to him said, "We have arrived at the correct location of the Tang sect's poison trial, and judging by his neck, it seems the young master suffered a wound from a poison needle. There are no signs of a fierce struggle in the surrounding area, so this must have been a one-hit kill by an enemy." The more he heard, the angrier Mo Rengxiao became. He seethed with killing intent as he stared into the distance. My son was harmed by poison. That's impossible. Those bastards from the Tang family. Mo Rengxiao immediately ordered his subordinates to sweep the entire forest, determined to find this one who murdered his son. Report to me immediately if you find any signs of movement. As for those with the Tang surname in this formation, all of those bastards, find them and kill them all for me. After walking a short distance, two subordinates started chatting. It seems the sect master is more agitated than usual today. I don't understand why he's so furious. He's completely different from his usual calm demeanor. In my opinion, the sect master probably found the body of his son, the spy he planted in the Tang family, and that's why he's gone mad. Looking at the wound on the neck, he was killed in a single blow. The attacker is a true master, giving his opponent no chance to fight back at all, to take down an enemy with a single needle. How terrifying! The Tang family are masters of poison and hidden weapons, so a fatal blow isn't that surprising. We need to be careful here and not let our guard down, especially against hidden weapons. They could strike from anywhere. I'm reminding you to be on your guard, or you might lose your life before you know it, the young man replied enthusiastically. I understand, senior brother. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly collapsed to the ground for no apparent reason, which one could guess was caused by the poison needle stuck in his neck. The entire squad immediately went on alert and drew their swords. Everyone be careful. Where are you, you bastard? Show yourself. Don't use such cowardly sneak attacks. This guy was still talking tough. He was emboldened by the number of people around him. However, from the sky, countless poison needles appeared, raining down like a summer shower. This can't be. In just a few short seconds, the group was engulfed in poison, all of them gradually losing consciousness at the artistic hands of Yan Ming. The 10,000 golden poison needles user didn't think the area of effect damage of this technique would be so terrifying. For subordinates of this caliber, a single poison needle meant certain death. Yan Ming recalled all the needles he had thrown. It's thanks to the heaven-piercing eye that I can shoot so many poison needles with such perfect accuracy, while also conserving a lot of energy when using this technique. The heaven-piercing eye and the 10,000 golden poison needles are truly a perfect match. All right. It seems the enemy has moved to the eastern side of the Great Formation. I need to go check it out. Night had fallen, and a subordinate from the scouting team returned to report to Mo Rengxiao. Sect Master, the martial artist groups that split up to search are all dead. What do you mean they're all dead? Yes, that's right. According to my investigation, their bodies have no external injuries. They were all killed by a single needle prick. They used a wide-area poison needle attack on our people. The wound is quite similar to the first body we discovered when we entered. The Tang sect is truly frightening. You can see just how proficient they are with poison and hidden weapons. Before Mo Rengxiao could even process the news, a wave of more bad news arrived. The Eastern Squad and the Western Squad had also been annihilated. How could this be? Did they all die without being able to fight back? He thought to himself. Are these all the followers we have left in this formation? There were barely 10 men. Yan Song sneered. To think it's only been 2 hours since we split up. Yet all my subordinates have been killed by the same method. A poison needle from some individual. This was definitely caused by a powerful person among the disciples participating in the Tang family's poison trial. The situation is quite complicated, and it's hard to say for sure right now, but it seems to be the work of only one person. If there were many, they would have left clues. But I can't believe it was done by a mere disciple. It could be a Tang sect instructor, someone overseeing this test. That person is a true master. We came here as the hunters, but now we've become the prey. Heavenly Shot Clan leader, all remaining forces are now under your command. This bastard, he's die. He's been hiding somewhere, brutally picking off our men one by one. I will hunt him down myself. Yan Song took a few seconds to compose himself. Are you planning to go yourself? Sir? That's right. I can't afford to lose any more of my men so senselessly. I'm leaving everything here to you. After entrusting everything to Yan Song, Mo Rengxiao vanished. All around the troops, there was complete silence. Yan Song knew that in about 2 hours, night would fall, and the situation would become even more critical. If they couldn't quickly find the enemy, or a place to take shelter, the entire army's lives would be in danger from the enemy's hit-and-run tactics. They attacked with full force but couldn't even find a single enemy to strike down. Too many of their men had died already. In a situation like this, it seemed best to retreat to preserve their numbers and plan another strategy. Accordingly, Yan Song gave the order for the troops to retreat in about 1 hour if the enemy didn't appear. Suddenly, a voice came from the edge of the forest. Planning to retreat, are you? It's not that simple. Since you're already here, you might as well stay. Perched on a tree branch, Yan Ming had overheard Yan Song's entire plan. Yan Song was shocked. I can't sense his presence at all. This is bad. The moment he realized the problem, it was already too late. The troops behind him collapsed one by one, struck by poison needles from Yan Ming. The young man quickly appeared in front of Yan Song. He questioned. You must be their leader, right? This guy's killing intent is overwhelming. When did he jump down here without me even noticing? This must be the one who's been killing so many of our men all this time. But he looks so young. How can he be such a master of hidden weapons lost in thought? Yan Song didn't notice he was about to have a few new holes in his body. Seeing Yan Ming retract the poison needles, he reassessed the situation. That's impossible. A young brat like him can't have enough internal energy to do that. Only a master at the transcendent realm has enough internal energy to use chi to retrieve objects. He's retrieved all the poison needles, but he didn't attack me with them afterward. I guess it must be a technique that consumes a lot of internal energy, so he can't use it again right away. This was Yan Song's chance to counterattack. He smirked, revealing his cunning nature. All right, kid, you've got some skills, but this is where it ends. However, for someone so young to have such strength, I don't recognize you from any of the major sects. Yan Ming replied, It doesn't matter whether you know me or not. You're about to die, so what's the point in knowing more, right? These words directly enraged Yan Song. He began to power up and roared. You arrogant bastard, fine. I'll teach you some manners. You'll soon be wishing you had died sooner. With a surge of profound power, Yan Song's clothes were torn apart by his bulging muscles. He charged forward like the wind, ready to see who would fall first. The distance between them closed rapidly, but Yan Ming had no intention of dodging. He just smiled faintly and blocked the attack with one hand. You dare to block my full power punch, you're dead for sure. And yet, Yan Ming's expression didn't change at all. Is that all you've got with a full power punch? Now you have only one more chance. If you can't do anything else, you're a dead man. After the Diankang sect, once one of the 9 great sects, was destroyed by the Black Evil Lotus, Yan Song had voluntarily submitted to them. Commendable! Is palm technique your specialty? Let me improve your palm technique for you. That was his first day joining the demonic sect and meeting the leader. There, the Windshock palm, which had been Yan Song's signature technique, was improved. After observing Yan Song's strike, the leader pouted in dissatisfaction. And so, the Black Evil Lotus leader renamed it the Heavenly Shock Palm. But the palm technique that the leader had bestowed upon Yan Song was blocked by Yan Ming, and with such a nonchalant expression. At that moment, Yan Ming recalled the fire dragon tiger poison, the most terrifying heat poison among all those containing the breath of a fire dragon. If he could control that poison gas with the poison demon Azure light skill, if sword energy filled with the intent to cut anything is called sword ki, then poison energy filled with the intent to deeply penetrate everything would be poison ki. Understanding the principle, Yan Ming unleashed his power. It incinerated everything in its path, including Yan Song. Furthermore, his entire body was now reduced to ashes. This is quite useful. Poison chi that contains heat energy. Let's call it heat poison chi. Now, who's next to be burned to death? In front of Yan Ming were the remaining troops. He said, I wasn't planning on letting any of you live anyway. Dying first will be a relief. Mo Rengxiao, radiating killing intent, glared at Yan Ming. So it was you, the one who killed my martial brothers, clan leader Ding, and my son. It's not just Kongtong Mountain. I won't leave even a shred of you behind in this world. Not even your bone dust. A gust of wind blew past, signaling the start of a life-or-death battle. Mo Renxiao and his men immediately surrounded Yan Ming, reminding each other to be careful of his poison and hidden weapons. Yan Ming remained calm in the center of the encirclement, while Mo Renxiao, on the other hand, seethed with restrained fury. I have lost many of my disciples and my power. I cannot ignore the death of my youngest son, which pains me to the bone. To ensure their sacrifices were not in vain, I must eliminate him. Yan Ming glanced around and noticed they were forming the wheel formation. This reminded him of his training, as it was when he created the whirlwind chaotic dance dart. This time, let's try something else. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke enveloped Yan Ming, and within seconds, his entire body disappeared from sight, leaving the men completely bewildered. The chaos created the perfect opportunity. Yan Ming used his supersonic speed to blend into the crowd, then used his treasured weapon to behead them one by one. Mo Renxiao's jaw dropped in disbelief. What? What movement did I miss? Just what is he? A few inexperienced men charged headfirst at Yan Ming. You brat! How dare you kill my martial brothers? He held out his hand toward the flailing group beside him. Let me borrow that sword for a moment. With a single command to break, their blades instantly shattered into 100 pieces. This monster can destroy a sword without even touching it, shattering the swords with the principle of destruction, scattering the broken blade fragments with the principle of dispersion. He then circulated the stormy energy within a certain range. If controlled by will, the movement is incredibly fast. A whirlwind of sword fragments was formed by Yan Ming, enveloping his body like a solid layer of protection. A few men recognized the technique as the sky-covering flower dance and were astonished. But in the next second, as the whirlwind advanced with him, all his enemies were covered in blood, although it couldn't reach the majestic power of the true sky-covering flower dance at its peak. It was more than enough for these weak opponents. Maybe a better name for this secret art would be Iron Shard Storm. After dealing with the flies, only the final opponent remained. Yan Ming asked softly. You used your subordinates to wear me down. Isn't it your turn now? Mo Renxiao took a stance and unsheathed his twin blades. You arrogant brat. Let's see how long that bravado lasts. No matter what, there's no need to fear him. Because I have the Taiyi twin sword style and the Mo sword chi that the sect leader created for me. I will crush everything, leaving not even a skeleton behind. Yan Ming was sick of his words, and couldn't help but mock him. That's the second time I've heard that line. Shut up. I'm the one who's going to crush you. As he finished speaking, Mo Renxiao lunged forward with the Taiyi Mo sword's first form awakening sword. However, what he didn't expect was that Yan Ming parried all his moves with just a small dagger. Yawning while doing so, Renxiao decided to switch to the dark discussion sword dance with great ambition. In the end, it was the old man who was left panting, while Yan Ming was completely unharmed. How could he block my Taiyi twin swords with just that small dagger? Because I have some expertise with swords, he explained. I was just able to read the flow of your sword, and even your thoughts. Anyway, wasn't your last move something like this? Yan Ming then performed the exact same move Mo Renxiao had just used, leaving him stunned. Mo Renxiao demanded, How can you deal with my Mo sword chi so easily? Because this sword technique is filled with killing intent. I figured I just had to add killing intent to my counterattack. It's not a very difficult skill. These words were like a sharp slap across his face. Even I had to go through rigorous training in the Taiyi twin sword style to be able to use the Mo sword chi, and this brat says it's not difficult. Yan Ming continued. Come to think of it, the spy I killed a few hours ago also used this sword skill. In that case, are you also a member of the Taiyi Mo sword sect? I don't know much about your sect, but from what I've heard, that sect operates under the Black Evil Alliance. The Black Evil Alliance leader is a genius and a sage, famous for his ability to transform any secret martial art into a top-tier technique tailored to the individual who learns it. That's why many martial artists in the Jianghu recently, whether from righteous or demonic sects, have gotten involved with the Black Evil Alliance. What are you trying to say? I'm extremely disappointed. Something like that. Couldn't anyone counter that sword move if they knew how to handle the killing intent hidden within the technique? Seeing how the Black Evil Alliance leader taught you this martial art. It seems the leader didn't have high expectations for you. Did he? Mo Renxiao was about to charge at Yan Ming for a life-or-death battle, but the boy's next words made him freeze. A useless person like you has tried your best. In return, I'll show you a little trick to perfect this sword skill. Don't get discouraged if it looks too difficult, he stammered. A trick to perfect it. What is he planning to do? He saw Yan Ming's dagger light up as if channeling power. For martial artists who have reached the highest level, the length of the blade is no longer an important issue. Before Mo Renxiao's eyes, Yan Ming's blade began to extend. Is that sword aura? But then, the sword aura became invisible, confusing him. The next second, an explosion erupted behind Renxiao, and at the same time, blood spurted from one of his ears. Mo Renxiao was stunned to realize his own strength was only at an alarmingly low level. In contrast, Yan Ming's slash left a cut that stretched all the way to the mountain peak. Yan Ming sighed. I'm still quite weak now because this isn't my original body, but I'll get stronger over time. The man was dumbfounded in disbelief. Impossible. The power of this Mo sword chi is completely different from the normal sword skills I use. This sword aura's destructive power is too terrifying. His swordsmanship has already reached the highest level. He handled those sword moves with ease, and even demonstrated a power of sword aura that I've never seen before. Mo Renxiao stammered. Have you reached the transformation realm? That's not important. Under Yan Ming's gaze, he immediately turned and fled for his life, disappearing into the bushes in an instant. But this was still within Yan Ming's control. He warned, Those who try to run from me usually don't meet a pleasant end, so you should just give up. As he spoke, he swung his sword. However, Yan Ming had already abandoned that intention, because he was, after all, a member of the Tang family. Yan Ming quickly sheathed his short sword and replaced it with several iron rings on his fingers. It's only right to end this the Tang family way, isn't it? At the edge of the forest, Mo Renxiao was still running for his life, he thought to himself. How could the Tang family raise such a monster? A master of the transcendent realm has appeared in the Tang family, a family that was supposed to be in decline. If the Alliance leader finds out about this, he definitely won't sit idly by. A wicked sound came from behind, and rows of trees were felled with clean cuts. When Mo Renxiao glanced over, he saw several golden rings flying toward him. Such small hidden weapons can slice through trees, and they're all coming this way to chase me. Their speed was terrifying, and he decided to use his sword to block them. I can't escape this place until I deal with these hidden weapons. There's no other way but to eliminate all of them. Mo Renxiao stopped running and faced them head-on. Come at me, you bastard! Am I really going to die in a place like this? He talked tough, but against such overwhelming power, he truly had no way out. A throwing dagger embedded itself in his sword as he was executing his Mo sword key. It didn't stop there. His face and calf were also cut. However, the most significant part was the remaining hidden weapon. It slid along the blade and sliced right through Mo Renxiao's left arm, severing it from his body. He used this opportunity to deal with the final nuisance. After a heavy gasp, he finally dealt with all the hidden weapons, but the price was an arm. He roared, "You think you can kill me with such dirty tricks, even if I've lost an arm? I've saved my life. I can still plan my revenge in the future. That guy must have used a lot of internal energy to use that dark sky flower dance technique just now. At this rate, I can escape." It sounded convincing, but he never expected Yan Ming to appear right in front of him. Not bad. I should at least give you some praise. Mo Renxiao noticed Yan Ming's demeanor as the young man retrieved his hidden weapons. Even after using such a powerful and sinister technique, why doesn't he look tired at all? The hidden weapons began to spin again, terrifying him. The hidden weapons had already fallen to the ground, and now they're moving again. What in the world is this guy? I was originally a disciple of Wu Dang, gave up everything to join the Black Evil Alliance, and even made a name for myself by becoming the master of an evil sect. Yet I can't even touch a single hair on his head. What kind of monster have I run into? After that inner monologue, Mo Renxiao was completely finished. Yan Ming collected the hidden weapons, surveyed the scene, and said, "Looks like everything is done. I was just testing the power of this technique, and the results seem decent enough. If I become the young master, I'll divide the Tang family's guard into 2 squads, one that uses poison and one that uses hidden weapons, and I'll teach them these techniques. I guess I should get out of here. But there are still problems to solve in the future and within this family." Drawing his short sword, Yan Ming seared into his memory the elders who had oppressed his mother, as well as the Juge family, the people who had colluded with Tang Lingling, plotting to swallow the Tang family whole. With my own hands, I will repay this favor twice. No, 10 times over. That night, the man in the conical hat received bad news from the elder. Is there really no way? I'm sorry. For the sake of fairness, no one is allowed to interfere with the formation. I never thought things would turn out like this, the elder replied. In front of everyone's panicked faces, he thought to himself, of course, it's all a lie, but I must remain silent until the job is done. After the evil sect members entered the formation, they completely sealed the entrance. It's likely no one will make it out of there alive. The only thing the Tang sect members could do was suppress the evil sect martial artists guarding the outside of the formation. After interrogation, the identities of those inside were confirmed: Mo Renxiao of the Taiyi Mo Sword Sect and the Heavenly Gen Sect's leader, Ding Yansong. Since there are more than 3 martial artists in there, even that powerful bastard, number 28, would find it difficult to return alive. It's a real shame about his talent, but you've interfered too much with our Juge family's plans. After some consideration, the old man said, the candidates participating in the goo poison battle are also the future of the Tang family. However, there's just one thing. Mid-sentence, the elder had to stop because of the shocked expressions on the kids' faces. Out of curiosity, the old man glanced over and saw Yan Ming emerging from the fissure. It's Yan Ming. It really is him. I knew he wouldn't be defeated that easily. Luli embraced him. Are you okay? I told you, until this competition is over, you're the only ones who can land a punch on my nose. All that remained was the elder's frantic astonishment. Who in the world is he? Zhuge Kangtian was completely shocked. This is impossible. What were those more than 300 evil sect members doing? And what about Mo Renxiao and Ding Yansong? They couldn't even handle one little brat. Suddenly, Yan Ming glanced over, making Zhuge Kangtian flinch in fear. Just then, Tang Jingyi walked over and waved hello. Yan Ming let out a sigh of relief. As for Zhuge Kangtian, he was trembling in panic. No matter how he thought about it, the scene was unbelievable. It was the same then, and it's the same now. How on earth did he manage to cut through the 7 Locks Illusory Sky Formation, including the 7 Locks Illusory Sky Formation, which is the clan's ultimate formation, and with the world formation added for the goo poison battle? It was nothing short of an 8-layered prison tower. It could even capture a transformation realm master. Yet that kid managed to slice through the entire world formation just like that. Could this kid's realm be? Suddenly coming face to face with Yan Ming, Juge Kangshin involuntarily coughed. Meanwhile, Yan Ming glared with pure hatred, wanting to beat the old man up right away, but he couldn't be caught making such a petty mistake before becoming the young clan head. Then Yan Ming went to meet Tang Yuanzhen, who smiled and said, "Number 28? No, Tang Yan Ming, you are safe and sound." He immediately bowed respectfully. "I have made you worry. Martial Master Yuanzhen." And Yan Ming's first goal was to start with the old men within the Tang clan. Seeing him, Yuanzhen thanked the heavens. "Thank goodness you're all right. But what happened in there? What about the others?" Suddenly, the ground shook, causing Yan Ming's group to panic. "What's that, an earthquake?" The subordinates were also bewildered. "Look over there! There are cracks, and light is pouring through them." Zhuge Kangshin panicked. "All the formations, including the 7 Locks illusory sky formation, have been shattered." An energy source erupted and scattered everywhere. "What is this? There's something in the debris. Is this what happened inside the formation?" Yan Ming said gravely. "As you have seen so far, Martial Master, things like this have been happening." A few Tang clan subordinates rushed to report. "Some of the outfits are different, but most are the martial uniforms of the Taiyi Black Sword sect. It's true that Mo Renxiao led his men to Immovable Mountain." Hearing this, Tang Yuanzhen couldn't believe it, meaning this kid really defeated that many people all by himself. It's absurd. Even I would have trouble handling more than 30 of them. Suddenly, a voice called out, "The leader is over there." It was the man with dual swords on his back, who from the looks of it was definitely Mo Renxiao. At this moment, Yuanzhen was truly horrified, even that Mo Renxiao was no match for him. Just then, Yan Ming walked over and said, "They were just numerous, not that tough of an opponent." This astonished Yuanzhen. As expected of Tang Yan Ming, this kid was already an existence beyond the level of a young clan head. Someone asked in wonder. There were hundreds of them, and he handled them all by himself. Moreover, the Taiyi Black Sword sect is a rather famous demonic sect in Sichuan. This feat is already beyond the standard of a rising star. The title of young clan head belonged to him from the start. Hearing this, Tang Wenzhuan was filled with hatred. That bastard cripples someone's hand, making them useless, while he himself becomes this powerful Tang Yan Ming, a piece of trash who once couldn't practice martial arts and was only ever beaten up. How dare someone like him suddenly... Yuanzhen's voice boomed. "The competition is over. The final winner is number 28, Tang Yan Ming. If anyone objects to the results, step forward now." Wenzhuan was unwilling to accept it. The only thing he could do now... Yuanzhen shouted again. "Does anyone object? If not, the entire process was fair, and I declare the competition concluded." The Wind Guard squad immediately assembled before Tang Yan Ming, the winner of the competition. Seeing the powerful force before them, Yi Quan and Li Mei exclaimed excitedly, "There are so many warriors in the Wind Guard squad. The overwhelming presence is incredible." After decades of the Tang clan's decline, Yuanzhen finally spoke in a solemn tone. "We, the Wind Guard squad, will honor Tang Yan Ming, the final winner of the competition. The new master who will lead the clan to prosperity has been born. He will become the young clan head of our clan." The 82 members of the Wind Guard squad, besides Tang Yuanzhen, paid their respects to the new young clan head of the Sichuan Tang Clan. "We greet the young clan head." Seeing the Wind Guard squad's respectful greeting, Li Mei and Yi Quan couldn't help but be impressed. He just became the young clan head, and the treatment is already this different. "But do we have to treat Yan Ming respectfully now too?" Liu Li heard this and shook her head. "I don't know. To have such martial might at an age not yet 20, if he matures further, he will surpass the lands of Sichuan, which has become the domain of the demonic path. He will restore the honor of our prestigious clan once more." Just then, Yan Ming shouted in a powerful voice, "I know what you all want. It won't take long to achieve it. Trust in me and have expectations." This unexpectedly moved the 82 members of the Wind Guard squad, a promise as if he had read their minds. The weight of that promise has engraved his position in our hearts. This person is the true young clan head of the Tang clan. We will follow the young clan head, the winner of the competition. Yan Ming smiled with satisfaction. "Get ready to return to the main clan." But Wenzhuan still couldn't understand why. In the end, "Why is it you who gets to take everything? I will definitely get my revenge. Even if I have to sell my soul to a demon, I will definitely make you fall." After the Tang clan left, Shabai, who had just arrived, wondered, had they already left? Hearing the report, he had rushed over immediately when someone called out, Shibai, why are you walking alone now that you've reached the transformation realm? You need to show some dignity. Shibai replied in a low voice. So you couldn't feel anything at all? Young Master Zhuan, what do you mean you didn't see? This left the man bewildered. Don't change the subject. Shibai, could you sleep peacefully next to a scene of bodies piled up like a mountain? Any disciple would have moved. The surprising thing is that over 300 people were killed. Is this what they call even a weakened tiger is still a tiger? As expected of the clan once called the greatest in Sichuan. I know that the number of Tang family members living on Kongdong Mountain is less than 100. And even Subai finds this strange. Kongdong Mountain is our sect's territory. So if something like this happened, they should have at least said a word to us. Hearing this, Zhuan Xiao added, does Subai mean they deliberately avoided us to take action here? We're not an evil sect, there's no reason to avoid us. Moreover, the Tang family even sent resources to rent Kongdong Mountain as the venue for the Gu poison competition. So what could they be hiding? Subai frowned and replied, that, I do not know. In any case, I never expected the Tang family's hidden weapon techniques to be this terrifying, killing so many people all by himself. Zhuan Xiao suddenly pondered. Yes, it is indeed astonishing. Single-handedly. Then he was suddenly alarmed. Sir, you said a single person, meaning all the bodies here were killed by one person. Subai was very certain about it. You can't fool these eyes of mine. Most of them only show signs of being taken down by the same type of sharp hidden weapon. The weapons are nowhere to be found, so that person must have reached the realm of freely releasing and retrieving them. Looking at those who couldn't even draw their weapons, most were likely killed in a single strike. It's impossible for there to be many martial artists who have reached such a realm. I must meet this person. Let's go to Sichuan. Hearing Subai say that, Zhuan Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. Sir, go to Sichuan we can't. What if we run into the Black Evil Alliance on the way? Before he could finish, Subai cut him off confidently. Have you forgotten that Subai, have already reached the transformation realm? It's not difficult for me to escape alone. So don't you worry. That's not what I meant. Subai, will that guy with the surname Liu cause us trouble for no reason? At this point, Zhuan Xiao sighed. Who does Subai take after with this stubbornness? Let's return to the sect first. Don't we need to report to the sect master? Hearing this, Subai turned back with a smile. All right, let's head back. Currently, the Black Evil Alliance is to the south of Kongdong, and the demonic cult is to the west, leaving the Kongdong sect in a completely isolated situation. Subai probably wants to find the Tang family expert who caused this tragedy to confirm their martial prowess. The Tang family's situation is no different from our Kongdong sect. He probably intends to have the Tang family confront the Black Evil Alliance. Zhuan Xiao kept wondering to himself. He didn't know if things would go according to Subai's plan, and hoped he wouldn't have to use the demon-subduing sword technique. Scene change. A soft voice called out. Third Elder, the Wind Guard squad has brought the competition participants back. The Elder hadn't expected it to end sooner than anticipated. It made sense. With the strength of that clever child, along with the Fire Dragon Lake poison, one of the 10 great poisons, it wouldn't be hard to win the competition. But suddenly the voice from outside added, About that, but, Elder, the young miss is not among the returning children, which startled the third elder. What? On the other hand, the 2 guards at this gate couldn't help but be curious. Who do you think will win the competition this time? Well, the great elder Tang Kellen's head disciple is a promising candidate, and there's also the third elder's granddaughter. I heard that after her face was disfigured, she trained brutally. In any case, it'd be lucky just to return in one piece. Just as he finished speaking, they saw a group up ahead in Tang family martial uniforms. Moreover, wasn't that the Wind Guard squad? That means the competition participants have returned. At this time, the crowd gathered there was buzzing with discussion. The competition is over. Has it really been that many years already? That's right. Time really does fly. Who's the winner? Who knows? Anyway, who is that boy? It's the first time I've seen him. Look at those girls. Their eyes are about to pop out. Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd and shouted, Sewer, my sewer. Where are you, sewer? Thank goodness. I heard that some of the children died. Deputy manager, that's young Master Jingyi. He looks so bright. Could it be... Before he could finish, the deputy manager cut him off. We don't know. Don't get your hopes up. Over there. Mingshun is over there. Xiaoyang, I'm so glad you're safe. Besides them, there was still a group of people sobbing. I can't find Ziling. My Mingchu is gone too. At this moment, Yan Ming had observed it all. Are these the parents of the children who died in the competition? My mother is probably very worried about me too. What if she doesn't recognize me when I get home? His bewildered expression was quite intriguing. Suddenly, Liuli called out, Yan Ming, the head of the management department is here. See the person wearing glasses. That's my father. Hearing that, Yan Ming smirked. What's this? Are you already asking me to look out for your father? Liuli laughed loudly. Yeah, that's right. When you catch a golden rope, you naturally have to hold on tight. I'm being frank, but my father is truly capable. It's just that he hasn't used connections until now, so he hasn't been able to get promoted in the family. That's why he's still just handling trivial tasks. Yan Ming thought to himself seriously. From my perspective, that's not bad. Those with connections to the elders might become obstacles when I seize real power. That's why I should start building my own force from now on. I also need to find out about Mei Li and Yiquan. Yiquan is related to the Medicine King Hall. And as for Mei Li? Just then, Tang Qisan, the head of the management department, came over to greet them. Everyone has worked hard. The Windguard squad and the Zhuge family as well. Zhuge Kangchen immediately showed respect. It's been a long time. Head manager Tang, have you been well? At this, Tang Qisan suddenly laughed heartily. You're still the same as ever. I won't forget the efforts the Zhuge family has made for our family, Zhuge Kangchen replied fearfully. We only helped where we could. After speaking, Tang Qisan stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Thanks to the Zhuge family's ultimate formation, the 7 Shattered Illusory Sky formation, it was so incredibly sturdy. It's thanks to that I could rest easy and let the rising stars of the new generation participate in the competition, Zhuge Kangchen replied in a fluster. Is that so? But inwardly, he thought otherwise, that it had already been broken. Then Tang Chi-Tam laughed loudly and said, The elders are waiting, so let's head to the elders' hall. The Windguard squad is dismissed. Go and rest. You must be exhausted from your duties and protection over the years. Suddenly, Yuan Zhen spoke up. I'm sorry, but we are not going to the elders' hall. His firm words left the others bewildered. You're Yuan Zhen, I'm currently the acting captain of the Windguard squad. At this, Tang Chi-Tam's face hardened as he asked, All right, Yuan Zhen, did I hear you correctly? You said you're not going to the elders' hall. Yuan Zhen immediately replied, From what I understand, the body responsible for the competition is the Dark Poison Hall. Going to the Dark Poison Hall instead of the elders' hall is the proper procedure. Is it not? What did you say? Tang Chi-Tam started shouting. A young guard captain dares to speak of procedure in front of me. The general manager, disperse immediately, or I will punish you for insubordination. Hearing this, Yuan Zhen was a bit alarmed. Insubordination. Does that mean we can't go against the elders? Although I expected this, I didn't think it would go this far. Just then, Yan Myung suddenly stepped forward. Insubordination. Is there anyone in this family with more authority than the young master's command? This startled Chi-Tam, leaving him bewildered. And who are you? Tang Yan Ming, the winner of the young master competition. Scene change. The third elder shouted in frustration. What are you saying now? Did I hear that right? General manager, who is the winner of the competition? Chi-Tam stammered in reply. As I said, the winner of the young master competition is Tang Yan Ming, which made the third elder roar in anger. Impossible. Meanwhile, the great elder of the Sichuan Tang family, Tang Shizhong, couldn't help but be astonished. How did that kid manage to surpass Ling Ling? The fire dragon lake poison should have left not even ashes behind. Could it be that it didn't work? This means that even Kalin, my own disciple, was defeated by that Tang Yan Ming kid, a talent I acknowledged for both his innate qualities and his hard work. I was completely confident that the position of the next young master would be his. Before the competition, when I saw that kid, I was certain he couldn't surpass Kalin. Could the gap have been closed in just 3 years? That's impossible. He must have used some kind of trick. The second elder, Tang Mingjin, also spoke up. It was decided that what happened in the goo poison battle would be overlooked, but don't we still need to know the truth, fourth elder? Tang Xilong immediately shouted, I agree. How could the Poison Phoenix's son surpass all the promising candidates and become the winner if all of us question him together? He won't be able to avoid answering. Tang Shizhong agreed and immediately asked, Where is Tang Yan Ming, general manager? I thought you went to summon them to the elders' hall. Only the family head can give orders to the young master. Even if the position of family head is vacant, the elders' hall cannot issue orders in his place. So, will you still insist on charging us with insubordination? Tam, feeling cornered, shouted, You haven't been officially recognized as the young master yet, the son of the Poison Phoenix. How could he possibly be the winner of the competition? If someone who holds a grudge against the elders becomes the young master, my own position will be in danger. If you go and ruin the elders' mood, Before he could finish, Yeonmyung exploded with anger. Enough! A wave of power instantly suppressed Kitam's authoritative ego. What is this absurd level of internal energy? If I anger that brat right now, I'll die. Yeonmyung walked past Kitam, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Who cares about the mood of those heavy-bottomed old geezers? We will go to the Dark Poison Hall, the one responsible for the competition. As per the rules, go deliver the message. The competition is over, and so is your era. After hearing this, Chitam couldn't help but tremble as he reported back to the elders. He said that the elders should come and see him in person, which left them all astonished. Did that boy really say that? Chitam quickly replied. Yes, he did. How would I dare to say such a thing? Suddenly, the third elder slammed his fist on the table. That snot-nosed brat dares even the Poison Phoenix had to be cautious in our presence. But Tang Shijong said, Excellent. He hasn't been officially recognized as the young master yet. His attitude alone is enough to have his qualification revoked. First, let's go to the Dark Poison Hall, as he said. We need to see his face for ourselves. The armed forces are waiting outside. Listen up. Prepare to head to the Dark Poison Hall now and move out with each of the elders. Captain of the Dragon Breaking Squad, you are summoned. Lead the Dragon Breaking Squad and follow us. Yes, sir. That insolent brat dares to challenge the authority of the Elders' Hall. Let's show him the true reality of who the true masters of the Tang family are. Scene change. The Dark King, Grandmaster Tang Si-hui, was suddenly bewildered. What, did you really win the Young Master competition? Yeonmyung replied. Yes, that's right. Even when he was a child, I felt he was extraordinary. But his aura now is even more powerful than back then. Your older sister will be so happy. Just then, Tang Zhige appeared, looking utterly shocked. You won the competition. Did you really think you could win? Tang Yeonmyung then repeated the words Jige had said to him long ago. You're lucky to even be alive. The price for crippling the arm of my son, Wenzuan, is one you and your mother will surely pay after the competition ends. It might not even take 4 years. That's what you said. But as you said, it's been less than 4 years, and now you can no longer make us pay that price. From now on, I suggest you watch what you say in the Tang family. Otherwise, I'm afraid your son's other arm might get crippled too. Tang Shihui couldn't help but be surprised, so this is what he was waiting for. Meanwhile, outside, Yuanjin suddenly recalled what Qi Sanhuang had asked. Are you Tang Yan Ming? Are you the son of Dufeng? Yuanjin kept pondering the name Dufeng. Yan Ming had also wanted to talk, but figured it wouldn't be too late to ask after everything was settled. Since Yan Ming said that, Yuanjin grew even more confused. Is he really her son? If so, the bloody war with Moguang Tianzhu broke out because the Moguang Tianzhu targeted Dufeng, the previous master, and it was only thanks to the Tang family warriors fighting for their lives that the battle was evenly matched. The fight was incredibly fierce. Has it not ended yet? That was the family head. The Tang family's resistance was truly greater than expected. Release everything. They ignored the poison techniques we used and charged in, heedless of death, to deal with the terrifying assault from Moguang Tianzhu. We requested support from the elders. If even we were wiped out, the entire clan would inevitably be destroyed, wouldn't it? But our request was denied. If they had at least sent their own armed forces, the damage could have been minimized. But after the battle ended, they shamelessly blamed everything on Dufeng. The clan was almost destroyed at your hands. It would have been better to just hand you over to the Moguang Tianzhu. Perhaps then we could have avoided the damage. Yuanzhen thought to himself. She couldn't go to the front lines. Despite the injustice, she still accepted being stripped of her title as the young master, all to protect the young master in her womb. This is truly something I never considered. Then, Yuanzhen said to the Wind Guard team, I believe you all have realized whose son our current master is. That day, we failed to fulfill our duty. Now we once again have a chance to atone. This time, for sure. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted him, startling Yuanzhen. This voice. As Shi Hui whispered to Yan Ming, he just clicked his tongue and said, We'll know once we go outside. At that moment, the third elder had arrived at the Hall of Dark Poison, facing the Wind Guard team. Are you all planning to defy the Council of Elders Tang Yan Ming? Where is that brat? Yuanzhen was stunned, thinking to himself, just as the young master predicted, all the elders have shown themselves. Though I didn't expect them to mobilize their personal forces as well. Is it because their positions are being threatened? Hearing no reply, the third elder grew more irritated. Can't you hear me bring out that Tang Yan Ming now? Just as he finished speaking, Yan Ming's voice rang out. No need for the trouble. I'm right here. You. Jihui was also taken aback. The third elder. And the other elders too. Did the entire council of elders really show up? The third elder then spoke with an authoritative voice. The seat of the master who will lead the clan in the future. Did you think you could just sit there without our permission? Yan Ming replied confidently. I have already proven my qualifications by winning the competition, and am currently undergoing the procedures at the Hall of Dark Poison, which is responsible for the competition and confirming its fairness. What more needs to be said? This made the third elder glare angrily. What? The other elders began to scold him. His wicked nature is just as we've heard. Is that how you speak to the elders of the clan? At this moment? Yuanzhen cautiously tried to remind the young master. The third elder suddenly roared. If you want to live, you'd better confess everything that happened inside the goo poison battle. But Yan Ming replied nonchalantly. I heard the competition was supposed to be a secret. It seems the clan rules carry less weight than I thought. Or do the elders think I gained an advantage through dishonest means? This drove the third elder mad with rage. On my way here, I heard everything. The Taiyi Mojian sect, Moren Xiao, and over 300 heretics interfered. Because of this outside interference, the competition cannot be considered fair. Yan Ming immediately said, Tang Callan and Tang Lingling killed the other participants, and I simply killed the two of them to end the competition. The interference from those guys happened after the competition was over, so the issue of fairness is invalid. Hearing this, the third elder was bewildered. What nonsense are you spouting now? Who killed whom? Yan Ming then said. If you find it so hard to believe, just go to Kongdong Mountain and see for yourself. If the Kongtong sect hasn't cleared the bodies, they should still be lying there. This made the third elder so furious his face turned beet red, unable to restrain himself any longer. The third elder immediately attacked, leaving Shihui and Yuanzhen gaping in astonishment. A terrifying power struck the Wind Guard team. You brat! You brought this upon yourself! Then Yan Ming spoke sarcastically. Is it that hard to believe? The fact that your granddaughter is dead? The great elder thought in shock. Impossible. How could he block my ghost-killing poison palm? It's an attack that can rob an opponent of both sight and hearing. But why? Why was he able to block it so easily? The great elder was horrified by his own thoughts. Could his internal energy be even stronger than mine? Someone who has cultivated martial arts for decades. Impossible! The great elder angrily shouted. Do you dare make a fool of me in front of everyone? Yan Ming calmly took out a strange vial from his clothes. Upon seeing the vial, the great elder asked in astonishment. That's... How could you have that? Yan Ming leisurely held the vial in front of him and asked. What's wrong? You recognize this, don't you, old man? You look so bewildered. Yan Ming dropped the vial, saying casually, The vial of poison you gave to your granddaughter has now appeared in my hands. The moment the vial hit the ground, it exploded, and the shocked great elder couldn't dodge in time. Yan Ming continued speaking, unconcerned. If it were just a simple poison, I might consider letting it slide, but the 10 great poisons of the Tang clan are another matter. The guard squad member frantically asked the young master. Don't tell me the 10 great poisons were in that vial. Yan Myong calmly replied. Precisely. It was the Fire Dragon Lake poison. The guard squad exclaimed in shock. Fire Dragon Lake poison. No wonder I felt such an intense heat when that vial caught fire. But isn't the first elder the one who manages the 10 great poisons hearing those words? The first elder panicked and said to himself, This can't be. Yan Myong spoke calmly. I have a question for the guard squad. Has the value of the 10 great poisons of the Tang clan become so cheap that someone can use them for personal gain? Absolutely not. The guard squad captain replied. As far as I know, the 10 great poisons are so dangerous that even martial artists of the Tang clan who have reached the transformation realm have limited access to them, because the brewing method has been lost and there isn't much of the poison left. In the Tang clan, the 10 great poisons are more valuable than any other treasure. Therefore, if someone is caught using them for personal gain, the penalty is death. The second elder was shocked to hear this. Shibek angrily shouted, What do you dare demand the execution of a Tang clan elder? On what grounds are you acting so recklessly? Yan Myong asked with a cold smile. Is that so? So, in my opinion, even if you are a Tang clan elder, you can't defy the clan rules, can you? Still, this is a good thing for you. At least you can be reunited with your granddaughter in the afterlife. And you, the corrupt elders of the Tang clan. Hearing this, the elder's eyes widened in anger. Yan Myong continued. What right do you have to judge me? The young clan leader, only I myself, have the right to decide my own position. Jigok thought in a panic. My goodness, he's insane. Who could be so confident as to speak like that in front of the elders? The fate of the Tang clan could change from this moment on, the first elder said angrily. How dare you! He glanced behind him and shouted, What are you all doing? He killed an elder of the Tang clan. He has committed a grave crime. Seize him for me, Yan Ming calmly said. First elder Tong Shikjung, are you aware that your disciple is causing chaos in the Tang clan? The first elder was shocked and said, What nonsense are you spouting? Yan Ming asked doubtfully. You really don't know that he is a spy for the Ulmok sword sect? The first elder asked in fear. What did you say? You're spouting nonsense. Are you trying to humiliate me? Yan Ming said seriously. I witnessed the Tae Ulmok sword sect infiltrating the combat zone of the Gu poison contest, the first elder said loudly in frustration. So you're saying Kyuk Rin has a secret relationship with them? Where's your proof? Yan Ming said calmly. Patience. I'll present the evidence right now. The third elder looked at the person behind him in fear and stammered. You're the deputy manager's son, right? Why are you here? Jong-il calmly spoke up. I am the only witness who can prove that your disciple is a spy. He took off his shirt, revealing a body full of wounds. Jong-il continued. These are the scars from my fight with Tang Kyuk Rin before meeting Yan Ming in the Gu poison contest. One look tells you these scars weren't caused by poison or hidden weapons. He used a very strange swordsmanship style. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I think what he used was probably the twin sword dance technique. The first elder, sweating profusely, said in fear. That's just your speculation, Shibet quickly said. It's not speculation. First elder, I once saw the sect master Makin Gyuhan use his swordsmanship from a distance. Most of the people he attacked were cut to pieces, but the wounds on the bodies that remained relatively intact were very similar to this young man's injuries. Jong-il agreed. That's right. And before he tried to kill me, he even revealed he was a spy, identifying himself as Ma In-guk. The elders and the people of the Tang clan started murmuring upon hearing this. Ma In-guk. Isn't that name similar to the illegitimate son abandoned by the old master? You mean the child rumored to have been born to a female servant? At that, everyone suddenly fell silent, and the first elder's eyes widened in horror. Yan Ming spoke up. I had considered asking you to be a witness, but I never thought you would come forward to expose him like this yourself. Jong-il smiled and said, I have to repay you for saving my life. Yan Ming smiled back. Thank you. Thanks to you. Everything is now clear. The first elder stood frozen, wondering in a panic. Was Kyuk Rin really a spy? No, that doesn't matter now. If this continues, even I won't be safe. Won't. The first elder angrily shouted, Command Squad, seize him for me! And Dragon Overlord Squad, what are you doing? Don't you intend to avenge the third elder? Don't just stand there staring at each other. Yan Ming walked over from a distance and said, Don't make a move. The evidence is here now. His actions are truly shameful. Old man, don't you see? Isn't your case just like the third elders from before? Are you going to pretend you didn't know your crime is not a light one? If Tang Kyuk Rin had become the young clan leader, and the Tang clan had fallen into the hands of the Ulmok sword sect, were you planning to say you knew nothing and just erase all your sins? Prepare to face your punishment. The first elder screamed in terror. Young master, wait! Yan Ming swung his attack at the first elder, injuring his shoulder. Full zero. Yan Ming continued in a loud voice. First elder, you are accused of harboring and raising a spy. I was originally going to destroy your Dantian and cripple your martial arts. But since there is no accusation of colluding with the Tai Black Sword sect, the punishment ends here, the great elder said, clutching his injured arm. Thank you, young lord. You are truly magnanimous. He thought to himself. His attack speed is terrifyingly fast. I couldn't even follow it with my eyes. He truly possesses profound swordsmanship. But he failed to notice that I've already released the invisible poison into the air. The most unique of the Tang clan's 10 great poisons, invisible poison, is an extremely potent toxin that is colorless, odorless, and tasteless. True to its name. The victim won't realize they've been poisoned until the symptoms appear on their body. The great elder continued to think. Although its toxicity is slightly weaker than the original invisible poison from the Tang clan's 10 great poisons, this is my own version, which I've spent more than half my life researching. No matter your cultivation realm, you won't be able to withstand this invisible poison. Yan Ming stood watching him without a word. The great elder thought viciously, You won't even know what killed you. He then sat down on the ground, silently clutching his severed shoulder. The other elders and their followers stared at Yan Ming in stunned silence as he returned their gaze with icy eyes. The great elder thought angrily, This brat is too much trouble. Suddenly, his other hand was severed and fell to the ground. Su Bai exclaimed in shock, What? What's he doing now? Didn't you say you'd go easy? How can you think you're worthy of being the Tang family's young master after breaking your promise like that? Ming Jin exclaimed, startled. Wait a moment, Shibai also asked in a panic. What is that near the Great Elder's severed hand? The thing that rolled out? Is that a poison vial? Yan Ming approached coldly and said, Your Great Elder was trying to poison me under the guise of stopping his bleeding, he added with disdain. What a shameless act. The terrified Great Elder stammered, Young Lord, please! Channeling his internal energy, Yan Ming declared, Great Elder Tang Shizhong, you are charged with attempting to destroy the clan by assassinating the young lord. Yan Ming struck without mercy, saying, This will be considered treason against the clan and is punishable by death. Tears streamed down the Great Elder's face as he was filled with regret. But it was too late. Yan Ming stood silently, looking down at the Great Elder's body. He then spoke coldly. A nation has its laws, and a clan has its rules. This time, you dared to violate our clan's rules. If you break the clan's laws again, I will deliver the punishment myself. The Tang clan is in decline and could collapse at any moment, so I must change our situation. There is one thing I can promise everyone here. The members of the Tang clan will no longer have to face threats from evil sects or demonic cults. I will ensure that everyone can live safely in this land of Sichuan. What do you say? I am asking the people present here, not the elders, Yan Ming said sternly. Do you acknowledge me as the young lord of the Tang clan? At Tang Jihui's residence, a voice called out from inside. What? A panicked Tang Jihui said. Calm down and speak slowly, the former clan head's servant said through tears. Yan Ming truly has... Not believing her ears, she asked in shock, Did the young lord win that battle? Her husband replied. It was more than just a victory. He also judged the elders' qualifications and made promises for the clan's future. I still can't forget that moving scene, with everyone who was present at the Hall of Hidden Poisons. He recalled the sight of everyone kneeling on one knee, acknowledging Yan Ming. Yan Ming stood among them, looking over everyone with a powerful silence. The servant continued. They all acknowledge the young lord as the future leader of the Tang sect. He has truly become an exceptional person, and his presence is just like the clan heads when he was young. Tang Jihui's eyes welled up with joyful tears as she thought, Our Yan Ming, my dear husband, if only you were alive to hear this news, Tang Jihui said to the servant. Can you tell me the story again? The former clan head servant replied. Yes, I can tell it as many times as you wish, she thought joyfully. If you were still alive, you would be so truly happy. Back with Yan Ming. He was lost in thought. I want to run to my mother right now and tell her I'm alive, that I've taken the first step toward my goal, but... One of his men called out, Young lord, Yan Ming thought grimly. There is a mountain of work to be done. The man continued. Per the young lord's order, all future events and meetings will be held at the Hall of Hidden Poisons. Decisions on important matters will require the young lord's approval. Yan Ming remained lost in his own thoughts. First, the true power of the clan, which was held by the elders, has been transferred to the Hall of Hidden Poisons. The elders looked extremely displeased, but none of them voiced their dissatisfaction. Seeing the long silence, the fifth elder spoke up. I know the young lord's strength is remarkable, but you do not have much experience. Could making decisions on behalf of the clan be postponed until the young lord is more mature? Yan Ming noted internally that the fifth elder was the only one to express concern and replied. The fifth elder makes a good point, Yan Ming thought to himself. They likely don't want to lose their power, using my age and inexperience as an excuse. He then said aloud, The person who will act on the clan's behalf will be decided later. The fifth elder thought in astonishment. He agreed so easily. Ignoring the elder's expressions, Yan Ming continued. If there is nothing else to discuss, we will conclude the agenda regarding the transfer of power here. Yan Ming thought to himself. Although it might not be what they wanted, the investigation results confirmed that the third elder's shady dealings with the fire dragon poisonous lake were true. This raised doubts about the elder's management abilities. The management of the 10 poisons also became the responsibility of the Shadow Poison Hall. The elders lost most of their power and were left with only their own armed forces. I'm not particularly concerned about that matter, Yan Ming said while holding the report. The armed squads will remain under the elders' management as they are now. However, from now on, all costs to maintain those martial artist squads will be paid by the elders themselves. Hearing this, the elders looked at him in astonishment. Yan Ming paid no mind to the elders' expressions. He continued, If there are any budgets allocated to them through the deputy general manager, eliminate them. The Junling squad and the Beilong squad, which no longer have an elder in charge, will be merged into the Guardian squad and assigned to the Shadow Poison Hall. their duties will also change. And the salary they received while working under the elders will be adjusted to match that of a regular guard. Quite a few people expressed their dissatisfaction with this. Forget about the special privileges you've enjoyed. If you don't want to be kicked out, you'd better do your jobs and not neglect your duties for useless reasons. Anyone who causes trouble with the current outer court martial artists will be severely punished. And shutting all of you up won't be difficult at all. Time flew by, and a few days later, the elders spoke respectfully. Young master, you summoned us. Yan Ming, with his back to them, let out a cold snort. Elder Ming Jin silently wondered, can force and status really change the entire Council of Elders? Conveying the circumstances of the battles in the goo poison competition to the elders was now pointless. No one knows about my transgressions or those of the Juk family during that goo poison competition. However, they still praise the young master endlessly for that victory. If I say one wrong word here, it will be hard to avoid his wrath over this. Yan Ming slowly began to speak. I've had a lot to do these past few days, so I've neglected you all a bit. I also have something to ask. Yan Ming wondered internally. Is this number 28 that I saw before? He casually asked. Why are you so surprised? Is it because of this outfit? My subordinates have been pestering me to dress appropriately for my position. The family heads outside said, It truly suits you well, but inwardly they thought resentfully. He hasn't officially become the Tang family head yet, but he talks just like one. Yan Ming smiled and said, Thank you. A trembling Juga Hwagyeong asked, Is there something you wish to ask? Yan Ming inquired. From what I've heard, the Juga family's formations are quite outstanding, aren't they? I heard that uninvited guests who enter will be lost for a lifetime. I think what I experienced was a little different. I wish we could also set up those formations here to prevent the evil sects from approaching the Tang family, a panicked Hwagyeong said. I apologize, but our family's formation cannot be deployed without the permission of the family head. To set it up, we need precious items that are passed down as family treasures. Additionally, it requires several mages to maintain the formation, but our family lacks the necessary resources. Angered, Yan Ming used his power to strike the people Juga Hwagyeong had brought with him. The terrified Hwagyeong continued. Therefore, regarding the setup of the formation, he looked back in fear and screamed, What kind of young master is this? Yan Ming spoke loudly and coldly. I already know that you made a deal with Tang Ling Ling, although the Tang family could have stopped the infiltration by the Taiyi Black Sword sect. In the end, we couldn't. Did you think I would pretend not to know and let this slide? I won't say much more. Set up a formation similar to the one at the Juge family estate within the Tang family's inner court. If you do that, I will overlook this matter. Juge Hwagyeong was too scared to say anything. Yan Ming pressed on. What about my proposal? Still pretending you don't know you've heard of the family rule. Haven't you tenfold revenge? That is the Tang family's rule. That's why the elders had to die at my hands. I'll count to 3, and if I don't get a positive answer, I will personally visit the Juge family and hold you, Juge Hwagyeong, responsible for this incident. The man stood frozen in fear, not daring to speak. Yan Ming continued coldly. Just imagine what will happen next. Yan Ming began to count grimly. 1, 2, Hwagyeong shouted. I'll do it, so please. Yan Ming smiled and said, Good, get on with it then. Another day passed, and Yan Ming spoke. I wanted to summon you all sooner, but I had more to deal with than I thought, which is why I've called you two so late. A trembling Li Mei asked, Why did you summon us, young master? Hearing this, Yan Ming laughed loudly and said, Goodness, why are you all being so formal? Relax, just like before, Lu Li asked in surprise. Is that really okay if we can really do that? Would everyone just drop all pretense and sprawl out on the table? Yan Ming exclaimed. Oh, wow, you really got comfortable. Huh. You guys sure change your attitude quickly, Lu Li then asked. But really, why did you call us here? Yan Ming replied. Not long ago, Lu Li, I appointed your father to the position of general manager. Yi Quen and Li Mei shouted in astonishment. What? Yan Ming continued. You did say your father's abilities were outstanding. If we have talent on hand, we must know how to use it properly, right? Liu Li was astonished by his words and spoke up. Is this the true power of the young master? That's what I said. But didn't everyone reject it? I'm sure many people opposed this, Yan Ming said with a smile. It's not difficult to squash the dissenting rumors, but it will be a big problem if what you said isn't accurate. If he keeps bragging about his connection to me, slacks off on the job, or does shady things behind my back, Yan Ming said, making a slicing motion with his hand. Liu Li quickly protested, saying, Never. My father isn't that kind of person. Yan Ming smiled and said, All right then, I'll confirm that your father is a perfect fit for the job. Manager Liu Li was so overjoyed she started to cry, saying, "Thank you, Yan Ming." He recalled the expression on Liu Li's father's face from the day before. Her father had wept with joy, saying, "Since you've entrusted me with such a vital responsibility, I will do my best to ensure the safety and prosperity of the Tang family." Speaking of security, he remembered that he once worked under the manager. Back then, the manager only prioritized his own safety. Yan Ming thought to himself that there was no need to worry. He then spoke up. "All right, now it's your turn. Tell me your stories." "That's why I summoned you two. Let me know if there are people with exceptional abilities who are being ostracized because they refuse to cooperate with the elders. I will protect them, with my authority. We can't just let those with close ties to the elders run wild, can we?" Li Mei hesitated before speaking. "I honestly don't know of anyone I can mention," Yan Ming asked. "And what about you? You were previously connected to the people at the Medicine King Hall, weren't you? What's it like there?" Yi Quan fell silent, then clenched her fists and said, "Actually, I was debating whether I should even bring up the Medicine King Hall, because it's related to you." "Yan Ming?" he asked in surprise. Yi Quan continued, "To be precise, it's related to what happened to your father." "The ones involved in poisoning your father were from the Medicine King Hall," Li Mei asked in horror. "Wait, did I hear that correctly? The Medicine King Hall?" Liu Li slammed her hand on the table in anger, saying, "How dare he touch the young master's family off with his head?" Yan Ming raised a hand to stop her. "Please continue," Yi Quan went on. "The Medicine King Hall, located within the main family grounds, is a place so secretive that not even the influence of the elders can reach it. It specializes in researching pharmaceuticals and poisons. The Medicine King Hall sustains itself financially by providing medical services and trading medicinal ingredients. The Tang family's ability to survive the Demon Light Heavenly Lord incident was all thanks to the existence of the Medicine King Hall. About 90% of the Tang family's maintenance costs are covered by the Medicine King Hall's business. The hall master at the time was my grandfather." Li Mei asked in surprise. "He was removed from his position for some reason. Wasn't he?" Yi Quan replied. "That's right. You knew about that. Li Mei, when my grandfather was the hall master, he had a daily visitor. It was Tang Yan Ming's father, Tang Wei Long, whose real name was Xia Wei Long. That was Yan Ming's father. After the invasion by the Demon Light Heavenly Lord, the number of people who resented the Poison Phoenix grew. Yan Ming's father always stood up to defend the Poison Phoenix and fought against those who spread rumors. However, he was just an ordinary scholar with no martial arts skills whatsoever. The predictable outcome of any argument was that it would escalate into a physical fight. Yan Ming thought to himself that if a body with absolutely no internal energy is struck by an attack infused with internal force, it would suffer horrific internal injuries, as it can't withstand such blows. Despite that, he fought back. Your father sustained quite a few injuries back then." Yi Quan continued sadly. "Then, an incident occurred. The vice hall master of the Medicine King Hall at the time was Tang Ri. Your father got into a heated argument with Tang Ri. He had caught the man saying unspeakable things about your mother, the Poison Phoenix. It was clearly the vice hall master's fault. But instead of seeking a peaceful resolution, your father lunged at the vice hall master. The fight was only stopped when my grandfather witnessed it. Because of that incident, Tang Ri was removed from the list of candidates to succeed the hall master." Yan Ming asked coldly. "So he poisoned my father out of resentment," Yi Quan confirmed. "Yes. Afterward, he killed your father and began his takeover of the Medicine King Hall. He even poisoned my grandfather and has kept him imprisoned," Li Mei asked, horrified. "How could something like that happen without anyone knowing? No matter how isolated that place is," Yi Quan replied sorrowfully. "My grandfather has been mentally unstable ever since he was poisoned. So, even though I reported the situation, no one came forward to help. Everyone was stunned to hear this," Yi Quan continued, crying sadly. "That's why I entered this competition. For the 3 years I'm a participant, I won't be killed, even though I know the truth about what happened. I want to go check on my grandfather right now, but I'm too afraid to go. I'm sorry. Yan Ming, I don't think you'll be able to find the talent you're looking for in the Medicine King Hall." Yan Ming then asked, "Do you know why the vice hall master kept your grandfather alive? If his goal was to silence everyone, it would have made more sense to just kill him, wouldn't it?" Still weeping, Yi Quan replied, "If I'm not mistaken, it's because there's an inner core within the Medicine King Hall that not even the elders know about. It's the inner core of a legendary spirit beast said to live in lava, the 10,000-year fire fox." Liu Li was shocked and asked about the 10,000-year fire Li, while Li Mei asked in a panic, "Oh my god, does that thing really exist?" Yan Ming was also extremely surprised. He had said that inner core was just something that would slightly increase one's internal energy. Yi Quan replied, It's not that simple. There's a legend that about 100 years ago, the young master of the Raging Fire Sun Palace consumed the inner core of the 10,000-year Fire Li, and his internal energy reached the Transcendence Realm. Although the Raging Fire Sun Palace was eventually destroyed by the heavenly demon divine cult, it's no exaggeration to say, if someone consumes the inner core of the 10,000-year Fire Li, they will immediately reach the Transcendence Realm. This is a story that has been passed down to promising young martial artists like us. Li Mei's jaw dropped in astonishment. With tears in her eyes, Yi Quan said, "But that spiritual object must contain some kind of poison. If you use the inner core without treating the poison inside, it will most likely lead to death. If you try to remove the poison clumsily, it will reduce the inner core's effectiveness." Yan Ming spoke up. "It is indeed possible to remove the poison without diminishing the inner core's effects. You said she was the first hall master of the Medicine King Hall, right?" Yi Quan cried even more sorrowfully, saying, "That's right. The current hall master's goal is to obtain the complete inner core and ascend to the Transcendence Realm. After that, he will lead his subordinates to the Tang Family and become the family's heir." Yi Quan angrily bit her lip, while Liu Li and Li Mei stared at Yi Quan with wide, astonished eyes. Both of them shouted in unison, "How shameless!" Yan Ming thought to himself seriously. "You fool! No matter what level of power you gain through an inner core, if you don't achieve enlightenment, you will never be able to reach the Transcendence Realm," Yan Ming thought silently. "In the 3 years we've been together, I never knew about this because you never showed it. Even though something like that happened, you still smiled in front of us as if nothing was wrong." Yan Ming struggled to speak. "First, thank you. That must have been difficult to say. Thank you so much for being honest. But let me ask you one more thing. If we purge all the current members of the Medicine King Hall and restore your grandfather's strength, can the Medicine King Hall operate normally as before? If your grandfather was only poisoned, I think I can do something about it. So answer me first." Yi Quan clenched her fist and replied, "Absolutely, because I don't think my current skills are inferior to the current hall master. If I recruit a few more people skilled in pharmacology, I can train them." Hearing this, Yan Ming smiled and said, "All right, Li Mei, can I hear your story later?" "After we've dealt with the matter at the Medicine King Hall," Li Mei affirmed. "Of course." Yan Ming stood up and said, "Then let's hurry to the Medicine King Hall." Yi Quan asked worriedly, "Are you sure you're okay? You haven't been able to visit your mother since you returned to the main family." Yan Ming opened the door and said, "She will understand. As the young family head, I can't ignore those who plot to betray the Tang family. And more importantly, how can I stand by and watch when something like this happens to my trusted friend? The Medicine King Hall you once knew will be wiped out by the Tang family." Inside the Medicine King Hall, the wicked hall master thought, "That young family head, Tang Wei Long's son, is getting more and more out of hand. But that happened before you were even born. I don't even clearly remember what I did to your father. And then there's that brat Yi Quan. She hasn't returned to the Medicine King Hall even once. Is she not the type to abandon her own family? In the end, your own life is more of a priority than your family. Huh? But it doesn't matter. I can kill you any time. What's important to me is the inner core. If I can completely absorb the internal energy of the inner core, I will reach the Transcendence Realm. This damn old man won't open his mouth even if he regains consciousness. Now I have a new plan. Should I try to remove the poison from the inner core myself? No. If I make a mistake, the medicinal power of the inner core will completely disappear. I need a safer method." From outside, a voice shouted, "Hall Master! Hall Master!" The Medicine King said angrily, "So noisy! Can't you see I'm busy?" The man from the Medicine King Hall said in a panic. "The young family head outside. Yan Ming's people have captured our men from the Medicine King Hall and tied them up like this. What do you think you're doing? Don't let a single one get away." Yan Ming forcefully led the group forward. A member of the Medicine King Hall shouted angrily, "The young family head is causing a disturbance on the grounds of the Medicine King Hall. How dare you do this to us? Have you forgotten where you are?" Yan Ming ignored them and asked, "Yi Quan, have you found him yet?" With tears in her eyes, Yi Quan replied, "Not yet. I've searched everywhere, but I can't find any trace of my grandfather." Yi Quan angrily shouted at the tied-up men below, "Speak up! Where did you hide him?" The men from the Medicine King Hall looked at each other in fear and said, "About that, we also—" Yan Ming said coldly, "Yunji!" Yunji raised his sword and replied, "As you command." And with one slash, he beheaded the two who had just spoken. Yan Ming asked coldly, "Who are you glaring at? Don't test my patience. If you keep this up, don't blame me for what happens next." A trembling man said. After the competition began, the current hallmaster gave orders to imprison the former hallmaster in a place called the Thunder Prison. Yi Quan cried out in alarm. Oh my God! They locked my grandfather in a place like that. That place was created to quarantine people feared to have infectious diseases. However, the conditions were said to have worsened due to the cold and damp environment, so it was shut down. Yan Ming spoke up. Yi Quan and I will go inside. The defense squad will finish dealing with these people and then move ahead to wait for us. Yun Tai replied respectfully with a cold expression. As you command, young master. The people from the Medicine King Hall pleaded in terror. Young master, please show mercy just this once. We were wrong. Young master. Yunja swiftly dealt with them one by one. Yan Ming marveled to himself. It's so deep. Was this place created by carving out a cave? No wonder it's called the Thunder Prison. Yi Quan turned his back and said resolutely, We're almost there. This is the entrance to the Thunder Prison. Grandfather, you must be safe. I know I'm late, Yan Ming said calmly. Don't worry. He's doing just fine. Yi Quan couldn't believe his ears and asked again. Really? Yan Ming slowly explained. I just used my chi sense. I found him now. Yi Quan stood outside a large steel-barred gate. Grandfather, it's me, Yi Quan. Yan Ming spoke up from behind. Step aside, Yi Quan. After he channeled his internal energy, the iron bars shattered. Yi Quan ran over, crying. Grandfather, why are you like this? You were never like this before. Did they use the skill-scattering poison on you? Yan Ming calmly knelt down to comfort him. Calm down. I came here to save your grandfather. Besides the skill-scattering poison, did they use anything else? Yi Quan said sorrowfully through his tears. The mind-muddling poison. Its purpose isn't to kill with a poison that affects the brain, but to turn the victim into a fool. The poison isn't strong, but it spreads throughout the body, even penetrating the brain, so even antidotes are useless, those filthy animals. Yan Ming said calmly. All right, expelling this poison will be simple. Yi Quan turned in astonishment and asked, What did you say? Yan Ming said firmly. Just leave it to me, Yi Quan thought to himself. If Yan Ming transfers his internal energy into grandfather's body, his Azure light poison-devouring art will be able to eliminate all the poison in his body. Yi Quan's grandfather's skin gradually regained its healthy color, and Yi Quan was overjoyed to see it. Yan Ming thought, My Azure light poison-devouring art can completely eliminate all kinds of potent poisons. Right now, I should do nothing but absorb the poison slowly so as not to harm his frail body. Yi Quan shouted with joy. He's breathing again. His complexion is getting better. Yan Ming smiled and said, He's awake now. Yi Quan's grandfather slowly and with difficulty opened his eyes and asked, Where is this? Isn't this my grandson? Yi Quan, but who is this person next to you? He asked with joyful tears. Are you Wei Long's eldest son? After Yi Quan's grandfather sat up, he asked, So you are Wei Long's son, and now the young master of the Tang family, Yan Ming replied gently. That's right. I heard from Yi Quan that you raised my father, Yi Quan's grandfather said through his tears. It's truly a strange thing, what they call fate. Because of my carelessness, a child couldn't even see his own father's face, Yi Quan's grandfather thought to himself. Oh, Wei Long, your son with the young miss is truly an outstanding person. I wish you were alive to see this. Yi Quan's grandfather then spoke aloud. Even though I am an old man with a wretched body, please allow me to dedicate what's left of my strength to you, young master. Yan Ming draped a coat over the old man and quickly replied, Of course. The reason I came here today was to prepare new positions for you and Yi Quan. Now let's get out of here. Many people are waiting for us. Upon seeing Yi Quan's grandfather walk out with the two of them, the people of the Medicine King Hall thought in alarm. How is that old man still standing? Could it be that the young master saved him? The Hall Master of the Medicine King Hall asked, How could you attack and turn the Medicine King Hall into this? He thought to himself that the elders wouldn't hesitate to kill people here either, so I need to de-escalate with them for now. The Hall Master of the Medicine King Hall angrily questioned, Don't you know that the Medicine King Hall is what generates the funds to maintain the Tang family? Do you want the Tang family to collapse? Yan Ming said coolly. Don't pretend you didn't see me coming. This is because of you. Are those enough for your last words? Do you have anything you want to say to the Tang family? The Hall Master of the Medicine King Hall turned away in fear. Get out of the way, he thought in terror. If I just stand here, he'll kill me. Damn it, how did he even get here? And even save that old geezer? My body won't move. The golden needle paralysis, Yan Ming said indifferently. The heart-rending limb paralysis poison was created by Yi Quan. What do you think is his skill enough to replace you here? Prepare to meet your end. The remaining people from the Medicine King Hall fled in terror. Yan Ming spoke coldly. What about the ones left here? The defense squad, represented by Yun Zhe, shouted. Yes, sir. Yan Ming gave a cold command. Clean up the Medicine King Hall. After the Medicine King Hall fell, rumors spread like wildfire throughout the clan. People in the clan were buzzing with gossip. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The clan guard massacred the entire Medicine King Hall. The Tang family's current standing in the martial world is thanks to the Medicine King Hall. So by cutting off his own source of funding, what on earth is the young master thinking? Yan Ming stood looking and asked, Is this the inner core that the Medicine King Hall was keeping? Yi Quan's grandfather replied, It would be best to leave it alone, because if word gets out that the Medicine King Hall has this inner core, I'm afraid other groups will come for it again. Give me a few days. I will remove its toxicity and then hand it over to the young master, Yan Ming said quietly. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I need to take it with me now. Yi Quan's grandfather continued. If you don't need to use it right away, it would be best to store it here, Yan Ming quickly said. It's fine. I will use it immediately, Yan Ming mused to himself. As expected of a 1,000-year-old beast, its poison is truly potent. Thinking it would be a waste to leave such a treasure unused, Yan Ming smirked and said, No way. He gripped the inner core tightly, thinking, This heat poison is so domineering, just as expected, but it's still far inferior to the fire dragon tiger poison I once consumed. If a normal martial artist were to swallow this inner core, they would surely be incinerated from the inside out. Is there a poison even stronger than this? The reputation of the 10 poisons is truly well-deserved. Could one of them really be refined from the breath of a fire dragon? It seems I need to learn more about the Tang family's 10 poisons. The refinement is complete. The medicinal properties within the inner core are incredibly potent. Excellent. With that, Yan Ming stood and knocked on Jihui's door, saying, Mother, it's me, Yan Ming. May I come in? Jihui said gently. Come in, Yan Ming replied. Then I'll come in. She spoke softly. I never thought I would see the day I could return to the Tang family's inner hall like this. Yan Ming's mother smiled and said, Raising you to be like this is truly a blessing for our family. He replied, This place has always been yours. Mother, you've simply returned to where you rightfully belong, Yan Ming remarked. You're still as beautiful as ever, but you must have worried a lot. Zihui rushed to hug him, saying, Thank you for returning to me safely, Yan Ming said firmly. Of course, whose son do you think I am? He thought to himself. In my past life, when I faced death, all I felt was regret. Even though I reached the pinnacle of the sword path, I had no one to share it with. One lifetime full of regrets is more than enough. In this life, I will definitely protect my loved ones. Yan Ming then asked curiously, Have you met with the family guard yet? Jihui smiled and replied, They came to help me move my things this morning. When the guards saw her, they wept and said, You're safe. This is truly wonderful. Lady Jihui continued happily. Seeing all these familiar faces feels like stepping back in time, Yan Ming answered. This is a gift I wanted to give you. Hearing this, his mother's eyes widened in surprise. When she saw the item in the box, Zihui exclaimed in shock. Isn't this the inner core of a 10,000-year firefox? Yan Ming smiled and said, As expected, you recognized it immediately. I've already refined it, so you can use it, Jihui said in astonishment. But you should be the one to use this to increase your power, so you can lead the family in the future. Yan Ming smiled and said, No, you're the one who should use it. For me, this inner core no longer has any meaning. Mother, let me see your hand, Zihui asked in shock. No meaning anymore. Could it be that you've reached a realm where your internal energy can no longer be advanced by an inner core, the flame realm? Have you really reached the flame realm? Yan Ming smiled and said, Yes. Zihui thought to herself, My son has reached the flame realm. I should be overjoyed, but if the evil sects or demonic cults find out, they will target this Tang family. Yan Ming quickly reassured her. Please live a long life, for father's sake as well, and stay by my side to watch me grow. The medicinal properties of the inner core are slowly dissipating. Absorb it quickly. Mother, Zihui said to herself. What am I hesitating for? Even though my son has reached the flame realm, as his mother, it's only natural for me to protect him. Jihui smiled and said, Besides, rejecting your heartfelt gift would be disrespectful. She thought to herself. In that case, even if you become the family head, my duty is not yet over. Jihye asked her son. Do you know what title people used to call me? Yan Ming asked in surprise. Huh. Wasn't it the #1 beauty of Sichuan and the Poison Phoenix? Jihye replied. That's right. Poison Phoenix. The title for the strongest poison master in the Tang family. It's been a long time since I've seen you so flustered. Although I can't compare to you, I'm not to be underestimated either, Yan Ming thought. After releasing her internal energy and absorbing the inner core, Mother immediately entered a state of ki circulation. I can't believe I was flustered just now. Honestly, I'm not surprised that she was hiding her true strength. I didn't notice at all until she released her internal energy and revealed her power. A Flame Realm Master can sense even the slightest flow of internal energy, making it futile to hide one's power from them. I can't believe she managed to bypass my senses. She truly is the Poison Phoenix. Before she released it, her internal energy was only at a first-rate level, but after releasing it, it has surpassed even the peak realm, and it's continuously absorbing the medicinal properties of the inner core. Could she also break through her own limits? Perhaps the most difficult stage is about to begin. The method to absorb the inner core's properties is very simple. Separate a small portion of the inner core's properties and absorb it into the body. Then circulate qi to convert its spiritual essence into internal energy, repeating this process until all the properties are absorbed, Jihye thought. But is it even possible for one person to contain all of this immense medicinal power right now? The properties are gradually dissipating. What should I do, this hand from Yan Ming? Does he want to help me? Yan Ming replied. To achieve enlightenment, you can't just cultivate on your own. Observing your surroundings, analyzing phenomena, and learning from their principles is the key. This time, let me lend you a hand, Jihye thought. Yan Ming's internal energy is merging with the inner core's properties. Is this the result of him just channeling the Tang family's poison arts? The inner core's properties are a pure source of energy. It can be converted into anything, instead of converting it into internal energy bit by bit. If I convert it all into the familiar poison arts, I won't need to circulate my qi anymore. Bring it on. Truly, raising a son to be like this is my greatest blessing. Yan Ming smiled and said, It's done. With this, Mother, you have also reached the transformation realm. At the main hall of the Shadow Poison sect, the great Lord Poison King spoke up angrily. I heard we were gathering since early this morning. What are they doing? Making busy people wait like this? The White Envoy spoke up. Great Lord Shadow King, when exactly is the young master arriving, making everyone wait after the young master himself called the meeting? It's not just impolite. It's completely thoughtless. Jihui forced a smile and said, He will be here shortly. Just wait a moment. He will arrive soon. Someone then announced that the young master had arrived. Hwagyeong walked in and said, Thank you all for gathering so early in the morning. Since this is an important matter, I thought it best to discuss it when everyone is present. The fifth elder asked. An important matter, Hwagyeong replied. Fifth elder, you were the one who asked how we would select a regent to act in my stead until I come of age. Weren't you? Subek said. That's right. Who among the elders here do you think will take the position? Hwagyeong responded coldly. I don't know why you assumed I would let one of you take the role, they asked in shock. If not one of us, then who could it be? Seeing the person who entered, everyone gasped in astonishment. Subek stammered in alarm. That appearance! The fifth elder's face darkened as he said, More than a decade has passed. How is this possible? Hwagyeong said calmly. When it comes to qualifications, isn't this person more suitable than anyone else? The one held responsible for the Muguancheon invasion over 10 years ago, Tang Jihye, the Poison Phoenix, who was stripped of her title by the head of the Elder Council, Jihye spoke up. It seems everyone is overjoyed to see me. She had returned. Hwagyeong's mother introduced herself. Greetings, everyone. I am Tang Jihye. The night before the regent was to be announced, Jihye sighed and said, Reaching the fire realm is a joyous occasion, but I can't get used to the smell of the impurities being expelled from my body. She thought melancholically. Because of that, I showed the children something unpleasant. In any case, I still haven't mastered controlling my powerful aura. It will probably take some more time to resolve. But after reaching the fire realm, I realized I can now perceive Hwagyeong's level of cultivation. That child has already reached a mature stage within the fire realm. He is now the master of Sichuan, having surpassed the regulations of the Black Envoy Alliance and reached the fire realm. But what kind of miraculous opportunity did he receive during the competition? Jihye smiled and said, It's been a long time. I think there's a lot to talk about with my son, Hwagyeong said respectfully. Congratulations on reaching the fire realm, Mother. She smiled and said, It's all thanks to you. Come, sit down. By the way, Hwagyeong, How did you reach the fire realm? I still can't believe someone your age could achieve it, Yan Ming thought to himself. She's just curious. But what excuse can I give? It would be hard to believe if I said I gained enlightenment from my past life's memories. If I base my explanation on the events of the competition, it should be plausible, he said aloud. Mother, you must have heard that the third elder smuggled out one of the 10 great poisons, Jihye said sheepishly. Yes, I did. Did he give the fire dragon tiger poison? The third poison? To his granddaughter who participated in the competition, Yan Ming said calmly. Yes, I drank that fire dragon tiger poison, Jihye shouted in shock. What, Yan Ming? If you recklessly consume something like that, what will happen to your body? He scratched his head shyly and said, As you can see, Mother, I'm perfectly fine. Although I was poisoned by the 10 great poisons during the fight in Tang Yong's Dark Poison Hall, I gained enlightenment in an internal art that converts poison into energy, allowing me to reach the fire realm, Jihye exclaimed in amazement. My heavens, to think it's possible to achieve enlightenment that way. Yan Ming scratched his head and smiled, thinking, Thankfully, she bought it, his mother continued. But there's another story. I heard from the servant who helped me bathe that the Medicine King Hall has been eliminated, she thought to herself. To be honest, that was the right thing to do, as it was also related to my father. Yan Ming spoke slowly. That is as you predicted. Mother. Jihye clenched her fist and said, I see. So that's what happened. I'm relieved. But that child, Yijeon, must have had a very hard time. Yan Ming, I have a favor to ask of you, he replied. Yes. What is it? She said with a serious expression. All this time, I've been living like I was dead within the family, afraid of losing my husband and my only child. I don't want to stay quiet anymore. If you allow it, I will not let anyone look down on your position again. This mother will— People were murmuring. Is that the poison phoenix? How can she look the same after all these years? Could it be she's truly regained her youth? The Grand Master of the Dark King Hall saw her and called out in shock. Sister Jihye, Yan Ming announced loudly. Everyone, please welcome my mother, Tang Jihye, who from this day forward will be the new head of the Sichuan Tang family. Subek thawed in shock. Not the regent, but the family head, Jihye spoke gently. Thank you all for gathering here. Although I am the family head, you can consider it a regency. I will only handle affairs until the young master comes of age. The young master has placed his trust in me to help rebuild the Tang family, which has fallen into ruin. Now then, let's address the issues and begin the meeting immediately. Tang Jihye's subsequent actions were truly unconventional. She immediately abolished the name of the fallen Medicine King Hall and renamed it the Medical Division. The old hall master, Tang Honyol, appointed Tang Dejan as the vice old hall master, and ordered Yuri's father, who was appointed as the chief investigator, to handle the transfer of assets. He uncovered the elders' embezzlement ledgers, and the confiscated assets were enough to solve the family's financial problems. Tang Jigyuk, the Grand Master of the Dark Poison Hall, was removed from his position. Most of the elders who had embezzled family assets were also stripped of their titles. Furthermore, those who weren't elders, but had abused their positions, were also purged for their corruption. His mother accomplished all of this in just a few days. Yan Ming noted from his high seat, everyone calls mother a heroine. Yan Ming thought to himself that thanks to his mother, the internal arrangements were almost complete. For the first time, as I tried to live a normal life with my mother, so many things have appeared around me without me realizing it. Children I can call friends, the great elders who follow and trust me, and the members of the Tang family, who now number in the hundreds. I have so much to protect now. Before, even taking care of myself felt like a struggle, and I even resented being born, so that no one can look down on the Tang family. I must become even stronger, whether against the Black Snake Union Master or the demonic Light Stream Master, so that no force can threaten the Tang family. In a certain mansion, a voice echoed. A new young master has appeared in the Tang family, Kajun said grimly. That's right. The Tang family can't leave the position of family head vacant, Clan Master Shenhua said respectfully. Union Master, I have something to say. Mo Renkyo and Ting Ding Song were killed by the current young master. Those two were official members who had made a name for themselves, Clan Master Shenhua continued. We should press the Tang family's momentum and uproot them before they can regain their footing, Lian Zhong asked. Why should we do that? Rui Lian said in surprise. Well, because harming those two means they are challenging you, Union Master. The Black Snake Union Master said angrily. That's not it. I warned them before. I had my own plans, so I told them to leave the Tang family alone for the time being and not to make any rash moves. They disobeyed my orders and attacked the Tang family first, So the ones who betrayed me weren't the Tang family, but them. Isn't that right? They should consider themselves lucky to have died at the hands of the young master. If they had acted like that and returned alive, I would have punished them myself anyway. The fact that the young master could defeat 2 experts alone is quite interesting. Their skills were certainly not something that could be defeated by a fool. Send a letter to the Tang family in Sichuan Tang, saying we are inviting their young master. Meanwhile, at the Dark Poison Hall, the residence of Tang Jihui, Yan Ming said with a smile, "Mother, you've worked hard handling the internal affairs." A slight blush appeared on Zhu Hui's face. "It's been a long time since I've handled these matters, so I was a bit nervous. I didn't even realize I did so well." Yan Ming praised her profusely. "You did an excellent job. But mother, have you been concealing your power? Just like before?" Zihui's expression showed no surprise. "I wonder if it's because you've experienced this once that your eyes are so sharp." Yan Ming, however, was worried. "You've hidden it so well. I couldn't sense even a hint of your aura. But since you've reached the fire realm, you don't need to hide your power anymore, right?" Zihui slowly explained. "I'm not simply hiding my power. What your mother is doing is a secret family art called Bai Mai and Sui. I hope that you, Yan Ming, will also learn this and hide your achievements. The reason for it is a rather long story. The creator of this martial art was the ancestor of the Tang family. His story is not one to be told lightly. In a certain clan village in Sichuan, a plague was spreading. Even though it wasn't a year of famine, people kept dying, reduced to skin and bones. Fearing the plague would spread, dozens of bodies were cremated without a proper funeral. It was only a matter of time before everyone in the village contracted the plague and was just waiting to die. Everyone, except for one person, a young boy who had just turned 10. At the time, no one could rationally explain how this one child remained completely unharmed. The 10-year-old boy who survived the plague was seen as a child of the plague demon, the one who brought the disease. In the end, the boy was chased out of the village, with nowhere to go. He hid in a cave to escape the rain. To ward off the plague, people left offerings of rice at the ancestral shrine near the village. The boy stole that rice to survive each day. He spent one lonely day like this, then a second, but on the 3rd day, the villagers no longer came to make offerings. The only one left was the boy himself. He wondered, "Why am I the only one unharmed?" But that question didn't last long. A group of people found the boy. They were from the most terrifying group of assassins in Murim's history, the Killing Poison Moon Command sect. They kidnapped children from all over the world, raised them as assassins, and fed them poison pills to prevent them from escaping. This forced them to receive a periodic antidote. Not long after the boy grew up to become an assassin, he witnessed the gruesome, miserable deaths of his colleagues who failed to receive the antidote in time. He, who had survived the plague in his village, now understood he wasn't the one who had brought the disease. From that moment on, the boy redoubled his efforts to become stronger, taking on contract killings and facing any danger. He never hesitated and completed every job he took. This boy eventually succeeded in assassinating even absolute masters. His results were outstanding, and thanks to him, the reputation of the killing sect soared. "I will bestow upon you the title of one of the 5 great assassins. Tell me what you desire, and I will grant it." The boy had reached a new realm through the enlightenment gained from fighting absolute masters. He created his own unique energy based on the martial arts foundation he learned at the killing sect. That was the first Machuan Huoyu. And just like that, the Killing Poison Moon Command sect vanished in an instant. Later, his descendants established themselves in Sichuan, becoming the Tang family of today. The world now remembers him by the nickname, the Commandless Guest. However, Yan Ming looked sleepy. "I already knew that history. So, what does your story have to do with Bai Mai and Sui?" Jihui replied to him. "The killing sect had many masters of the fire realm, including the lineage of the 5 great assassins. Even so, how could the nameless guest's secret technique allow him to face them alone?" Yan Ming wondered. "Isn't it the Manchuan Huoyu technique? Because few martial arts are more terrifying than a hidden weapon technique that overwhelms opponents with sheer numbers." Zihui chuckled. "You're half right. It is Manchuan Huoyu. But it's not a hidden weapon art. Manchuan Huoyu is a martial art for manipulating one's protective aura." Unbelievably, so Yan Ming asked, "Protective aura, you mean it's a martial art for protective auras, not for hidden weapons?" Zihui nodded. "That's right. A battle between masters of the fire realm is a clash of protective auras. If an opponent attacks with their aura, you must defend with your own, because you can't penetrate the protective aura of a fire realm master with ordinary, powerless, hidden weapons." Hearing this, Yan Ming had many thoughts. He finally understood. Simple hidden weapons, no matter how numerous, would just bounce off a protective aura. But what if it's a storm of hidden weapons where hundreds of projectiles are each coated in a protective aura? A standard defensive aura could never withstand hundreds of such aura-infused attacks. That is the ultimate technique of the Tang Clan that defines a Fire Realm martial artist, creating a power so immense it's incomparable to lesser techniques. But even for a Fire Realm master, how could they possibly maintain that much energy for their aura? Jihei said. From the look on your face, you must be wondering how it's possible to maintain that much aura, right? The answer lies within the Bai Mai Ansui technique. The fundamental secret of Bai Mai Ansui is as follows. You gather all the internal energy flowing through your blood vessels into one of the 12 primary meridians. Then, you use true qi to block the flow of internal energy and seal that meridian shut. The internal energy of a person who has done this stops flowing, wrapped and contained by the true qi. By doing this, one can hide the flow of their internal energy even from the eyes of a Fire Realm master. Of course, the blocked internal energy cannot be used, so one's power drops immediately, but it becomes easier to accumulate enlightenment and experience. Repeat this process 10 times, and once you seal the internal energy in all 12 primary meridians, the true key protecting the internal energy will intertwine and form a new protective membrane, and this is called dragon scales. It surpasses the defensive power of a normal protective aura, with a strength comparable to the scales of a dragon, hence the name. Yan Ming pondered for a moment. Dragon scales, the fire dragon tiger poison is also like that, as if he had seen a real dragon to compare it to. Zihui continued to explain. Furthermore, Bai Mai isn't purely defensive. If you seal the internal energy in the 12 meridians and then release it all at once, you can temporarily wield more than 10 times your original internal energy. Countless questions flooded Yan Ming's mind at that moment. Temporarily? That makes sense, since internal energy exceeding the body's limits would naturally disperse. Are you saying that Manchuan Huoyu is a martial art that can only be used by releasing the Bai Mai seal? But there were still methods his mother had yet to mention. Surely that wasn't the only way. There were several important secrets passed down along with Bai Mai Ansui, but they were lost after the infiltration by Mo Guangchuan. The crucial secrets were passed down orally, and since the two elders died unexpectedly, they were not inherited. But Yan Ming, if it's you, you can master the complete Manchuan Huoyu. You will do it. Yan Ming, you are the son I am so proud of. Are you not? Hearing this, Yan Ming's heart filled with happiness, the son she's so proud of. Of course. There's nothing the son of Dufeng cannot master. I must meet her expectations so she can be even prouder. Having received the Bai Mai Ansui from his mother, he realized that to quickly advance his internal energy for this technique, using poison was indeed the best way. What others call poison is no different from a divine elixir to me, and I don't need a slow process of accumulation and refinement. I just need to create a different kind of poison than before. What is it? One of Yan Ming's subordinates spoke up. A friend has arrived. She says that even if you're busy, you must see her right now. It was Mei Lu, crying out. Help me! Yan Ming! Seeing her state, Yan Ming was surprised. Mei Lu, what's wrong? Why are you so out of breath? Mei Lu's voice was choked with tears. If this goes on, my sister will die. The news left Yan Ming stunned. Your sister will die. What shouldn't you find a physician before coming to me? Mei Lu sobbed as she spoke. We've had her diagnosed several times, but this isn't an illness that can be cured with medicine or medical arts. Yan Ming grew curious. What is it then? An internal injury. Mei Lu's next words sent a chill down his spine. Severed meridians. It's the 9 yin severed meridians. Since ancient times, along with the Raging Fire Sun Palace, there has been a special martial art that utilizes severed meridians. At the North Sea Ice Palace, as its name suggests, the martial artists used ice arts, and those with superior yin-cold energy were considered blessed. Yan Ming's pace slowed. However, if one didn't master the ice arts, their body would suffer from the pain of the severed meridians. Mei Lu, are you and your sister descendants of their clan? Mei Lu's eyes darkened. Descendants of descendants, to be precise. It is said that long ago, descendants of the Ice Palace settled in Sichuan and married into the Tang Clan. If she learned the ice arts, she could escape the severed meridians. But this is the Sichuan Tang Clan. We deal with hidden weapons and poisons, and have absolutely no information related to that or the ice arts. The ice arts brought by our distant ancestors have not been used for a long time, seemingly lost during the internal strife in the family a dozen or so years ago, for whatever reason. After thinking for a moment, Yan Ming said, Actually, it's not like there's no way. But Mei Lu suddenly interjected. We're here. That's our house. This is bad. Her condition is worse than when I left. Sister, please open your eyes. Yan Ming observed the whole house. The cold energy enveloping the room is more severe than I anticipated. Mei Lu listened carefully. I can't guarantee your sister's life. Your sister has been blocking her meridians with Shanchuan True Qi to resist the cold energy, but she has long since reached her limit. Even her consciousness is blocked, and all her life force is focused on her meridians. The words struck her like lightning, and Mei Lu hurriedly said, How can this be? Is there no other way? Yan Ming added. It's not that she can't be saved. We can if we artificially release the cold energy from her body from the outside. However, during this process, your sister might not be able to withstand it, or I could be invaded by the cold energy. If you trust me, I'd like to help, but I don't have the courage to walk a tightrope with your family's life. The choice is yours. Mei Lu, you have to decide. Do you want to try finding another way? If not, then trust me, and I will try the method I mentioned. Her sister's life was a paramount to Mei Lu, and with no other options, this was the only path. She couldn't give up without trying. This is very dangerous for you too, but I'm entrusting her to you. Yan Ming, please save my sister. Hearing her answer, Yan Ming felt relieved. All right, let's give it a try. But Mei Lu still found something odd. Do we have to go this far no matter what? This is too awkward. Yan Ming ignored her gaze, needing to expel the yin energy. Her clothes are getting in the way, so there's no other choice. Mei Lu pouted. This is more awkward than death. He focused his internal energy. Now, I'll begin. Between the eyebrows, the philtrum, the heart, lungs, hands, feet, and down to the lower abdomen, he began to expel the cold energy from the 9 meridians one by one. All right, the cold energy between her eyebrows has been removed. Just hold on. Let the chi flow down. Damn it. I don't know. I've already started, so I can't stop now. The resistance from the cold energy skyrocketed beyond estimation. I won't let this out so easily. Noticing his hand looked strange, Mei Lu worried. Yan Ming, are you okay? He replied. It's not over yet. I've somehow managed to draw out the yin energy from 6 of her body's meridians, but my body has now exceeded the amount of cold energy it can handle. If I draw out any more, I'll freeze first. Damn it, it would be easier to be poisoned. Wait, poison? He recalled what the elder from the Medicine King Hall had said about why toxicity inevitably appears in spirit pills, because in truth, poison and medicine are one and the same. But if the concentration and amount exceed what a person can withstand, it becomes poison. Sure enough, yang energy is needed to save a life. If it exceeds the human tolerance level, doesn't it become fire poison? In that case, this cold energy, strong enough to freeze one to the bone, can be treated as a cold poison without any issue, so it does react. The process of removing the cold energy was brutally intense. But once the cold energy is recognized as a poison, I just need to absorb it all to neutralize the danger. Mei Suo slowly opened her eyes. What is this? It's so warm. The cold energy in my body is disappearing. Hearing her younger sister call out, Mei Shu emotionally hugged Mei Lu. Is it really you, little sister? Mei Lu explained everything to her, and she finally understood what had happened. So, this gentleman saved me. Mei Lu frowned. That's right. But even so, how long is Yan Ming going to keep his hands on you? Mei Suo waved her hand dismissively. He must be concentrating, so let's leave him be until he awakens. Yan Ming was in the flow of his internal energy, realizing it was no different from a divine medicine. It surpassed the amount of internal energy his body could handle. If left alone, it would naturally disperse. But since he had absorbed the maximum amount of cold energy, it was a good opportunity to test the Bai Mai Ensui technique. The internal energy in one meridian was already full. If he absorbed all the cold energy, it would fill several meridians. This is 4 times more than I imagined. Haven't I just channeled 4 times my original internal energy? It's a pity the immediate gains are so low, but there's no other way. I can only supplement it with poison. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Although a bit embarrassed, Mei Suo still smiled cheerfully. If you're not feeling awkward, then I'm fine. Mei Lu has explained everything. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Yan Ming grinned. I am the young master. After all, helping out is only natural. Suddenly, the 2 girls' father burst in. Mei Suo, Mei Lu, what's going on? What is this bastard doing to my daughters? Fortunately, his 2 daughters explained, and the misunderstanding was cleared up. I am truly sorry. I didn't know you had saved my daughter and was rude. I also didn't realize you were the young master. I have committed a grave offense. Yan Ming was flustered. Not at all. If I were in your shoes, I would have misunderstood as well. The man spoke through tears. I truly can't thank you enough for saving my daughter from this ordeal. I run a mountain caravan and lived happily with my wife, who is from the Tang family. My wife also suffered from the incurable meridian disease that runs in her family. To save her, I spent all the money I had saved over the years searching for a cure. But it was all in vain. I was incredibly lucky that the young master stepped in to save me. From now on, whatever the young master asks, I will do it without question. Yan Ming helped the man up. It was nothing, just what I should do. But is it very quiet for the mountain caravan inside the 7th residence? Meisu's father explained that after Tang Bong and the Black Snake Union took over, his caravan members could no longer move about freely. Yan Ming nodded. I see. You'll have to tell me more about that later. For now, that's all. Just as he was about to leave, Mei called out to him. You're leaving already. My sister and I haven't even had the chance to thank you properly, Mei Chu said shyly. Once again, thank you so much for saving my life, young master. My family and I will never forget this kindness. Mei waved goodbye. Thank you so much for today. We will definitely repay you. Mei Chu then asked, Is the young master going to be all right? Mei was surprised. Why is she suddenly asking that? Mei Chu hesitated as she watched Yan Ming leave, thinking he seemed a little flustered. He treated my severed meridians. I hope nothing went wrong, right? Mei expression turned mischievous. What's wrong? Are you sad to see him go? Mei Chu's reaction was indeed a bit strange. What? No! That's not it at all. What are you talking about? Am I that obvious? Mei patted her on the shoulder. It's a natural reaction, sis. Anyone else would probably react the same way. Don't worry too much, because I've never seen anyone more beautiful than you. Besides, even though he didn't say it, the way he looked at you, I'm sure he's interested in you too. In his mind, Yan Ming imagined his future life. Is this what they call a family? I was already imagining having children. Is it possible for your heart to race like this when you meet someone in your life? If this is also normal, is this a normal life I look forward to visiting again? If there's a problem, will it be the Black Snake Union again? Yu Jiksun, the leader of the Black Snake Union, although not the main culprit who destroyed my clan like Mo Guangchuanju, was clearly annoyed that his subordinates had interfered in the battle. Besides, they are also in Sichuan City, so we're bound to cross paths eventually. At the Black Snake Union's territory in Sichuan City, a woman from the Shenhua Bang reported to Yu Jiksun. That's right. I've heard recently that the Tang family's power is growing uncontrollably. Is that all? I don't care about people like that. The Union leader's command is absolute. Shenhua Bang leader, it's best to keep quiet until his anger subsides. Isn't the transformation realm of the young master and the family head the standard we should follow? Even so, he just tells me to keep an eye on this person and that person right now. I can't do anything, let alone avenge Ting Yan Song and Mo Renkyu. If I can't act, then, yes, the Sichuan Alliance. If that's the case, my union really doesn't want to sit still. If I turn a blind eye now, I think the sect master is screaming for me to repay this debt. My anger won't subside until I've completely eradicated the Tang family's roots. Despite her subordinates' pleas, she killed him. I'm looking forward to it, young master of the Tang family, because I will prepare a stage just for you. Zhigo was very anxious. Uncle, what should we do? After Dufeng Tang Juhui became the family head, our position has been steadily declining. The second elder, Tang Mingjin, was puzzled. Why are you asking me that if you're calculating about it? You rich folks brought this upon yourselves. The Poison King's Grandmaster, Zige, was startled. Why are you saying that now? Tang Mingjin angrily shouted. Wen Zuan, you are the problem. You couldn't even predict your opponent's actions, so you failed and now live with resentment. You rich brats have ruined what I built over my entire life. Being insulted like that? Wen Zuan naturally held a grudge. Detestable old man. You can't even be insolent to the Tang family head. This is all because of him. Will definitely heal my arm and get my revenge on Yan Ming. Zigo spoke up. What do you plan to do next? We're even having trouble maintaining our forces like the other elders. Tang Mingjin's hand clenched into a fist. I know that too. We will leave the family. A subordinate led Yan Ming to the Poison and Poison warehouse. This is the place where the 10 great poisons and other extremely potent toxins of the Tang family are stored. Yan Ming smiled. This place was originally managed by the third elder, but due to his negligence, it was handed over to the Dark Poison Squad and me. You've all worked hard. The subordinate handed something to Yan Ming. Young master, this is a poison warding bead. Before you go in, It will block the poison gas spreading inside the warehouse. Just hold it in your mouth and it will filter out most toxins, preventing them from entering your body. But Yan Ming didn't need it. You said I have to hold it in my mouth. Right. Haven't many people and the third elder probably held and sucked on this thing over the years. The subordinate still wanted Yan Ming to take it. We wash it thoroughly every day after use, so you can rest assured. He grimaced. I don't need it. I won't get poisoned even without this. The man remained insistent. Even if you are immune to 10,000 poisons, you shouldn't be careless. Yan Ming ignored him and walked in, so they manage it very well. This is the place where the 10 great poisons are stored. Indeed. I now understand why they were so worried before letting me in. A normal martial artist would die instantly upon entering without the poison-warding bead. Although my internal energy is reduced because my inner power is sealed by the Bai Mai En Kui, the concentration of the poison gas I'm sensing is definitely different. Of course. For me, who has successfully mastered the Du Miao Qing Guangshin Fa, this place is no different from a purified area. I can already feel my internal energy surging, but it's still not enough to use my martial arts normally. As expected, absorbing the extreme poisons that meet the standard of the 10 great poisons is fantastic. But according to the clan's rules, the 10 poisons cannot be used for personal reasons. If there's still a way to create it, I might ask Yao Quan to make it. What is this? This strange feeling. It's like the flow of air is distorted only in that section. It's like a formation. Is it a formation in the Tang family's poison vault? It doesn't seem to be a formation from the Zhuge family. I just need to confirm it. Is this a passageway? It's a talisman inscribed with seals and prohibitions. Not a Zhuge family formation. This is a Fangxi formation. My master in my previous life had a close relationship with the Fangxi, just as my master was crazy about his pursuits. They were crazy about sorcery, eventually mastering it to overcome human limits and wanting to ascend to immortality. Once, for training, I was thrown into a formation created by the Fangxi. It was a place teeming with nameless beasts. Regardless, unless it's for my own interests, the Fangxi are people you should absolutely not get involved with. How could a Fangxi formation be set up inside the Tang family? The Fangxi are fundamentally selfish individuals, and because they want to ascend to immortality, they only ever care about their own obsessions. You ask how I built a close relationship with them. It was nothing special. If you just beat them up every day for no reason, they'll eventually ask to talk. I doubt anyone in the Tang family thinks like my master. So there must be something in the Tang family that the Fangxi are interested in. If poison chi is leaking out despite being blocked by hundreds of talismans, it means something inside is carrying that much intense poison ki. Originally, I would have thought about replicating the poison if there was still a way to make it. But this is more interesting. I'll try going in. A voice suddenly spoke out. Someone has entered the seal. It's not Wu Linka. How much time has passed? It doesn't matter. Pull me out. Yan Ming slowly touched it. The 10 poisons of the Tang family have completely disappeared, so it must be in here. But there's something ominous about the jar wrapped in talismans. What kind of poison is it exactly? The repulsive force created by the spiritual power is intense. It will probably be harder to dismantle than a formation. But I just need to cut them one by one, right? Cutting the talismans on the jar like this. My internal energy has surely diminished a lot due to my weakened yin meridians. Normally, I would have ended this in one go with sword ki, but as I remove the talismans, the spreading poison chi becomes denser. Well then, let's see what's inside. That voice rang out again, but Yan Ming heard it clearly. The power of the talismans imprisoning me has vanished. How long has it been since I've seen the light? I'm finally free. Its speed was incredible, forcing Yan Ming to constantly dodge. I have to strike first before we clash. The white snake laughed. Your reflexes are quite sharp. I'm very pleased. In return for undoing my seal, I will grant you a painless death. It's a brutal name for this body. The highest level of poison. Call me the great true goo poison white snake. The snake coiled around Yan Ming. You can close your meridians in time to stop the poison chi from spreading. How astonishing. But how long can you last? I will slowly melt your arm away. This aura. Is this aura the mysterious poison chi? How can you possess it? What is your relationship with Wu Linka without even looking? Yan Ming grabbed its neck. He is my ancestor. The white snake's composure completely vanished. Wait, you've attained the mysterious poison chi. If this continues, I'll be destroyed. Yan Ming seemed unconcerned. So what, you're changing your mind because you're at a disadvantage? I'm going to drain all of your poison. The white snake looked like it was begging for its life. This guy is really going to destroy me. Wait, let's negotiate. A negotiation. I just wanted to survive in this seal. If you spare me, I will become your familiar. Isn't becoming my familiar a good thing for you too? Can't you feel your internal energy increasing by the second with my poison key? That's a different speed than before. Yan Ming hesitated slightly. This creature's poison chi certainly couldn't be compared to the 10,000-year fire core or the fire dragon tiger poison, as it would surpass his original internal energy upon absorption. The white snake tried hard to persuade him. If I become your familiar, I can give you poison chi whenever you need it. Isn't it better to use it repeatedly than to absorb it all right now? Yan Ming replied indifferently. I don't need it, because I have no interest in sparing an enemy. I can just get more poison from somewhere else. The white snake put on a pitiful expression. Just spare me this once. I've been trapped in poison for hundreds of years, living seeing nothing but walls. Anyway, if I become a familiar, I can only obey you. Why can't you agree? Yan Ming sighed. I'll trust you just this once, the white snake asked again. You accept me, right? Yan Ming laid out a condition. But if you try to do anything stupid, I'll eliminate you on the spot. The white snake nodded eagerly. Okay, I won't do that, Yan Ming asked. So, if you want to become my familiar, what do I have to do? I don't know anything about occult arts. The white snake's body began to glow. You don't have to do anything. This is called the heart spirit snake. If you hold this, my soul will belong to your spirit. That's what being a familiar means. Outside, the subordinates couldn't help but worry about Yan Ming. The young master has been inside for quite a while. Could something have gone wrong no matter what? We have to go in and check, the other person asked. What, we're not supposed to enter without permission. Are we? The first guy was still determined. We can just accept the punishment later. I can't let the head of the clan have an accident in this place. Who could stop his stubbornness? What's that, a light from inside the poison warehouse? Did something happen in there? And with this tremor? Is the young master okay? The aura revealed that young master Yan Ming had acquired the dragon scale body protection aura. Unlike a normal body protection aura, it felt like a tangible outer shell was surrounding him, creating an auditory sense with his essence and having the potential to fill all 12 remaining meridians. It's truly unbelievable. But from now on, he'll have to regulate his power on the go, which will probably be very stressful since everyone will be watching him. The white snake appeared and said, Watching you at your level. Do you really need to care about those beneath you? The martial order's guests didn't go around showing off either. Yan Ming glanced over. I told you not to appear so carelessly, the white snake said. Anyway, as long as I don't lower my state, others can't see me. Besides, with that level of aura, isn't it true that no one would be foolish enough to attack you randomly? Yan Ming replied. Even so, this is too conspicuous. I just want to live a normal life this time around. The white snake was a bit curious. This time around, do you mean you died and came back to life? Is that even possible? There must be a reason you were given such power, just like my master and your ancestor, the martial order's guest. For those with power, there is a continuation of what is called fate. Yan Ming sighed. Were they also being manipulated back then? The white snake shook its head. Don't ask. I'm not as sharp as you. They commanded me until the day their destiny was fulfilled. Then they had a Taoist adept seal me in a jar, which is why I said it was very dangerous. Yan Ming was bewildered, realizing there must be a reason for the connection with the Taoist adept. This creature was a high-level spirit. At this level, Taoist adepts would surely be eager to use it as an ingredient for themselves, to find a way to help their ancestors and perform seals. Could it be that the one I call my ancestor is similar to a master no matter what? Is there a reason I was born like this? Is it related to awakening the memories of my past life? No matter how much I think about it, I don't know. A subordinate rushed in. Young master, you have to come see this. The followers of the snake sect are heading for our family home in Sichuan. Yan. So was facing imminent danger. Damn it, they're here. The leader laughed and said, Where are you running off to in such a hurry? You folks from the Guangdong sect? I don't know why famous nobles of the righteous faction came here, but there's no way you don't know that Sichuan is the land of the snake sect and the Black Snake Alliance lord. Ambassador Beck was severely injured. I'll hold them off, so you run. Hyeon. So said. What are you talking about? How can you stop them in your condition? He's the Hwagyeong Palace Lord, leading hundreds of men from the snake sect. It's too difficult for you to handle them with your internal injuries. The man laughed. Seeing you running this way, you must have been seeking help from the Tang family. Don't you know? The Alliance Lord has already conquered Sichuan and isolated the Tang family. If I capture you and present you to him, I'll be rewarded with martial arts advancement. I plan to offer you up, so I won't kill you. But be prepared to lose a limb or two. Yan Ming asked Wan Jin. Who are those two in the dark yellow martial arts uniforms? His subordinate replied. They seem to be warriors from the Guangdong sect. Young master, Yan Myang's expression turned serious. Then the ones opposite them must be from the snake sect. Go and receive the people from the Gongdong sect as our guests. Hyunso looked back. Those uniforms. They're warriors from the Tang family. So they've come to help us. But there are only 4 of them. Their auras are extraordinary, but they're facing hundreds of snake sect members. Yan Myang gave an order. The condition of the man you're carrying looks critical, so please step back. Wan Jin took Ambassador back. Let me carry him. Hyun. So was confused. Wait. Shouldn't we be helping those up front? There are over 200 more warriors chasing us from behind. Thank you for helping us. But Wan Jin just chuckled. Don't worry. If you don't believe me, just watch. The red-haired leader snapped. Who are you to dare stand in our way? His subordinate explained. Palace Lord. I think that's him. The one who won the Tang family's recent competition and has returned. He's the young master of the Tang family. The leader sneered. So you're that so-called Jeng Orabi. Are you really planning to face us alone? Your arrogance is sky high. You're just leftovers spared by the Alliance Lord's mercy. All right. I guess we'll have to pull you out by the roots. Since you challenged us first, the Alliance Lord won't blame me for this. Yan Myang pursed his lips. Listening to this nonsense is making my ears itch. The Alliance Lord's mercy. Pull us out by the roots. Go on. Try it. I'll be the one pulling out your roots. The leader of the snake sect was taken down in an instant. The Palace Lord is dead. When did he throw those poison needles? I didn't even see it. Did he throw a bundle of golden feather needles into the air? Everyone, be careful, this crazy bastard. In contrast to their panicked state, Yan Myang was completely calm. What's this? I came out in such a hurry that I didn't even apply poison. Is it having the same effect as being poisoned? The white snake appeared and explained. Of course. My venom has seeped into the needles you threw at those guys. Very few in this world can withstand my venom. Yan Myang finally acknowledged it. So you're more useful than you look. The white snake snapped back. What do you mean? More than I look. Hyun. So was still in shock. Unbelievable. Such a hidden weapon technique exists. Is this the person Ambassador Baek mentioned, who single-handedly overwhelmed the Taeyul Black Sword sect of the 3 whites? The remaining men who witnessed this couldn't help but be terrified. What did we just see? He took care of over 100 troops in an instant. Wasn't the Tang family supposed to have been eliminated? I've never heard of a monster like this. One of them shouted, Don't panic. That's the extent of his abilities. Even if he's reached the transcendent state, he can't do more than that. He doesn't have the internal energy to use that technique multiple times. I'll pin him down first. So you guys follow me. Go and die. Look at this guy. Where did all that bravado from before go? Yan Ming shattered his dragon-scale weapon with just his bare hands. So effective. Everyone was shocked. Wait a minute. Could that be the man Shuyan Hua Yan Ming was overflowing with fighting spirit? Well then, now it's your turn. Observing from behind, Chuan Shao was deeply impressed. I heard the Tang family's skills became purely practical after the Moguang Chuan invasion. But I was wrong. The Tang family's potential is as strong as ever. If they take over the Black Snake Alliance as Shibai intended, we'll have to face the demonic cult. Yan Ming turned back. You're still here, Chuan Shao said, flustered. The young master's presence was so commanding I couldn't look away. Yan Ming nodded. Is that so? Go back and report the situation to the family. We can't have these people clashing with the Tang family. A few days prior, on the outskirts of Sichuan City, Chuan Shao remarked while eating. Thankfully, we didn't have any disputes with the snake faction while coming to Sichuan. I heard that after the Tang family weakened, Sichuan became the snake faction's territory, making it very desolate. Why is Shibai so tense suddenly? Geshun appeared. Is the food to your liking? It may be a small tavern, but it's a very popular spot. Shen Shao frowned. He couldn't sense any trace of the man's presence despite him being right there. He's definitely a master. Who is he? At that moment, Shibai spoke. Don't you know him? Xuan Shao. That man is Yu Jia. Geishun sneered. I apologize for interrupting your meal. So, what are the Taoists of the Gongdong sect doing in my Sichuan? Xuan Shao's eyes widened in shock. I was so afraid of encountering the snake faction that I chose a remote inn. Yet the alliance leader himself frequents a small tavern like this, Geishun said. Is there something you want to see from my alliance? It seems you have reached the transformation realm. For them to send a martial artist of your caliber, the matter must be very serious, Shibai said. I have nothing I want to see from the Black Snake Alliance leader. Did you come alone? I don't see any of your subordinates. Does Geishun not seem to care? Do you think you can defeat me by yourself if you want to fight? I'm always ready, Shibai said. Regardless, I have lived twice as long as you, Geishun asked. And for that, you want my respect. Shibai finally lost his patience. In a battle at the transformation realm, the internal energy accumulated over years is paramount. Can you withstand the internal energy channeled by my sect's heart technique? Zhuan Xiao was shocked. Shibai isn't acting like his usual self. Is he really planning to fight here? Jixun laughed slyly. How arrogant. I personally wiped out those so-called masters from the Qingqing sect 10 years ago. The only reason Gongdong is left in peace is because it's far from Sichuan City. If you need a beating to accept the truth, then follow me to a place where we can fight more freely. Zhuan Xiao tried to intervene. Don't do it, if something happens. But Shibai was having none of it. Are you telling me to just endure this? Don't stop me. I will show that arrogant brat that the martial arts of Gongdong are the strongest under heaven, Zhuan Xiao said. Shibai has begun a duel with the Black Snake Alliance leader, Yan Ming asked. A duel is that different from the situation I witnessed earlier? Zhuan Xiao nodded. Yes, but the one who followed us a while ago has already reported back. Regardless, the Black Snake Alliance leader is a truly fearsome man. The battle between Geishun and Shibai began. Is that sword art you're using a flexible technique that reacts to my true ki? Quite surprising. It repels another's energy flow by resonating with one's own true chi. Zhuan Xiao watched from the sidelines, unable to even follow their movements. This was a battle between martial artists who had reached the transformation realm. Geishun was at an advantage. Is that all? Come on, give me more! You were so proud of your internal energy, yet this is all the power you can muster. Shibai clenched his jaw. All right then, I will show you the true chi of Gongdong, the real power of the demon-subduing sword art, Chen Xiao smirked. Shibai has the upper hand. He can defeat the Black Snake Alliance leader right here. Is he smiling? Shibai glared. This guy is deliberately striking just before I land a hit, as if he's testing my mastery of the sect's principles. Fine. I will put an end to this man's arrogance right here, Geishun said. So you're resorting to that. Are you? Zhuan Xiao was genuinely worried for Shibai. Is he using the ultimate technique of the demon-subduing sword art? Shibai was trying his best. See that? Zhuan Xiao, I've defeated that Yujia fellow, Zhuan Xiao said in a panic. I see it. It's getting chaotic. We need to get out of here fast, Geishun said. That technique is more intricate than I expected. The martial arts of Gongdong seem to belong to an older school, a skill that amplifies true ki through sheer will, even though it's called the demon-subduing sword art. But in practice, it is no different from an aura-based martial art, Zhuan Xiao said. That is definitely the demon-subduing sword art, but it's not the primordial Chaos One Chi art. It's a form of chi manipulation unique to the individual. How can this be? Geishun laughed. Why are you so surprised? If you understood the principles, you would know that its creation is not necessarily a function of the Ba-Zi, wouldn't you? Did you call that the demon-subduing sword art to honor its origins? I call this the righteousness-restoring divine art. Back at the residence, Zhuan Xiao was speaking with Tang Yan Ming, who asked about what had happened. So Yu Geshun, the leader of the Black Snake Alliance, he used the martial arts of the Gongdong sect. Zhuan Xiao remembered the moment Yu Geshun used that divine art, and he explained, I saw him apply and execute it perfectly, although his method of gathering chi was completely different. The technique itself was undeniably the ultimate form of the demon-subduing sword art. Moreover, the power of that finger attack far surpassed the original. If Shibai hadn't used the last of his internal energy to block it, he paused for a moment, then I probably wouldn't be standing here today. He recalled the moment of the fight. A hidden power surged forth. Yan Ming rested his chin on his hand, thinking that the Taoist Tai Shu was clearly at the transformation realm. He wondered to himself, how could he apply a martial art he had seen for the first time? Could he have fully grasped the martial arts of the masters in just one fight? Suddenly, someone calling for the young master snapped him out of his thoughts. Zhuan Xiao clasped his hands and said, To be honest, Shibai and I came to the Tang Clan with only one purpose, to request an alliance in our sect's great war. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, a religious and armed force in Xinjiang. At one time, their power was so great, it rivaled all the old schools and all the martial world's forces originating from the prestigious clans. Even though countless changes have occurred in the martial world, the orthodox faction still dares not act because the entire cult is controlled by the 5 elders of the demonic cult. Meanwhile, the situation began to change with the appearance of Yan Zhongge, the son of the demonic cult's leader. Later, people appeared who swore loyalty only to Yan Zhongge, a man with innate martial prowess that pierced the heavens. Yan Zhongge was concerned that the demonic cult would be torn apart by factional conflicts. He gathered his followers, left the demonic cult, and established the demonic light stream. After hearing the story of how Yan Zhongge had just founded the demonic light stream, Tang Yan Ming concluded that with the emergence of the demonic light stream and the demonic cult's inability to replenish its reduced elite forces, now was the last chance to eradicate the demonic cult completely. However, the Black Snake Union to the south of their sect was a worrying issue, Xuan Shao said frankly. Our elite forces from Kunlun are on the march. If the Black Snake Union moves north, they will suffer a major blow, Yan Ming said confidently. But with the martial prowess shown by the young master, I believe you can definitely stop the Black Snake Union from advancing north. He even imagined the moment he would enter the battle, determined to unleash his full power. Xuan Shao bowed politely. So please, lend us your aid. While we conquer the demonic cult, please stop the Black Snake Union from advancing north. However, Yan Ming replied loudly, I don't want to! Xuan Shao, bewildered, asked. What? He asked awkwardly. What are you talking about? Tang Yan Ming explained. I said I don't want to. Why should I? Hearing this, Shibai asked. Did he refuse? Yan Ming explained. This isn't a matter that can be decided arbitrarily. I have to discuss it with the clan leader. That's what he said. So I came out first to wait, Xuan Shao asked quietly. What should we do if we can't persuade them? The elder Shibai said. First, let's wait and see. Xuan Shao tried to convince him, recounting the story. Shibai, although this is a different matter, I think the Tang clan situation is very different from what we expected. I came here and looked around inside the Tang clan. The halls have been rebuilt, and the martial prowess of the training warriors, and the atmosphere among the Tang clan members is completely contrary to the rumors that the Tang clan was weakened by the demonic light stream. The old man stroked his beard and said gently, That's right. I saw it too. There must have been some motivation for them to revive their clan. Regardless, we must win these people over. Suddenly, a woman approached them. Greetings, you two Taoists, she introduced herself. I am Tang Xuan, the general manager of the Tang clan. I have come on the clan leader's orders to bring you both to see her. Shibai and Xuan Shao were escorted into the main hall, their eyes wide with surprise. After they sat down, the woman spoke. I have heard everything from the young master. You came to ask for an alliance against the demonic cult. Is that correct? She introduced herself as Tang Jihui, the leader of the Sichuan Tang Clan. They thought, this aura, it's unmistakably the transformation realm. It's understandable why the Tang Clan's morale is rising. The young master's martial prowess alone was already astonishing, but the clan leader has also reached the transformation realm. They're on track to surpass even their past glory, Xuan Shao said. That is correct. We of Kunlun urgently need assistance for this eradication effort. So isn't it right to help from a standpoint that clearly expresses righteousness, Jihui pleaded. Please, reconsider, Shibai asked Yan Ming. You refused earlier, didn't you? Do you still feel the same way now? He said firmly. Yes, mother, Xuan Shao asked. How can that be? The young master Yan Ming clearly explained his viewpoint. If we can't stop the demonic cult's rampage, the era of the demonic path might dawn upon the world. I understand the threat of the demonic cult, but the matter of the Serpent sect and the Black Serpent Union is a separate issue. I have investigated and learned that the Black Snake Union does not harm the good people of Sichuan. Although they collect protection taxes, they are also trying to wipe out mountain bandits, just like the Orthodox faction. Given this situation, we have no just cause to attack them first. Xuan Shao hesitated, wanting to speak. Yan Ming added. Furthermore, you speak of a standpoint that expresses righteousness. When the Black Snake Union overthrew the Orthodox sects in Sichuan and the demonic light stream invaded our clan, not a single person from the Orthodox faction came to help. I understand that the safety of one's own sect and clan is the most important thing. I don't intend to blame anyone. But now you come seeking help under the pretext of eradicating the demonic cult. If the sect on your border were to fall, Kunlun would be next. Do you think they don't realize the fire is at their own doorstep? Xuan Shao could only lower his head in shame. He thought to himself that he couldn't even look up. The young master was not wrong. In the grand scheme of things, they only act when their own sect is in crisis, Shibai said. The young master's words are very true. I am very sorry for not understanding the Tang clan's position, Xuan Shao thought to himself. Shibai is apologizing. Normally, he would have gotten angry right away, he said gently. My thinking was a bit narrow. Since it was framed as a discussion of sacrifice, refusing was a natural response. Jihaye tried to negotiate. If you agree to help, we will pay a corresponding price. We are not asking for help, but for a partnership, so will you reconsider? Yan Myong said. Since you've put it that way, I can no longer refuse. Hyun So said happily. Really? In that case, we should first discuss our current military strength, Yan Myong said. Before that, I need to see how much you're willing to pay. At the mention of money, his eyes seemed to light up. Hyunso and Sa-bek stepped outside, where he mentioned that the sect's maintenance costs were several hundred at a time. The old man said that if they could protect the sect, that amount was actually cheap, and that the young man must be confident in himself to ask for such a sum. Hyun so wondered. You mean, the young master's martial prowess is certainly outstanding. Sa-bek said that's still uncertain. He might be on par with the Tang family head, or perhaps even stronger. He replied, I see. According to Sa-bek's senses, it wasn't impossible that he was hiding his true abilities. Now, only Yeon-myung and Ji-hye were left in the room to discuss matters, while she calmly enjoyed her tea. He thought to himself, if he could deceive a transcendent realm master, that would be a different story. They probably don't know that I'm maintaining the Bai Mak Yun Chui. The Grandmaster's senses are indeed superior to what I perceived. Is the transcendent realm really the transcendent realm? This surely isn't just about the money, Ji-hye asked him. What was the reason for your sudden change of heart? He answered clearly. It wasn't a sudden change of heart. In front of those Taoists, spoke of the good deeds of the Black Snake Union. But I don't trust them, Ji-hye asked in confusion. But isn't it true that they've maintained order after all the major sects in Sichuan collapsed? He honestly said it was all because of Yugok's son. He recalled a story from long ago. The reason they were classified as a snake sect wasn't because they couldn't join the orthodox sects, but because they fundamentally disregarded values like honor and pursued profit like common bandits. The snake sects of Sichuan are currently only suppressed by the order that Yugok's son created, because after the Tang family weakened and the Black Snake Union took over, their followers rarely ventured out. By enduring a little hardship, they could push out their commercial rivals. He wondered if the fundamental nature of a sect's collapse or invasion had changed at all. Recalling the image of Yugok Sun, felt haunted. The current order is just a temporary state. If Yugok Sun were to disappear one day, the snake sects that grew under his rule would be unleashed upon Sichuan. Tang Ji-hye seemed to understand everything, saying it was just as expected. I understand your intention, but what do you plan to do? Yeon-myung smiled and said confidently, It's simple. We just need to prevent them from coming north. But with our current strength, isn't it impossible to completely stop the Black Snake Union? He gently explained, it's not about stopping them from the outside, but shaking them up from within so they can't get out. She was stunned. Her eyes filled with worry. She asked again in a loud voice, You're going to attack the Black Snake Union's home territory. It's definitely possible. But breaking through to get there won't be easy. Not long ago, they sent an invitation directly to us. The content was an invitation to the Sichuan Earth Assembly. The Sichuan Earth Assembly is now different from the past. It has become a grand gathering where the snake sects compete with each other. After reading the letter, Yeon-myung was determined to go and gather new information. I will attend the Sichuan Earth Assembly this time and confirm their true nature. If they cannot abandon the roots of the snake path, I will annihilate them all. The scene changes to a garden. Ying, if you go to the Tang family, you must not do anything to provoke their young master. Her uncle warned. Remember, the fate of our family depends on you. She replied. Don't worry, uncle. The head of the Jagal family clasped his hands on the table. She focused, thinking about her uncle's words. If the young master of the Tang family was such a talented individual, then the daughter, Jagal Ying, said with excited determination, No matter what it takes, I will bring him to our side. Early the next morning, So Hyup came and asked if Grandmaster Taehyo was there. I've brought food and medicinal brew. Sa-bek recognized that the young warrior had arrived and invited him in. The young man gently inquired, How are your internal injuries? The old man expressed his thanks. Thanks to you. I'm feeling much better. The two chatted cheerfully, and the old man praised. The medicinal brew your grandfather brought is very effective, the young man said. Is that so? Because initially, it used not only medicinal herbs but also poisons. Sa-bek looked bewildered as if he was hallucinating. Stop talking nonsense and drink it. I wondered if I should even drink this. But after I did, my internal injuries began to heal right before my eyes. He recalled the moment he drank the medicine. His body started recovering instantly. He shouted loudly, Nothing can stop me now, even if the Tang family head himself made the brew. The recovery speed is beyond expectation. At this rate, I can return to my sect in no time. So Hyup smiled, pleased. I'm glad there's progress, Hyun-so asked. But so Hyup, it seems a bit chaotic outside today. Then he hesitated. So Hyup eagerly asked, Is something going on? He guessed it was probably because the Jagal family had returned. Hyun-so's eyes widened in confusion, And he asked absent-mindedly, "Yes, the Jigao family." So Hyup shared some old stories and explained everything to him. The Jigao family and our family have had a deep and close relationship since ancient times. So this time they also stepped up to help with our affairs. They've set up a defensive formation around the outside of our Tang family compound this time. Chen Shao had figured everything out. He imagined a huge reward, reviewed the plan in his head, and said to himself, "I heard they were close, but are they really setting up a formation right away?" He also offered his opinion. "I don't know much about formations, but I think it will require a lot of resources. So is the Deej family's situation stable enough for this?" Shibai spoke up, asking, "To be clear about the costs and materials, will the Tang family be handling it?" Zhao Xi just smiled, so he had to make an excuse. "No, I heard the Deej family is also handling everything. I heard from the young master himself that the Deej family is being very cooperative." He even mentioned a few names who had exploited the Tang family's weakness. The Deej family head sat in deep thought, calculating carefully, in another development, before setting out. The old head of the Ji family asked Ying Ying, "Ah, can you do this?" She told him not to worry. She was confident, and laughed loudly. "I know myself well. There isn't a single man who won't fall for my beauty." The Deej family head sighed. "That's right, Ying Ying. You remind me of my sister, who was called the #1 beauty of Hubei back in the day. Charming a young man his age won't be difficult at all." He reminisced about the past, telling her the story. "Decades ago, Mo Guangchuan targeted my sister and attacked the Deej family. Our family prevented total annihilation through my sister's self-sacrifice. But the humiliation of being turned into a plaything for a night was too much, and she eventually took her own life." A moment later, he couldn't hold back his tears. "I cannot let our family go through such a tragedy a second time. If you, Ying Ying, can develop a deep relationship with the Tang family's young master, we can ensure our family's survival through the Tang family." It seemed she was still stubborn, insistent on her own pride. He came to persuade her, "I'm begging you, Ying Ying. The future of our family depends on you." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and he invited them in. They said, "During the business meeting, when the young master passed through the escape formation, I heard you all were a great help." Both of them stared with wide, confused eyes, not knowing what else to say. The scene changes, and it turns out it was none other than Zi Hui who had arrived. She inquired about the situation. "You're saying you'll set up a defensive formation around our family's estate here. As the family head, I can only express my gratitude." If she's the family head, could she be the young master's mother? A martial talent passed down through a blessed bloodline. The Deej family head expressed his feelings. He said, "Your presence is so overwhelming it's staggering." Then he cupped his fists and greeted the Tang family head. "I am Deej Shengchen. It was rude of me not to know that the family head had already assumed her position," Zi Hui said. "I took office while you were away, so it's natural that you wouldn't know. Please don't worry about it." He showed his sincere concern for her and her companions. "You must be tired from the long journey, so please rest well before you start working." Zi Hui wasn't formal, and she thanked him for his consideration. She then asked, "But the young lady next to you?" He replied, "Ah, she is my granddaughter. I brought her here to strengthen the friendly relations between our two families." He prompted her, "Ying Ying, you must greet the family head." The girl looked surprised. "That person is the Tang family's head. How could a person be like that?" She had no flaws whatsoever as a leader. He broke out in a sweat at the girl's naive reactions and reminded her again. She politely bowed her head, sincerely apologizing for her belated greeting. "I am Deej Ying Ying. Although it's a bit late, I sincerely congratulate you on assuming the position of family head." Zi Hui was pleased, smiled gently, and said, "What a good child. Thank you." She also complimented Ying Ying on her beauty. Surely, many young men must have suffered from broken hearts over the years. The young girl blushed shyly. "Thank you for your praise." Zi Hui also reminisced about her own past. "I was also quite well known when I was young. Looking at you is like looking at my younger self." The girl's eyes sparkled with joy. "What are you saying? You are still very beautiful now. When I first met you, I thought you were the young master's older sister." The girl thought to herself, "I must win over the young master's mother, because she might become my mother-in-law one day." Tang Juhui continued, "Even if it's just flattery, it makes me happy to hear you say that. Since my nephew and the young master are here, I hope you all will get along well in our home." The girl replied, "I'm very happy to hear you say that, because my half-sibling back home never showed me such affection." Oh my goodness. This was just a test Ying Ying set up to see the young master's reaction. but he just looked bored and dismissive. How could he react like that when a beautiful girl was telling such a pitiful story? It was so strange. Back home, boys would approach her even if she was just taking a walk. Ying was stunned by his reaction, thinking to herself, "Am I not captivating enough in the young master's eyes?" In his mind, there was only Mei Chu. She appeared in his subconscious. Ying's heart felt shattered. It was the first time she had been humiliated like this. For him to look at her with such an expressionless gaze. The young master's companion came and pinched his cheek to snap him out of it, reminding him, "Tang Yan Ming, what are you doing with a guest right in front of you?" Ying was furious. She would definitely make him notice her, no matter what it took. The scene shifts to downtown Sichuan, the territory of the Black Snake Union. A citizen reported, "Have you heard the news? I heard the young master of the Tang family is participating in the Sichuan Grand Tournament this time." The other man was surprised. "Considering what he's done, do you think the other clans will just let him be?" At the Shenhuo clan, the preparation site for the Sichuan Grand Tournament, the Shenhuo clan leader reported, "The previous page is the necessary budget for this tournament, and on the next page is the list of families and clans that will participate in the martial competition." Shang Mingri sat authoritatively and remarked, "The report is sufficient. Clan leader Shenhuo, I'm sure they know what to do now. Originally, the Tianjin clan was supposed to be in charge this year, but you've worked hard and done a great job." Yu Yulian simply said, "No, as a subordinate of the alliance leader, I was just doing my duty." The elders chuckled at her, probably thinking the alliance leader had just tossed the report aside and left. He's always been a free spirit, so I hope he'll now forget his dead-end alley childhood and mature. Suddenly, the daughter of the Black Serpent alliance leader approached the elders with a request. "I want to go to the Sichuan Earth Assembly this time." The young girl came and hugged Shang Mingri's neck. He asked, "What's this? The last time you went, you said it was a bother and never wanted to go again." The girl laughed. "On my way here, I heard that the young master of the Tang family is also participating in the Sichuan Earth Assembly this time." He confirmed that the information was correct. The girl kept pleading and asked curiously, "I heard that all his female followers are lovesick, so I wonder just how handsome he is." Mingri sighed. "Isn't that an exaggeration?" the girl exclaimed indignantly. "If it's an exaggeration, just pretend you don't know. But if it's true, then I have to see my future husband," Mingri patiently told the girl. "If your father heard this, he'd be shocked speechless." She asked again, "So, can I go or not?" He agreed. "You wouldn't listen even if I said no. Besides, who can stop the daughter of the Black Serpent Alliance leader?" Yu Yulian stood outside, seeing the happy moment between the girl and her father. A bright smile appeared on her lips. At the hall early this morning, Mei Lu was brushing Mei Chu's hair, exclaiming in admiration, "Oh my! Look at this soft hair! Are you really the same person who was bedridden for so long?" Mei Chu smiled shyly. Mei Lu continued, "No wonder Yan Ming compared me to you last time. If you have a secret, you have to share it with me." Mei Chu's eyes turned sad. Perhaps she was thinking of him. Suddenly, Mei Chu casually asked, "What do you think of Yan Ming?" Her sister was surprised, her face blushing. "What? Why would you ask that?" Mei Lu said cheerfully. "What do you mean why your breathing changes just from hearing Yan Ming's name?" Mei Chu was too embarrassed. She spoke loudly to shut Mei Lu up. "Did you learn martial arts just to measure other people's breathing?" Without hesitation, Mei Lu asked. "Anyway, are you okay, sis?" the older sister asked blankly. "What?" Mei Lu shared more information with her. "Yan Ming is busy attending the Sichuan Earth Assembly, so it'll be hard to see him for a long time." She grew more worried for him. "The Sichuan Earth Assembly is actually a gathering of unorthodox factions. Isn't that very dangerous?" Mei Lu crossed her arms and said, "That's not the important part. What if Yan Ming takes a liking to one of the daughters from the clans at the Sichuan Earth Assembly? Will you be okay?" Mei Chu lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. She forced herself to say, "That," then hesitated. Mei Lu cut in. "You clearly don't like that, right? So let's go to the Sichuan Earth Assembly." Worried, Mei Chu tried to stop her. "But what if we become a burden to the young master?" Contrary to her sister's mood, Mei Lu was carefree and cheerful. "Hey sis, don't worry about that," she said, grabbing her hand and running. "I've already figured everything out." The scene changes to a meeting room, where Yan Ming looked bored and tired. He rested his chin on his hand and asked, Ying, you want to go to the Sichuan Earth Assembly too?" The girl didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "I heard it's a place where the rising stars of Sichuan compete for influence." "I'm just curious about how that competition is conducted," Yan Ming said wearily. It probably won't be a problem, since I've received instructions that I can bring an escort warrior along. Just know that it's not a place for fun and games. Ying was furious inside, but she managed to restrain herself. To her, no matter what, she would follow him and win the young master's affection. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yan Ming! Inside, Yan Ming's face lit up. His eyes filled with hope. He had a feeling who it was. And sure enough, it was her. Mei Lu led Mei Chu in and announced loudly, "That's right. We came because my sister has something to say." Mei Chu, standing beside her, said, "Why are you being so impolite to the young master?" But her sister resolutely pulled her into the room. As they entered, they saw Ying. She asked, "Who's this?" Ying asked back. "And who are you?" Yan Ming said. "Lady Mei Chu has come to see me." "What is it?" Mei Lu quickly and boldly said. "It's like this. My sister and I want to go to the Sichuan Earth Assembly." Yan Ming was completely surprised. "So, Mei Lu, you'll be the escort, and Lady Mei Chu wants to accompany me as a handmaiden." Ying froze, thinking to herself, what is that girl saying right now? Also, with that attitude, does she have an intimate relationship with the young master? And what's with that face? She turned to look at Mei Chu and thought, she could rival even the master of the Tang family. If he travels with a girl like that, my plan, my position. Outwardly, Ying tried to put on a friendly and pleasant face, but inside she was seething with anger. Yan Ming said, "Mei Lu, I would welcome you as an escort, but I can't take the young lady, as the handmaiden position is already filled." Mei Lu showed her attitude. "Why, if you don't take my sister, then I won't go either." Ying smirked inwardly. Yan Ming made his decision. "Then there's no other choice. I'll just have to select other warriors." The girl got angry. "You're really—" Mei Chu stopped her. She said gently, "I'm fine. Mei Lu, you should go and be careful. It doesn't matter to me either way. But if the young master doesn't want it, we shouldn't insist." She was shedding tears as she spoke those words from the bottom of her heart. Mei Lu spoke privately to Yan Ming. "Come outside with me," she said. "Yan Ming, I think you're amazing. Your martial arts, judgment, and decisiveness are all outstanding. But why are you being so dense? Do you have any idea who I'm stuck in the middle for right now? Why can't it be my sister? Don't you have feelings for her too? I already saved you a seat, but you just kicked it aside. This isn't a place for games, you know," she said with her arms crossed in frustration. Yan Ming cut in saying, "It's going to become a killing ground." Hearing that, she was stunned. He calmly said, "We don't know what will happen during the conflict with the high-ranking masters of the snake sect. If your sister comes along, it will expose her to dangers that you and I can't possibly foresee. If that happens, who do you think will take responsibility?" Mei Lu felt a chill run down her spine. He continued, "Besides, that's the territory of the Black Snake Alliance. We might even have to face their leader. Even if that weren't the case, the young lady only just woke up and her body is still weak. It would be very difficult for her to handle it." Mei Lu now understood. "If you put it that way, there's nothing I can do." He thanked her for understanding. Mei Lu said resolutely, "But I'm going." He was surprised. "What? Didn't you just say that if your sister wasn't going, you wouldn't go either?" She said it straight to his face. "That was then. This is now. I can't leave the fresh fish with a thieving cat," he said helplessly. "I knew it. Elsewhere." Ying was suspicious, feeling as if someone was talking about her. That afternoon, Yan Ming met the old master. He ran over and asked, "What are you doing?" "Feeling sleepy," the old man said loudly. "Not at all. I've already finished setting up the entire formation and am now making adjustments." "This will be finished soon. Either today or tomorrow," Yan Ming said. "Is that so? Then where is it?" The old man explained it to him. Looking at the formation, the core of the dark poison was all channeled through the medical pavilion to the main administrative office. The old man said, "I've used 3 important locations of the Tang family as the focal points to set up the formation and have completed it within the deadline you set for the decisive battle." He remembered asking the old man to do it within 1 week. "If you don't want to be left behind," the old man said, "with this level of work, I wonder if you are satisfied." Yan Ming placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling. "See, you can do it if you try. Do the same for the rest. You've worked hard and done a great job." Hearing such words made the old man overjoyed. The young man looked up at the sky, feeling a sense of peace, and thought to himself, "This is better than I expected. With this level of defense, we can hold our ground even if we're invaded while I'm away." If that's the case, then what's left? He continued to calculate. A moment later, Yan Ming had business and invited Tang Jilong over to talk. The man asked, "Why have you called for me? Young master, isn't our relationship one where we can chat so leisurely?" The young man said, "You have a deep expertise in swordsmanship and have reached the rank of elder. Right, I've also been using a sword for a while, so I'm happy to share this with you." Tang Jilong explained, "The swordsmanship the young master displayed that day is a realm I can never hope to reach. I am deeply aware of the difference between us," Yan Ming said. "With your current strength, you wouldn't last a single blow. Therefore, I plan to give you some advice on swordsmanship." Tang Jilong was stunned when he said that. Yan Ming added, "Of course, that doesn't mean I'll teach you for free. The condition is that you must follow my orders from now on. I can assure you that an opportunity like this isn't easy to come by. You could even consider it a fated encounter, and it wouldn't be wrong. What do you say?" Hearing this, the man was even more bewildered. The young master asked more firmly, "Will you accept the deal before leaving?" Shanshao said a few words to everyone. "We'll be on our way now. Thank you all for your kindness during our stay. Furthermore, on behalf of the Gongdong sect, I thank you for joining us in our cause," Shibai said. "It is also thanks to you that I was able to completely heal my internal injuries. If the Tang family ever has any trouble in the future, I will come running immediately." Tang Jihui chuckled and said, "Since you've said so, I can only thank you. We will also send our warriors and elders to lend a hand in your subjugation of the demonic cult," Shibai said cheerfully. "I will not forget this favor. I will send the payment as soon as I return to my sect." Tang Jihui also shook his hand with great sincerity. She replied happily, "I hope everything goes well." Suddenly, Shibai turned to Tang Yan Ming and said, "Ah, young master. If it weren't for you, my junior brother and I would have surely become corpses." When Zhuanshao heard his senior brother say the word corpses, he felt a shiver run down his spine and got goosebumps. He mumbled, "Corpses? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" Shibai extended his hand to shake Tang Yan Ming's and said, "Thank you so much. With such martial prowess that belies your age, it won't be long before you surpass me." For some reason, at that moment, a massive surge of light and power slammed into Shibai's face. He was horrified, and Rong Ming noticed something was wrong. Zhuanshao was also shocked, his mouth agape, and said, "Shibai, your face is so pale. Are you all right?" Shibai just grimaced and replied, "I'm fine. I must just be feeling sentimental about leaving. Come on, we have to return to our sect. Let's go." But in reality, Shibai was lying. He thought, "It's clearly not a mistake. But how can such a powerful presence be mere speculation? Perhaps the reason for the Tang family's rise has been surpassed. It's not the family head, but the young master. Yes, there's no mistaking it. The scene changes, and Tang Jihui stands majestically before hundreds of people from her clan. She declared in a loud and magnanimous voice, "Repay kindness twice over, and hatred 10 times over, as stated in our family code. You all know that our family has always valued faith and righteousness. Moreover, once we've decided to help, we must give it our all, knowing our fate is tied to Gongdong." Everyone heard clearly and shouted in unison, "As you command!" Tang Mingtan, Tang Wentuan, and the others all showed their firm resolve. The final words Tang Jihui had for everyone were, "Then good luck to all of you." The scene changes to Tang Yiquan, giving Tang Yan Ming a lot of medicine and saying, "I've added more Duanchang Yue poison." Receiving the medicine, Yan Ming was very happy and replied, "Thanks." There was one thing Yiquan was very curious about. "But why do you always carry only this poison?" "There are so many other poisons." Tang Yan Ming smirked and replied, "Well, this is the poison I'm most familiar with, and there isn't any other poison like it. That's all for now. My companions are waiting, so I'll be going first." Tang Yiquan grinned and said his goodbyes. "I don't have to worry about you, so make sure you come back alive." Suddenly, Yan Ming realized a white snake had been hiding behind him and eavesdropping the whole time. It even asked curiously, "Is it true you're not even 20 years old yet?" Yan Ming said coldly. "Why the sudden question?" The white snake was startled and said, "No matter how I look at it, that's not the kind of martial prowess that can appear at your age, is it? It's no exaggeration to say that I, Nogosu, have roamed around fighting strong opponents for decades. Of course, I'm still no match for that one martial wanderer. But furthermore, the sword techniques you displayed when dealing with those 4 elders were on a much higher level than the master swordsman I faced alongside that martial wanderer." Tang Yanming sighed and said, "In a place where the Black Snake Alliance leader exists, someone who can understand martial arts principles with a single glance, what's so strange about a kid like me showing up drop that useless curiosity?" His harsh words were like a splash of cold water on the white snake. It pouted and said, "He's clearly not a dragon." The scene changes, and Mei Lu is overjoyed to see Tang Yan Ming arrive. She waves and calls out loudly, "Ah, you're here! Where did you go?" Yan Ming walks over to her and says, "I went to get poison from Yuquan, but who's the person with you?" The man in the middle immediately introduced himself. "Greetings, young master. I am Chang Ji, and I am responsible for guiding you to Xindu. I will ensure your safe passage on the journey." Hearing this, Yan Ming smiled and told Chang Ji, "All right, I'll be counting on you." Suddenly, Tang Jihui arrived and asked, "Are you leaving now?" Seeing her arrive, all three of them, Mei Lu, DG Yingying, and Chang Ji were startled. "Greetings, matriarch!" Tang Jihui smiled and told them, "There's no need for such formalities." Afterwards, she reminded Yan Ming, "The winds are blowing again." Yan Ming made it clear to his mother, "I know you want to support me in how I live my life, but I hope you don't overdo it. And don't worry too much. Whose son do you think I am?" After hearing him, Tang Jihui couldn't help but chuckle. "Who else? You're the son of the poison phoenix." Then, she instructed everyone, "I hope you all stay unharmed, and moreover, you must assist the young master well. Well then, be on your way and return safely." Watching their departing figures, Jihui felt a sense of joy and warmth. The scene changes to Xuanyang, Sichuan, where Mei Lu arrives and is very surprised. It's giving off such a strong festival vibe. It didn't have this kind of atmosphere when I came here in the past. Hearing this, Yan Ming asked, "You've been here before?" Mei Lu replied, "When my father was the head of the Shangduan, I probably came here a few times. After all, I heard it was once a pretty large merchant guild in Sichuan, although now that the Serpent Dao sect has taken over Sichuan, its scale has diminished." Yan Ming continued, "Come to think of it, your father did say so." He pondered to himself, if the family thinks about expanding later, bringing in the Shangduan would be beneficial for securing our finances. Because we can't rely on the clinic's profits and the embezzled funds from the other elders forever, it's clear that we need to eliminate and wipe out the Serpent Dao sect. After thinking it through, Yan Ming told Mei Lu, "When this business is over, you and your father come find me." Mei Lu was baffled and confused. "Why is that?" Yan Ming answered with just one sentence. "Because I plan to help your father become the head of the Shangduan again." Hearing this, Mei Lu was completely shocked. Her jaw dropped as she asked again, "What really?" "You can't take it back later." The scene changes. A portly man was sitting and nodding off from a lack of business. He said dejectedly, "Another slow day. I wish someone who knows how to appreciate a good sword would come by." Suddenly, a voice was heard. "I don't hear any hammering. Are you not selling anything here?" It turned out to be Tang Yan Ming and his companions. He said, "I'm here to look at swords." The portly shop owner, who was looking glum just seconds before, was now cheerful and eagerly welcoming them. "What a unique aura. Ah, please, come in. The swords are inside. So please take your time browsing. I don't mean to brag, but my swords are far superior to any comparable wares in Xindu." Mei Lu asked Yan Ming, completely confused. "Why are we looking at swords?" Yan Ming immediately replied, "It's obvious. I think it would be better if I carried a weapon." He picked up the swords and began to inspect them. For all the owner's boasting, the condition of the blades was impressive. The standard of the sharp chi in the sword was so high, it almost hummed aloud. The portly owner was very surprised. His eyes lit up as he asked in admiration, "You know how to appraise swords?" Tang Yan Ming replied humbly, "Just a little, although it's unadorned and feels a bit rough. The sharp chi that defines the blade is incredibly keen. I'm no expert, but this is surely proof that it was forged with great effort and meticulous care." The owner broke into a cold sweat as he thought to himself. Then by just waving them a few times and glancing at them, "What should I do now?" After careful consideration, Yan Myung said, "I think no matter which one I choose, they're all high quality. So I'll just buy a moderately priced one." The fat owner suddenly ran off in a hurry. "Wait, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. So please stay put." The scene changes, and the owner brings a beautiful Yangzhan sword, a professional-grade blade. He urged them, "Come on, please open it and take a look. I'm so happy to meet someone who knows swords after so long. So I brought this out." Yan Myung opened the case. Before he could even get a good look, the fat owner said, "This is our forge's masterpiece. It's called the demon-slaying sword." Yan Myung vaguely looked at the gleaming sword. "The demon-slaying sword?" Mirio asked uncertainly. "Yan Myung, this is amazing." Even Jagak Yang Yang's eyes sparkled as she said in awe, Even with my limited knowledge of swords, I can feel how incredible this blade is. The fat owner said proudly. My master, due to a chronic illness, poured his last breath into creating this, and I, who inherited it, brought it to completion. What do you think I'm proud to say that at this level? It's not inferior to any renowned blade. Yan Ming thought to himself. It's definitely on a level that's not inferior to the sword I used in my previous life. I can even feel the constant display of mastery within it. After a moment of deep thought, Yan Ming told the owner, this is an excellent sword, but I probably don't need one of this caliber. The fat owner's face turned pale as he stammered. No, how can that be? Does it not meet your expectations? Yan Ming smiled and told him, it's the opposite. You've created a very proud and famous sword. I'm so grateful that you showed it to me. But I think something like this is a bit too much for me. On the contrary, a famous sword like this naturally stands out, so it would be better to carry a normal one. So please ring up the sword I chose earlier. The fat owner sighed sadly and said, if you say so, there's nothing I can do. Suddenly, a group of menacing men appeared out of nowhere, and their leader said, now what is this situation? The fat owner was startled when he saw them, his eyes wide with fear as he said, Young Master Yan. It's the men of the Hwagyeong clan's young master, Yan. So Chang arrived and said, you clearly said you would bring the best sword to offer me. How dare you hide a sword like this and deceive me, Yan? So Chang's face was extremely sinister as he sneered. A common peddler like you dares to deceive this young master. The fat owner was terrified, stammering an explanation. You've misunderstood, young Master Yan. But Tang Yan Ming was very confused. What's going on? I can feel a different kind of energy from those who look like guards. Is there something the Chonggak white snake popped out to gossip? You said you could smell a stench somewhere. That's demonic energy. That's right. I know because I've fought martial artists a few times. Is this your first time seeing it? Yan Ming nodded and said quietly, I've only heard about it. This is the first time I've seen it directly. Why are there members of the demonic cult in Sichuan? The white snake confidently said. Let's see. We can just catch one or two and interrogate them. Yan So-chang looked menacing as he approached Yan Ming and threatened him. Get out of the way. I have to kill that peddler. If you don't move, I'll kill you first. But how could Yan Ming possibly listen to him? He flicked his finger and said, what a foul-mouthed brat. The ugly young master was furious. What, you bastard? Then Yan Ming hit him a few more times. His guards just stood there, staring in utter fear. Young master, are you all right? Yan Ming lectured him. At your level, you wouldn't be able to use a sword this good properly anyway. You should train for another 20 years before coming back. The underlings rushed forward, shouting arrogantly, how dare you lay a hand on the nephew of Nam Qian, the master of the Hwagyeong clan, which is under the Black Snake Order. If you act so recklessly, don't expect to live. Yan Ming's eyes radiated determination and fighting spirit. He continued, I don't need to know that brat's identity. What is your relationship with the demonic cult? Their faces turned grim and dark. Jagak Yang was also a bit terrified, trembling as she said to Yan Ming, where did they come from? A man with his face completely covered threatened them. You dare to call our cult by a derogatory name. It seems you don't value your life. Suddenly, they erupted into chaos and started fighting. The man in the black mask said, Jian will tay. From now on, we will take care of young Master Yan and clean up this mess. It's quite surprising, though. We were perfectly hidden. So how did you know of our existence? Yan Ming replied with a blank face. With the foul stench of demonic cult trash radiating everywhere, how could I not know if you want to hide your identity? You should at least hide your face properly. You ugly freak! Mi Rio also got furious and cursed at him. Are you insane? Why are you provoking us with that ugly face? The masked man was exercising his patience and said, even after seeing those people die, you don't feel any sense of alarm. But Tang Yan Ming just chuckled and said, a sense of alarm, you all should be the ones carrying that. He even borrowed the demon-slaying sword from the fat owner. He continued speaking to them. As I see it, the ugly ones and the ones who have already fallen are all the same. The masked demon was now furious. He growled at his underlings. You guys take care of young Master Yan. I have to kill this guy. Yan Suchin was terrified and panicked. Who are you people? Let me go. Yan Ming looked at them with disdain, wondering if that brat really knew what was going on. It didn't seem like he was uninvolved, but it was hard to tell. The masked man charged forward, shouting, You dare ignore me! But in just an instant, his sword snapped in two. He was stunned by the sight before him. What I clearly charged at him, so how did I get knocked back? Seeing Yan Ming's calm expression, the man regretfully thought he should have counterattacked faster. And just a second later, all the other men were horrified. their faces turning pale as a chill ran down their spines. They watched as the masked man's head rolled to the ground. Once again, Yan Ming appraised his new demon-slaying sword, thinking that based on his opponent's stagger, this was undoubtedly a famed blade. The weight distribution between the blade and the hilt was nearly perfect, and it was so sharp that not a single drop of blood stained it. The chubby owner's jaw dropped, confirming that it was undoubtedly a famed sword. Yan Ming glanced at him and said, "Your master created a masterpiece. You're quite talented yourself for being able to maintain it as his successor." Hearing these words, the chubby owner was moved, recalling his master's words. His master had once said that a valuable item will naturally find a worthy owner. This sword, too, would one day find its true master. So you must entrust this sword to someone who can understand its true value. The emotional man knelt down, sobbing. "I found him, master, the true owner of the demon-slaying sword." Yan Ming then turned to the other demonic cultivators. "Which one of you scumbags is next? I don't care if you all come at me at once." Overestimating their strength, the demonic cultivators charged forward, roaring, "You arrogant fool, don't look down on us." But with just a few basic moves, Yan Ming took care of them all. Yan Suchen's jaw dropped in fear, tears and snot streaming down his face. Mei Lu and Diji Yingying were also frozen in shock, saying, "At this point, it's hard to be surprised anymore." Everyone looked at Yan Ming in awe, wondering when on earth that kid had trained in swordsmanship. Early the next morning, someone quietly approached. Yan Yuzhong said, "Everything is proceeding smoothly, almost too smoothly. The Black Snake Union would never dream that he is of the demonic cult's bloodline. My son, Yan Suchen, was born with the martial talent befitting the Yan family bloodline. Although he's just a child, the truth is that no one his age can compare to Suchen. If we have him make his martial debut at the Sichuan Assembly and infiltrate the Black Snake Union's leadership, it will be the first step in weakening their power. And by the time they realize it, the demonic cult will have already arrived in Sichuan." He laughed smugly. Someone called from outside. "My lord! Lord Yan!" Yan Yuzhong recognized the man. "Aren't you Chuan Yue Tai, Sukin's guard?" The man clutched his injured arm, calling out, "My lord!" The lord was stunned to hear he had been attacked by a mysterious assailant in the bamboo forest. The battle had been bloody, with many warriors sacrificing their lives. Mei Lu and Diji Yingying witnessed the aftermath. They were surprised that nearly everyone had been dealt with. Mei Lu asked, "But who is going to clean all this up? If we brought our sister here, she would probably faint. But will we be okay?" "One of them escaped earlier, so if reinforcements arrive," Yan Ming replied. "I let him escape on purpose." He pointed his sword at the boy and shouted, "This idiot doesn't even realize he's involved with the demonic cult. Someone must have instigated this to protect him." The boy replied, "I think you've been misunderstanding me. I'm not part of the demonic cult. I don't even know who these guys are," Yan Ming said. "We'll find that out soon enough." He pressed the tip of his sword closer to the boy's neck and added, "Now I'll just ask the ones who are coming." Mei Lu and Yingying stood frozen in fear as a troop of masked men arrived. "I know you're holding the young master hostage," Yan Yuzhong, who led the group, said boldly. "If you release the hostage and surrender, I will spare your life. But if you resist, I will tear you to shreds and feed you to the beasts." Yan Ming appeared, calling out from a distance, "They're here! In a situation like this, what can you possibly do?" The boy, restrained by Yan Ming, tried to call for his father to save him. Eavesdropping outside were Mei Chu, Ying Ying, and Xuan Xiao, who wondered, "Who are the real bad guys here?" Mei Chu gritted her teeth. "Damn it, just by looking, there are more than twice as many of them. What in the world is he planning to do?" Old man Yuzhong yelled. "How dare you? Do you have any idea who you're messing with?" Yan Ming replied. "The demonic cult. I know that the strange aura emanating from you all is demonic energy. You must be hiding your identities to carry out some conspiracy in Sichuan. Am I right?" Yuzhong grew anxious as the young man's words hit their mark. Yan Ming continued, "Although I don't know if the Black Snake Union is aware of this, I doubt they would let it slide if they found out." Yuzhong's worry became apparent as he thought to himself, "Did that guy detect the demonic energy I've been concealing moreover? The fact that the three Chuan Yue Tai are nowhere to be seen and he emerged unharmed means he's dangerous. I must kill him." Yuzhong was seething with rage. Gritting his teeth, he ordered all the Chuan Yue Tai to use the blood annihilation demonic art. Mei Chu was bewildered. The blood annihilation demonic art. That's what Mo Guangchuan used during the invasion of the Tang Clan. He's lost his mind. Yan Ming then asked the Yan elder, "Are you by any chance related to Yan Zhongge?" Elder Hu Trong asked. "Is that a question for a dying man?" The young man clenched his fist and replied, I have no personal grudge, but he's the one who destroyed my family. The old man laughed provocatively. Which family did my senior brother destroy, the Decat family or the Mok Long family? No. Since it's Sichuan, it might be the Tang family. Listening from the outside, Mai so angrily shouted at him, You tell me where it is, and I'll kill you and completely wipe out your family, Dun Duan. Realizing she intended to charge in, stopped Mai So. She tried to persuade her, knowing they would surely die if they went out there. Mai So stubbornly spoke, but then hesitated. Dun Duan tried to calm her down. Right now, we can only trust the young master. Dian Hutrong ordered the Suyen Wit Tai. Kill that guy. Someone behind Dian Men reminded him. Hey kid, those guys have a pretty strong aura, so what are you planning to do? Dian Men got angry and drew his sword. Are you asking the obvious? I'll just cut them down, he shouted. Annihilate them. The battle erupted, no matter how bloody it got. They didn't give up. Everyone watching from the outside was stunned and worried. Hutrong thought to himself. Unbelievable. 70 Zhuan Wit Tai warriors had deployed the blood demon extermination art. Even a master of the transformation realm couldn't be this overwhelming. Everyone watching had to admit this was just like the old days of the sect. Both the left emissary Kong Ton Tai and the right emissary Catch Lien Trung Tien of the Suyen Ma Nu sect were exhausted after the coming-of-age ceremony for the sect's young leader. They declared Dien Trung Kach the winner. Outside, the battle between Dien Men and Hu Trung continued, and the latter began to panic. The martial might of his senior brother, Trung Kach, who had overwhelmed the left and right emissaries, had reached the pinnacle of demonic power. After that day, how could he feel an overwhelming pressure from this kid that he hadn't felt from anyone else? The old man realized this was an unwinnable fight. Spare me, Dian Hutrong began to beg. No matter what, you have to save Tathan. No, I'll give you my life, so please spare Tathan. I don't know what kind of grudge you have with the Ma Kuang Xuan Lord, but that child is different from me. Just an ordinary kid who doesn't know he's involved. So please, let the child go. Dian Men replied. Ordinary trying to kill Da Thuong just because he wasn't given a good sword must be considered ordinary in your demonic sect, right? Then he stabbed him. You bastard! Hutrong was furious. Dian Men spoke with a hateful voice. Angry? The families of the people you've killed must have felt the same way, but I doubt you feel any remorse. I have no intention of forgiving anything related to Ma Kuang Xuan. Elder Hutrong grew even more enraged. Flying into a fury, Dian Men shouted, Stop screaming and go to the underworld! After the battle ended, Dian Men went to meet someone special. Did you say he told you to give me this sword? The man smiled happily and said, Anyway, if it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have survived, so please consider the debt for the sword paid with your actions. According to my master's last wish, the sword has found its owner, so I'm sure my master would be pleased if I gave it to you, Duan Duan said. Congratulations, young master, Ngi Lu also said. He already said he's giving it to you, so why do you keep waving it around? The young master said shyly. Why are you all so noisy if everyone insists? I'll just try to use it well. Mai Lu teased him. Look at that. He was going to take it anyway. Dian Men said to the swordsmith, This sword is too flashy. Can you give me a simple scabbard? The man replied. Of course. This sword, the more I look at it, the more I realize what a talented guy he is. Is this kid from the Tang family really this skilled with a sword? You could call him a sword king, and I'd believe it. When this kid grows up, he'll probably become an even bigger monster than Vo Len Catch. Dian Men unsheathed the sword, his face filled with excitement. People were lining up at the city gate when someone said to his friend, Hey, look at that guy. Is there a kid like that among the successors of the Sichuan city factions? Both his maids and his guard are women. Looks like he's a lecher. The Sichuan Grand Gathering is such a huge event. So what's he doing here looking like that? His martial arts skills must be terrible. But why are the women in the city reacting like that? I feel like I've already lost before even fighting. I've seen many rising stars before, but this man's looks are unmatched. Dian Men approached the registration desk. Could you tell us your family or faction and your full name? When they heard him introduce himself as Tang Dian Men, the young master of the Sichuan Tang family, everyone was stunned. Immediately, someone ran to report to Du Lin. He's already here, the person replied. Yes, clan leader. His name was added to the participant list early this morning, and then he headed straight for the guest house. Hearing this, Du Lin felt pleased. All right, now you can rest in peace. Brother, I will soon kill this arrogant brat and avenge you. Old memories flooded back of when Brother Mac helped her. This area is often prowled by bandits. What is a young lady like you doing wandering around alone? You're quite lucky I arrived in time. Are you hurt? That was the first day I met Macnanku. Although there was nothing stopping me from making a living as a concubine for high-ranking nobles or imperial officials. But I lived a life as nothing more than a plaything. Then one day, the Great Lord suddenly died in an accident. While he was alive, he had a hobby of collecting martial arts manuals. So I, wanting to start a new life, recklessly took a manual and fled. That was the day I met Mo Renkyu. Afterward, I quickly grew close to him. He, who came from a martial arts hall, taught me the basics so I could protect myself. And I, having built a foundation with the stolen manual, began to formally train in the continuous blooming lotus art. But the cruel world would not allow me to be happy. From that point on, my body began to weaken as if I had an incurable disease. Feeling I didn't have much time left, I left him, not wanting him to see my hideous state. As time passed, I heard news that Mo Renkyu was making a name for himself as the sect master of the Tai Black Sword sect. I was slowly dying, and I even thought it would be fine to die like this in constant agony. But because of my lingering attachments, I couldn't close my eyes. Just one last time. If only I could see Brother Mo just one more time. Then he appeared. Alliance Master, this is the exceptionally talented woman I told you about. But how did she end up in this dying state? Practicing a Yang family martial art with a female body causes the core principles to conflict. So it's only natural that your body is withering away. If you want to live, recite the incantation of the art you've learned. Should I call this a fateful encounter? As if mesmerized by the man's words, I opened my mouth and began reciting the incantation for a long while. The man listened to the entire thing in less than a moment. That should be enough. I have created the new continuous blooming lotus art for you, a modified version that allows you to use the original art with a woman's yin energy. If you succeed, the internal injuries you've accumulated will naturally be healed. So strive hard. He was Hwagyeong, the Black Snake Alliance Master who commanded Sichuan, to be loyal to the Alliance Master who saved my life. I established the Shenhua clan and joined the Black Snake Alliance. Moreover, since Mo Renkyu was also in the Black Snake Alliance, I thought we could rekindle our relationship. But he said the reason he sought me out was for my talent and nothing else. So please, do not be bound by old feelings. His heart was more distant than I had imagined. I couldn't blame him, because I was the one who left first. But I didn't miss the opportunity when it came again. I could only suppress my feelings and hope that one day he would understand my sincerity. Then, in the midst of it all, news of the Tai Black Sword sect's total annihilation arrived. On that day, I resolved to kill the young master of the Tang family, Tang Yan Ming. Although I wanted to find and eliminate him immediately, he is a master who has surpassed the transformation realm, making him difficult to kill even with my continuous blooming lotus art. I just have to endure a little longer, because in Sichuan, the earthly return will soon open, and I have prepared an annihilation that you absolutely cannot escape. Tang Yan Ming was in his training room while Chinka Baisha hid nearby. This monster. I've been disrupting his meditative state for over 1 hour, yet he hasn't even twitched. Is this his level of concentration? I'd believe it if someone told me he was a master who had achieved a state of returning to youth. What on earth is this guy doing in there? As expected, trying to perfect the pinnacle technique with the vicious Azure light heart art is too much. Even though I cut down 70 people with one strike that day, that was in a deteriorating state where its power was reduced by half. If it were properly constructed, its true power would come from the heart art I used in my past life, called the power amplification art. Only by training in that can the pinnacle's true power manifest. The power amplification heart art has a debilitating nature, so ordinary people cannot withstand it and would die suddenly. Because I was born with a constitution of stagnant inner force, I was able to remain unharmed. Of course, having reached the transformation realm, my body is much stronger now. If I trained in the power amplification heart art, I could quickly replicate the martial prowess of my past life. But I wonder if I still have a lingering attachment to the sword. But that is not the right answer. Even in a deteriorating state, I was still able to manifest the pinnacle technique with my heart art. The weakness in its power is because my current heart art is not compatible with the sword art. If I modify the vicious Azure light heart art to suit the sword art, it should work. Suddenly, Tang Yan Ming woke up to find Mei Lu drawing on his face. Wipe that off. I said stop it. What is it? Weren't you sleeping? I wasn't sleeping. By the way, are you ready? Of course. I was just waiting for you. Yan Ming? All right. Let's go. Ying Ying turned to Mei Lu and asked, but how long are you going to act like the young master's best friend? Mei Lu's sharp expression was clear. Why do you have to interfere? Yan Ming hasn't said anything, Ying Ying continued. If others see a guard acting so casually with her master, what will become of his prestige? Why do you care about Yan Ming's prestige? At this moment, Yan Ming spoke up. What Ying Ying said isn't wrong. While pinching Ying Ying's mouth, Mei Lu retorted to him. Are you taking her side now? I guess you don't need me to watch your back against the evil sects, huh? All right, there's no need to maintain prestige in front of a pile of corpses. I suffered a loss before, so I have to pay it back, right tenfold. Hearing Yan Ming's words, Mei Lu realized she was in the wrong and immediately changed her form of address. Young Master Yan Ming. The ceremony began with melodious sounds. Rui Lian came out and spoke to everyone. You all must know what kind of ceremony the Sichuan Dihui is. There's no need to beat around the bush. This is a place where everyone's rights are taken away. The struggle for those rights is conducted through martial contests. And according to precedent, there's no problem even if it comes to a life-or-death duel. The rights each person puts forward are written into a document, then stamped to confirm identity, and the winner will possess them. Exercising those rights for a period of 5 years, and to prevent any objections, our union will notarize it. However, if this is violated, it will be considered contempt for the entire Black Serpent Union, and a fitting price will be paid. That's enough explanation. At this Sichuan Dihui, we are also honored to have esteemed guests. This is the great hero Shang Mingri, the Nine-Ring Sword. The crowd below began to murmur. Isn't the Nine-Ring Sword one of the 6 serpent sovereigns? The fighting force of the Black Serpent Union as a swordsman. I've always wanted to meet him once. This is so embarrassing. I am Shang Mingri. Since I came to this Sichuan Dihui with Yan Shi, the union leader's daughter, I hope you will all perform to the best of your abilities, Du Miaolian continued. At this Sichuan Dihui, it has been decided that great hero Shang will officiate the life-or-death duels. Those who wish to engage in one may request his permission. Now, let the Sichuan Dihui begin. Just then, Tianhui walked up and knelt. Great hero Shang, I ask for your permission to have a life-or-death duel with the young master of the Tang family standing over there. Shang Mingri pondered. 2 swords on his black martial arts uniform. The kid from the Taiyi Black Sword sect, is he planning to get revenge? Although I heard that Mo Renkyu was attacked by the Tang family, he was a capable man who held considerable power within the sect. This is an unexpected situation. This humble one is Mo Tianhui, successor to the Taiyi Black Sword sect. I wish to avenge my father by having a life-or-death duel with the young master of the Tang family, the man who murdered him. Hearing Mo Tianhui's words, Mei Lu got angry. What is he talking about? The ones who attacked first are the ones in the wrong. Ying Ying signaled for her to quiet down, warning that he could hear her. Shang Mingri, accepting the request, announced. In that case, Mo Tianhui of the Taiyi Black Sword sect and the young master of the Tang family step onto the martial arts stage. Yan Shi's eyes sparkled like stars. That's the young master of the Tang family. Although there are many rumors about his immense martial prowess, he's also incredibly handsome. Shang Mingri looked at Yan Shi. The girl's face was already completely red. If the Tang family guy loses this duel, she'll probably be quite disappointed, Shang Mingri added. In a life-or-death duel, besides the combatants and their aides, no one else may interfere. Furthermore, all methods of attack are unrestricted, and you have the right to ignore your opponent's surrender. Do either of you have any objections to these terms? The two glared at each other with hatred and answered with a firm no. And both are permitted to have guards and aides, as representatives of their families. Young Master Tang, aren't you bringing any guards? I brought mine, but I told them not to interfere. Because whether it's 1 person or 3, the outcome will be the same. Shang Mingri praised Yan Ming. How bold. I like it. Let's begin. When they saw Mo Tianhui draw his sword aura, the crowd gasped. That sword aura is the Black Sword aura, the special skill of the Black Sword sect's master. He is properly trained in the Taiyi twin sword style. The moment his subordinates distract that guy and reveal an opening, I'll tear him apart head-on with the twin sword style. Suddenly, people shouted. What? Why did the attackers fall? Look, they've got feather-like needles stuck in their necks, a speed so fast that even I couldn't see it. Tang Yan Ming felt tired of waiting for Mo Tianhui. How long are you going to stand there? I'm about to fall asleep waiting for you. The man flew into a rage. I will definitely kill you. I'll tear you to pieces. Among those who attacked the Jinxie branch, there were 2 who used a sword aura just like yours. One was the previous family head, your father, and the other was Ganzi. You're far inferior to those 2. They kept rushing in, claiming revenge, only for it to end so easily like this. It hasn't even been half a quarter hour since it started. Isn't there a huge difference in their strength? Is the young master that skilled, or is the achievement of the Black Sword sect's successor just that poor? This is so frustrating. More than the fact that I can't get revenge is the fact that my father and I produced a worse result than that bastard. Wait, it's not over yet. Mo Tianhui's sword has been imbued with ink. I'll prove to you that I'm better than them. Yan Ming grabbed the sword charged with aura with his bare hand and was completely fine. Mei Lu said to Ying Ying, "Nothing is surprising anymore. At this point, I find it hard to imagine that kid losing." I was planning to go easy on him, but I didn't expect him to be able to move after being hit by a poison needle laced with an auditory toxin, or perhaps he had an epiphany right before death. Shang Mingri clicked his tongue in praise. "Truly astonishing. I didn't expect you to be able to display the empty-handed sword catch technique in that situation. I heard the Tang family uses gloves to handle sharp hidden weapons, or to temper the flesh of their hands. That's why I didn't think he could block a blade enveloped in sword energy. In truth, it was thanks to the dragon scale armor chi. But there's no need to spell it out. It's true our clan has something like that. I've enjoyed the show. The Tang clan's victory. I and the Shen Huobang will officiate it. Furthermore, you can choose to either continue the duel or stop. Of course I'll continue. But if the 9 Revolutions sword sect allows it, I wouldn't mind if all the Black Serpent Union members here came at me at once, since the result would be the same anyway." Hearing Tang Yan Ming say it was fine for them all to attack at once, the Black Snake Alliance faction retorted, "What did you just say? Attack all at once! You arrogant punk! You've only defeated one person and you're already this cocky! You're just the young master of a weakened family. Where do you get this confidence? Do I need to tell you who holds the real power in Sichuan? Rui Lian spoke up to stop them. Although life or death duels are possible, the Sichuan Martial Arts Assembly is not a brawl for brutes. Because this is a martial ceremony where the rising stars representing their sects demonstrate their martial arts with solemnity. Therefore, from my position as the host of this Sichuan Martial Arts Assembly, I cannot tolerate this disregard for the rules and your selfish actions." Shang Mingri interrupted Sect Master Rui. "There's no need to be so rigid. I'm also curious to see how far that daring young master can go. But considering the purpose of the Sichuan Martial Arts Assembly, if things get out of hand, I will step in." Rui Lian mumbled, "If that is the 6th Elder's will, then..." Shang Mingri then said to Tang Yan Ming, "The Tang family's hidden weapon techniques are specialized for mass destruction. A pointless group attack with a large number of people will only lead to them getting in each other's way. The number for a joint attack will be limited to a maximum of 3 people. But I will give you the right to choose your opponents. If you have any conditions you are not satisfied with, speak now." Tang Yan Ming replied, "All right, I will proceed under that condition." The man was horrified as he watched Tang Yan Ming take them down one by one. My judgment was wrong. If the match were repeated a few times, they could prepare countermeasures for the Golden Dragon Rain, and as they gradually broke through the hidden weapon techniques, the opponents would have a chance to win. In less than half an hour, more than half of the participants were dead. That guy isn't using anything other than his close-quarters combat skills and the Golden Dragon Rain. And yet, those competitors can't even stand as his opponents. From the internal energy I'm sensing, I don't think he should be this strong. But what on earth is causing this difference in power? At this rate, proceeding with the Sichuan Martial Arts Assembly will become more difficult. Suddenly, people started to flee and shout, "Retreat! Fall back! I want to withdraw! How can we win like this? With Sichuan Martial Arts Assembly, I want to quit." Everyone was surprised to see Ye Qingkang unafraid and still wanting to issue a challenge. "Next, the Zhaobing sect will issue a challenge. No other sects need to interfere, because my guards and I are enough. Your solo performance ends here." While the successors of other sects were fleeing, the Zhaobing sect, in contrast, issued a challenge. Shang Mingri asked Tang Yan Ming, "Young master of the Tang family, do you have any objections to proceeding with the next life or death duel?" Tang Yan Ming looked at Ye Qingkang. His body was very strange. There was nothing like it in his memories from his past life. Shang Mingri shouted, "All right, then let the life or death duel begin." At that moment, Tang Yan Ming used the Golden Dragon Rain to attack Ye Qingkang and his guards, but it had no effect as their skin deflected all of the projectiles. Mei Lu and Ying Ying were shocked. The Golden Dragon Rain was deflected. "Look, his skin is dry and cracked like tree bark," Shang Mingri observed intently. The withered wood divine art, true to its name, causes the practitioner's body to wither like a dead tree. The skin becomes withered like that, changed to be as tough as tree bark and capable of blocking even sword chi. Furthermore, the density of their bones and muscles increases, and their arm strength becomes greater. "What will you do now, young master of the Tang family?" Tang Yan Ming used a phantom-like fist technique, causing Shang Mingri to become bewildered. "What was that just now? I couldn't even see his form for a single moment. Could he have mastered the phantom god technique?" Tang Yan Ming held a needle and stabbed it straight into the forehead of one of Ye Qingkang's guards, then said, "It's not yet at a level I can't handle directly." The next guard charged forward angrily. "You dare!" But before he could strike, Tang Yan Ming grabbed his jaw. "Let's see if your tongue has been trained as well." As he finished speaking, Tang Yan Ming stuck the needle into the man's tongue. Oh my! It seems it hasn't been trained. Ye Qingkang lunged forward. Tang Yan Ming gathered all his internal energy with the thought of shattering him. Your body is certainly tough, but is that all there is to it besides toughness? Are you just charging forward, relying only on the toughness of your outer skin? I guess you have nothing else to show, so you can die now, right? Then he grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Ye Qingkang still struggled to speak. Who told you that toughness is all I have? I was waiting for the moment you grabbed me. Now, I will show you the true power of the withered wood divine art. And Ye Qingkang was following the instructions of Ye Rendi. Qingkang, from now on, I will tell you about the true function of the withered wood divine art, but this must not be known to the world. If you must use it, you must definitely eliminate the opponent. Now was that time. I will drain all of your internal energy, wither and die. Young master of the Tang family. Tang Yan Ming kindly reminded him, you'd best not do something so foolish. In his youth, Yerendi wandered everywhere in search of his own worth and met a Lama monk in Patala. He recognized Ye Rendi's aptitude and taught him a martial art called the Withered Wood Divine Art. Although its function was a combat-oriented martial art limited to external techniques, for Ye Rendi, who specialized in hand-to-hand combat, it was the most suitable martial art. But Ye Rendi, who was searching for a true technique, later joined the Black Snake Alliance and met Duke Cat Tuan. Did he want to use the battle-tested abilities of the Drywood Divine Art? It's not that difficult. All martial arts contain their principles within their names. It wasn't named that simply because it makes one wither like a dry tree that can be seen with the naked eye, because the internal energy in the dantian, along with the withered outer skin, binds together like tree roots, turning the body into a dry tree, just like how a tree absorbs water from moist ground. It unleashes an energy-absorbing technique, siphoning the opponent's internal energy. Ye Qingkang triumphantly shouted, I'll suck it all out and devour it! But no matter how much he tried, he saw Tang Yan Ming remained unharmed. Suddenly, his arm became paralyzed. What? Why is my arm? What in the world did you do to my body? Regardless of righteous or evil paths, the demonic path has 3 individuals known as the most vicious public enemies of the martial world. True to that moniker, they used the great energy-absorbing art to siphon their opponent's internal energy. The 3 of them traveled together like sworn brothers, unleashing their absorption technique on anything and everything. And 2 of the 3 had reached the transformation realm, so no one could recklessly stand up to control them. I've heard as much. Could it be these guys? If so, then I've hit the jackpot. Are you planning to control fiends like these by yourself? How on earth do you plan to do it? I'll kill them and test out my newly invented sword technique at the same time. I heard that even a one-strike enemy is no match. But that was before the sword demon appeared. According to my master, one of them died while testing his energy absorption, unable to withstand the rebounding true ki. It's only natural that an ordinary martial artist can't withstand rebounding true chi that has decadent, evil properties. Of course, I haven't trained in rebounding force myself, but that's not a problem. Tang Yan Ming warned. I told you it was best not to do that. Didn't your parents teach you not to just pick up anything and eat it? My internal energy is no different from a potent poison. My arm is getting sore, so you should leave now. Seeing things were going south, Xiang Mingri tried to intervene. Continuing this will result in too great a loss. We must stop now. Clan leader Du, let's end today's surprise here. Du Yulian objected and took his granddaughter hostage to threaten him. What are you talking about? We must continue until the young master of the Tang family is dead. He never expected the clan leader Du to do such a thing. She made her demand. The martial prowess of that young Tang master is stronger than I predicted. 9 rings sacred sword. Step up and kill the young master of the Tang family yourself. Tang Yan Ming muttered to himself. If this is the standard, then there's no need to kill them all. Then he turned to look towards Shang Mingri. What's this? Why did the atmosphere over there suddenly change? Shang Mingri was furious. You dare take Yanxi hostage! He's just a rising star of the new generation. What grudge do you have against him? What do you mean, just a rising star? Are you ignoring the death of sect leader Mo? To me, the death of sect leader Mo is no small matter. It's a significant event that I must avenge, even if you intend to repay kindness with enmity. Are you going to deal with the Sichuan branch manager yourself to do this? You're surely aware of my fleeting flower art, aren't you? For someone as timid as young Miss Yanxi, if I just put my mind to it. Mei Lu and Ying Ying didn't understand what was happening. Why are they fighting? I don't know either. Shang Mingri flew into a rage at Du Yulian's words. You dare do this! Do you think I can't slit your throat from this distance? She threatened him. For the 9-ring sacred sword who has reached the supreme realm, of course you can. But if you swing your sword so eagerly and make a mistake, I'm afraid a scar might appear on the young Mrs. Delicate face. At this, Xiang Mingri had no choice but to accept her demand. You despicable wretch! Fine. I'll play along with you this time. Just you wait. After I kill that brat, I'll kill you too. Yuelian sighed. As long as you eliminate that cunning young master, I will die content even if you kill me. Seeing this, the crowd buzzed with discussion. What's going on? Is one of the 6 revered ones really going to step up now? Stepping onto the stage, Xiang Mingru said to Tang Yan Ming. I had no intention of fighting you today, but things have come to this, so I apologize. I know this is a disgraceful thing to do, but I have no other choice. Because she is a child, I must prioritize even over my own life. So I hope you can understand this choice. Therefore, I will try to end this as quickly and painlessly as possible. Suddenly, discordant notes began to play. Playing music at a time like this. And what is this? Yue Lian, what are you doing? Are you using a sound technique? Are you trying to drive even the unrelated juniors into a demonic deviation? Does that matter? Aren't I helping you right now? It won't affect young Miss Yanxi, so you can rest assured. Xiang Mingri roared. Just how much further do you intend to disgrace me? I don't need this kind of evil art. So order it to be stopped. If you're thinking of stopping now, we haven't even begun. Wouldn't it only be fair to make that brat experience the same thing as Mo Renke, the terror of facing death? Now, hurry up and slit the throat of that damned young Tang master. Tang Yan Ming then spoke. It's too noisy. I guess I'll have to turn down the volume. And with that, he used the returning cicada chaotic dance flutter technique to blow away the discordant sound, leaving both Yue Lian and Xiang Mingri stunned. Then, as the music vanished, he smiled and said, Pardon my rudeness. Now that the noisy matter has been dealt with, please continue with what you were about to do. Tang Yan Ming's actions left Xiang Mingri completely astonished. Was that technique just now a martial art of the Tang family? Its power is truly characteristic of the Tangs, focused on mass destruction. And that level of martial might is from the young master performing it so effortlessly. If he can do that, he has clearly reached a higher realm than I. Must I kill such an outstandingly talented rising star with my own hands? What a pity, Xiang Mingri asked. What are you doing now? Regardless, will you have a sword duel with me? Seeing Tang Yan Ming stare at him silently for a long time, he wondered if this guy couldn't recognize his own position. Even using a special skill wouldn't be enough. Just then, the young man replied, In any case, my hidden weapon arts are just trivial tricks before a sword master. I wish to learn a lesson from Senior's sword. Xiang Mingri let out a breath. You brat! You're unbelievably bold. But I am very pleased with that spirit. I will let you strike first. So come at me. The green-scaled white snake appeared on Tang Yan Ming's clothes and asked, Are you going to unleash it? That's right, because my opponent is a master of the transformation realm. So here I come. Tang Yan Ming unleashed his internal energy, creating a great gust of wind, causing Rui Lian and everyone else to panic in disbelief. Is that really internal energy a human can possess? No. This is the realm of someone beyond human. The more frightening a truth is that I couldn't sense that the kid was hiding this at all. He has far surpassed my realm. Tang Yan Ming stared at him. Then I shall give you a proper lesson. Xiang Mingri wondered. How did that child reach such a realm? Isn't this the same overwhelming feeling as facing the alliance leader? Seeing the man hastily draw his sword, Yan Ming asked, What are you doing? Didn't you just say you would let me attack first? I did say that, but I didn't know you were hiding your power. Because if I back down, Yan Shi, who is more important than my own life, will die. And if we fight with all our strength, one of us will surely die. Therefore, I cannot stand still and take your first attack. Forgive me. A battle of attrition with internal energy would be a certain loss. So this must end in a short, decisive clash. According to the technique learned from the alliance leader, this is the transformation realm. The flow of qi into the body is definitely different. The image of the alliance leader appeared. You have finally broken through the wall of your innate talent and reached the transformation realm. Congratulations, brother. Although you experienced a partial age reversal when your 2 meridians were opened, you still have that scar on your face. For someone with my poor talent to reach this level, I should be grateful. Isn't it very masculine and cool? The alliance leader laughed. I still remember how you used to intimidate others with your fierce yet effeminate face. Are you talking about what happened years ago? I thought you came to congratulate me, but you're here to tease me. How could that be, brother? Since you have undergone a bone and marrow cleansing, I will guide you to a new realm. The modified shifting sword form that you have mastered clearly has its limits. Since you have obtained powerful ki and a strong physical body through the bone and marrow cleansing, From now on, I will pass the strong sword on to you. Strength suppresses softness, but it can also control strength. Originating from softness, the enlightenment gained through the shifting sword was a sword move that synthesized the techniques of softness and transformed them into the strong sword. I haven't been training for long, so the sword art is incomplete. I can only decide victory or defeat in a single blow. As a sword master, I have masterfully used the free-flowing shifting sword. But did you think I would also perform the strong sword carelessly? What? How can you use the strong sword? Seeing Tang Yan Ming make his move, the man was astonished. Impossible. I haven't even perfected the sword art to perform the strong sword, and yet he is masterfully using the complete form of the strong sword of all the sword techniques throughout history. Select, break, lock, scatter, pierce, delude, sever. One is chosen to become the ultimate skill. A sword that takes strength among these to become an ultimate skill is very rare, because an ordinary person's physical body cannot even handle its own sword momentum. There is a way to draw strength from softness, but that is what ordinary people do. If the body is weak, martial arts are very difficult, because the multiplying force you have trained aims for strength itself. That strength must reach the pinnacle of decline to be obtained, which is ultimate strength. Even though my physical body is different from my previous life, I still have the memories of performing the strong sword. It's been a while since I've used it, so controlling its power will be a bit difficult. I hope you can handle it. The battle between Tang Yan Ming and Shang Mingri grew increasingly fierce. In the city, a powerful qi was felt from the direction of the Shenhuo clan. Perhaps it's the climax of the Sichuan Regional Assembly. I heard that the swordmaster Lu Xun came to watch, so this must be his qi. Could it be that he's demonstrating his power through martial arts to motivate the rising stars? Isn't that a bit excessive to feel this level of aura from such a distance? It's no big deal. Let's just drink, since the Sichuan Regional Assembly will last at least 10 days and nights. As everyone was happily about to raise their glasses, someone shouted, "No! Everyone put your glasses down! The aura amplifies." Outside, Yu Jixun was sitting and drinking when he sensed something was wrong, and he shouted, "Brother!" Snow fell heavily. Lu Xun froze for a moment. The blade of grass in his mouth fell out. The next second, he coughed up blood, standing stunned, with a long horizontal wound across his chest from one side to the other. Before dying, he mumbled, "Yan Shi, you must protect Yan Shi." Lady Yan Shi's eyes turned red, staring in shock at her blood-soaked uncle, and even clan leader Yu was equally stunned. The clamor from the other disciples fell silent. What in the world just happened? Great hero Shang Mingri. The sword in Lu Xun's hand is broken in two. Has the sword master been defeated? The masked man shouted, "How on earth did this happen?" The old man next to him also panicked. "Clan leader Du! Who did this? Clan leader Du!" Observing from the closest range, yelled, "The young master of the Tang family killed the great master." The crowd below was stunned. "Is that the same guy who massacred the Tianjin clan and the Mojan sect?" Another person added. "That guy who looks like he's not even 20 killed Sword Saint Lu Xun." Clan leader Du, holding Lady Yan Shi tightly in his grasp, said in a loud voice, "The Sword Saint was murdered while trying to protect Lady Yan Shi here. If you can't avenge the great master and protect the young lady, the Alliance leader will surely be furious." As he finished speaking, a dark green aura enveloped the area below. The Black Serpent Alliance was enraged. "So kill that damn young master immediately!" The men below were terrified, sweating bullets, all sharing the same thought. Something feels a bit strange, but if what he said is true, we won't be able to keep our lives either. The whole crowd finally rushed forward chaotically, knowing that since he defeated the Sword Saint, his martial prowess would be extraordinary. They all charged, men with blades and swords scrambling onto the arena to fight a decisive battle with Tang Yan Ming. Mei Lu and Ying Ying were shocked, their mouths agape. Just how many people are there in the sky? Countless people swarmed to surround Tang Yan Ming. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath. Tang Yan Ming glanced over. "If you hadn't listened to your subordinate, perhaps I wouldn't have had to do this." He gripped the sword tightly. What a pity. Although it was an excellent sword style, the outcome was already decided by the difference in the refinement of our auras. He flew forward with his sword. Even so, the fact that you didn't drop your sword and fall was truly the mark of a true swordsman. Tang Yan Ming recalled that moment. "Although you were my opponent, I have great respect for an outstanding swordsman. I will make sure your journey to the afterlife is not a boring one." Right now. Tang Yan Ming held his head high, watching the countless people charge at him. When the time was right, he controlled Lu Xun's sword, raising it to the sky. Ah! The crowd was gradually getting injured. What is this broken sword fragments? The men, pierced by countless tiny shards, still managed to scream. So you're just using a cheap trick. Do you think you can stop our force of over 2,000 with this? Tang Yan Ming calmly replied. Of course. He gave a casual flick of his hand. The man continued to boast. They're just fragments. Don't be afraid. But then his face was slashed by a long cut. Next, the others were caught in a violent vortex that he created. The two old men below shouted, Stop! That's definitely a secret technique of the Tang family. Within that vortex, the 2,000-strong force was nothing compared to the great Tang Yan Ming. One by one, many of them were injured, as the Ma Chuan Hwagyeong secret technique was put into practice. How could they mistake the dragon that appeared next to Tang Yan Ming for Ma Chuan Hwagyeong? What a bunch of pathetic fools. They've clearly never seen the real thing. Mei Lu, Tang Yan Ming glanced down. Although I'll stop them from getting near you two, there will be some stragglers, so can you handle them? Mei Lu nodded immediately. Yes, I have to live up to my role as a guard. Don't worry, I won't get in your way, Mei Lu shouted to reassure Tang Yan Ming. Don't mind us. Just fight with all you've got, he muttered. All right, even if you didn't say it. I was planning to go all out. Tang Yan Ming intensified his attack, making the vortex unapproachable, and a subordinate was cut down with a single slash. The phantom fist technique was too fast. Tang Yan Ming then used his hands, which held many hidden skills, to strike even more powerfully. He struck hard into the vortex of 2,000 soldiers. The subordinates screamed in pain. Isn't he supposed to be no match for us? One of them still had the guts to say. Down below, a few subordinates also surrounded Mei Lu and Ying Ying. Among them were some dressed in Tang family attire. Mei Lu recalled when Tang Yan Ming had comforted her. You don't have to take it off. I'm fine. It's a bit inconvenient, but not life-threatening. Tang Yan Ming had turned away and said, It's not just about that, he continued. Mei Lu, you've developed to a level comparable to the Imperial Guard, even without being able to perceive your own blocked meridians. That proves you have an outstanding aptitude for martial arts. If your blocked meridians are treated and cleared, your level will truly become much stronger, comparable to a clan elder. In an instant, a subordinate was struck by a needle right in the forehead. At the same time, Mei Lu slashed his throat with her dagger. Recalling that moment, Mei Lu now had even more motivation to fight. Mei Lu muttered, Wow, these guys are strong too. Just what are they? Ying Ying, watching beside her, was horrified. I doubted her strength because she looks like a child, but she's even stronger than the successors of most clans. Mei Lu turned back and yelled, Don't you move from behind me. Protecting someone else is pretty tiring. Ying Ying's eyes started to well up with tears. The young girl blamed herself. I regret neglecting my training. I'm completely useless now. Just watching from behind. Ying Ying hid and watched Mei Lu fight the swarm of subordinates all by herself, unable to do anything. Below, the old man shouted, We have to stop that guy's wind pressure. No matter how high his realm is, his internal energy must be limited. Even if we take losses, we have to surround him. The old man flew up to block the wind force in front of Tang Yan Ming. He was confused. Don't they care if their bodies are torn apart? The group struggled to block the wind pressure, shouting to each other. All right, his wind pressure is decreasing. He just stood there calmly watching. Even if they owe a debt of gratitude, is it necessary to risk their lives like this? Just what kind of person is Lian to these men? Tang Yan Ming tightened his grip on his sword. Now was not the time for silent contemplation. Zoom. Another barrier was created. Standing within it, Tang Yan Ming swung his sword once, creating a chaotic rain of blood. The Black Snake. Lian members looked up in panic as half of their 2,000 soldiers were killed by him in an instant. The fact that he could overwhelm a master-level expert in a single blow was no fluke. Numbers meant nothing in front of this man. The woman decided to play her trump card, shouting, Everyone, stop! He glanced back at her. You people can't stand against him, so retreat and save your lives. I'm sorry, young lady. She let go of Yan Shi. I will surely pay the price for today's sins. Then, she announced to him, I'm done playing around like this, young master of the Sichuan Tang Clan, because not even hundreds or thousands of lives can stop you. Her expression darkened. If I want to kill you, I can only use Leader Lian, although I didn't want to use this method to see you die. But with her eyes bloodshot and tears streaming down, this is the only way. Tang Yan Ming frowned. What are you talking about? The Shi Lian Nian Hua technique erupted in a fierce flame around Lady Yan Shi. Yan Shi screamed, and the crowd below was stunned. From the moment Lady Yan Shi dies, no one here will be able to leave alive, although I will be the first to die. I don't care! She laughed maniacally. I'll be waiting to see you as a dead man. Tang Yan Ming's brows furrowed, witnessing her burn Yan Shi in the crimson flames. The crowd below roared in anger. What are you doing now? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Rui Lian smiled, but tears still streamed down her face. Consequences. As long as I can get revenge for Mo Renkyu, I would do even more. It's just a pity I don't have the strength to do more than this. Clan leader Du pulled a dagger from her sleeve. I regret that I won't be able to witness the death of the Tang clan's young master myself. But she contentedly raised the dagger to her own neck. I believe Leader Lian will avenge me. Just then, a kick flew in, knocking the dagger from Rui Lian's hands. She was startled. She screamed upon realizing both her hands had been severed by a single sword strike from Tang Yan Ming. He frowned, waved his hand, and absorbed the flame surrounding Lady Yan Shi. He held out his hand and absorbed the entire blaze into his palm. Once done, he shot a sideways glance at the woman cowering on the ground. What you just did not only harms the innocent, but also dishonors the name and sacrifice of Zhao Jian. His voice grew sterner. Because even in a life-and-death duel, you have trampled upon the pride of someone who deserved respect. So don't even think about dying a peaceful death, Rui Lian cried out in pain, spitting blood onto the floor. I said that, he thought. But perhaps I should leave her to Lian, not me, because I can't make the situation any worse. Rui Lian still retorted defiantly. You think Leader Lian will spare you for this number? Absolutely not, she stated clearly. Your cunning schemes are useless. Young master of the Tang clan. Clan leader. Du screamed. Today, you will definitely be killed by Leader Lian. Tang Yan Ming, annoyed by her incessant nagging, said, Perhaps I should just rip that mouth of yours apart. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed, and an unusual figure appeared out of nowhere. He frowned and glanced behind him. Even Mei Lu and Ying Ying dared not move. You've finally arrived. Rui Lian was overjoyed. Tang Yan Ming stared intently at the newcomer. Leader Lian, she shouted. The man's gaze fell upon Lu Zun's body on the stage and the other dead scattered on the ground. One person, two people. His face turned pitch black. This was the leader of the Black Snake Lian. It turned out his subordinates chose to fight to the death not simply out of gratitude, but because they believed it was better to die fighting than to endure a wrath like this. Below, the subordinates bowed their heads in fear, and Mei Lu's dagger clattered to the ground. She hugged her shoulders, trembling. What is that? Is that person even human? Tang Yan Ming gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing for the life-or-death battle ahead. By Ying Ying and Mei Lu's standards, they couldn't possibly withstand that aura. If it comes to a fight, I'll have to handle it alone. And yet, the man walked right past Tang Yan Ming, completely ignoring him. At what point did he start looking down on me? On the stage lay the barely breathing Lady Yan Shi. Rui Lian, at the side, added fuel to the fire. Leader Lian, it's him, the young master of the Tang clan, killed Zhao Jian and harmed the young lady. Rui Lian's eyes were filled with rage. Can't you hear their resentment? Hurry up and kill the Tang clan's young master? Ah, I'm surprised. Leader Lian then took off his cloak, wrapped it around Yan Shi's body, and lifted her into his arms. Leader Lian, what are you doing? She snarled. You have to fight, isn't your enemy right in front of you? But he just walked away without a single glance back. Where are you going, Leader Lian? She screamed from behind, unable to understand. Leader Lian finally replied. Everything was a futile act. Rui Lian lost all control of her emotions. A futile act! This is revenge! Leader Lian continued to walk past his thousands of subordinates, holding Lady Yan Shi tightly in his arms. Where are you going, Leader Lian? Come back. Kill this guy. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Tang Yan Ming stomped on her back. He yelled, Don't say another word. My patience has its limits. He was clearly annoyed. Shut your mouth before I cut out your tongue. On the floor lay countless fallen subordinates. This is more serious than I thought. Although I planned to kill the successors in Sichuan and draw attention to myself to stop them from advancing north for the Gongdong sect's demonic cult subjugation. But that was supposed to be under the pretext of a life-or-death duel, he thought to himself, while tightly binding Yu Huilian with a rope. The death of the Alliance leader's daughter is another matter. It has escalated into an emotional war, far beyond any pretense of honor. Tang Yan Ming glanced behind him. Where are you going? Mei Lu asked, trembling. You're not planning to chase after the Alliance leader, are you? Ying Ying, behind her, was also on the verge of tears. He nodded and replied calmly. That's right. If I just returned to the Tang family now, disaster could strike, causing the two women beside him to gasp in shock. Tang Yan Ming couldn't care less. He slung the rope over his shoulder, dragging Yu Huilian behind him as he continued. I have to see how this concludes. You two go back and wait for me first. Mei Lu tried to stop him. Don't go. You must have felt it, right? That man is the leader of the Black Snake Alliance, the one who overwhelmed even Master Taishu. His eyes were listless. I'm not going there to fight. If the Alliance leader is a reasonable man, he surely won't kill someone who comes to talk. Mei Lu was still scared. She hesitated, then continued. What will you do if you have to fight? What else can I do? He suddenly clenched his hand into a fist. As the young master of the Tang family, if there's a threat to my family, I must naturally fight with my life on the line. The great Tang Alliance leader. The physician in the residence was terrified. Forgive me, Alliance leader. I did my best to treat the young lady, but... He hesitated, unable to finish the sentence. The fire energy didn't just invade from the outside, but also from within, because the young lady's meridians were already weak. I am deeply pained to have to say this. The old man was terrified, stammering as he continued. But the young lady has passed away. Yan Shi, Brother Ming Ri, leader, Gashun, if I die, you must lead the Black Snake sect, and our Yan Shi, you must raise her as your own daughter. Don't let her grow up without a father. I'm counting on you. He remembered the moments he was entrusted with that responsibility. The Alliance leader covered his face, not revealing his agonizing grief. From that moment, I felt like something inside me was shattering. The pain of loss. I became stronger to overcome it, because I thought that if I became stronger, I wouldn't lose anything important ever again. Alliance leader Gaesun recalled past memories. I led my brothers to the transformation realm, and also gained the loyalty of those who yearned to learn martial arts and expand our power. But it turns out it was all for nothing. In the end, something like this happened somewhere beyond my sight. Yan Shi, when your lost straw doll was found broken. It's only today that I understand the feeling that made you cry all day. Ji Shun's eyes gleamed through his streaming tears. The grief of losing a child was agonizing, but I am truly angry that I knew nothing while you were suffering. He looked at his own hands, feeling even more pain. What is the point of regret after loss? This must be a useless emotion. The important thing is not to repeat the same mistake. The physician was startled with fear and fell to the floor. That's right. I must kill them all. Anyone who has the potential to harm my people. Rage burned deep in Gaeshun's eyes. I will kill every single one of them! At that moment, Tang Yan Ming was dragging Yu Huilian to the Alliance leader's residence. Great Tang Alliance leader, Tang Yan Ming, holding the rope, appeared behind Qingke Baishi. Hey kid, do you know if dragons are real? He glanced back and muttered, What a sudden question. Tang Yan Ming frowned. Dragons are mythical creatures. At the same time, he thought to himself, I don't believe in things like legends. Then he continued aloud. Usually, that's a nickname given to an exceptionally talented master. Qingke flicked its long tongue and replied, It's not just a nickname for humans. As a species, it refers to dragons. Tang Yan Ming frowned. What are you trying to say? Qingke slowly replied. The being known as the Black Snake Alliance leader is not human. To be precise, that existence is called a dragon. Tang Yan Ming stopped in his tracks. His expression was naturally one of disbelief. Huh. A dragon isn't born in the form of a dragon from the start. The chi of heaven and earth gathers and gives birth to a dragon among men in the form of a child. It experiences life and is reborn as a dragon. Normally, adult dragons enter hibernation for hundreds of years, but when awakened individuals cause chaos, it displays a power so great it can easily overthrow a country. Tang Yan Ming found this bizarre and demanded clarification. So what is the basis for the Alliance leader being a dragon? If you feel that way simply because his aura is overwhelming, isn't that just baseless speculation? Qingke Baishi replied, You're nothing but a fool. You have the energy of a Wei Mei Mong right in front of you, yet you deny the existence of dragons. But he only focused on the first part, muttering in annoyance. A fool. Have you forgotten whose familiar I was in the past? Tang Yan Ming was still tilting his head, listening. Why do you think Wu Ling Ke brought me along? Because humans have fundamentally different and unclassifiable auras. In contrast, I am a Wei Mei Mong Liang, so of course I can distinguish the aura of a dragon. That's why Wu Ling Ke used me as a familiar. He and I hunted the black dragon that was harming the human world. Tang Yan Ming wondered in surprise. Did his ancestors really hunt dragons? He pursed his lips and stared forward, and although it sounded increasingly unbelievable, it came from Wei Mei, who had lived for 1,000 years, so it wasn't entirely without merit. Just what level of martial arts and medicine would one need to hunt dragons if I could perfectly replicate the swordsmanship of my past life? Could I possibly take on a dragon? Tang Yan Ming seemed to understand more and began to believe it. So, just because it's a dragon, it must be destroyed at all costs. Chinkebashi shook its head, explaining that, of course, not all dragons were harmful evil dragons. There were rare dragons known as Azure dragons that became celestial dragons, but it was originally the Azure dragon's role to stop the evil ones. However, back then, a warrior who knew nothing about dragons judged the Azure dragon to be dangerous and killed it. Chinkebashi continued the story, explaining that a conflict then arose with the Fangshi who were working with the Azure dragon to capture the evil dragon, and only then did the warrior realize the mistake he had made. And so he decided to take the Azure dragon's place and hunt the evil dragons. Tang Yan Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. So that's why there was a connection with the Fangshi. Speaking of which, Chinkebashi smiled and continued. Back then, he even tried to make me a dragon devourer. No, that was before we joined forces. Tang Yan Ming frowned, thinking, you're so detached, and your boastful tone is just bizarre, but it suddenly realized what it needed to say. Anyway, that's not the point. As I said before, when dragons are born, they don't realize they are dragons. They live like humans, coexisting and bonding with those around them. When they live with the people they've bonded with and form their personalities, if they are positively influenced and grow, they become celestial dragons like the Azure dragon. But Chinkei's expression grew more serious. If negative emotions become the main current of their personality, they will become an evil dragon. At this point, Tang Yanming's brows furrowed, becoming an evil dragon because of negative emotions. Could that mean? Chinkebashi replied gravely. That's right. The Black Lotus Alliance leader is a dragon, because he lost his daughter and his sworn brother in an instant. He is on the verge of awakening as an evil dragon. At that moment, the Alliance leader was sitting in the main hall when a subordinate entered to report. Alliance leader, the young master of the Tang family is requesting an audience. He says he's here to clear up a misunderstanding. The Alliance leader's hand crushed the stone armrest of his throne. Let him in. The door swung open. The leader was the first to speak. You said you came to clear up a misunderstanding. Is that right? Tang Yan Ming stared intently at the Alliance leader, thinking, let's see how you'll act. Since you seem to be sincere, his expression right now looks terrifying, as if he's walked into a death trap to beg for his life. Looking at his eyes, Tang Yan Ming recalled what Chinkei had told him. Is the Alliance leader's true form not human, but a dragon? He then replied, First, I would like to express my regret for what happened at the Four Springs Assembly. The Shenhuo clan leader, who was in charge of security, kidnapped your adopted daughter as a hostage, threatened the handover of the sword, and tried to force you into a life-or-death duel with me. Then, he tightened his grip on the rope binding Du Huilian and threw her aside. Ah! She screamed. Alliance leader! The leader's eyes were terrifying. He replied, You seem quite comfortable. Clan leader Du, she screamed. Alliance leader, please just listen to me for a moment. There's no need. One of his eyes began to glow. Are you afraid of what I might do? Yanshi must have been so terrified she couldn't even speak. The Black Lotus Alliance leader grabbed the woman's neck, performed the Xilian Nianhua art, and threw her to the floor in a great burst of flame. Did you think this lord wouldn't recognize the traces of the Nianhua art left on Yanshi's body? You must have taken her hostage and used Brother Mingri to avenge that so-called brother of yours, correct? He stared angrily at the blazing fire. This isn't the end. You must die suffering the same pain Yanshi endured, many times over. Don't you think? Tang Yan Ming broke into a cold sweat as he watched the scene unfold. He's already figured out the whole situation, so how am I supposed to talk my way through this? As soon as he had that thought, the man frowned and turned towards Tang Yan Ming. You're next, young master of the Tang family. Do you know why I've spared the Tang family until now? He slowly descended the steps. Yanshi was different from ordinary outsiders. She had a terminal illness and couldn't learn martial arts. She would cough up blood just from getting acquainted with a basic internal art. Tang Yanming listened silently as he spoke. The medicinal ingredients brought from all over the world and the so-called famous doctors were all useless. That's why I believed that the Tang family's using poison to fight poison was my only hope. But now that Yanshi, the one who needed treatment, is dead, so there's no longer any reason for me to spare the Tang family. The young man frowned and asked, Even knowing the situation, you have no intention of backing down if you proceed like this. You're acting no different than the Shenhuo clan leader, he smirked. Are you trying to say I'm being swept up in this? How naive. Didn't you bring the Shenhuo clan leader here to try and escape my wrath? The Alliance leader laughed even harder. It's hilarious that you're trying to talk your way out of the situation with words like that. Tang Yan Ming frowned. What? Regardless of the process, the Orthodox sects were involved in the deaths of people important to me. He growled. Losing someone important in the past was the first time. Today is the second. It's no longer the same. This hatred will only be satisfied when I've killed everyone involved, including you. At that moment, the Alliance leader's resentment fully awakened. What happens from now on isn't the Union's punishment, but my personal revenge. And it begins with the Tang family. Tang Yan Ming sighed. It seemed a fight was inevitable after all. He gripped the hilt of his sword, while the other man was kind enough to warn him. You'd better hurry, because not long ago, all the forces of the Black Snake Union, including the other 6 snake venerables, were already heading for the Tang family. The young man was stunned for a moment. If I deal with you quickly, I can still catch up using my lightness skill. Tang Yan Ming charged forward, and an explosion rocked the Great Hall. If what that guy said is true, then my family is in danger. I have to end this quickly and get back. Tang Yan Ming was shocked when the man blocked his sword with a single hand, after losing my eldest brother to the Orthodox sect just because he was from a snake sect. Away. I personally eliminated those Orthodox sect members who admitted to killing him. The Tang family was just next on the list, but this time, it won't end with them. He growled. Because I will annihilate all the martial arts forces in the Central Plains and eradicate any future threats. So from now on, the world will have to bear my wrath. Back at the Tang estate, the matriarch of the Tang family was sipping tea. She sighed. That boy Yan Ming, I wonder if he's doing all right. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, reporting, Matriarch, we have a huge problem. She was taken aback by his frantic expression. Warrior Yuan Jin, what is it? He replied in a panic. We're under attack! The Tang matriarch was startled. A large number of Black Snake Union martial artists had descended upon the Tang family. A bloody scene was unfolding. The Tang matriarch was terrified. Yan Ming. Back at the Union leader's Great Hall, the two were still fighting, but the situation was clearly in the Black Snake Union leader's favor. It was unbelievable even seeing it with his own 2 eyes. He gripped his sword hilt, using his killing techniques. I've put all my lethal moves into this powerful sword strike, but Tang Yan Ming continued to charge forward. A long sword strike cracked the boulder behind him. The hands of the Union leader, Geshun, were also cut. He exclaimed, truly worthy of being Brother Mingri's opponent. Your compatibility is even better than the sword art I taught him. Your internal energy and physical body allow for continuous attacks. Tang Yan Ming grew worried. He's countering all of my sword moves. And even in this situation, he's analyzing and predicting my sword art. He decided to act more aggressively. Then I'll fight at a speed he can't possibly react to with his naked eye. Geshun stood still without dodging. The swordsman gripped his hilt and charged again. The Black Snake Union leader's eyes suddenly glowed red. Sensing the speed at which Tang Yan Ming was approaching, a move like that could only make him flinch backward. Geshun looked at his bleeding shoulder and asked, You couldn't block it completely, but no matter how I think about it, it's very strange. I feel as if the sword is following a path that has been optimized to destroy the opponent. Tang Yan Ming pursed his lips, staring at him. Did he grasp the sword path from that distance to display such a sword technique at your age? With that? He lunged forward before Tang Yan Ming could react. Could it be related to the ocular technique in those eyes? His fingers almost touched the young man's eyes. Tang Yan Ming swung his sword upward with all his might, gritting his teeth. The leader reacted as well. Tang Yan Ming stabbed his sword into the floor to catch his breath, but he was knocked backward. The man stepped forward, giving Yan Ming no chance to recover. He realized it instantly. Right as his opponent lunged to tear him apart, Tang Yan Ming had already tightened his grip on his sword hilt, reaching back to create a perfect sword arc. The tip of the blade met his opponent's bare hand. A vision flashed before his eyes, and then the entire Great Hall exploded. The powers of Geshun and Tang Yan Ming clashed repeatedly. Tang Yan Ming continued his pursuit with his sword, but the man just taunted him playfully. Their eyes locked, and he raised his sword to fight again. He also launched an attack. A terrifying scene unfolded before them, causing the Great Hall to explode into smithereens. Tang Yan Ming was pushed back dozens of meters, revealing a chaotic scene. The Union leader's mansion was reduced to a pile of rubble. Quite surprising. He raised an eyebrow. I didn't think we'd get this far without a clear winner. I suppose I could even call you a sword venerable. Couldn't I? However, I feel there's no way to fully comprehend and master the principles of martial arts. Perhaps I need to think differently. Tang Yan Ming was also covered in scrapes. The man smiled and continued. If it's you, you'd surely be a great stepping stone to elevate my own realm. Tang Yan Ming felt the pressure mounting. Although it was hard to believe, his opponent's talent was real. To be pushed to this extent, Yet he was both retaliating and observing everything, as if he'd discovered something fascinating, like he was just starting to get interested in the situation. Tang Yan Ming. He still couldn't think of a proper solution. The longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become. I have to end this as quickly as possible, but because I'm using my sword with the mysterious Azure light chi, I can't unleash its full power right now. Moreover, he was also starting to tire. I've been using powerful sword strikes continuously, so my sword is being pushed to its limit. Although the sword had held up until now, he looked at it wearily. How much longer can it last? Ge Shun became angry when he saw Tang Yan Ming wasn't paying attention to him. How arrogant! Are you spacing out in front of me? He raised his hand and crushed it against the young man's face. A thunderous boom echoed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body struck by several techniques. Black Snake Palm Technique. The Black Snake Union leader continued his relentless assault, and the swordsman blocked with his bare hands, while thrusting his sword toward him. Yet, the man caught the entire blade in his palm. Tang Yan Ming retaliated with a long sword strike. His gaze grew even sharper. He swung one more time, and Tang Yan Ming suddenly realized only the man's outer robe was left behind. He had disappeared. I'm sure you will never comprehend it with that pathetic martial art. I've just had a pretty good enlightenment. So, he pointed a finger straight at him. I wonder how you will receive this righteous restoration divine art. A powerful blast of fire shot down from the sky. As expected, even you can't withstand the righteous restoration divine art, because it is a martial art that embodies the technique of amplifying true energy based on its nature, so there's no way you could withstand it. What is this? The flow of qi is amplifying, yet it's also settling down. Tang Yan Ming finally appeared in the sky, and Kajun stared up in astonishment. Tang Yan Ming was completely unscathed, appearing magnificently before him. He swung his sword forcefully towards the Black Serpent Lord, who was stunned with his mouth agape. A brilliant power emerged, stabbing straight towards him. He knelt down, clutching a long wound running down from his shoulder. Just what was the power of that sword strike? Tang Yan Ming landed perfectly on the ground. I've reached an enlightenment, he smiled. The way to perfect my sword path. I never thought I'd achieve enlightenment like this on the brink of death. The Black Serpent Lord frowned, annoyed to hear Tang Yan Ming echo his words. Are you using me as a stepping stone to a higher realm? Too bad you won't make it, because you will die here today. A nearby mountain was split in two. Tang Yan Ming grasped his sword hilt, taking everything in. This is a method I recalled on a whim, but I succeeded. If the transcendent realm is about applying strong will to change the nature of things, then the nature of true energy can also be changed. He also realized that the problem arose because his fundamental internal energy exceeded the internal structure of a human body. Therefore, if he changed the metallic nature of his internal energy to a poisonous one, he could perform the sword path of his previous life without worrying about his bloodline weakening. The Black Serpent. Lord gritted his teeth, growing even more furious. You dare tell this lord he will die! Tang Yan Ming became wary. The man stomped his foot, beginning to unleash his inner power. Tang Yan Ming glanced down. The ground was shaking, and his opponent was seething with rage. In front of this lord, a thing like you, the Black Serpent Lord, blazing with fury, charged forward, dares to say you'll kill me. He brought forth a terrifying dark power, a fearsome explosive sight. He also began to activate his ocular technique, rushing to fight the Black Serpent Lord. But his opponent's power this time was stronger than ever. Tang Yan Ming was blown back by the storm. Ugh! He couldn't get close easily. He saw the Black Serpent Lord lashing out at him with formidable techniques, so he used his sword to defend. The Black Serpent had transformed, his body now massive. His power was simply overwhelming. Tang Yan Ming was knocked back, only managing to hold his sword up to block this furious power, but he still couldn't withstand it and was sent flying. He managed to twist around and steady himself using his sword as an anchor. The Black Serpent Lord continued to advance, raising a palm and gathering power in his hand. Tang Yan Ming frantically stumbled backward, as the man thrust that hand straight into his chest. You think a little enlightenment is enough to defeat me? Nothing has changed. You will die here. He smiled. Today, the Tang family will be completely annihilated. Pfft! You're laughing! The man became even angrier. Tang Yan Ming smiled at him. I think you're underestimating my family. Our warriors are not weak. At the Tang family estate, the warriors were fighting back against the Black Serpent's forces with cold, sharp sword strikes, because I trained them thoroughly ever since I became the young master. And above all else, you're not the only master in the transcendent realm. An image of the lady of the Tang family appeared in his memory, risking her life to fight for him. The lady ordered us to hold out until the young master returns. Show them that the Tang family is no longer as weak as it once was. Tang Yan Ming gritted his teeth and replied, "The one collapsing today isn't the Tang family. It's you." With that, he slashed at the Black Serpent Lord with his sword. The man's eyes went wide as they clashed, continuing their fight. He grew more and more suspicious. "You disgusting bastard," the Black Serpent Lord snarled. "What right do you have to drive my brother to his death, even though you had the ability to save Yan Shi, which was the Serpent Sect's business and I considered letting it go? You now dare to say you'll take this lord's life?" He roared, "Then try it if you can." He struck Tang Yan Ming's chest with all his might, and the young man was uncontrollably thrown backward. An explosion erupted, and Tang Yan Ming spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Kid, wake up!" The Azure-scaled White Serpent appeared, calling out to him. "Kid, damn it!" It panicked. "There's no other way." It blew a stream of jade-green energy into his mouth. "If you die, then I, whose soul is bound to you, will also die." Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. High above, the Black Serpent Lord was preparing to deliver the final, fatal blow. The White Serpent panicked. Did he sense that your sword path, which cancels out his righteous restoration divine art, also has a weakening effect, so that's how you use it? Try hitting him back once. The man shot towards Tang Yan Ming. Meanwhile, the Black Serpent Lord's subordinates were losing ground, taken down by the daggers of the Lady of the Tang family. She was currently high above, controlling her power. Half of the family's warriors were holding the line and providing excellent offensive support. But as she observed from above, she determined that the number of enemies caught within her sensory range was more than double their own. Moreover, a battle was still raging, and an overwhelming aura was slaughtering warriors from afar. It was at least on par with her level, or even higher than one of the Serpent Path's 6 venerables. She worried, "I have to step in before our clan's warriors suffer any more losses." Suddenly, she looked behind her, her hand tightening on her sword's hilt. A powerful warrior was in the distance, and a formidable energy was radiating this way. That direction is definitely where the Black Serpent Alliance's fortress is. She worried, "Is Yan Ming fighting? But is that really a power level achievable by humans? Please be safe." Yan Ming. Meanwhile, Yan Ming was severely injured. He gritted his teeth, his breathing ragged. That last sword strike was definitely a destruction technique, and its power was no less than my own. Even though he's a dragon and unaffected by decay, how could he analyze and execute a destruction technique mid-battle? Geishun just stared at him casually with a look of contempt. Yan Ming thought worriedly, "If I don't kill him now, he'll become an unstoppable monster in the future." Geishun spoke up. "I've always sought strong opponents to improve my martial arts and create new techniques. But even after mastering the martial way, it was all meaningless." He clenched his fist, remembering the death of his sworn brother, Miri, and the sorrowful words of his daughter, Yan Shi. "No matter what new martial arts I create to protect my loved ones, it's useless. They'll still die at the hands of someone stronger. In this martial world, it's natural for the strong to prey on the weak." Finally, Geishun decided, "I will no longer stand by and watch. I will become the strongest, so that none of you can act recklessly. I will establish a new order. This throne is mine from now on. I will become the master of the martial world." Geishun had completely transformed into a draconic human, with a dragon's tail, glowing eyes, and black scales covering his body. The sunset scene looked quite peaceful, but suddenly a flash of light appeared in the distance, followed by an explosion that shook the ground. Geishun slammed Yan Ming to the ground with his hand, sending him flying a great distance. Yan Ming gritted his teeth, trying to use his sword to block the man's power. Suddenly, he felt his whole body go light, thrown like a ball by Geishun. Yan Ming used all his strength to plant his sword in the ground to stop himself from flying too far. When he opened his eyes, a surge of power from the demon-subduing divine art appeared. A beam of light sliced through the boulder where he had just landed, splitting it in two. Yan Ming was stunned. What his martial arts have far surpassed the normal level. Looking at the clean cut, he silently thanked his ancestors for their protection. If he had been a moment slower, he would have lost his life. Yan Ming bit his lip, thinking, "His techniques are too powerful. I have to find a way to counterattack quickly." But when he looked up, Geishun had vanished. Kingja quickly spoke. "He's up there." Yan Ming looked up and saw Geishun hovering in the sky. He raised his hand, and a small black snake crawled onto his palm. Geishun introduced it. "This is the Black Serpent Staff." He raised another snake, his voice filled with pride. "The ultimate technique my sworn brother left me is truly extraordinary." He then threw both snakes into the air, continuing, "In my hands, they can unleash palm energy to its absolute limit." The two snakes soared upwards, piercing through the dark clouds. Geishun spoke with a triumphant tone. After countless days of arduous training, the Black Serpent palm is finally worthy of my reputation. Yan Ming listened to his every word with a tense expression, as Geishun's smug laughter echoed across the gloomy sky. Just as the laughter faded, a giant serpent descended from above, tearing through the clouds. Yan Ming stared in shock at the ferocious serpent bearing its fangs before him, thinking to himself, how can a single person achieve this level of power? Geishun looked down at Yan Ming with contempt and said, Black Serpent Palm Total Annihilation. This is my signature move. Take this. The two serpents lunged towards Yan Ming simultaneously. Qingju urgently warned him, be careful. If that attack hits, not even a god could escape death. It urged, dodge it, quickly. But Yan Ming calmly replied, don't worry, I have a plan. Seeing Yan Ming grip his sword tightly, Qingju shouted, are you planning to block that attack? Yan Ming answered, if that power strikes the ground, all the people of Sichuan will die. I have no other choice. He then asked Qingjue, transfer your internal energy to me. Qingju looked at him doubtfully, but still followed his instructions. All right, you better stay alive. Yan Ming frowned, thinking to himself, to neutralize this demonic palm technique, my own internal energy isn't enough. He calculated carefully. A single destruction strike won't be sufficient. I must use a powerful sword thrust to pierce directly through the core of the palm energy and shatter it. He glanced at the sword in his hand, telling himself, it's all up to you now. Everyone's life depends on you. Demon-slaying sword. With renewed confidence, Yan Ming gripped his sword, his swordsmanship already perfected. He decisively unleashed a brilliant sword strike, charging straight towards the two serpents, thinking, this is the perception I have awakened, based on the meaning of a single sword strike as powerful as the light of the sun. A dazzling flash of light erupted as the two forces collided. Geishun stood high above, watching everything with a pensive gaze, when suddenly a memory flooded his mind, a shout echoing from a small village, where he was once the leader, the image of a scrawny, skeletal child secretly stealing food, startled by a loud yell. We've caught the food thief! Did you steal the food and share it with the villagers? The leader yelled with his hands on his hips. This kid is so young and already a thief, so hard to teach. He raised his hand threateningly. Now take a punch from me. But suddenly, a man from behind stopped him. Wait, big brother? He said to the leader. Look at that kid's body. He's skin and bones and trembling behind that pillar. The boss stared at the pitiful child in front of him for a long time, and the blonde guy laughed. He really is too small. Not even worth the boss's attention. The boss sighed. Then he turned to the boy and said, Hey, kid, just come with us. He walked closer, smiled brightly, and held out his hand. You look so pitiful. I won't let you suffer from hunger and hardship. He even asked kindly, What's your name? The boy was deeply moved by this gesture. Gatson recalled that this was the name the leader had given him when he was nameless. You became my kin, my family, and you taught me so many things. An image of Yan Shi appeared in his mind. She had entrusted the girl to him before she passed away. I also want to be someone she can rely on, just like the leader. But then he became pensive. But now I don't have the face to see the boss again. His eyes gradually grew vicious. Now, the only thought in my mind is to destroy everything, leaving no one alive. He suddenly looked down and saw a powerful light emanating from below. Gatson was a little surprised. Huh? How is that possible? Before he could even think, Yan Ming had already used the heaven-piercing sun technique, aiming his sword and lunging straight at him. In just a flash of light, one of Gatson's arms was severed. He glanced at the wound, completely stunned. Qingju, standing behind Yan Ming, was utterly astonished by the boy's technique. He could pierce through that energy field with a single sword strike. What on earth is this sword technique? Why can't I recognize it? Yan Ming looked at the sword in his hand, which was now cracked into many pieces, and thought, So this is your limit. Thank you for all your help. Demon-slaying sword. He then calculated his next move. Just taking one of his arms wasn't enough to defeat him. There was only one chance left to take. He raised his hand toward the broken sword, thinking he just needed to extend the power of the demon-slaying sword for a little longer. Yan Ming rushed towards Gatson, pulled out a dagger, and said, Help me! Gatson stood still, his cold eyes tracking Yan Ming as he charged forward. A powerful whirlwind slammed into the ground, shattering rocks and kicking up dust everywhere. A sudden light enveloped them both. Without hesitation, Yan Ming attacked, landing a powerful stab that pierced through Gatson's remaining arm. Gatson looked at him in disbelief. wondering how such a mediocre sword aura could penetrate his strengthened aura. He gritted his teeth in fury, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his heart filled with rage. I can't fail! I haven't gotten my revenge! How can I fall here? Yan Ming noticed an opening in Gatsun's rage. He quickly closed in, and a powerful slash severed his opponent's remaining arm. Gatsun stared down at his wound in shock. But Yan Ming gave him no time to react. He continued to swing the dagger, his eyes filled with killing intent, as he drove it straight through Gatsun's body. He roared in pain but still managed to stand firm. Yan Ming worried. He's lost both his arms, but he's still this strong. I have to break through his strengthened aura, or I'll fail. Gatsun screamed, his voice full of indignation. It's not over. I can't fall yet. Yan Ming calmly replied. It's over. Black Lotus Master, you have to pay for what you've done. With that, he used his poison-breaking art to pierce through Gatsun, creating a massive hole. Time seemed to stand still as Qingjue asked curiously, Did you create another new technique? Yan Ming nodded, recalling how he had combined the Fire Dragon Tiger and the power-breaking True Qi to create the venomous aura. It's over, Yan Ming said to Gatsun. Time's up. Black Lotus Master, you shouldn't have attacked the exit path. Though on the brink of death, Gatsun managed to retort. Do you think you have the right to say that? But as soon as he spoke, he collapsed. His eyes remained fixed on Yan Ming's back, filled with hatred. I can't die. I have to kill you to appease the souls of Yan Shi and the boss. Yan Ming didn't notice anything strange about Gatsun. He was focused on checking his own injuries. Luckily, I'm not seriously hurt, he told himself. Suddenly, he turned to Qingjue. Give me more poison, Qingju snapped irritably. Do you think my poison is water? I've been completely drained? But Yan Ming didn't care whether he had any left. He just asked bluntly, Do you want to go back into that jar? Qingju immediately changed its tune, saying, I never said I wouldn't give you any. Then it sighed. Sigh. My fate is so cruel. How did it come to this? Yan Ming grabbed it by the neck and ordered coldly, Stop your nonsense and give it to me now! But neither of them noticed a dragon with a mouthful of sharp teeth charging straight at them. Suddenly, Yan Ming sensed something was wrong, and just as he turned, he was violently slammed to the ground by the dragon. He used all his strength, holding the creature's jaws shut with both hands as it tried to devour him, wondering in amazement. You overcame the poison-breaking aura and transformed into a dragon? Yan Ming gritted his teeth and realized, no, it seems he hasn't fully transformed yet. Damn it. I still haven't gotten the poison from Qingjue. At this rate, I'm in serious trouble. The dragon that was once Gatsun grew more ferocious, roaring. I will kill you! Qingju spoke up from behind, its voice full of contempt. You're a dead man walking. Why are you still struggling? It transformed into its giant form and bellowed, Surrender and get out of here. But just as it was about to attack Gatsun, Yan Ming quickly stopped it. Wait, Qingjue, stop. Then he said, He's already at his limit. And sure enough, Gatsun collapsed completely, before taking his last breath. His remaining consciousness was still thinking of Yan Shi and the boss. Yan Shi, boss, I'm sorry. Yan Ming stood frozen, watching Gatsun slowly fall. A man and a beast watched as his body gradually faded away. Yan Ming asked cautiously, Is it over? Suddenly, something fell hard on his head. Qingju looked on wearily as Yan Ming clutched his head in pain. He looked annoyedly at the object that had just hit him, muttering, Damn it. What now? He was surprised to realize it was a dragon's horn. Qingju told him it was a dragon horn and to keep it safe. It contains the spiritual essence of a dragon and can be used to forge weapons that can resist both powerful ki and poison ki. Seeing Yan Ming's silence, Qingju glanced at him and asked, Why are you so quiet? Yan Ming replied, Well, I was just thinking that if we had met under different circumstances, maybe we could have become friends and discussed martial arts together. Qingjue was skeptical. What are you pitying him? Yan Ming said, hearing his words. I can't help but feel guilty. He recalled what Geishun once said. You had the power to save Yan Shi, but you stood by and did nothing because it was an affair of the evil sect? Yan Ming then frankly shared his thoughts with Qingjue. Back then, I didn't look into the full story. I just thought they were having a dispute, and that snatching the weapon and saving the child would be simple. The union leader wasn't there for the same reason. He trusted his subordinate and thought I could handle everything easily. Because of that complacency, an innocent child died, and everything spiraled out of control. Qingju snorted. You think you could be friends with him? Don't you know the Tang Clan and the Black Serpent Union are sworn enemies? Yan Ming sighed. I know, but if I had been on guard against the Heartfire, The one who controls the heart fire. Qingju cut him off. Don't dwell on the past. Everyone makes mistakes. Then, it recounted an old story to Yan Ming. Do you remember the tale of the shadowless wanderer? Your ancestor. He judged solely on what he saw and ended up killing the Azure dragon, who was a benevolent dragon, though it was unintentional. The Azure dragon's death could have plunged the entire continent into a sea of flames. So, the shadowless wanderer took it upon himself to exterminate the evil dragons. It's good to learn from your failures, but don't keep beating yourself up over them. What matters is the kind of person you become after this failure. Hearing that, Yan Ming wondered to himself, what kind of person will I become suddenly? He called out to Qingjue, chiding it as he ran off. What were you doing just now? If you had helped me sooner, things would have been so much easier. Qingjue immediately snapped back. Now you're blaming me, it said angrily to Yan Ming. I exhausted all my energy, using every kind of toxin to save you. To its surprise, Yan Ming replied nonchalantly. Oh, is that right? Qingjue grew even more furious. You're unbelievable. The least you could do is say thank you, Yan Ming immediately said. Thank you. Qingjue froze. Huh. He then told it. When I was knocked out by the union leader, I vaguely remember you sharing your toxins with me. He looked at it seriously and said, if it weren't for you, I would have been gravely injured. I was planning to thank you later, but because of the situation. Finally, he concluded. I mean it. Thank you. Qingju was taken aback by his words. I thought you were just a stubborn, ungrateful brat. In its memory, he had once told it, don't expect any thanks from me. You're just a tool for me to identify dragons. It asked him suspiciously. Did you hit your head or something? Yan Ming threatened it in return. Do you want me to lock you back in the jar? Qingju quickly replied. I was just kidding. Then it thought to itself, this kid isn't so bad after all. The scene cuts back to the dojo. The head of the Tang clan was still locked in a fierce battle with Senior Bai. The two were fighting intensely, neither giving an inch. The clan leader fought her opponent while anxiously glancing around, wondering where the other 6 venerables were. She thought she needed to take them out before they arrived. Suddenly, Senior Bai swung his sword at her with a powerful slash, his voice filled with rage. How dare you get distracted in front of me? The Tang clan leader was caught off guard and sent flying. Senior Bai said coldly, if you're worried about those 6 venerables, don't be. They're busy trying to break the array, so they can't get here. Once the array is broken, the enemy's numbers will multiply. What's more, the union leader is on his way. Today, the Tang clan will be wiped out. He raised his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. And I will be the one honored for slaying the head of the Tang clan. The clan leader had no strength left to fight back and closed her eyes, bracing for the end. But nothing happened. When she opened her eyes, she saw Ji Zhong standing before her, having blocked Senior Bai's sword with his own body, even losing an arm in the process. She was stunned. Tang Ji Zhong, a warrior Senior Bai, was also surprised. What? This small fry? He furiously grabbed Ji Zhong by the head and raised his sword. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Ji Zhong showed no fear, only thinking to himself. This is enough. He closed his eyes, thinking, I've served those incompetent old geezers for too long, allowing the Tang clan to be looked down upon. Today, I'll reclaim my honor before I die. But suddenly, Senior Bai stopped. He felt that something was wrong. What? Behind me. Something's behind me. Everyone stopped fighting and turned to look. It turned out Yan Ming had returned just in time. Senior Bai stared at him in astonishment. Countless questions flooded his mind. Tang Yan Ming, didn't Mi Yue already kill him? Why is he here? And why isn't it the alliance leader? As he was lost in thought, something fell in front of him, making him freeze. To everyone's astonishment, Yan Ming spoke coldly. I heard the clashing heretics call them the 6 honored ones. He then threw several heads to the ground. Take a good look and see if anyone is missing. I've killed all the ones who tried to destroy the Tang family's formation. I want to kill you all right now. But I'll give you one chance, just like I gave them. Lead your army and retreat. If you refuse, I will send you to the afterlife to reunite with your alliance leader. Elder Bai couldn't believe his ears and asked Yan Ming in disbelief. What did you just say? His expression gradually turned ugly. He quickly realized the truth. So that terrifying aura was from the fight between the alliance leader and that kid. And the alliance leader lost. He roared. Impossible! How could that kid? Before he could finish, Yan Ming cut him off. Senior Bai immediately fell silent as Yan Ming continued. His ultimate technique was indeed very powerful, but in the end, I still won and finished him. Senior Bai still couldn't accept this reality. Had the alliance leader truly been defeated, he lowered his sword and ordered his subordinates. Everyone, stop fighting! The subordinates looked at him in surprise. Senior Bai calmly said, The alliance leader was defeated and killed by the young master of the Tang family. They all exclaimed in shock. Killed? How is that possible? The grandmaster of the evil sect was defeated by a kid from the Tang family. Senior Bai continued. He survived after hearing the name of the alliance leader's ultimate technique, and he also killed all of the 6 honored ones, except for me. He affirmed to his subordinates. He's definitely on par with the alliance leader now. He commanded again. This is the final order from Bai Yingshan. I, one of the 6 honored ones. Everyone, drop your weapons and flee. Save your own lives. The subordinates obeyed and quickly left. Yan Ming asked him, Aren't you going to run? With tears in his eyes, Senior Bai thought, whether the alliance leader was truly defeated or not, I have no chance of winning. He spoke up. My brother is dead, and my daughter was also killed. His sword hand trembled, and he angrily pointed his sword at Yan Ming, roaring, I must avenge them. Yan Ming indulged him, drawing his dagger and getting into a ready stance, gesturing. Come on! Senior Bai recalled his fallen family and comrades. What's the point of living alone? I am who I am today because of you all. He charged fiercely toward Yan Ming, thinking to himself, I'm coming to join you, you fools. Everyone present was stunned by the scene before them. Obviously, with just one move, Yan Ming easily split Senior Bai in 2 and sent him to join his friends in the afterlife. The reign of the Black Evil Alliance in Sichuan collapsed in a single night, and the main reason was a young master from the Sichuan Tang family. Everything gradually returned to peace. In the study, Jichong came to see Yan Ming. Hearing that Yan Ming wanted to see him, Jichong nodded in acknowledgement. Yan Ming asked, How's your arm? It must be very inconvenient, right? Jichong touched his wound and replied, I'm used to using both hands, but it's fine. Yan Ming rested his chin on his hand and said seriously, Is that so I called you here because I heard you saved my mother's life? I want to thank you. The incident Yan Ming was referring to was when Jichong used his own body to block an attack for the Tang family head. Jichong bowed his head humbly and replied, I was only fulfilling my duty as a Tang family warrior. I don't expect any reward. Yan Ming smiled faintly. Is that so? But I'm quite surprised. We're not exactly close. Jichong quickly denied it. No, not at all. Yan Ming continued. Regardless, I must reward you. Do you want to learn swordsmanship? Jichong asked in surprise. Swordsmanship, Yan Ming explained. With one arm, you can't use hidden weapons or poison easily. I will teach you the evil hand sword. If you train diligently, I guarantee you'll be even stronger than before. Jichong was so moved he was on the verge of tears, and he quickly said, Thank you, young master, Yan Ming replied. No need to be so formal. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Then he added, I have a lot to do right now. After you've recovered, we'll begin. Jichong nodded in obedience. The scene shifts to Kang Shen, who was sitting dazedly, crying and complaining. Sigh, this is so tiring. It's all that young master's fault. Just as he was about to badmouth him, Yan Ming suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. He nearly died from a heart attack. Kang Shen shot up and stammered. Young master, you've returned. I'm so glad you're safe and sound. Yan Ming casually replied. No need for formalities, Kang Shen whimpered. I misspoke, Yan Ming continued. Ling Ling and Mei Li told me everything. You risked your life to maintain the formation, holding back the enemy's advance. Kang Shen gave a forced laugh. Ha ha! It was the least I could do. But in his mind, he was remembering that he had actually planned to run away. At that time, Ling Ling had been relentlessly persuading him. Use the chaos to leave the Tang family in a crisis. You should be strengthening your relationships, right? She even cited how everyone else was helping. How even Lady Mei Li and the others were risking their lives to buy time for the formation to activate. Kang Shen expressed his worry. But if the young master went after the alliance leader, he'll surely... Ling Ling shouted. He will definitely return. She looked at the old man with a determined gaze. I believe in the young master. Back in the present, Kang Shen thought, I probably don't need to mention this. Then he said to Yan Ming, Thank you for your help. Yan Ming placed a hand on his shoulder, nodding slightly. Thank you for keeping your promise. I also promise you that I'll help the great families recover quickly. Kangshan stammered in surprise. Thank you. After saying that, Yan Ming quickly turned to leave. Well, I'm off. It was a pleasure working with you. Yan Ming's actions made Kangshan question his very existence. He never expected the young master he had always feared would speak to him so kindly. Yan Ming was completely different from before. Suddenly, Yan Ming turned back and added, "Oh, and don't even think about running away next time." Kangshan trembled and replied, "Yes, yes." He was so scared his beard nearly fell off, thinking to himself. You knew, as Yan Ming walked away, he thought, luckily, the Tang family didn't suffer much damage, and everything has been resolved smoothly. The only thing left is what happens in 2 days. In the tunnels beneath the Black Evil Alliance fortress, a group of people moved slowly. Yuan Zhen observed his surroundings and marveled, never expecting a place like this existed under the fortress. Yan Ming led everyone to a massive, glittering pile of treasure, leaving them all speechless. With this fortune, the Tang family could operate for several decades. It was truly an immense amount of wealth. Yuan Zhen stared at the vast fortune and wondered, did he really hoard this much wealth? I don't understand why the Black Evil Alliance only operated in Sichuan. Yan Ming looked at the gold before him, thinking to himself, the Alliance leader, despite ruling the evil sect, never expanded his influence, staying only in Sichuan. He pondered that when recruiting subordinates. The leader used martial arts as a condition in exchange for wealth. But given the Alliance leader's personality, he wasn't a greedy man. Yan Ming guessed he likely only wanted to recruit those who craved martial arts, which is why he set such a high price. Then he turned to Yuan Zhen and said, Yuan Zhen, you stay here and clean up. Move this fortune back to the Tang family. I'm going to look around. Yuan Zhen immediately accepted the order. Yes, sir. Yan Ming then ventured deeper inside. The area was covered in cobwebs. He was curious how a place like this could exist so deep in the tunnels. He stood before a bookshelf, wondering. This looks like a study, but why are there no books? Suddenly, Yan Ming noticed a few red books in the corner of a cabinet. He picked one up to examine it. Surprised. Written by the Alliance leader. He immediately opened the book to read. The book recorded the words of Geishun, life is a cycle of repaying favors and avenging grudges. I have lived in Sichuan and always remembered the saying, repay kindness twofold, and repay enmity tenfold. I took those words to heart and always kept them in mind. Therefore, I destroyed the Qingcheng sect warrior who killed my sworn brother, my second father. Along with the Qingcheng sect, I also wiped out Diankang and Imei. Those were the sects that protected Qingcheng. To prevent them from recovering their martial arts and seeking revenge, I researched and neutralized their techniques. This is my mockery and contempt for those who have vanished. After reading, Yan Ming fell into deep thought. He researched and recorded how to counter all of their martial arts with just over 10 books. An image of a massive bookshelf filled with all sorts of books appeared in his mind. He thought that before the Black Evil Alliance fortress was built, this was the territory of the Qingcheng sect, so it must have stored many secret manuals. But Yan Ming realized that even though the martial arts of the great sects were renowned, the man chose to discard them all, keeping only his own books. He sighed, marveling at his enemy's excessive confidence. After looking again, Yan Ming suddenly thought, is this really all there is? Not even 10 books. The martial arts of the righteous sects are always arrogant and look down on others, but their strength only amounts to this. After the war with the Black Evil Alliance ended, while the Tang family was busy restoring order in Sichuan, a fierce battle erupted in Qinghai between the demonic cult and the Kunlun sect. The Kunlun demonic immortal, Zhu Yun, one of Kunlun's elders, was a transformation realm master with ruthless methods, playing a key role in stopping the demonic cult. However, the demonic cult's forces were too powerful, comparable to the entire righteous faction combined. The situation gradually turned disadvantageous for Kunlun. Just then, reinforcements from the Kongtong sect and the Tang family arrived in time. With the arrival of Grandmaster Tai Shu, a transformation realm master, and the formidable forces of the Kongtong sect, the demonic cult was forced to temporarily retreat. The combined power of Kunlun's demonic immortal Zhu Yun and the demon-subduing sword immortal Tai Shu began to turn the tide in favor of the righteous faction. But no one expected that because of one malicious person among the Tang family's reinforcements, everything would completely change. At that moment, an elder gritted his teeth, crawling on the ground and cursing. You bastard! What are you doing? The shady actions of Tang Mingshan had thrown everything into chaos. He let out a sinister smile. I'm sorry, but a wolf pack can't have 2 alpha males. At the forge, the sound of metal striking metal rang out. Rentai was completely focused on his work, reminiscing as he hammered away. He was stunned, pointing at himself and asking, You want me to be the Tang family's blacksmith, Yan Ming? Standing opposite him, replied straightforwardly, Yes. Rentai hesitated. For me, that is a great honor. But, Yan Ming interrupted, looking at the empty space on Rentai's waist. Where is the demon-slaying sword? The young man stammered in reply. Ah, it was broken. Hearing this, Rentai couldn't help but exclaim, What? Yan Ming awkwardly scratched his head and repeated, It's broken. A random gust of wind blew the last leaf from a tree, just as a tear fell from the corner of Rentai's eye as he dazedly said, What? He thought to himself while continuing to strike with his hammer. Although I'm sad that my master's relic was destroyed. The Demon Slayer fulfilled its destiny. It killed the Black Evil Alliance leader. After all, the blacksmith smiled proudly. At that moment, Yan Ming reached out to comfort him. It's because you forged such a renowned sword that I came here personally to invite you. I have something I want to show you. May I come inside your house? In the forge, Rentai stared in astonishment at the strange object on the table. What? What is this? He stammered. Yan Ming calmly replied. The long story is a bit time-consuming, but in short, it's the horn of a spirit beast. Hearing that, Rentai exclaimed in shock. A spirit! A spirit beast! Yan Ming continued. I asked the Tang family's blacksmiths to forge it into a sword, but no matter how high they raised the forge's temperature, it wouldn't melt. I think you can do it. Suddenly, he noticed Rentai's strange expression. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Rentai quickly replied. Oh, I was just thinking. My apologies. After saying that, he began to analyze. A spirit beast's horn contains spiritual essence, so we can't use conventional forging methods. I think we need to change our approach. Oh, change our approach? Yan Ming asked curiously. Rentai explained. Use cold energy instead of heat to forge it. It sounded strange, but a spirit beast is a living creature, right? The more he listened, the more Yan Ming felt his reasoning had merit. If it were frozen solid, it might react similarly to being burned. All things exist within the 5 elements of yin and yang. A realization flashed in his mind. If heat, a yang energy, could forge iron, then cold, a yin energy, could forge the horn. Yan Ming pointed at the horn. Let's give it a try. Channeling cold energy into it isn't difficult. Suddenly, he remembered. I absorbed a lot of cold energy when I was treating Lady Mei Su. Speaking of which, I still haven't visited her since returning to the Tang family. An image of the girl with a gentle smile appeared in his mind. After everything is settled, I'll go see her. Yan Ming circulated his qi, channeling the frost toxin key into the horn. A burst of frigid air erupted, covering the entire forge in a thin layer of ice. Rentai exclaimed in shock. What is this? Why is the horn turning blue? An onlooker chimed in. It looks like it's working. The horn was now encased in a layer of pure ice. Yan Ming instructed. Try hitting it with the hammer now. Be careful not to touch my skin. Rentai complied, bringing the hammer down with a mighty blow. His eyes widened as he shouted, It's deforming, I can do it. Yan Ming nodded. Then let's see how it goes. Rentai suddenly realized, but this horn is a bit small. It's not enough to forge a full sword. As if he had already anticipated this. Yan Ming replied cheerfully, It can only be forged into a dagger. To me, the length of the blade doesn't matter. Rentai focused on his work, determined in his heart. Master's demon-slaying sword has fulfilled its purpose. Now, it's time for the sword I forged to take its place. He poured all his energy into every strike of the hammer. In Xinjiang, Shundian savored the strong wine in his cup with a look of pleasure. He turned to praise Ma Yi. You are truly captivating. I'm starting to understand why Emperor Tang Xuanzong was so infatuated with Yang Guifei. Bai Xiaoyan wrapped her arms around his shoulders, her voice sweet. My lord, you're too much. How could you compare me to a woman who brought ruin to a country? My loyalty is solely to the cult leader and the divine cult. My body and soul belong to you. Zhuandian burst out laughing. Indeed, I have misspoken. Such a comparison is disrespectful. But listen, I have a favor to ask of you. You know the divine cult is at war with Kunlun, don't you? Xiaoyuan nodded. Yes, it's the gateway we must pass to enter the Central Plains, Zhuandian continued. That's right, but we still haven't been able to break through. Not only is Kunlun's defense formidable, but Kunlun's demonic immortal Zhu Yun and the demon-subduing sword immortal Tai Shu of the Kongtong sect have arrived to help, and the 2 of them have halted our advance. Then he remembered something. But there's a silver lining. An elder of the Tang family, who arrived with the Kongtong sect, has secretly contacted us. He wants to ask for your help, Xiaoyuan asked in surprise. Ask for my help, Xuandian replied. That's right. The fame of your medical skills has spread all the way to Sichuan. Do you remember Wan Jinshang, the master of the Wan Jinshang Guild? The largest merchant guild in the world. He spent 1,000 gold pieces but still couldn't cure his son's incurable disease, yet you cured him in a single night. Thanks to that, the Wan Jinshang Guild has become an important financial source for us. The Tang family wants you to treat someone. Zhao Yuan winked in agreement. If it's the cult leader's request, I'm willing. So, who am I treating? Xuandian explained. They want me to treat his grandson, Wen Quan. It seems his arm has been crippled. Zhao Yuan tilted her head, wondering. So what's our payment? He replied. A poison worth trying. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. They said they will give us the Tang family's 10 poisons. Her expression changed in an instant. Is that all? Xuandian dismissed it. Of course not. The 10 poisons are worthless to us. To be precise, we won't just receive the 10 poisons. We must also poison the demonic immortal and the sword immortal, then hand their bodies over to the Tang family in exchange for a path into the Central Plains. As he said this, a wicked smile spread across Xuandian's face. In Hubei, at the Gay family estate, a curse rang out. What an idiot! Is there anywhere safe for him in this world, even though it's Wudang territory? He was far too careless. The floor was littered with corpses, and a disheveled Zhongge, covered in blood from head to toe, sat drinking a cup of wine and said, Come to think of it, I heard the black evil Lotus Lord was killed. The one who killed him was some kid from the Tang family, right? Guangtian replied. According to the rumors, he is proficient in poison techniques, yin energy, and swordsmanship, and can even use sword ki. Hearing this, the man smiled faintly. Sword ki. His martial arts are decent. Then he glanced over, his voice full of challenge. But that alone isn't enough to defeat the Lotus Lord. Could it be that he has also reached the realm of sword force like me? He placed his wine cup on the table, pondering for a moment. Or perhaps I overestimated the Lotus Lord. What a pathetic death. His gaze turned to Guangtian, his voice cold. I wanted to kill the black evil Lotus Lord with my own hands, but in any case, this is a good thing. His eyes grew fearsome. A threat had been eliminated. Now I can continue cleaning up the trash. He turned to ask Guangtian, Where is the Murong family? They are disguised as merchants, secretly expanding their influence. Guangtian bowed his head, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. My lord, something is approaching. Zhongge replied nonchalantly. I feel it too. It's quite fast. Is this aura from Wudang? Just as he predicted. The Wudang faction has appeared. Those old turtles sure are fast. I'll go out to greet them. You just worry about handling the Murong clan. Zhongge looked up at the bright moon, his voice full of resolve. Father, it's almost here. The age of the demonic cult is upon us. Elsewhere, Ling Ling was training relentlessly. Her arms trembled and her muscles felt like they would snap. But she couldn't stop. She remembered her argument with Kang Shen when he had asked in surprise, You want to learn the clan's martial arts? Ling Ling had nodded. Yes, she thought to herself. It was so hard to convince him to teach me. At the Sichuan Grand Assembly, all I could do was stand by and watch. I don't want to be like that ever again. She gritted her teeth, overcome with a sense of powerlessness. Then her eyes flew open, determined to try one more time. She continued to train fiercely until someone called her name. Kang Shen had appeared. Uncle, aren't you busy today? What brings you here? Ling Ling asked. He placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice heavy. Ling Ling, listen to me carefully. She didn't understand what was going on, but he continued. Hubei was attacked. The clan has been wiped out. Ling Ling was completely stunned, with tears welling in her eyes. Kang Shen recounted what happened. The Lord of Demonic Light, Yan Zhongge, had annihilated 3 of the 5 great clans. He had returned, and Hubei was now in chaos. The Wudang sword. Saint stepped in to stop the Lord of Demonic Light from attacking the Juge clan, but he declared, If I take one more step, Wudang will be destroyed before noon. After that confrontation, we had no choice but to abandon the Juge clan, Yan Ming thought to himself. So they couldn't do anything against the Lord of Demonic Light. Kang Shen's voice cracked, his eyes filled with tears. Ling Ling was right. If we had run from the Black Evil Alliance that day, we would have been killed by the Lord of Demonic Light for sure. He continued, trembling. So I think we are incredibly lucky to have survived. But I can't accept that my clan is gone, he screamed in despair. Yan Ming spoke up to comfort him. You haven't lost everything. The Zhuge clan members who are with the Tang clan are still alive. As long as you are alive, you can rebuild your clan. I still haven't fulfilled my promise to help you. I will do everything in my power to help you rebuild. So please don't lose hope. Hearing this, Kang Shen seemed to calm down a little, nodding slightly. Yes. Yan Ming stroked his chin and thought, what's happening? I need to be ready. Just then, a person entered, interrupting his thoughts. Young Master, Yan Ming responded. What is it? The man announced. A guest from Wudang is here to see you. Upon hearing that, Ling Ling gritted her teeth and turned her head. Yan Ming's eyes widened in thought. Wudang now of all times. Then he said, show him in. He then stood up and told Ling Ling and Kang Shen, you two must be heartbroken. Please go get some rest. I'll see what they want. His face grew stern as he thought to himself, Wudang, I'd better be careful. Inside the room, Yan Ming asked, you're from Wudang? The man replied, yes, my name is Cheng Yun. I am here to request the Tang clan's support, he continued. Are you aware of the chaotic situation in Hubei? Yan Ming replied. I heard that the Lord of Demonic Light, Yan Zhongge, has returned. Cheng Yun nodded. That's right. In a short period of time, both the Zhuge and Murim clans were wiped out. We heard that the Tang clan destroyed the Black Evil Alliance. As members of the Righteous Path, we ask for your help. We implore you to help us defeat the Lord of Demonic Light. Yan Ming sighed, his tone cold. I really dislike the attitude of people who come begging. I refuse. Cheng Yun froze in confusion and then yelled, Why, young master, didn't the Lord of Demonic Light also bring ruin to the Tang clan? According to your clan's code, you're supposed to repay a grudge tenfold. Are you not? Yan Ming's voice was soft, but his gaze was icy. Watch your mouth. A swordsman of the Wudang sect stood by and did nothing while the Tang clan was being destroyed. Yet you have the audacity to speak of our code. Seeing the terrifying look on his face, Cheng Yun backed away. Yan Ming continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I have no intention of sparing the Lord of Demonic Light, but when the Zhuge clan was wiped out while under Wudong's protection, you didn't dare to face him head-on. Did you? Your attitude is really starting to get on my nerves. Cheng Yun broke into a cold sweat and stammered. We mean, the martial world of the Central Plains is in turmoil. The martial alliance in Hubei has fallen, and the Lord of Demonic Light has taken its place. A demonic power is now operating brazenly right in the heart of the Central Plains. The main reason is that the Lord of Demonic Light attacked the Martial Alliance at the same time the leader of the Black Evil Alliance was destroying 3 major sects. Yan Ming thought. The so-called righteous sects only know how to protect their own turf. That's what led to this mess. Even if we get rid of the Lord of Demonic Light, who will lead the righteous faction, it's like, your house is on fire, not mine, so can I take what's left? With no one in charge, it's a free-for-all, isn't it? Without a common enemy. The righteous sects will just start fighting amongst themselves for power. Frankly, they're worse than the Black Evil Alliance. All I want is to live a peaceful life. So why does all this trouble keep finding me? At that thought, he let out an exasperated sigh. Then, as an idea struck him, his eyes widened. What if I lead the righteous faction myself? Having decided, he said, First, we need to find a new leader for the righteous sects. Hearing this, Cheng Yun was overjoyed. Yes! Exactly. Does this mean you'll cooperate with us? He slammed his hands on the table. Not yet. The first priority is helping the Kongtong and Kunlun sects defeat the demonic cult. Then we can deal with the Lord of Demonic Light. But we need someone to assess the situation and take command, Cheng Yun asked in confusion. Yes. So we're asking you to... Yan Ming continued. No. Sichuan will be the new center. I will establish a new martial arts alliance here. Following Kang Shen's orders, everyone rushed to build the infrastructure for the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Following the young master's declaration, the formation of the Second Martial Arts Alliance proceeded swiftly. Under the guidance of Kang Shen, construction began. Kang Shen, holding the blueprints, diligently directed and supervised the construction. And thanks to the estate manager's quick work in acquiring land, property values in Sichuan skyrocketed. The manager couldn't stop laughing at the soaring prices. Liu Li and her father grinned from ear to ear as gold poured in. And thus, the second alliance of the righteous faction was born, with its intricately carved blue roof. The building, with its primary blue and gold tones, stood majestically under the warm sun. The Righteous Heaven Alliance was born. Immediately after its founding, the alliance began a massive recruitment drive for talented individuals. The recruitment notice read, To all the heroes of the world, come to the Righteous Heaven Alliance in Sichuan. Yan Ming's eyes widened in amazement. Are all these people here to join the alliance? Kang Shen, standing behind him, bowed respectfully and replied, That is correct. Yan Ming gazed at the thousands of people crowding the courtyard and exclaimed in surprise. I never expected so many people to show up, Kang Shen explained. It's not just the 6 great sects and the 5 great clans, but even the smaller sects have come, drawn by your reputation, young master. You are the one who helped the Tang family defeat the Black Evil Alliance and become the central power in Sichuan. The old man continued. They've even given you a nickname. Hearing this, Yan Ming asked in surprise. A nickname, the elder replied. The Dark Venom Sword Dragon. It's a bit much, but I think it suits you perfectly. Indeed. The image of an azure dragon with a sword in its mouth fits perfectly with the young master of the Tang family in his blue robes. Hearing this, the young man let out a chuckle. Dark Venom Sword Dragon. Not bad. Kang Shen then returned to the matter at hand. It is time to announce the alliance leader. As the founder of the Righteous Heaven Alliance, if you take the position, I'm certain everyone will agree. Hearing this, Yan Ming immediately countered. I wouldn't be so sure. The Righteous Heaven Alliance's stated purpose is to defend the righteous path. But he glanced at the crowd from various sects, Hwagyeong with the Manhwa sect, Shuayun leading the Zhongnan sect, and representatives from Wudang and Shaolin, he continued. Do all of these people truly share the same conviction? There are surely those here with other motives, he stated firmly. That's why I must first show them my true power. The gates of the Righteous Heaven Alliance stood silent under the blue sky. Thousands of applicants watched quietly as a transcendent realm master from Shaolin faced off against Yan Ming. Standing between them was Kang Shen. The elder glanced at him worriedly, thinking, the young master was exactly right. It's as if he foresaw all of this. He recalled what happened just a few minutes earlier, after the registration procedures were completed. The representatives from the major sects had approached the young master. Ziyun, the master from Shaolin, raised a hand in greeting and said, Young master, your fame is well known. We are aware that your martial arts are extraordinary, but no one witnessed you defeat the leader of the Black Evil Alliance with their own eyes. Therefore, we wish for you to prove yourself in a duel. He cast a sharp gaze at the young man. I wish to contend for the position of Alliance leader. Kang Shen broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. Are they using this as a pretext to seize the leadership position? How absurd with the demonic forces growing stronger by the day. The wars have been incessant. Across the Central Plains, only Sichuan, which was under the control of the Black Evil Alliance's leader, remained peaceful. But after his death, Sichuan has become a prize that everyone covets. By becoming the Alliance leader, they could not only claim the legacy left behind by the Black Evil Alliance's leader, but also command all the sects that have joined. Kang Shen looked at the representatives from the 4 major sects, judging them silently. He sighed wearily, thinking he hoped that after this duel, they would finally learn their place. The Shaolin master then continued his introduction. I am Ziyun of Shaolin, a transcendent realm master often called the Pillar of the North. The elder spoke in a level voice. Consider this a battle to the death. You are known as the Dark Venom Sword Dragon. So use all of your skills, poison, hidden weapons, and swordsmanship. Don't leave any room for regrets. Hearing this, Yan Ming's lips curled into a slight smirk as he replied bluntly. Thank you for the advice, great master. But I will only be using my sword. I wouldn't want any accidents to happen. The elder seemed displeased by this, frowning as he repeated, Accidents. Then let us begin the duel. Are you both ready? Ziyun nodded, and Yan Ming followed suit. The two faced each other, their gazes as sharp as blades. Kang Shen's voice rang out. I now declare the start of the duel between Ziyun, the Pillar of the North, the great master of Shaolin, and the Dark Venom Sword Dragon, Tang Yan Ming, young master of the Tang Family. This match will decide the leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Begin. Just before the fight began, Ziyun turned to his opponent, his voice cold. Accidents. You say I acknowledge that your martial arts are impressive for your age, but you are far too arrogant. He stomped his foot, and the ground beneath him cracked apart. The onlookers stared in awe. It was Shaolin's signature technique, the diamond indestructible body. A golden aura enveloped Ziyun as he took a ready stance. But someone in the crowd quickly realized this was no ordinary diamond indestructible body. It was the ultimate unbreakable technique of Shaolin's founding patriarch, the divine diamond indestructible body. Ziyun's body seemed to radiate heat, but his voice was as cold as ice. Do you really think you can poison me? He said to Yan Ming. Even as the Dark Venom Sword Dragon, you will never break through the divine diamond indestructible body. It was a clear provocation. Wanted Yan Ming to give up the position of alliance leader, and a few people realized it. Seeing his opponent so eager for a fight, Yan Ming reached inside his robes to pull something out. I didn't expect to have to test this so soon, he thought to himself. A few nights ago at the Tang Family estate, Liu Li's father asked Yan Ming, "Do you still want to establish the alliance headquarters at Qingcheng Mountain?" Yan Ming confirmed. "Yes, after the fall of the Black Evil Fortress. That place has been abandoned. It's very suitable." The older man was about to suggest they should buy the entire plot of land, but before he could finish, a voice interrupted. "Young master," drawing the attentions of all three of them. He was surprised to see it was Mo Rentai. The man hurriedly apologized for interrupting their meeting. He grinned, showing his white teeth, and presented a black box with both hands. "But I couldn't wait any longer. I had to show you this." Kangshen looked bewildered at the object emitting a white light. "Huh, this is a beautiful short sword," Liu Li's father commented, even having to adjust his glasses to get a better look. Yan Ming asked Rentai, "Have you named it yet?" The man replied, "Yes. It radiates a white light and was forged with cold key, so I named it White Snow Dragonhorn." That was the name of the white short sword Yan Ming pulled from his robes. Down in the stands, the crowd started murmuring. A short sword. Is he planning to face the indestructible diamond body with a short sword? Is he only using a short sword? Ziyun felt his pride was wounded, becoming enraged and stubborn. He shot forward like the wind toward Yan Ming. His massive, gleaming golden body appeared before the young man. "I'll make you taste suffering." The force of his blow was incredibly powerful, crashing down on Yan Ming, unleashing a fierce gale. The onlookers could only watch in awe. The power of that fist technique spread beyond the training ground. Even a transcendent realm master would struggle to withstand Master Ziyun's fist aura. But everyone suddenly froze in surprise. Huh. Yan Ming had blocked Ziyun's attack with that short sword. Ziyun couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. "What?" Yan Ming observed silently, assessing to himself. "Is this the internal energy of Shaolin? There's a clear difference, an aura of pure yang and extreme hardness." He decisively slashed, forcing Ziyun's hand to bend back towards him. The old master's eyes widened in horror as he watched the golden layer on his hand crack and shatter from the cut. "What my protective chi was torn apart." Yan Ming recalled what the previous alliance leader had written in his book. "To break a sect's martial arts, you must break its foundation." Yan Ming gripped the short sword, pondering. "Shaolin's martial arts are Buddhist arts, based on the principle of natural flow, so I just need to sever the flow of his true chi to defeat it." With that thought, he slashed down decisively. Ziyun couldn't react in time and could only raise his hands to shield his face from the fierce attack. The crowd below gasped. "Impossible! The protective chi of the indestructible diamond body is being overwhelmed by a short sword." In the crowd, Ronghui of the Murong family, cloaked in black, stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. "How can this be? That sword technique?" Ziyun collapsed to his knees, admitting defeat before Yan Ming. "Ah, I concede. I have lost." Behind Ronghui, two others were whispering. "The Shaolin's indestructible diamond body was broken so easily, it seems the rumor that the young master killed the Black Evil Fortress Lord is true." Ronghui was horrified, his doubts erased. But how is that possible? How could the young master of the Tang family? Yan Ming looked down at Ziyun and said, "Master, please rise." At a large estate, Yan Ming was outside gazing at the moon when a soft voice called out, "Alliance leader." He immediately turned around. Yan Ming coughed lightly. It feels a bit strange being called alliance leader." Kangshen was exasperated. "You've already proven your strength in front of so many people. You'll be hearing this title often from now on, so you'd better get used to it." The old man then asked, "By the way, someone from the Murong family wants to see you. Did you know?" The young man was puzzled. "The Murong family, one of the clans destroyed by the demonic light Heavenly Lord. I don't know them." The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Is that so? They said it's urgent, and they want to see you immediately. The sword demon, the body of valiant strength, and the force-shattering heart technique." He was startled. "What?" "In the study." Yan Ming faced Ronghui. "You wanted to see me." The man spoke calmly. "Yes, my name is Murong Hui, from the Murong family." He clasped his hands sincerely. "I came here presumptuously because I have a question for the alliance leader. The sword move you used today resembles the martial arts of the sword demon, who was hailed as the world's #1 swordsman 200 years ago. Where did you learn that technique? A wary glint appeared in Yan Ming's eyes. You know about that? How do you know about the sword demon? You don't have the body of valiant strength, yet you can still cultivate the force-shattering heart technique. Ronghai was astonished. You could recognize my heart technique in an instant. You must be connected to the sword demon, he said in a panicked tone. The sword demon was a member of our Murim clan. He was the illegitimate son of the family head, so he was scorned by the entire clan. However, before he reached adulthood, he had mastered all of the family's sword techniques, astonishing everyone. The family began to divide, fighting over the position of young master, and the sword demon, who had no affection for the clan, decided to leave. 10 years later, he became famous throughout the world under the moniker Sword Demon. Some elders sought him out, trying to persuade him to return, but he said, "My swordsmanship is not yet complete." Those were his last words, and after that, he vanished from the martial world. However, the Murim clan continued to search for the sword demon's whereabouts, and eventually found a grave with the inscription, Tomb of the Sword Demon. Since then, the people of the Murim clan, including me, began cultivating this power-shattering heart method based on the records from the tomb. Yan Ming was confused. You all knew that anyone without a valiant power body would die before mastering it, yet you still practiced it. The young man clenched his fist. It's dangerous, but the cultivation speed is incredibly fast, so I couldn't give it up. Besides, I believe the sword demon left a way to overcome that weakness. But before I could find it, Mo Guangtian attacked the Murim family. His voice trembled. They didn't touch any of our wealth, but instead interrogated everyone before killing them, as if they were searching for something. Then they took everything related to the sword demon's martial arts. These words shocked Yan Ming. Darkness enveloped the night as Zhongge stood in the courtyard and began to speak. Long time no see. Has it been 10 years of all the places I've attacked? Only the Nangong family remained that I could not destroy. But today is different, so prepare yourselves. Sword King Nangong Chengtian. He stood on high, looking down and growling. It seems you still haven't forgotten your past failure. Last time you used your fists, but now you wield a sword, the man replied confidently. Thanks to you, I've realized the true wonders of swordsmanship, and I have even acquired a new martial art. The Sword King sighed. So with just over 10 years of sword practice, you think you can face me, the Sword King? His opponent replied confidently. Yes, the Sword King is an opponent worthy of me. What of it? The Sword King and the Sword Demon? I want to see whose swordsmanship is superior. Changtian took his stance. With that, their two immense powers clashed, and they were so evenly matched it was impossible to determine a victor. Returning to the Heavenly Alliance headquarters, Yan Ming rested his chin on his hand and thought, his gaze distant. Mo Guangtian, the one who stole the sword demon's martial arts. Why would he do that? Does he intend to cultivate it himself as the young lord of the demonic cult? Mo Guangtian surely has access to the heavenly demon divine art, the cult's ultimate technique. So why would he need to pursue the sword demon's martial arts? Ronghui awkwardly interrupted Yan Ming's train of thought, his voice hesitant. Excuse me for interrupting, but I wanted to ask one more time. What is your relationship with the sword demon? Yan Ming sighed. I've never met him. It's just that when I was a child being bullied, an illusory sword suddenly appeared before me. And that was the beginning of everything. Ronghui frowned, his eyes filled with skepticism. Yan Ming continued. It was probably one of the martial arts the sword demon left behind, just by coincidence. In any case, I saw the illusion of that sword and learned the sword demon's techniques. Ronghui still couldn't hide his confusion. But you said that without a valiant power body, it's impossible to cultivate. Could it be that you possess a valiant power body, Alliance leader? Yan Ming shook his head. No, I do not have a valiant power body. I used the Tang family's heart method to perform the sword techniques, so it wasn't the complete version. But during my battle with the Dark Evil Alliance leader, I realized that the Tang family's heart method could be harmonized with the power-shattering heart method, and I could only do it because I had broken through to the transformation realm. An ordinary person could never do the same. Yan Ming looked directly at Ronghui, his tone growing serious. It seems you came here looking for a way to counteract the weaknesses of the power-shattering heart method, but I advise you to abandon it. Ronghui was disappointed, his voice sinking. Is that so? Yan Ming fell silent as memories flooded his mind. Come to think of it, I didn't know much about my master in my past life either. I never imagined I'd learn about his origins this way. He took Ronghui's hand. Before I held a sword, my life was meaningless. Thus, I am only the sword demon. But you have yet to find your own path. I shall call you Rong. He gave me a name, but never told me his. He never revealed his identity or origins, even up to his death. Do you know the sword demon's name? It's quite a coincidence, but his name was also Tang Yan Ming. Ronghui bowed respectfully. I will take my leave. I will abandon this heart method as you've advised. Yan Ming spoke up, his voice firm. Wait, it seems fate has brought us together. Hasn't it? I can't just let you leave like this. You want to master the power-shattering heart method to get revenge on Mo Guangtian. Don't you? The Heavenly Alliance was established for the very purpose of destroying the demonic cult. So why not join the Heavenly Alliance and learn swordsmanship from me? Yan Ming smiled, his eyes full of encouragement. Join the Heavenly Alliance, and I will help you achieve your goals. Meanwhile, the Nangong family lay in ruins. Chang Tian was on the ground, struggling to draw his final breaths, his voice weak. On that day, I never should have let you escape. Zheng Ge watched him slowly die, a cold smile playing on his lips. I only held back because I didn't want to kill you with my bare hands. After all, the Sword King is still the Sword King. You lasted longer than I expected. He turned away, his gaze cold. The greatest obstacle in my path has fallen. Now, the era of the demonic way is closer than ever. The Nangong family. A powerful force in Anhui was wiped out in a single night. This news quickly spread everywhere, from Mount Hua to Zhongnan, from Wudong to Shaolin, putting the entire Orthodox faction on high alert. When the news arrived, Kang Shen rushed back in a panic to report to the alliance leader. Yan Ming, who was in the middle of training, also took notice of the incident. He panted as he said something that made Yan Ming's expression turn grim instantly, even causing the Zheng Tianming alliance to worry. In the meeting room, the elders sat discussing the situation. The Zhuge family and the Murong family had already been annihilated, and now, even the renowned Nangong family couldn't escape a similar fate. Someone speculated that various forces might have joined hands, besides the Lord of the Demonic Light. There are also other masters who have reached the peak demon realm. From what we know, all of Demonic Light Heaven's peak, demon masters are stationed at the 3 demonic paths. The 3 demonic paths are 3 clans that the Lord of Demonic Light Heaven established after wiping out other great families, or more accurately, the clans that willingly submitted to him. The Shanxi clan, in particular, has 2 peak demon masters, who are likely stationed there to guard against Zhongnan and Huashan. Including the Lord of Demonic Light Heaven, there are at least 5 peak demon masters. However, Zhueyun believes the Lord of Demonic Light Heaven doesn't team up with anyone. He explained that the Sword King is a master of gravity, and anyone who enters his range will be suppressed and unable to move, whether they are a transformation realm or a peak demon master. Moreover, he is the greatest swordsman in the world, and is not easily defeated. In other words, only the Lord of Demonic Light Heaven could have defeated the Sword King alone. After hearing this, Yan Ming fell into deep thought. At least 5 peak demon masters, plus the fact that the Lord of Demonic Light Heaven defeated the Sword King. No one could be sure if that was their full strength. The situation was truly critical. Their initial plan was to support the Kongtong sect and Kunlun in defeating the demonic cult, and then join forces to destroy Demonic Light Heaven. However, if the front line stagnates, perhaps they should attack Demonic Light Heaven first. But could the other forces hold out while they were engaged with Demonic Light Heaven? If they attacked first, things could spiral out of control. So how could they allocate their forces reasonably? Everyone in the room looked towards the alliance leader. Yan Ming began to speak. The alliance leader. Just then, a frantic scream came from outside. It's a disaster, and the person who burst in left everyone stunned. His attire clearly belonged to a Taoist from the Kongtong sect. The battle with the demonic cult is still ongoing. Why are you here? Yan Ming asked. The Taoist struggled to speak. Is the leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance here? Yan Ming reassured him. I am. Please calm down and speak slowly. What happened to the Kongtong sect in Kunlun? The Taoist sobbed and screamed. Please save the Kongtong sect. Grandmaster Taichu and the Kunlun demonic immortal have been poisoned. Yan Ming was startled, a sense of panic rising within him. He suddenly remembered giving a pouch of pills to Keelan. Keelan had asked, What is this? He explained. This is one of the 10 poisons annihilation mixes. I heard the demonic cult also has masters who have reached the peak demon realm. You must be on your guard, but keep this a secret from the 2nd and 5th elders. Keelan was alarmed. Huh, why is that? He turned away and said, Although they are quiet now, they are surely plotting something in the shadows. I trust some of the elders, because of a promise I made. But forget about the others, so don't let the 10 poisons fall into their hands. Yan Ming angrily growled. What happened? What in the world happened to our forces supporting the Kongtong sect? His oppressive aura erupted, filling the room. Keelan panicked. Feeling the terrifying killing intent, King Ju climbed onto him, reminding him, "Little master, your killing intent is too strong. Are you trying to suffocate them to death with it? Rein it in. If they've come here begging for help, it's definitely not good news. Let's hear what they have to say first." Yan Ming calmed himself, took a sip of tea, and said, "My apologies. Can you explain in more detail?" Keelan stammered. "Yes. The thing is, Tianshan has treacherous terrain, perfect for an ambush. The Tang Clan was in charge of the rear guard, but we suddenly lost contact with them. We went to investigate, and the entire Tang Clan force had been wiped out. It must have been the work of at least a peak demon master." Yan Ming's expression darkened, and Qingjue frowned. "See, you have to hear the whole story." He clenched his fists, telling himself, "My suspicions aren't gone yet. Stay calm and confirm." He asked again, "You mean the Sword Immortal and the Demonic Immortal were poisoned?" Killen continued. "After the Tang Clan's forces were annihilated, the demonic cult launched an attack. 2 peak demon masters, the demonic cult lord's right-hand men, the left and right protectors, took to the field to deal with them. Grandmaster Taichu and the Kunlun demonic immortal personally entered the battle. The pressure from the transformation realm and peak demon masters made everyone else stop, and the 2 sides fought on even terms. Or to be more precise, thanks to the Grandmaster's demon-subduing sword art, we were gradually gaining the upper hand. But right then, something unexpected happened." Yan Ming frowned. "Unexpected," Killen continued. "In the middle of the earth-shattering battle between the transformation realm and peak demon masters, someone suddenly rushed in. He called himself the Little Poison Demon, and he's the one who poisoned the 2 seniors. Meanwhile, in Kunlun, before the war between Kongtong and the demonic cult broke out, deep in a cellar of the heavenly demon divine cult, Wen Quan was tied up, panicking, wondering where he was, when he had clearly only come here to get his arm treated. Could these demonic cult members be using the terms they offered his grandfather to plot something else?" The sound of footsteps echoed, drawing his attention. A woman appeared before him, her voice enchanting. "You're the little brat from the Tang Clan who wants his arm fixed. Aren't you Wen Quan, right?" She smiled charmingly. "A pleasure to meet you. I'm the one who will be treating you." Wen Quan was surprised. "You're the renowned demonic doctor." "I never expected you to be such a young woman." Xiao Yuan sat down and touched his arm. "What? You don't trust me because of that. Don't worry, Big Sister will take good care of you. Your meridians are completely shattered. In this condition, conventional methods are probably useless. To be hated to this extent, you must have made an enemy of someone." Wen Quan suddenly remembered. "Hatred. I am the one who bears the grudge, the one who stole the position that was rightfully mine. As long as this arm is healed." Zhao Yuan's voice cut through his thoughts. "It's no good. Let's just chop it off. Then I will reconnect your meridians and restore your martial arts. But your aptitude is a bit poor. If we just patch it up haphazardly, you'll never get stronger. So cutting it off is the best option." Wan Chuen panicked. "No way! I've worked so hard to get here." His voice trembled. "Isn't there any other way?" Xiao Yuan narrowed her eyes. "It's not that there isn't one. If you learn demonic arts, not only can your arm be regenerated, but your poor aptitude can also be improved." Wen Quan immediately objected. "I am a member of the righteous Tang Clan. How can I learn demonic arts?" he whispered. "You're saying if I just learn demonic arts, my arm can be healed?" Zhao Yuan smiled. "Of course, it's not an ordinary demonic art, but the immortal demon god art. If you learn it, you'll possess a terrifying regenerative power. You won't die even if you're decapitated. Not only will your arm be restored, but your body will also become stronger. Not just anyone can learn this demonic art. Even within the sect, only the chosen ones are qualified." He asked hesitantly. "What do I have to do?" Zhao Yuan replied in a soft yet firm tone. "Renounce the Tang Clan." He trembled. "We already abandoned the Tang Clan long ago," Zhao Yuan interrupted. "No, I'm talking about you. You must sever all ties with the Tang Clan, including your father and your family. The sect cannot allow any potential risks that could sway your will. If you don't want to do it now, I'll take you home. Make your choice." He was swayed, asking with a tremor, "Will it really be healed for the day of my revenge? I've endured until now, and the opportunity is right in front of me." He yelled, "If I've already abandoned the Tang Clan, what's the point of keeping my family? I'll give it all up." A scream echoed from the tents. He looked at his arm that wouldn't heal, thinking to himself, "The true chi embedded in the attack from that guy named Tai He is hindering my recovery. Normally, I would have regenerated and returned to the front lines by now. But without this pain-relieving pill, the agony of regeneration would exhaust my spirit, possibly even leading to chi deviation." The blood from my severed arm is poisonous enough to take down master-level experts, but unfortunately, there's nothing more I can do. When Quan chewed the pill and told himself, I must become even stronger, until the day I can kill Tang Yan Ming. I will definitely achieve mastery and reclaim the honor he trampled upon, thanks to the immortal demon god art. Zhao Yuan's enchanting voice rang out with congratulations. Your arm is completely healed now. I didn't expect you to have the aptitude for demonic arts. The sect leader was right to allow you to practice the immortal demon god art. He glanced at the iron bars restraining him, his heart filled with doubt. I can't believe a martial art like this actually exists. Is this really the immortal demon god art? He turned and asked, Thank you, demon doctor, but why am I imprisoned here? Zhao Yuan turned back, her voice laced with meaning. I've already told you, your aptitude isn't enough. The immortal demon god art might be suitable for you, but stopping at this level is useless. The true strength of this technique is its ability to transform the body without any side effects. Did you know, the creator of this art, the immortal demon god, was once unrivaled in the sect, even daring to challenge the sect leader's position. What I'm saying is, you also need to change your body to surpass your current limits. She paused, then continued. Oh, by the way, let me remind you of one thing. Don't ever dream of imitating the immortal demon god. In the end, he was still killed by the sect leader. The man looked confused. Didn't he achieve mastery? Shouldn't he be unkillable even if decapitated? How is that possible? Zhao Yuan explained. The immortal demon god art is, after all, a martial art that uses demonic qi against the sect leader, who can suppress even demonic qi. This technique is useless. He looked at her sitting beside him, his face flushing red. So what exactly do you plan to do with me? Zhao Yuan held up 2 vials of potent poison, her voice cold. Right now, your immortal demon god art is only at the level of reattaching severed body parts. In this state, you're nothing more than a punching bag. He stared at the vials of deadly poison, stammering. Isn't that my grandfather's ancestor-slaying fire poison? What are you going to do with it? Zhao Yuan smiled. I told you, I'm going to help you change. With that, she inserted 2 needles into his pressure points, forcing his mouth open. She explained, the fastest way to cultivate the immortal demon god art is to be constantly and severely injured, even to the brink of death. I'll also help you improve your weak offensive abilities. She opened the poison vial, biting her lip. Doesn't your Tang family have something called the poison body realm? Reaching a state where your breath is toxic, and a single drop of your blood can kill dozens of people. Now, I'll start you on this poison. Don't worry. No matter how much you want to die from the pain, you won't. By repeatedly being poisoned and regenerating, your body will gradually adapt, transforming to have poison-like properties. She slowly poured the deadly poison into his mouth. Hang in there, until you become an immortal poison human. Blood filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful. The blood was so toxic it corroded the ground. He thought, damn it, has my body still not fully adapted to the poison? Or maybe it's impossible to adapt. Every time I spit out this poisoned blood, I can never get used to this gut-wrenching feeling. A subordinate ran up and called to him. Poison demon lord. He turned around. What is it? The subordinate reported. Thousands of people have been captured by them. We've caught some members of the Beggars sect and disciples of the Kunlun sect who are trying to escape. How do you wish to deal with them? He frowned. Prisoners, beggars, or the Kunlun sect. They will all be annihilated and wiped out. What home would they have left to return to as prisoners? He gave a decisive order. Kill them all. Anyone who opposes us must not be allowed to live. In the vast forest, the disciples of the Kongtong sect carried their 2 masters, hastily fleeing through the dense canopy. Shouts rang out, urging them to run even faster. Because if they were caught, there would be no way for them to survive. The pursuers stuck to them like hungry leeches, making them worry they would be captured if this kept up. One of the men gritted his teeth, thinking of the man named Xiao Dumo. With his appearance alone, the entire battlefield had been turned upside down. He hoped the news would reach Sichuan in time. Suddenly, he saw a dark figure flash by up ahead, and someone behind him yelled, Great hero Xuan Xiao, why have you stopped? They're catching up. The man signaled. I'll hold them off. Senior brother and the Kunlun Taoist, you must keep running. Chun Xiao's eyes welled up as he called out, Junior brother Yan Ming? A figure zipped past and a brilliant flash of light struck the necks of the pursuers. Someone yelled, Wait a minute, that flash of light. Xuan Xiao turned back and realized with a start, He's finally here. Yan Ming stood among the dead bodies and asked, "Is everyone all right? Our reinforcements have arrived." Ju Yun and Tai Su were slumped on the ground, gasping for air. Yan Ming observed their condition and said, "The two seniors are in critical condition. I must act quickly. Fortunately, besides the poison, they aren't seriously injured, so I'll start detoxifying them right away." Shen Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. The one who came to rescue us is the young master." The young master mumbled, "Then please hold them off until I'm done." Zhuan Xiao gritted his teeth, recognizing the two leaders of the pursuing force. "Damn it! Those are the left and right emissaries of the demonic cult." Yan Ming turned away, saying, "I need about an hour to perform the detoxification. Please buy me some time." Zhuan Xiao panicked. "Just the two of us." Sun Tai gritted her teeth. "Detoxification as expected of someone from the Tang family. But do you really think we'll give you time for that?" She condensed her demonic energy into a blade and screamed, "All of you will die!" Chuan Xiao roared. "Just 1 hour. I'll put my life on the line," Yan Ming said softly. "Thank you. I'm counting on you. Great master." A figure dashed forward, grabbing the hands of the two emissaries, and said, "1 hour. You say I'll give it my all." Before Tang Yan Ming departed for Xinjiang, back at the headquarters of the Zhengtian Alliance, someone asked, "Are you not planning to dispatch troops to Xinjiang?" Yan Ming nodded. "That is correct. Splitting our forces would put us at a disadvantage. Consider this. If we send troops to Xinjiang, would we have enough people to fight against the Moguangtian?" The messenger dropped to his knees, his voice laced with anxiety. "So are we just going to abandon the Kongtong and Kunlun sects?" He stood up decisively. "Never. The Kongtong and Kunlun sects both have masters at the transcendent realm, and losing them would be a devastating blow to our morale and our strength. That is why I will go to Xinjiang personally," he then instructed. "In my absence, strategist Zhuge will take command of the entire Zhengtian alliance." Xue Yun voiced his concern. "But if the alliance leader leaves the battlefield, the alliance's morale will plummet," Hwagyeong agreed. "He's right, and what's more, the alliance leader is our strongest fighter," the young man said thoughtfully. "This is the best way to handle both enemies without dividing our forces. Besides, the two seniors have been poisoned, so I must go and cure them." Ziyun spoke up. "Then this old monk shall accompany you, although the alliance leader's martial arts are formidable. We must guard against any unexpected events during the detoxification." Back in the present, he used his Vajra technique to block the two emissaries' attacks, sending them flying with immense force. They stumbled back, shocked. "Is that the indestructible Vajra body of the Shaolin?" Sun Tai smiled. "Truly a pillar of the martial world. Your reputation is well deserved. 1 hour. This won't be easy." Zhongxian's expression turned grim. "It's not just that. Those fleeing disciples from the Kongtong and Kunlun sects are also fighting back with their lives on the line, as if they truly believe that young master can detoxify their two seniors." He turned to his partner. "We must first break through his indestructible Vajra body. Buy me some time. Left protector. I'm going to gather my demonic astral chi." She looked puzzled. "You're planning to use that technique very well," Ziyun yelled and charged at them. "I won't let you." She immediately executed the hellish demonic river hand technique. The monk's eyes widened as the surrounding demonic aura intensified. She taunted, "Come at me, old man! I'll burn it all down!" Meanwhile, Yan Ming placed his hands on the two seniors. "I've absorbed the toxins using my cleansing light chi, but since they were poisoned for so long, the two seniors' meridians are severely damaged. This is especially true for perfected Master Tai Shu. He won't be able to return to the battlefield for a long time." The young man's face grew pale. "And this poison? I was hoping it wasn't. But this is the killing insect flower, one of the Tang family's 10 great poisons. Remembering our promise, the fourth elder would never betray me. So, could it be them? Then who exactly is this Xiao Dumo? It's said that even the blood from perfected Master Tai Shu's severed arm was teeming with poison." He frowned. "Could they have colluded with the demonic cult to create poison humans? I have a bad feeling about this. I must quickly heal these two seniors and go assist Great Master Ziyun." A powerful wave of demonic energy surged, and he glanced over in shock. "This is..." Ziyun stood frozen, facing a terrifying, evil aura that felt like the breath of a monster, carrying the dark presence of the black, fierce god demonic sword. Zhongxian roared, "I have pushed my demonic astral chi to the absolute limit, imbuing this sword with the power of a fierce god. Do you really think your indestructible Vajra body can stand up to this?" The monk gritted his teeth as Suntai seized the opening to launch her hellish demonic Asura palm. The two attacked Ziyun from both sides in a pincer move. Ziyun struggled to stand his ground against the combined assault, but Zhongxian lunged forward with the Black Fiend demonic god sword. Yan Ming froze, shouting in despair. Grandmaster! He cursed inwardly. Damn it, the treatment is almost finished. If I stop now, the lives of the two seniors will be in danger. Everyone is risking their lives to fight for me. How can I just ignore them? Ziyun reassured him. Just continue the treatment. Alliance leader. He took a stance. This old monk has only lost one arm. I can still endure it. The enemies sneered. Just one arm, you say that as if it's enough to make me stop. They shouted. That arm is just the beginning. After that, I'll burn you alive and tear you to pieces. Qingju, hidden, wondered to himself. Could I be mistaken? He's not a spiritualist. Yet I feel an oppressive demonic aura radiating from his sword. Chuan Xiao panted heavily. Why is half an hour taking so long? Looking at the dense crowd of enemies before him, he was dismayed. I don't see their numbers decreasing at all. Grandmaster Ziyun, despite having only one arm, was still holding his ground. But it seemed he was reaching his limit. His hand trembled. They were all exhausted after a night of non-stop fleeing, unable to even hold their swords steady. He sighed. It's almost been half an hour. Can we hold on until the senior uncle and the demonic immortal are detoxified? Yan Ming stepped forward. You should fall back. I'll handle it from now on. The man's eyes welled up. Young master, could it be that senior uncle and Ku Yun? He calmly replied. I successfully detoxified them both, faster than expected. He gripped his short sword. It was all thanks to everyone's fighting spirit. So now, leave the rest to me. Ziyun blocked Zhongxian's attack with his hand. The enemy leader was excited. To lose an arm and still hold on for this long, I'm truly impressed. If I can just kill you. The morale of the Orthodox faction will completely collapse. Yan Ming swung his sword from behind Ziyun. Zhongxian was horrified. What? What was that just now? All of my subordinates were taken down in a single move. Sun Shi gritted her teeth. Is there a master who has reached that realm among them? He warned. Left emissary. Be careful. Yan Ming calmly walked over. I'm late. The enemies were startled. Ziyun immediately asked, Have you already finished the detoxification? The young man replied, Yes, it's all thanks to you. Their conversation made the enemies' faces darken. Ziyun smiled faintly, his gaze calm as he looked at his own severed arm. Even if I had to sacrifice an arm I have no regrets, he thought to himself. Yan Ming suddenly recalled the elder's words, and an indescribable sense of shame washed over him. I spoke improperly to the young master. No, I should call him Alliance Leader. From now on, I will atone for my sins by eradicating the demonic path within the Zhengtian Ming Alliance. Yan Ming looked at Ziyun thoughtfully, his heart filled with admiration. He is a man of great character and strength. Yet he lost an arm before the battle with Guangtian even began. What a pity, he thought. The demonic chi of these cultists shouldn't be able to match the Grandmaster's power. So they must have something that can neutralize the Shaolin's Buddhist true chi. Yan Ming's face darkened as he blamed himself for judging his opponents too hastily, based only on their ki. I swore I would never make such a judgmental error again, he muttered. He condensed his poison chi, his eyes cold, determined to avenge Grandmaster Ziyun's lost arm. He gripped his short sword, overflowing with killing intent. Taking both of your lives won't be enough to compensate for this. Suddenly, multiple flashes of light appeared as Yan Ming closed in, attacking relentlessly. Sun Shi was terrified. I can't believe the strongest members of our sect are in danger because of this brat's short blade. Zhongxian struggled to defend himself, shocked. I never expected the Orthodox faction to have such a master. They shouted in unison. Who the hell is he? Yan Ming unleashed a fatal blow, but they quickly dodged it. Sun Shi panted. We can't use ordinary moves against him. We have to use an ultimate technique to decide this, she shouted. Let's see if you can withstand this ultimate technique, hellish demonic flower hand. Demonic flower sun. Zhongxian turned his head in fear. Left emissary, didn't you consider that this entire area will be wiped out? Yan Ming watched intently, thinking to himself. If that technique lands, this area will be reduced to rubble. He swung his sword, its energy piercing through, and quickly shattered her technique's force. Zhongxian was so stunned his jaw dropped, while Sun Shi's body was battered to a pulp. Who in the world are you to think the Orthodox faction had someone this strong? He looked the young man up and down. An outstanding, once-in-a-millennium genius. That young master? Yan Ming narrowed his eyes. Although there's no need to tell a dead man walking. I'll make an exception. I am the young master of the Sichuan Tang Family, and also the leader of the Zheng Tianming Alliance. The man was stunned. This person is the dark poison sword dragon. A slash flashed by, and his head was sliced in two. The young man turned back to Ziyun. Is your arm all right? The elder chuckled. It's fine. This humble monk has already stopped the bleeding. In any case, I think it was worth it. I admire what you've done. The old monk smiled. You defeated the left and right emissaries, significantly weakening the demonic cult. Losing one of this humble monk's arms is nothing to regret. Yan Ming looked at him with an expression full of remorse, telling himself that he should have been more careful. The monk comforted him. Don't blame yourself too much. Protecting the lives of our two seniors was more important. Although he had lost an arm, it was enveloped in a ring of light, and an arm made of pure qi appeared. Until the demonic path is completely eradicated, his fighting spirit will not waver. Yan Ming smiled, feeling much more resolute after hearing those words. Even though my strength has diminished, I'm fortunate to have someone like Master Ziyun. He looked towards the two corpses, noticing that the unusual aura from before had not yet subsided. Normally, when a life ends, that aura should also dissipate. Yan Ming glanced over. It was clear that even in death, their killing intent seemed to linger. The master decided that he had to eliminate that aura before they left. No matter what, the young man asked Ziyun, Can you do it? Ziyun replied cheerfully. The Shaolin's qi purification arts contain the power to cleanse impurities. I can easily dispel this kind of trivial demonic energy. He knelt, placed his hand on the blade, and said, Now, let's finish this quickly and head back. Suddenly, Qingju appeared and warned, Kid, stop that old man before he touches that powerful aura. The energy isn't coming from the bodies, but from the sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark aura surged up, aiming to devour Ziyun. Yan Ming quickly grabbed the monk's shoulder and pushed him away. He slashed at the evil energy with his sword and then turned back worriedly, asking, Master, are you all right? The man stammered. Thanks to you, Alliance leader. A loud noise made him turn his head. Despite having struck it with a sword infused with natural true qi, the aura didn't disappear. Ziyun was terrified. The moment this monk transferred Buddhist true qi into the sword, that demonic energy devoured my true qi, a powerful source of resentment, the power of a Buddha's wrath. What in the world is that thing? Suddenly, the aura began to shift continuously, panicking the two men as it started to take form. Qingju appeared and said, No matter how I thought about it, it seemed plausible. But now I'm certain. Yan Ming asked. What is it? It explained. A Qimei Wangliang. These monsters are no ordinary creatures. If resentment accumulates over a long period and takes form, that's a normal Qimei Wangliang. This one has gathered hundreds or thousands of years of resentment into one and sealed it within the sword. In other words, this is a man-made Qimei Wangliang. Aside from special cases like you and the shadowless guest, those who control Qimei Wangliang like Shikigami are usually Fangshi. Even those Fangshi are forbidden from forcibly creating Qimei Wangliang. However, occasionally there are those who break the taboo and accumulate resentment to create one. Yan Ming was confused. This meant Qingjue was certain that someone in the demonic cult carried the bloodline of the Fangshi. He was someone who broke taboos and would resort to any means, a heaven-defying Fangshi. Yan Ming faced the monster, which let out a grotesque laugh. Heh. It lunged at him, unleashing a screaming slash, but he managed to block it in time. He gripped his short sword tightly and landed multiple strikes on the monster's body. Looking at its form, he suddenly realized it felt no pain at all. Perhaps it was because its soul was made of pure resentment. Moreover, although it couldn't be harmed by physical attacks, it could still counter with incredibly powerful moves. Qingju climbed up and reminded him, It's obvious that you can't hurt that monster. A demon is just a mass of resentment. How about I take care of this one for you? The young man asked in confusion. You have a way. Qingju gave a wicked smile. It seems you've forgotten. I'm a demon who has lived for over 1,000 years. Everyone around them panicked as a thick fog obscured their vision. The monster became more incomprehensible than ever. Yan Ming ordered. There are many people watching. Let's end this quickly. Qingju looked at him and nodded. All right. Qingju's gaze turned cold and sharp. Although you were just born, your fighting style is quite decent. Better than an ordinary monster. But you're still no match for me. As one who has cultivated for over 1,000 years, I will absorb you and turn you into my sustenance. With that, Qingju opened its mouth and easily swallowed the monster whole, Yan Ming shielded Qingjue, who was writhing behind him. The others asked worriedly, "Alliance leader, are you all right?" He replied, "I'm fine." Everyone immediately praised him. As expected, that fog was also one of the young master's ultimate techniques. He scratched his face. Something like that, Ziyun asked, confused. By the way, what in the world did the demonic cult create? This old monk has never seen such a terrifying creature. The young man calmly explained. This probably isn't all of it. So, to ensure everyone's safety, Master, could you lead the others back first? The monk asked with sudden worry. Don't tell me you intend to charge into the demonic cult's headquarters alone. You can't, Alliance leader. We've already dealt them a heavy blow by killing the left and right guardians. That should be enough, he continued. That creature was a monster. It can't be defeated with conventional attacks. As you all saw, I had to use a special technique to beat it. It seems someone in the demonic cult is creating monsters. Someone stammered. Then if there are more monsters like that, he replied. The demonic cult's forces are still very strong, and we still don't know the true identity of the little poison demon. If he is truly connected to the Tang clan, I must handle it myself, he continued. It may sound reckless, but now that the demonic cult's main forces are weakened, this is the best chance to deal them a fatal blow. Ziyun immediately smacked his own forehead. I understand, Alliance leader, but although your martial arts are incredibly powerful, you are the leader of the Zhengtian Alliance, so please be careful. The Alliance leader turned with a smile. I will return with good news. With that, he leaped away and vanished. Ziyun gave a wry laugh. Even if I tried to stop him, he definitely wouldn't listen. Who in the demonic cult could possibly harm the Alliance leader? Let's take care of the injured and head back. Despite his words, he was still worried not only about the demonic cult leader, but also the many other powerful demonic masters. But I will trust and wait. Please return safely. Alliance leader. Xinjiang. The main altar of the heavenly demon divine cult. A piercing shout echoed out. The little poison demon has arrived! Wen Quan strode proudly into the grand hall. Zhao Yuan praised him. Congratulations on your great achievement on the battlefield. He noticed Ma Yi smiling. Now you truly look like a demon. The head of the Yang family is also very proud of you. Oh, and shouldn't you be calling him father now? A few days ago, after Tang Wenquan reached the poison human realm, Ma Yi had taken him to see clan leader Yang. Go greet your father, Ma Yi said. This is the head of the Yang family, the one sponsoring our divine cult. From now on, he will be your protector. Tang Wenquan bowed his head. Tang Wenquan pays his respects. Thank you, sir. The Yang family head immediately stopped him. No, that's not right. Didn't you renounce the Tang family? You can't bear the Tang surname anymore. I will adopt you as my son. From now on, you will be Yang Wen. Tang Wenquan bowed his head. Yes, father. Clan leader Yang laughed heartily. Excellent. I've never had a child, and now I have such a strong son. I'm truly happy. Tang Wenquan lowered his face. Thank you for adopting me, Ma Yi remarked. Humph, what a dull response. Anyway, with such a glorious achievement, the cult leader will surely reward you. What do you want? Tang Wenquan said solemnly. I want to learn Qinggong. Gulun's Qinggong was incredible. I want to join the pursuit team and achieve even more. Ma Yi narrowed his eyes. Qinggong is good, but why not try something else? The Divine Cult's library has countless Qinggong manuals, like the original version of the reverse blood demon art, for example. Tang Wenquan's eyes widened. The reverse blood demon art. I've heard of it. That's the martial art the demonic god Guangtian used when he attacked the Tang family. It's a demonic art that can unleash one's potential, multiplying their strength several times over in a short period. But it's very dangerous. If my internal energy runs out, I'll either die or suffer from qi deviation. Ma Yi smiled. That is true for an ordinary person, but you have successfully mastered the immortal demon god art. What do you think would happen if you combined the two? I'm actually very curious myself. What would happen if two conflicting martial arts were combined? Just then, the strategist appeared. Ah, I came to double-check the troop deployment, he said. Zuyun sighed. You've worked hard, Juge added. Thanks to your swift arrangements, we were able to mobilize over 200 people in just a few days. The Yang family head asked. By the way, have you met the Alliance leader and Master Ziyun yet? I mean the people from Gulun. Shuiyun looked down, crestfallen. I don't know. I just hope they arrive in time. If the Alliance leader can heal and help those two seniors recover? Juge continued his analysis. The Righteous Heaven Alliance will have 6 masters who have reached the divine transformation realm. Meanwhile, The demonic god Guangtian only possesses 5 supreme demons. If we can maintain our current forces, the pressure will be significantly reduced. Before the alliance leader appears, we should just focus on containing the demonic god Guangtian and preserving our strength. However, the martial families had no idea that not only would they have to wait a long time to see Tang Yan Ming again, but he would also cause a shocking incident right at the heart of the demonic cult's lair in Xinjiang's heavenly mountains, the heavenly demon divine cult. When Quan stood below, listening intently, Poison Demon Xiao said, "Your contribution, along with the left and right emissaries, is immense. Thanks to you, our cult has taken another step closer to the Central Plains." Chuanmin sat on the leader's throne, surrounded by a dark aura, and spoke. "Achievements must be rewarded. That is the natural order." His eyes glinted. "Speak. What do you want?" Wen Quan sweated nervously. This was his first time meeting the cult leader, and Xuanmian's appearance was far different from what he had imagined. Even so, the demonic energy unconsciously radiating from him was terrifying. Wen Quan spoke up. "I want the original manual of the reverse blood demon art." Xuanmian was surprised, his expression hardening. "The reverse blood demon art, the original version." He shifted his posture, propping one leg on the chair, then lay down completely, resting his chin on his hand. The original version," he sighed. "For someone like you who possesses the immortal demon god art, to seek the reverse blood demon art is surely no coincidence. It seems Mani told you something. Do you think that with an immortal body, you can ignore the consequences of the reverse blood demon art?" He grinned, his eyes filled with curiosity and mischief. That curiosity is indeed Mani's charm. All right, I'll be direct. The original version of the reverse blood demon art doesn't exist." When Quan was stunned, his eyes wide, as Xuanmian continued. "The reverse blood demon art is just a technique that uses a portion of evil blood to channel demonic qi, to stimulate your potential. If you risk your life and use all your evil blood like the immortal demon god, then that would be the original version." When Quan grew anxious. "But from what I've learned..." Before he could finish, he suddenly felt something and was horrified. A terrifying pressure weighed down on his body, rendering him immobile. He panicked. This was the heavenly demon divine art that Mani had mentioned. Xuanmian raised his hand. "Are you scared? I think letting you experience it directly with your body will be faster." He snapped his fingers, and the pressure of the demonic qi concentrated in Wen Quan's abdomen, causing him immense pain. Wen Quan coughed violently. Meanwhile, Xuanmian remained calm. "Your demonic qi was easily triggered by me. If this continues, you will suffer from qi deviation." Wen Quan writhed under the pressure, tears and saliva streaming uncontrollably, his muscles tensed frighteningly. Xuanmian explained, "The heavenly demon divine art is a secret martial art that allows control over demonic qi. When mastered, the practitioner can control all surrounding demonic qi, thereby holding the lives of all demon practitioners in the cult in their hands." However, when Quan suddenly heard a piece of information that startled him. There was one person who had escaped the control of the heavenly demon divine art, and that was the immortal demon god. Yet, that person's body was completely unharmed. In fact, after unleashing his power, he became an uncontrollable immortal monster. Wen Quan struggled to his feet, wondering, "So what happened to the immortal demonic god?" "According to Ma Yi, the cult leader at the time killed him," Xuandian spoke up. "I haven't explained this clearly to you. He had overused the reverse blood demonic art, pushing the potential of the immortal divine art to its absolute limit. In the end, he couldn't control his regenerative abilities and destroyed himself." He continued to warn, "If you master the immortal demonic god art, and then unleash the reverse blood demonic art to its limit, you will possess the true version of the reverse blood demonic art. But you cannot unlock all the bloodlines of the reverse blood demonic art on your own. If you want power comparable to the immortal demonic god, you must undergo the same demonic transformation as him." For him, who had not yet achieved mastery of the immortal demonic god art, only death could bring him close. "Do you still wish to learn?" "Yes, Your Highness." He thought to himself, "If I can become stronger than I am now, I will take revenge on that person. No matter how many times I have to risk my life, I will not hesitate." Wen Quan smiled. "I am wicked. Please grant me the true version of the reverse blood demonic art." Under the sunlight shining on the huts, Juge Kangshan frowned, feeling that something was strange. He looked at the map, at the area marked where the demonic light cult had attacked the martial arts families for a short time, but recently there had been no movement. The old man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Could the demonic light cult leader have been seriously injured in the battle with the Sword King? If not, Why has it been so quiet? Just then, a person rushed in, addressing the strategist. Sir, something big has happened. The old man was surprised, not understanding what was going on. Why is Yu Yang in such a hurry? Hwagyeong stood outside the door, panting. Reporting, there's movement from the demonic light cult. The old man was stunned, glaring at Hwagyeong. Are they attacking Shaolin? A group of monks stood before Shaolin Temple, facing Zhongge. You are holding a sword, a monk growled. You dare trespass here. Do you think you can touch the Shaolin Temple, which is protected by the imperial family, and keep your lives? Zhongge smiled, leading the heavenly demon members, as the monk continued to warn. If you continue this insolence, this will not only be a crime in the martial world, but a crime against the nation. Zhongge gently interrupted. Do you really think so? The man was confused. What? Zhongge raised his sword high and said smugly. It seems our great emperor values profit and safety more than faith in Buddhism. Doesn't he? The man was stunned. What did you say? A single slash from Zhongge left all the Shaolin members dismembered. He calmly said, Neither the imperial family nor the martial arts alliance will send any forces to help you. He smiled wickedly. Even if they came, it would be useless. From today on, not a single monk will survive to see the moonlight. His subordinates shouted in unison. Slaughter them all! Guan Yu is invincible! The old man held the paper in his hand, trembling with anger. Has the imperial palace really decided to abandon Shaolin? He turned and shouted, Yu Yang, gather the troops immediately, even if we're late. We must go to Shaolin. Yu Yun entered and said, That's impossible. The old man looked at him suspiciously. Master Yu Yun, who is that standing next to you? The sword venerable standing beside Yu Yun replied coldly. The sword venerable. You're supposed to be at Wudong. Why are you here? Song Qing replied. Zhuge Zhangxin, is that the alliance's strategist, I repeat? We cannot dispatch troops to Shaolin at this time. Zhuge angrily questioned. What did you say is even the righteous Heaven Alliance telling us to abandon Shaolin? Song Qing retorted loudly. I don't want this either. But it's not just the demonic light cult that's making a move. The demonic forces from Shanxi have also started to act. Both men were stunned. Shanxi, could it be? He confirmed their suspicions. That's right. The demonic light cult and the three great families of the demonic path are behind him. The Shanxi Hua family has announced a mobilization ceremony for the great war between the righteous and demonic factions. In a luxurious mansion, the Grand Madame's enchanting voice echoed, signaling that the long wait was finally over. She calmly poured tea, preparing for the upcoming great war. Beside her, the eldest young master of the demonic path listened intently to her every word. Mu Ong, that child, had been longing for this day for a long time. He believed that only by achieving a great feat would his father truly notice him. The Grand Madame narrowed her eyes slightly. This war was not just a life-or-death battle, but also a chance to decide the successor among the three young masters of the demonic path. She uttered those words with a hint of anxiety. The Guardian Protector took a sip of tea, his confident gaze fixed on her. That position of successor will surely belong to my son, won't it? As the Heavenly Lord is right-hand man, I have supported him with all my might. Is that still not enough to put your mind at ease, madam? She smiled, her voice gentle yet profound. As a mother, it's natural to worry about one's children. I just want to hear a sincere answer from you. The Guardian Protector answered frankly. The Earth Young Master is the most powerful among the three young masters of the three great families of the demonic path. If he achieves a great feat in this campaign, his position as the successor will be even more secure. She still couldn't help but ask worriedly. But what about in terms of merit? Annihilating the righteous sects of Shanxi, specifically the Mount Hua sect and the Zhongnan sect, is the path for the eldest young master to become the next heavenly lord. The Guardian Protector replied coldly. The demonic light cult has attacked Shaolin, while the imperial family has declared non-interference in the martial world. Meanwhile, the Shanxi Hua family, one of the three great families of the demonic path, is holding a mobilization ceremony, plunging the martial world into chaos once again. Reading up to this point, the strategist couldn't help but sigh to himself. Did all of this really happen in a single day in this situation? Where do we even begin to respond, young master? No, Alliance leader. You must return at once. The righteous Heavenly Alliance desperately needs you. Meanwhile, Yan Ming was rushing through the desert. Is this Xinjiang? There is no water or vegetation in sight. This is truly the harshest land I have ever seen, Qing Jue remarked. That's right. This place is called the Taklamakan. It's a desolate wasteland, no different from the land of the dead. Long ago, my master and the shadowless guest defeated the evil dragon and Bei Long, the beings who once occupied this place. The aftermath of that battle turned this entire region into a desert. Whether they are divine dragons or evil dragons, they all possess innate spiritual energy, allowing them to manipulate the energy of the 5 elements. The Azure dragon controls lightning, while other evil dragons govern the other elements. The Earth dragon, who ruled the Earth attribute, absorbed nearly all the life force of this land during its battle with the shadowless guest. To stop it, sorcerers set up a formation to redirect the Earth attribute power elsewhere. The sorcerer's magic formation, if left untouched, would still be active to this day. A question was raised. If the Earth dragon was already defeated, was it still necessary to maintain the formation? Qingju also seemed puzzled. I don't know either, but one of the sorcerers opposed its deactivation, arguing it would directly affect the lives of the people. A sorcerer from the demonic cult named Ni Tian. Despite being from the demonic cult, his power surpassed all other contemporary sorcerers. You could even say he single-handedly deployed the entire formation, so much so that not even the shadowless guest dared to oppose his opinion. However, he walked a different path from orthodox sorcerers and certainly had his own agenda. Unlike other mages who accumulated levels through their arts, he used demons and monsters as minions to level up. With such a high level, he could act immorally and still avoid heavenly punishment. In other words, he could use forbidden arts without any hesitation. So, if you find the formation he created, be extremely careful. Qingju angrily bit his head. Yeah, I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about myself. If you die, my soul, which is bound to you, will die too. He relented. All right. Let's just say that's the case. He grabbed the creature by the scruff of its neck and crossed the vast dunes, wondering, why is this desert so huge? A figure stood blocking him and ordered, slow down. Xuanmian shot him a warning glance. I'll say it again. Be careful not to stray more than 3 steps from me. He kept looking ahead. I've followed the cult leader many times to search for the blood transformation demonic art. I'm sure we're entering the edge of the desert. Unbeknownst to him, everything around them had started to distort, and now he had no idea where he was. He looked nervously at the surrounding cliffs. Could this be a formation? Xuanmian's gloomy voice echoed. We're almost there. He turned his head and was stunned by the sight before him. An imposing door stood there. He looked up. A door like this in the middle of the desert, Xuanmian quietly reminded him. It's still too early to be amazed. From within his sleeve, he pulled out a talisman and placed it on the center of the door. Instantly, the talisman burst into flames, and the heavy door opened, sending a tremor across the desert. Wenquan peered inside, the brilliant light forcing him to squint. Beyond the door was a completely different world. Strange plants he had never seen before gradually appeared before his eyes. Although he had studied poisons and could recognize most herbs in the outside world, these plants still astonished him. Xuanmian led him inside and explained, This is my personal training ground. Hundreds of years ago, the first cult leader created this place to realize his Tao heart. He turned to Wenquan, his voice serious. Only the blood descendants of the first cult leader have the right to open and close this door. This means no one here can interfere with your training. So focus on cultivating here. When you, along with the right and left masters, reach the supreme demon realm, the power of our cult will grow even stronger. Wan Quan knelt and bowed his head, thanking the Supreme One for his favor. Xuanmian gave a faint, smug smile and commanded, All right, show yourself. Instantly, a tall figure appeared before him. Xuanmian looked happily at the 2 figures, and said in a familiar tone, It's been a while. Fang Lu. Fang Lu bowed slightly. Greetings. Supreme One. Wan Quan stared in shock at the scene, thinking to himself, What is that? What is it? Xuanmian explained. That is a hollow moon mask. Fang Lu looked down. It seems I will be helping this person with his cyclical training. Xuanmian turned back to remind Wenquan. While you are training here, Fang Lu will take care of your daily needs. He approached Wenquan and asked one last time. I'll ask you again. You haven't changed your mind. Have you Wenquan affirmed? That's right. Xuanmian nodded. Very good. Immediately, he unleashed the heavenly demon divine art, channeling demonic energy into Wenquan's body. Wenquan cried out in pain, his eyes constricting as his whole body tensed up. He thought, What the hell is this? This pain is nothing compared to the last time my demonic energy went berserk. His body began to contort, and he screamed in agony before collapsing. Xuanmian laughed with delight at his writhing form. The immortal divine demon endured it. I believe you will overcome it as well. I expect you to achieve good results. He stepped outside, placed a seal on the door, and then closed it. Xuanmian walked away without a backward glance. Yan Ming stood in the middle of the desert, staring in astonishment at the scene before him. Qingju's voice spoke up, confirming. That's it. A formation appeared in the heart of the desert, called the Earth-Sealing Dragon Counterflow Formation, Qingju explained. This is an extremely powerful formation created for the purpose of destroying the Earth Dragon. Yan Ming looked down, his heart filled with doubt. I can feel a strange aura beneath this formation. It seems you've vaguely sensed it as well. Qingju saw through the formation and discovered thousands of resentful spirits buried there, along with at least hundreds, or even thousands of demons and monsters lurking below. It frowned, speculating. Could they be absorbing the residual aura of the Earth Dragon? This might also be part of that heaven-defying fiend scheme. He's using these demons and monsters as minions to accumulate power, truly stopping at nothing. Yan Ming looked down at the formation, his heart heavy with concern. I predicted thousands, but the actual number far exceeds my estimation. Before confronting this demonic cult, I should deal with these things first, he thought with concern. But if they're like the others and immune to physical attacks, then getting rid of them will be quite difficult. He glanced at the drooling Qingju and smiled. If you devour all of them, you'll surely level up quickly. Qingju's eyes sparkled as it nodded. Perhaps I should do that. But it hesitated, asking again. Are you really going to let me do this? Yan Ming replied simply. I'm not a sorcerer who specializes in demons and monsters, so I don't know much about them. With your current realm, it surely won't be any trouble for you. Right? Qingju was taken aback. I didn't expect you to agree so easily, Yan Ming said calmly. Then that's good. My internal energy and physical stamina are both depleted from crossing the vast desert. Before I confront the demonic cult, I need a place to rest and recuperate for a day. I'll allow you to reveal your true form. Finish this quickly and return immediately. Qingju was ecstatic. I understand its body transformed, growing enormous and powerful. It looked down at Yan Ming and reminded him. I suggest you head north, toward the desert's edge. There should be a village there. I'm off. With that, Qingju burrowed into the earth's ley lines, discovering countless talismans buried deep within the ground. It wondered, what is that powerful aura emanating from there? It dove deeper, realizing it wasn't its master's aura, but that of demons and monsters. Its brilliant golden eyes flew open as alarms blared. An intruder. A powerful wolf-like creature rose to its feet, its piercing gaze fixed upwards. It was the four-eyed divine hound, the guardian beast of the reverse wind dragon earth formation. It snarled, its face ferocious, creating an invisible pressure. No matter who it was, the intruder had to be punished. Qingju followed the desert's ley line down into a deep forest. It found it strange, as a forest slowly came into view. A forest beneath the desert. Could it be that the land's spiritual energy has been trapped inside this formation all this time? Then it discovered something else. A deep pit. Qingju slowly slithered down and stopped at the edge of the chasm. It stared intently into the abyss, sensing countless strange auras and suspecting that all sorts of demons and spirits had been sealed here. It analyzed the situation carefully. If it could absorb all of these auras, it could probably break through its current realm. Suddenly, its eyes narrowed as it sensed the presence of another being. The divine hound shot up from the depths of the pit, landing right in front of Qingju. Its massive claws dug deep into the ground. It loomed over Qingju, its gaze filled with defiance. You dare set foot in this place, I have no idea how you found your way here. The divine hound's growl and ferocious expression created an invisible pressure, but the intruder had to be eliminated. Qingju glared back, sensing the powerful presence of a supreme master. The divine hound suddenly froze, its eyes filled with suspicion. Wait a minute, you look familiar? Aren't you the Qingju White Snake, the subordinate of the Shadowless Wanderer? Qingju was annoyed. You recognize me? The divine hound sneered. That's right. I saw you back when the Shadowless Wanderer was running rampant. I thought that when he died, you would have vanished along with him. I never imagined you'd still be alive, still serving as his tool. And you dare to come to this place alone? What is your purpose, anyway? Qingju was enraged. A tool. You dare to look down on me. It coiled its powerful body tightly around the divine hound, its voice filled with fury. You dare call me a tool? Qingju squeezed harder, roaring with resentment. The two massive creatures clashed, but Qingju was contemptuous. How dare a mere gatekeeper for a bunch of riffraff act so arrogantly? The scene shifts to the village northeast of the demonic Paradise Tower in Xinjiang. Yan Ming sat quietly in thought. Just as he expected, there's a village just beyond the borderlands. It's surprising that people live this close to the desert. He sat cross-legged with his hands resting on his knees and his eyes closed. Although the place was simple, it was somewhere to rest. He wondered how Qingjue was doing. For now, I'll let him handle it. But sooner or later I'll have to face those demons and spirits myself. I can't rely on him forever. The essence of these beings is resentment. If I could just infuse my sword with an intent stronger than that resentment. An elderly voice startled him from his deep thoughts. My lord, this humble servant has brought your meal. Yan Ming's eyes widened as he looked at the man. I recall telling you not to disturb me. The man panicked. My apologies. This humble one forgot. He closed his eyes and sighed. All right. Just leave it there and go. The man replied softly. Yes. Then he thoughtfully asked. Ah. Will my lord require any company tonight? Yan Ming glared intently at him. That won't be necessary. You're excused. He recalled the absurd things that had happened. When he first arrived, he'd only asked for a place to rest, but they somehow mistook him for a young master from some major demonic sect. All the villagers bowed low, not daring to look him in the eye. He thought to himself that there was no need to reveal his identity as someone from the Central Plains. But lately, their reverence had become excessive, and it was starting to bother him. Another voice called out, causing Yan Ming to look towards the door with a displeased expression. My lord, are you in there? He turned his head, his eyes filled with suspicion. What now? Seeing Chunyi's figure at the door, he frowned slightly. It's you. The man nodded. I recognized you the moment I saw you at the gate. My lord. Aren't you from the Tang Clan? Yan Ming suddenly recalled the Zhang Chunyi of the past. Back when the Black Slaughter Alliance leader was still rampant in Sichuan, he had been a martial artist from a demonic sect family. Once, a subordinate of the Black Slaughter Alliance leader took advantage of his absence to violate his wife, who then took her own life out of shame. Zhang Chunyi was filled with rage and sought revenge. But from then on, he was a wanted man all over Sichuan, forced to flee to Xinjiang. He sighed. I have a daughter, but I can't go back because of the wanted order. I wanted to ask about the situation in Sichuan. If the wanted order has been lifted, I want to go back and find my daughter. Yan Ming looked at him with a sympathetic gaze. I don't know what you did in the past, but the unorthodox faction in Sichuan and the Black Slaughter Alliance leader have been wiped out. So the wanted order is probably gone. Zhang Chunyi was startled. What, the Black Slaughter Alliance leader was eliminated? Who did it? Yan Ming answered confidently. I did, but he immediately realized he had said too much, which could cause unnecessary trouble if he wasn't careful. He quickly corrected himself. Some master from the righteous path. Zhang Chunyi's eyes welled up with tears, his face beaming with joy. Ah, is that true? He repeatedly kowtowed before Yan Ming. Thank you for the news, my lord. Now I can go back and find my daughter. Yan Ming then asked about the strange village he was in. The village didn't seem very prosperous, yet they were so respectful towards him. So was there another reason? Zhang Chunyi stammered. It's probably because of the divine pills, a type of drug distributed by the heavenly demon divine cult. The more valuables you offer, the more pills you get. Those addicted to the divine pills often have purplish skin and a dazed expression. This stuff is too potent. Once you're hooked, you can't quit, he continued to explain. The villagers think you're a high-ranking young master of the cult, believing they can get more divine pills by pleasing you. In a desolate place like this, people from the cult sometimes appear for that very purpose. Yan Ming listened pensively. Even though this was a desolate land beyond the reach of the Martial Arts Alliance, someone dared to distribute addictive drugs that harmed the common people. The man continued. Anyway, if my lord wants to pose as a young master of the cult, then... Before he could finish, a sound from the distance caught both their attention. What's that sound? It's the tolling of the bell, Chunyi calmly explained. That's the village's warning bell. If it rings like this, it means bandits are coming. In the distance, a group on horseback was approaching the village. Yan Ming frowned. Bandits dare to show up while I'm here. A panicked voice called out from outside. My lord, are you in there? An old man pointed into the distance with a worried and fearful expression. My lord, you heard the bell, didn't you? About 50 bandits are heading this way right now. He glanced at Chunyi, surprised. Chunyi, what are you doing here? Yan Ming stood up. I just called him here to ask some questions. So bandits have appeared, the old man said hastily. Yes, the village has a hiding place. Please follow us, my lord. Yan Ming was angered. Do you think I would run from a bunch of bandits? The old man was terrified. No, that's not it. It's just... Yan Ming glared and ordered. Take me to them immediately. Yan Ming stood in front, shielding the villagers. The bandits saw him and jeered. He's not a villager. Where are you from? Yan Ming calmly looked at them. Meanwhile, the villagers, some scared, others resentful, also looked up, remembering as he left. Chunyi had warned him. My lord, if you fight the bandits, say you're from the demonic Poison Yang clan. Yan Ming was confused. The demonic Poison Yang clan, Chunyi explained. They are a family within the demonic sect that specializes in researching poisons, so no one will be suspicious if you use poison. My lord. Yan Ming nodded. I see. Let's go with that then. He turned and announced to the bandits. I am the young master of the demonic Poison Yang clan. The leader was confused. The demonic Poison Yang clan. A young master appearing in the middle of nowhere. The man provoked him, showing his disbelief. If that's the case, show us the divine pills. Let's see if you're really from the demonic Poison Yang clan. Yan Ming awkwardly fumbled inside his clothes, having no other choice. The leader rejoiced inwardly. It seemed his luck had turned. He could take him hostage and force the cult to hand over the divine pills. Just then, a sound from behind made the leader jump and turn around, only to see his men lying on the ground. He was horrified. What was that? Yan Ming dropped the poison to the ground, muttering, How strange! The village chief was flustered. I clearly said I needed to rest and circulate my energy, yet one person after another comes to bother me. And it just so happens to be when the bandits arrive, he said sternly. Who on earth was it that tipped them off if you don't want to taste suffering? You'd better confess. Chunyi looked at the scene, his face pale. These bandits won't even know what killed them. Did my lord do this? I knew your martial arts were extraordinary, but I never expected this level. The leader gnashed his teeth in anger, veins popping on his forehead. I didn't intend to kill anyone. Yan Ming immediately became wary. Could he be hiding his true strength? The man dropped to his knees, slammed his head to the ground, and shouted. Even his horse looked at him helplessly. Please spare my worthless life. I will confess everything. He began to confess. My lord, just as you suspected. Someone tipped me off. He pointed directly at the old man standing behind them. It was the village chief. The village chief's face turned ashen, and the people around him began to whisper. The village chief. Was he going to scream and point at the bandit to defend himself? No! This is a false accusation. How could I do that? Kill him. Silence the one who dares to slander me. The bandit refused to back down and retorted, You cunning old man! It was you who told the cult that a naive young master was coming, and then plotted to kill him for his treasures and divine pills, wasn't it? The man continued to spill everything. Sir, the village chief and I have always had a close relationship. We've robbed cult members this way many times before. Whenever a merchant caravan or a traveling trader passed through the village, the chief would tip us off. We'd steal their goods, and then split the profits with him. Who knew the village chief was such a greedy old man? If he had used some of that wealth to buy food and supplies, the village wouldn't be so destitute right now. If you don't believe me, just search the chief's house. I guarantee it's filled with mountains of treasure. He was exposed but still tried to argue. Zhuanyongjie, how dare you? The villagers immediately questioned him. Chief, is it true? You know full well how poor this village is, right? The chief stood frozen in the middle of the crowd. They directed all their anger at him. Why have you been lying to us for so long? Were the young patrolmen who died at the hands of the bandits before also your doing? They gnashed their teeth in fury. You deceiver! How many times have you led those bandits here to rob us terrified? His eyes filled with tears. No! It's not true! Yan Ming flicked his finger, and a poison needle shot into the man's head. The chief still tried to clear his name. I only did it so this village could survive. He collapsed to the ground, and our protagonist looked on, annoyed. How disgusting. The village chief's corpse shriveled instantly, the speed of the feather needle too fast for the naked eye to follow. So that's what took down all my men. The bandit panicked, realizing it too late. But since when did the demonic Poison Yang family use the feather needle weight? Could it be? He looked up in fear. Are you really from the demonic Poison Yang family? His face tensed. Sichuan. But before he could finish his sentence, he was struck in the head by a needle. As he fell to the ground, Yan Ming stared at him threateningly. You've got a good eye, but you should have pretended you knew nothing. His voice echoed, confirming the bandit's words were true. He stood beside Chunyi, his eyes lingering on the pile of wealth in front of them, before turning away, putting on his cloak, and saying calmly, This treasure is enough for the villagers to move and start a new life elsewhere, Chunyi stammered. Huh. But sir, you're the one who took down the bandits. Yan Ming sighed lightly. Don't worry about it. I have no need for these things, he thought to himself. The amount of gold and jewels at the Black Evil Lotus Fortress is far greater than this, so I don't need a share. Watching the villagers hastily packing their things, he wondered. Hey, are all the villagers planning to move? Chunyi replied. Yes. Once the Black Evil Lotus Fortress is no more, we'll buy land in the Central Plains and continue to farm, he added happily. It's all thanks to you, sir. Thanks to you. I can go back to my daughter. Yan Ming then handed him a red pouch. Take this. Holding the pouch in front of him, he explained. I've prepared some poison and feather needles in case you encounter other bandits on your journey. Chunyi looked at this red pouch, completely flustered. You're so considerate. I don't know how I can ever thank you. Suddenly, he called out after him. Oh, sir, are you by any chance from the Sichuan Tang family? Yan Ming answered right away. Yes, I am Tang Yan Ming, the young master of the Tang family. His reply made Chunyi fall into deep thought. I knew you were no ordinary man. A young master Bai Sha's demonic aura swirled around Yan Ming. He looked into the distance with suspicion. Why isn't that guy back yet? I trusted him with the job. Did something happen to him? He looked ahead with determination. I guess I have no choice but to go and see for myself. Simu was sent flying by a powerful force, its head almost completely dissipated, as it lay motionless on the ground. Bai Shi stood there, its eyes brimming with killing intent as it stared down its foe. Qing Jue was slowly losing its mind. The spiritual link, the bond between a master and their shikigami, allowed Yan Ming and Qing Ju to communicate telepathically, as if their very souls were connected. However, it also had an unexpected side effect. When the master and shikigami are too far apart, the shikigami loses its sanity. Meanwhile, in Wudikong, in the deepest reaches of the abyss, the Han Fanglong formation was still active. The ancient demons sealed there simultaneously looked up at the sky. They had sensed the death of the four-eyed divine dog, the guardian of Wudikong. Right after, they sensed a powerful energy descending upon them. In a deep, dark cavern, a snake demon was slowly losing its sanity, spewing venom everywhere. The low-level demons above were immediately destroyed upon contact with its poisonous aura. They realized it was only a matter of time before they too would be killed by the snake. Therefore, their only choice was to devour one another to grow stronger. This is a rule of survival that all demonic creatures must obey. The monsters began to viciously tear each other apart, creating a scene of utter chaos. A black Keelan forcefully stomped on a giant toad before backing away. It angrily radiated a murderous aura and roared, I won't let you get stronger. It glanced upwards, thinking, to think the four-eyed divine dog was actually killed. Just how powerful is that snake gnome? This isn't the time for that. This is my chance to get out of here. If I devour this thing, my strength will grow. Then, a noise from the cliff face drew its attention. A majestic black fox emerged and commanded, Stop right there. That thing is my prey. It glared at the black Keelan in annoyance and roared, Let go of that toad and get out of my sight. I'll give you a painless death. The black Keelan shot back, not yielding an inch. If you think you can, then bring it on, you stray cat. Suddenly, a voice reverberated through the entire abyss. The ground trembled violently. Earth and rock began to rise, as if something terrible was about to emerge. The panicked monsters looked up, and then a head with razor-sharp teeth burst forth from the ground. It was Than Trung-ngu, an ultimate demon. The black tiger took a few steps back, baring its fangs and growling. The power difference was too vast. It never expected such a monster to be sealed at the bottom of the bottomless pit. Than Trung-ngu, a creature born from the fear of the deepest abyss, possessed immeasurable and terrifying power. Although it had been captured by many master cultivators and sealed with talismans, the first master of the Against the Heavens sect still didn't dare place it within the reverse dragon sealing formation. Instead, he sealed it in the deepest part of the bottomless pit and cast a spell to ensure it could never escape. So the four-eyed divine hound is finally dead. Then Trung-ngu's voice was low, and its countless eyes flashed with a green light. It spoke. The time has finally come. I will escape this place. It opened its massive, sharp-toothed maw and roared. I will devour everything, including the master cultivators of the Against the Heavens sect who sealed me, and all of humankind. Its immense pressure made everything, including the white snake, freeze in place. No one could move. The pit fell silent for a moment. Then a massive explosion erupted, shattering the bottomless pit. The black Keelan was confused. What was that roar? The black tiger panicked. The bottomless pit has been shattered. I can see the sky. It calmly called to the black Keelan. Look over there. Green-eyed black tiger. A swarm of will-o'-the-wisps hovered in a cluster. A reminder that, where Than Trung Ngu has passed, the resentful energy of low-level monsters still lingers. If we absorb it, our power will increase significantly. The Keelan murmured. Instead of fighting, we should split that resentful energy, absorb it to boost our strength, and then escape together. The black tiger glanced at him. I don't like it, but fine. Just this once. We'll form an alliance. Then Trung Ngu followed the earth's veins, rushing upwards. It sensed a powerful aura. It saw the white snake and glared with killing intent. Was it you who killed the four-eyed divine hound? Are you worthy of being devoured by me? It opened its mouth wide and roared. I will swallow you and then shatter this seal. The seal was broken by a powerful force. The white snake turned to look back, as Than Trung Ngu also came to a halt. After Than Trung Ngu left, the other demons continued to fight over the resentful energy. Some high-level demons noticed the change in the sky. The black tiger and the Keelan looked up, thinking to themselves, impossible. Has the reverse dragon sealing formation been broken? Then Trung Ngu was sweating profusely. Who could break a formation so powerful it could imprison even a dragon? Could he still be alive? It recalled the person who had sealed it, as Yan Min descended majestically from above. It stared in fear. He's here. The master from the Against the Heavens sect who sealed me, no. It's not him. It's the young master of the Tang family, the dark poison sword dragon. Yan Min gripped the weapon in his hand. Are you not done yet? He glared at it. You're too lazy. Green horn. Then Trung Ngu froze and broke into a sweat. What kind of technique is this? Seeing the formation split in two, it was stunned. No. Wait. The formation wasn't broken. It's just been opened. It gnashed its teeth in fury. We don't need to bother breaking the ceiling. With this kid here, we can easily get out. Yan Min looked at it, confused. What's wrong with that thing? He raised his hand. We'll deal with that later. Come back. Greenhorn. Greenhorn was pulled upwards by a strong force. He caught Greenhorn in his hand. Good. You're not hurt. He sighed. You're such a handful. A deep voice drew his attention. Hey, you... Then Trung Ngu stood tall, glaring at him angrily. Yan Ming looked at its appearance and wondered, is that giant fish talking to me? It glared and growled. Widen the formation. It's too small for me to get through. He turned to look at the formation and asked, you want me to do it? It confirmed. Yes. Widen it right now. If you do, I won't interfere in your business. Yan Min turned back, his gaze filled with suspicion. That's not hard, but I don't like your tone. What if I refuse? Another voice shouted. Listen up. The formation is open. This is our chance to escape. Kill that kid, and we'll all get out of here together. Watching the swarm of demons charge at him, Yan Min couldn't help but remark, that fish is huge, but such a coward. How strange. He sighed, muttering, there must be at least 1,000 of them. Does that mean all my training was for nothing? His hand tightened around his short sword, his cold gaze fixed on the demonic horde. Well, whatever. Since it has come to this, I'll test out the technique I created specifically to deal with them. Yan Min swung his sword, instantly creating a swirling vortex. Then Trung Ngu muttered in terror. What terrifying pressure. That guy. No, his sword is accumulating a massive amount of internal energy. Yan Min looked down, deep in thought. Not yet. I have to be precise if I want to end this in one move. Master once said this is a technique that attacks the opponent's spirit, created to counter martial arts and techniques based on the principle of shockwaves. He thought further. In other words, it can damage the soul. If I combine destructive true chi to create a shockwave... Yan Min immediately threw his short sword downwards with a force so powerful that not even gods or demons could withstand it. Then Trung Ngu was bewildered. What is he doing? Did he just throw his short sword away? The short sword shot downwards, plunging straight into the ground below. Yan Min watched its trajectory, murmuring. A sword move that converges shockwaves into one, enhances its power with reinforced chi, and creates a radiating shockwave. A wave of energy erupted from the pit, wiping out every demon in its range. Then Trung Ngu was horrified as its body was also overwhelmed. The formation shook violently before exploding, and the demons instantly became resentful spirits drifting about. Tan Juyu couldn't accept it, muttering, Impossible. I've endured for so many years, only to be freed and then die so easily. After the shockwave, thousands of demons were now just resentful spirits lingering in the pit. Yan Ming shook Bai Shi forcefully. He called out repeatedly, Qingjue, wake up! Qingjue! He flicked its face hard. Wake up now! Qingju's eyes shot open in alarm. Yan Ming, why are you here? It suddenly remembered something and asked hurriedly, Wait, where did all the demons down there go? Qingju stared wide-eyed at the countless resentful spirits floating in the air, its heart filled with panic. Why are there so many resentful spirits? Could Yan Ming have wiped them all out while I was unconscious? It wondered to itself. Yan Ming looked at the creature, muttering doubtfully. You were so confident, yet you passed out so completely you didn't even notice me. What happened? Qingju turned and stammered an explanation. I fought with the guardian of this place, but for some reason, I passed out right as the fight began. I'm sorry. Yan Ming sighed. He replied gently. It's fine, as long as you're not hurt. Let's go. We've been here too long. Qingju suddenly shouted in a panic. Wait! Before we leave, let me absorb all these resentful spirits. If I absorb them, I'll... Yan Ming angrily cut it off. He pinched Qingju's cheek hard, his voice filled with frustration. I used up 40% of my inner energy to destroy them, and you want to waste time absorbing resentful spirits now? I don't want to stay here a second longer. Have you no shame? Qingju's eyes glistened as it put on a pitiful expression. Yan Ming asked coldly, Why are you giving me that look? Do you think acting cute is going to work on me? Qingju panicked and quickly said, Then I'll give you something else. I'll teach you a supreme technique. Yan Ming was puzzled. A supreme technique? Qingju affirmed. Yes, the Rain of 1,000 Blossoms technique. Yan Ming's eyes narrowed suspiciously. How do you know that technique? Qingju continued. Before Wu Yingke sealed me in this jar, he taught me the Rain of 1,000 Blossoms. He whispered that, if someone ever frees you, you must teach them the Rain of 1,000 Blossoms and become their shikigami, serving them with all your heart, even if you don't want to. It's the only way for you to survive. Qingju calmly explained. And I was trapped in that jar for over 1,000 years. Yan Ming watched it intently and nodded. So you finally became a shikigami, just as your master wished. But why didn't you tell me about this technique sooner? Tears welled up in Qingju's eyes. I wanted to use it to bargain for my freedom. I don't want to be a tool forever, only to be sealed in a jar again for a future generation. It then spoke with conviction. But I accept my fate. I will continue to help you, just this one time. Yan Ming asked. How long will it take? Qingju was taken aback. So you agree, Yan Ming said through gritted teeth. I should have just told you to absorb the resentful spirits quickly instead of listening to you ramble on. Qingju transformed, growing larger, and replied confidently. It won't take long. A moment. Just one moment is enough. It flew over to gather the resentful spirits and absorb them into its body. Yan Ming said calmly. This is a bit overdue, but you've helped me a great deal, and I don't consider you a tool. Qingju smirked, its heart filled with gratitude. Thank you. Qingju's body began to change color. Yan Ming quickly noticed. Are its scales turning black? Qingju turned to look at him and said, I've absorbed enough. There's no need to stay here any longer. Let's go. Yan Ming was puzzled. Your scales have turned completely black. Should I call you Qingju the Black Snake now? Qingju shook its horns slightly. It asserted, My horns are still the same color, so just keep calling me Qingju. The massive creature bowed its head respectfully. Thank you for your consent, Tang Yan Ming. I will forever remember this favor. Qingju suddenly recalled. In my past life, when I was Shang Liu, I was a demon who drained life force and sowed misery. Wu Yingke captured me with other Taoist masters, and they created the true bone of vile poison. It was not a potion or a venomous insect, but a demon that embodied a potent toxin. Over 100 demons were locked up together, forced to cannibalize each other to survive, and I was the last one standing, becoming the true bone of vile poison. Since then, by absorbing resentful spirits, my form changed, and I came to be called Qingju the White Snake. After listening, Yan Ming was filled with doubt. Is that like a martial artist reaching the transformation realm? Qingju narrowed its eyes. It's similar, but there's a slight difference. The cultivation of demons is an act that defies the heavens. To be more precise, it's like a demonic practitioner using demonic arts to rapidly increase their cultivation level. When a demonic practitioner reaches the highest realm, they become an extreme demon. The young man said in confusion. But I don't feel that you're as malevolent as an extreme demon. Perhaps it's because you absorb the resentful spirits. It replied firmly, "That's right. The more resentful spirits I absorb, the purer I become. Do you know what lies beyond the extreme demon realm? They transcend their demonic nature and become pure, noble beings." Yan Ming looked at it, deep in thought. He turned away and coughed lightly. "If I let you keep absorbing this resentment, would you sever our Shikigami bond and run away? In that case, I shouldn't let you absorb any more." The white snake looked at him, confused. "Hey, didn't you promise not to think about that? A spiritual bond isn't something that can be severed just by getting stronger. It shifted its body, and even if I could, I wouldn't want to break my bond with you anymore." Returning to its small form, Qingjue smiled slyly. "So let's get going. You said we still have a lot to do." Yan Ming smiled. "Ha, you've wasted enough of my time." He sped through the dark night. "I have to get back within 1 day. I'm really starting to love this desert." Yan Ming suddenly saw something and stopped. Qingju looked at him in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" A village Yan Ming couldn't help but be surprised. "Yes, this is where I rested after the Fenglong formation." He looked at the quiet village, thinking to himself, didn't all the villagers already leave? Why do I still sense living people? Just then, Xuanyi came out, panicking when he saw him. My lord, you've returned." Yan Ming looked at him and asked, "Xuanyi, why are you still here?" He stammered, "No, this isn't the time for that." He pointed frantically toward the village center. "The villagers—" He led the young man to see the situation. Yan Ming was utterly shocked by the scene before him. The lifeless bodies of the villagers were laid out in rows in the courtyard. Xuanyi looked at them and recounted with a trembling voice. "After you left, they started foaming at the mouth, collapsed, and cried out in pain. The young people were lucky enough to survive, but the elderly and children—" Yan Ming muttered, searching for a reason. "There must be a cause." Xuanyi hesitantly guessed it might be a side effect of the divine pill. Before leaving the village, Yan Ming had looked at the pills in Xuanyi's hand and asked with suspicion. "What is that?" Xuanyi had replied. "It's a divine pill. I found it in the village chief's house. Most of the villagers took this divine pill. In other words, they were all poisoned. I hope you can help." Yan Ming reflected on the signs he had noticed. Indeed, there was a toxin in the villagers' bodies. At first, he thought it was due to the lack of food in the desert. Then he said confidently, "It's a small matter. Gather everyone." Xuanyi exclaimed with joy. "Really, thank you, my lord." He looked at the corpses, lost in thought. "I used the weak poison of the clear light chi to draw out the toxins. So why were there side effects?" Qingju then remarked, "That divine pill is truly wicked. The poison isn't strong. It only causes hallucinations, not death. But detoxifying it causes a huge problem," Yan Ming asked, startled. "What do you mean?" Qingju calmly explained. "What happens if numbed senses suddenly start working again? They would have to endure pain they couldn't feel before, and even a light touch would feel like a burn. They would die a slow death, either from the poison or from the side effects of the antidote. Who would create such a wicked thing?" Qingju stared in alarm at Yan Ming's darkened face. "Kid, I've never seen you with an expression like that." Yan Ming approached one of the corpses. He lifted the cloth from the person's face. He stared, thinking to himself, "I only wanted to help them, yet I caused their deaths." Yan Ming closed their eyes so they could rest in peace. He then ordered, "Xuanyi, take the survivors to Sichuan Hall. Go to the medical pavilion and find Tang Yiquan. Show him the divine pill. Yiquan will find an antidote." After speaking, he vanished. Xuanyi stared blankly after him, calling out softly, "My lord." Yan Ming recalled his words. "The demonic cult calls its poison research facility the demonic poison Yang Clan." His face darkened, his eyes filled with killing intent. "After I reach the demonic cult's headquarters, I will destroy the demonic poison Yang Clan first." At the headquarters of the demonic cult, within the renowned demonic poison Yang Clan, masked figures were busy working with jars of herbs and plants. "There isn't enough poison from the poisonous war tree. Bring more," someone reminded them. "Who's in charge of this? The heartbreak grass hasn't been processed yet," he continued. "Focus. Don't you know the value of this divine pill?" "The clan head is coming, newbie. Go get more ingredients." A shout echoed from outside. "The clan head has arrived." The man bowed respectfully. "Greetings, clan head." The Yang clan head smiled with satisfaction and nodded, looking at his busy subordinates. "You've all worked hard. Is the production of the divine pill proceeding without any issues? He asked in a concerned tone. Yes, thanks to your concern. Everything is going smoothly. The poison elder replied. The Yang clan head nodded slightly, unable to hide his satisfaction. The poison elder's flattery was getting smoother, and the old man didn't find it unpleasant. He smugly thought about all the good things that had happened recently. The demand for the divine pill was increasing, and the cult leader had entrusted him with many important responsibilities. Moreover, Wen Quan, his adopted son, had just achieved a great feat, defeating 2 Hwagyeong stage masters, which made the old man even prouder. However, he also realized that the demonic poison Yang clan's power was still inferior to the clans of the left and right protectors. But if we continue to achieve such merits, the demonic poison Yang clan will soon become the most powerful clan in the demonic cult. Thinking this, he let out a triumphant smile. The poison elder immediately asked, Is the young master, Wen Quan, doing well? The Yang clan head replied proudly. The young master is being personally instructed by the cult leader. It seems the cult leader is very pleased with his achievements. The old man frowned slightly, wondering, Why do you ask about Wen Quan? The poison elder stammered. It's good that the young master is fine, but it's been a long time since he came to get the Beyond Pill. Hearing this, the Yang clan head froze. The Beyond Pill was a pain reliever, one that suppressed sensations, and the divine pill was just a simplified version of it. The old man's eyes darted around as he thought, Wen Quan can't endure pain without the Beyond Pill. That's the reason I adopted him. Could it be that he found a substitute for the Beyond Pill? Or... He then said, I will go see the demonic doctor to discuss this. But before he could finish, loud noises erupted from outside, shaking the entire building. The old man raised an eyebrow and asked, What's that noise? The building shook more violently, causing him to turn around in panic. And tremors too, is it an earthquake? A subordinate burst in, yelling, It's an emergency. There's an intruder. The Yang clan head's face turned pale. He stormed outside, roaring, Who dares to trespass here? But when he saw the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock. A young man stood amidst the bloody devastation. The old man thought in terror. All the guards have been killed. Just then, the man growled, I've been looking all over for you since this morning. You of the demonic poison Yang clan. The ones who created the divine pills that have brought misery to the common people. Yan Ming glared at him, accusingly. Are you the head of the demonic poison Yang family? The Yang family head's face turned pale. Yan Ming stared at him with murderous intent and deep hatred. The old man stammered. What did you just say? You came here to see us. He glanced at the intruder's attire and thought to himself, his clothes bear the character for righteous. Isn't he from the Righteous Heaven Alliance? He should be in the Central Plains. Why is he here? Yan Ming shot a cold, sharp glance at the old man, his voice as sharp as steel. You have spread your poison among the innocent people of this barren land, pushed them into misery, and then drained them of their very lifeblood. I am here to put an end to your crimes. The old man was startled, his face ashen. What? But then the Yang family head took a deep breath, trying to compose himself, his tone filled with contempt. I was wondering what you were going to say. How ridiculous. What right does someone like you from the Central Plains have to interfere in the affairs of Xinjiang? The good people here all belong to our sect. The power of life and death belongs to the great cult leader. What right do you have to speak of annihilating our sect? My sect has never brought harm to the Central Plains. Yan Ming smirked slightly, and a short blade instantly appeared in his hand. He asked in a cold voice, You waged war against the Kunlun in Qinghai. Wasn't that to invade the Central Plains and establish a demonic order across the land? In that process, your divine pills will play a crucial role in spreading your faith. Just one pill is enough to get a person addicted and forced to depend on it, ultimately leaving them with no choice but to submit to the demonic cult. He brandished his blade, his aura condensing into a sharp edge, his eyes filled with determination. I will never allow that filth to spread into the Central Plains. As the Alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance, I will eliminate you. The old man's face paled upon hearing this title. The Alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Could it be the dark poison sword dragon? Tang Yan Ming. Although the distance between the Central Plains and Xinjiang was vast, the rumors had spread far and wide. The black, evil Lotus Lord, who once wreaked havoc across Huanwu and Sichuan, had been defeated by the Tang family's dark poison sword dragon. And it was that very same dark poison sword dragon who had established the Righteous Heaven Alliance, the new righteous coalition of Sich. Despite the continuous stream of shocking rumors, Xinjiang remained unfazed. This was because Yan Zhongge, The young cult leader of the divine cult, who was also the demonic radiance heavenly lord, had made his appearance. They believed that no matter how strong the alliance leader from the Central Plains was, he couldn't affect Xinjiang immediately. The old man looked at Yan Ming's imposing aura, his heart filled with doubt. But why was he here? Wait a minute. If he's here, that means... The old man stammered. Don't tell me you've already encountered our sect's left and right emissaries. Yan Ming recalled the two who had blocked his path. So they were the left and right emissaries, he recounted calmly. Are they all dead? There were a few people like that, high-level masters of the demonic cult who killed my men, so I had no reason to spare their lives. The old man screamed. What? Yan Ming's face darkened, his resolve firm. The questions end here. Even if you stall for time, the outcome will be the same. Suddenly, he felt a considerable demonic energy approaching from behind. Reinforcements? The Yang family head laughed smugly. Daring to cause a disturbance in our sect's territory. The other families must have sent you as backup. To charge in here all by yourself. You've got some nerve. The old man pulled 4 pills from his robes and shouted, Killing the brightness left and right emissaries of our sect. You've gone too far. You must have taken a wrong turn and missed them. With that, he threw the pills and yelled, I'll make this place your grave. The pills exploded upon hitting the ground. Yan Ming watched the red smoke spread, thinking to himself, Poison. It's useless against me. But unexpectedly, a searing pain tore through his mind. The spiritual energy surrounding his blade weakened, and Yan Ming clutched his face in alarm. Qingju looked at him worriedly. What's wrong with you? Are you poisoned? It thought in confusion. He's someone who, thanks to the poison demon's Azure light qi, is immune to all poisons. Could it be? The Yang family head gloated. That is the Netherworld pill. My family created it as a type of painkiller. As a member of the Sichuan Tang family, you should know, right? The Netherworld pill isn't a poison. It acts as a completely harmless medicine for the body. On the contrary, it increases sensitivity when circulating one's qi, which is why it makes the user feel dizzy. The old man glanced to the side and exclaimed, Ah, you've arrived, the elites of our heavenly demon divine cult. A group of people leaped through the air, landing on the ground and shouting, Yang family head, we heard the commotion and came to assist. Leave the rest to us. Black-clad figures were everywhere, numbering in the thousands as they surrounded Yan Ming. The Yang family head said arrogantly, It is an honor that you all came despite your busy schedules. I just so happened to have contained the intruder. He looked at the young man and shouted, He is the Alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance. They were confused. The Alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Why is he here? Aren't you all busy dealing with the forces of the demonic radiance heaven? The old man regained his imposing demeanor. No matter the reason, he had admitted his identity with his own mouth. We can just capture him and verify it. Before you all arrived, I made him inhale the smoke from the Netherworld pill. The Netherworld pill is originally a medicine to suppress pain, but because he inhaled it while in a perfectly healthy state, his senses had been thrown into chaos. A mysterious demonic light suddenly flashed in Yan Ming's eyes. Sensing the moment was right, the crowd surged forward, seeing it as a golden opportunity. At that moment, Yan Ming broke into a triumphant smile. Just as the blades were about to reach him, he suddenly vanished in the blink of an eye. The crowd looked around in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. He disappeared, one of them shouted in a panic. Up there, look up! Yan Ming floated in midair, a smug look on his face as he gazed down at the confused crowd below. The Yang family head stammered and backed away. Shocked. Impossible. Did he overcome the confusion caused by the Equinox pill and use his martial arts? Yan Ming thought to himself. I'm not sure if this thing is a poison or a medicine, but thanks to my flow-side eyes, the range at which I can observe the flow has increased exponentially. He pulled out a bundle of needles, telling himself, now I can execute my techniques just by imagining them in my mind. Yan Ming did a flip in midair, terrifying the crowd below. What is this? Can he move freely in the air? Following his movements, countless needles shot out. He focused his true chi to control the ox-hair needles in midair, following the flow indicated by his flow-sight eyes. I'll launch them like a whirlwind. The people below looked up, muttering, Impossible. Has he lost his mind? Yan Ming unleashed his ultimate technique, the ox-hair needle wheel, creating a shower of sparkling green needles. The needles rained down continuously, piercing every single person below, leaving no one unscathed. The crowd fell with their eyes wide open. The Yang family head was horrified. What in the world is happening? It's like a deadly rain is pouring down. Yan Ming landed gently on the ground. I came here to destroy you, But I didn't expect you to create such an opportunity for me, the old man thought in a panic. An opportunity? You call that an opportunity? Just what in the hell are you? Yan Ming smiled cruelly. Is it time for the finale? The Equinox pill, this strange elixir, can transport its user to a world without suffering. But overusing it makes one's senses overly sensitive, leading to damage to the nervous system. No matter how good the ingredients are, if you exceed the limit, it becomes a poison. Fortunately, the weak Azure light poison absorbed the excess properties of the Equinox pill, adjusting its effects to the maximum level that Yan Ming could withstand. As a result, he achieved a state of mental clarity and strength greater than ever before, as if stimulated by a special substance. Yan Ming quietly told himself, feeling a strange experience he had never had before. He could even feel the power from his past life reawakening. The old man looked at him in a panic, unable to believe his eyes. No one has ever overcome the side effects of the Equinox pill, yet you managed to do it. Yan Ming gripped his dagger, thinking to himself, so what if no one has before? Let's see what happens now. He focused his internal energy, his aura flaring to the heavens. I'm simply the first one to overcome the side effects. The Yang family head panicked, biting down on a pill in a fit of rage. I can't die like this, even without the cult leader's permission. There's no other way. The old man pressed several acupoints on his body, and his entire body was immediately enveloped in a different power. He leaped towards Yan Ming, roaring furiously. I won't let you get away with this. Yan Ming calmly sensed every movement around him. If I miss this moment, I fear I don't know when I'll be able to achieve this again. The flow of power visible through his flow-sight eyes was no illusion, but the currents and trajectories that have always existed in the world. He suddenly understood. In my past life, I swung my sword ceaselessly until I reached the realm of a sword god under the name Long, gathering those trajectories and infusing my true chi into that flow. Yan Ming's perception spread out in all directions. Following the trajectory of the attack in a flash, the 9 profound sword art manifested, and countless sword strikes pierced through the Yang family head. In an instant, the old man panicked, unable to even swing his sword before the attack hit. His body was torn into 100 pieces, and the proud fortress of the Yang family suddenly collapsed. The sword's aftermath destroyed everything, with aftershocks echoing continuously as thick dust enveloped the area. Yan Ming stood proudly amidst the ruins. Qingju climbed onto his shoulder and exclaimed, an entire sect wiped out in a single move. You really leave people speechless. He squinted, looking around. That aftershock wiped out all signs of life. Shouldn't you have left one alive to get information? Yan Ming replied calmly. There's no reason to leave behind future trouble. Besides, I don't need to extract any information. At that moment, a massive surge of demonic energy appeared in the sky. He looked in that direction and said, beyond the Tianshan Mountains, I can sense an immense source of energy. That must be where the demonic cult leader is, in his fortress. Zhuan Mian rested his chin on his hand, thinking, it's too late. The left and right emissaries said they would pursue without touching Galoon, but it seems they were delayed. He frowned. I thought they would arrive before the little poison demon was sealed in the formation, but could there have been reinforcements? Even so, there aren't many in the Central Plain strong enough to deal with those two. The head of the Namgung family from Manhwa didn't show up either. If anyone, it would only be Zi Yun from the Shaolin Temple. Even if he came to Xinjiang personally, I wouldn't be worried, because I have sealed demons and monsters, and even carved a Buddha-slaying inscription on the right emissary's sword. No matter how powerful the Shaolin's true chi is, they can't do anything to him. However, if they are this late... Xuanmian seemed to have sensed a disturbance. What on earth happened? The demonic energy from the demonic poison Yang family's direction suddenly vanished completely. Zhao Yan ran in, panicked. Cult leader, something terrible has happened, the demonic poison Yang family. He calmed her down. Calm yourself. I have also sensed the demonic energy. You should retreat to a safe place. Xuanmian gripped the armrest of his chair so tightly that it shattered. If the demonic poison Yang family wasn't the final stop, they will surely come here next, no matter who it is. His demonic energy flared up intensely. This cult will make them regret ever daring to interfere. In a desolate forest! Wen Quan slammed his fist against a tree, his eyes glaring as he gritted his teeth in anger. How much time has passed, I still can't get used to this tyrannical demonic energy. He collapsed to the ground in pain. Despite his ability to regenerate, I'm also reaching my limit. He struggled to hold on. His body hadn't given out yet, but his spirit was starting to crumble. If this continues, I'll become a complete fool, he raged, and refused to let that happen. Wen Quan thought of the man he despised. Tang Yan Ming. Before I kill him with my own hands, I absolutely cannot break. He sat up, crossed his legs, and told himself, it doesn't matter how much pain I endure since I'll just be reborn anyway. So, I'll just surrender my body to the agony. I have to use this rampaging demonic energy instead of being devoured by it. And use this boiling demonic energy to open my conception and governor vessels and break through the gate of life and death. That's the only escape from this pain. Blood poured from his mouth as he made his resolve. I will become an extreme demon. If I want to kill him, I have to at least reach that level. I'll bet everything on it. His head immediately exploded from the immense pressure of the demonic energy. Over and over, as soon as he regenerated, his head would explode again. This repeated time after time, exploding just moments after reforming, over and over until he calmly told himself it didn't hurt. On the contrary, his mind grew clearer, and he even felt a sense of liberation. His body was still stained with blood. He thought to himself, could it be Wen Quan clenched his fist and circulated his internal energy? My demonic aura has truly reached the extreme demon realm. He glanced around and called for Fang Lu. A figure appeared in an instant. The man bowed solemnly. You summoned me, he suddenly asked. How long have I been here? Fang Lu bowed his head and replied, Sir, it has been half a month. Hearing this, Wen Quan let out a small smile. I'm pleased. I reached the extreme demon realm in just half a month, excellent. I will definitely keep getting stronger and take my revenge. He stood up, his eyes scanning the area as he mumbled to himself. Could this be due to the poison key in my body? This entire area has been laid to waste. The power I unleashed earlier has scorched the earth for a whole kilometer in every direction, Wen Quan said to himself. First, I should put on some clothes and go for an audience with the cult leader. At that very moment, the sky suddenly filled with dark clouds, and bolts of lightning flashed within the churning masses. He wondered. Thunderclouds. Why have they appeared so suddenly? This is the first time I've ever seen the weather change here. Fang Lu, what in the world is going on? Fang Lu murmured quietly. The master of 10,000 demons is descending, Wen Quan asked in confusion. What, the cult leader is coming here in person? Fang Lu answered simply. The cult leader only rules the demonic path in this mortal realm. He is not the master of 10,000 demons. That being is known by many names, but only one title is truly fitting. The heavenly demon! From high above, a majestic and unfamiliar figure slowly descended. The sky turned black as ink, and Wen Quan's voice called out, Heavenly demon, do you mean that besides the cult leader, there's someone else who holds the ultimate authority of the demonic path? He looked over at Fang Lu, only to see him kneeling respectfully. Wen Quan was dumbfounded. Even Fang Lu, who had never once knelt before the cult leader, was ignoring his question and prostrating himself. It was unbelievable. As the heavenly demon descended, Wen Quan panicked. An existence on par with a god. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the figure. As it drew closer, the pressure became overwhelming, far surpassing any demonic energy he had ever felt from the cult leader. The heavenly demon raised a hand, his cold voice echoing. Lift your head. Instantly, a large hole was blown through Wen Quan's body. He looked down in pain, thinking to himself, a practitioner of demonic arts should bow their head in deference when facing a venerable figure of the path. The heavenly demon looked down at him sternly. As Wen Quan lay on the ground, he told himself, I don't feel any pain. It's probably thanks to achieving an immortal body when I reached the extreme demon realm, and only because I've reached this level can I even realize this. He looked up, his heart filled with terror. This person, no, this being, even if I died and revived 1,000 times, I couldn't leave a single scratch on him. Wen Quan gritted his teeth. I'm so powerless. Even after becoming an extreme demon, am I still completely powerless? The heavenly demon turned to Fang Lu. In this space born from my own consciousness, there is a bug that does not belong to the Yuan family bloodline, Fang Lu replied respectfully. Master of 10,000 demons, I am a disciple of cult leader Xuan Mian. The heavenly demon frowned slightly, his voice laced with contempt. A disciple? A wretch like you is worthy of being a disciple to those animals. He glanced over at Wen Quan, whose body had already recovered enough for him to stand up. The heavenly demon suddenly realized, what a peculiar body! It must be the result of the demonic technique he cultivates. Wan Quan glared up at the heavenly demon, his eyes filled with defiance and provocation, as if he had no fear of being cut down thanks to his strange ability to regenerate. Wen Quan knelt, introducing himself as a believer of the new cult. Little poison demon, Yang Wen Quan. He bowed his head respectfully. This humble one greets the supreme being of the demonic path, the master of 10,000 demons. The heavenly demon scoffed. You spout titles you don't even understand very well. I shall be magnanimous and forgive an ignorant fool like you. He waved his hand, and a stream of demonic energy enveloped and squeezed Wenquan's body. Just as I thought, his demonic art focuses on physical regeneration, the heavenly demon noted. Truly a bizarre technique, one that didn't exist even in my era. He gently lifted Wenquan into the air, coldly judging. It is merely a low-class dark art born from the fear of death. If I were to seize control of your demonic energy, that immortality of yours would vanish. The heavenly demon narrowed his eyes at Wenquan. However, for a pathetic creature such as yourself to possess enough power to draw me here, your resentment, despite not being of the Yuan bloodline, is worth investigating. He flew closer to Wenquan. In that case, let me see the source of this grudge you bear. He pointed a finger directly at the center of Wenquan's forehead, consoling him. Do not be afraid. I simply wish to peer into your mind. The heavenly demon thrust his finger into Wenquan's forehead as the man panicked. You swallowed an ultimate poison. Even your blood carries a toxic aura, an immortal body combined with a poisonous one. It is your endless desire that has made you who you are today. The heavenly demon mused. The Sichuan Tang Clan, so you're a descendant of that person? He was surprised, then smiled cunningly. This must be the work of fate. The path to enlightenment originally belonged to the Yuan clan's bloodline, but that person's absence here is also karmic retribution. You are truly fortunate. The heavenly demon continued. With your disposition, you cannot escape destiny. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you a single drop of my blood, which contains my spiritual essence. From now on, even if you are torn into 1,000 pieces, through the power of resentment, you will be unable to die, becoming a true immortal. Strive your best. Wenquan was enveloped in light, screaming in agony. Fang Lu closed his eyes and bowed his head. The bronze gate shattered in an instant, and Wenquan found himself lying in a barren desert. He propped himself up, panting heavily, his mind in chaos. What in the world did I just go through? He wondered. Looking up, 2 powerful auras emanated from the direction of the heavenly mountains. Could it be that my ability to sense auras has become sharper because of what just happened? One is the cult leader's demonic energy, and the other has an indescribably familiar feeling. It can't be. The predecessor of the heavenly demon divine cult is the Ming cult, the force that once gathered under the Yuan clan's ancestor, the man hailed as the world's #1 occultist. Contrary to popular belief, the Ming cult followed the righteous path and valued the lives of the people. In fact, one of the cult's followers even became the emperor. The Ming cult's influence grew stronger and stronger, as if it could pierce the very heavens. At that rate, it was only a matter of time before it became the state religion of the imperial family. The leader of the Ming cult, who had dreamed of such great glory, ultimately had to face his own carelessness. Due to the betrayal of the emperor who was once his follower, the founding emperor, fearing the Ming cult's power would surpass the imperial family, mobilized the entire nation's forces to eradicate them root and stem. The cult leader, filled with indignation and resentment, was blinded by his thirst for revenge. He performed a forbidden art that he himself had once strictly prohibited. And that was when the first heaven-defying occultist appeared. This was also why they could no longer remain in the Central Plains and had to establish a base in the barren lands of Xinjiang. The world only knew that the ancestor settled in Xinjiang to find a new method to elevate his realm. It wasn't sorcery or forbidden arts involving demons and monsters, but a path to transcend all limits. He believed that by simply becoming an object of human worship, it would be enough to elevate his realm. Once his realm had accumulated enough power, he would transcend his mortal form and become a god. The ancestor, whose plan was ruined by the emperor, unaware of the current situation in the Central Plains, began recruiting followers in Xinjiang to establish a new faith. But the faith of the common people there was still limited, so he needed to advance into the vast Central Plains. As long as he could make a breakthrough, the rest would be easy. His plan was to unleash all the demons and monsters he had accumulated, causing chaos throughout the Central Plains, turning it into a chaotic cauldron. He would then emerge as the master of demons and spirits, hailed by the people as their savior. At that point, he would be worshipped as a true god, to create a stepping stone into the Central Plains. My son, Zhongyi, established the demonic light sky, gradually weakening the forces of the Central Plains. Huan Dian thought to himself. Now I just need to eliminate my rival without touching Kunlun. The day the demonic path rules the world is close at hand. What in the world is going on these days? He faced Yan Ming with utter confusion. Are you saying that the noble leader of the Zhengtian Alliance has come here alone this early in the morning? To destroy the demonic path, Yan Ming replied frankly. On my way here, I saw more than enough reasons to destroy you all. There's no reason to delay any longer. The young man growled. And you will be sent to join your left and right emissaries. The man was skeptical. Were those two really taken down? Annoyed, the young man swung his sword. Every single one of you has to doubt me first. Fine then. See for yourself. And taste this. He swung his sword with killing intent. Watching his opponent, the young man thought. He's the leader of the demonic cult. I didn't expect him to be subdued so easily. The man raised a talisman to protect his body, and yet he just stood still and took the hit, not receiving a single scratch. Qingju warned him. The demonic energy coming from that talisman? He's definitely a heaven-defying occultist. Be careful. His fighting style is completely different from the martial arts masters we've faced before. Huan Dian took out another talisman. This is something I would have to face in the Central Plains sooner or later. It's just happening a little earlier than expected. On second thought, that might be a good thing. He growled, imbuing the talisman with demonic energy. Let me show you how an occultist fights. Huan Dian held the talisman out and summoned the three-headed one-legged eagle. Yan Ming's expression grew serious as a massive wingspan circled above him. The creature raised its sharp talons in a proud display of power. Qingju looked on in awe. The three-headed one-legged eagle. He dared to subjugate a demon of that caliber to be his subordinate. I fear its power is comparable to my own right now. The eagle looked at Qingju and asked its master. Master, that thing next to him, is it? The man replied. It's a demon. He's not an exorcist, yet he keeps one as if commanding a familiar. He ordered. Three-headed one-legged eagle. Capture that snake. Qingju transformed, growing larger. You focus on the occultist, he told his master. Leave this bird brain to me. The snake lunged at the eagle, mouth wide open. The two demons clashed, evenly matched. The young man watched, thinking to himself. It seems Qingju wants to test his strength after his recent power-up. He'll be fine. Huan Dian spoke up. You're from the Tang Clan, so that must be the Qingju white snake. I wonder why it's a black snake now. But anyone who can command such a demon is clearly no ordinary person. Then I'll have to use all my strength. Seeing him burn another talisman, the young man took a defensive stance, wondering what would appear now, but the man remained motionless. And nothing happened. The ground cracked, and a hand suddenly burst forth, grabbing tightly onto Yan Ming. Its eyes stared intently at him as its mouth opened, its voice ringing out with determination. Master, I will not let him touch you! It raised its hand and slammed Yan Ming straight into the wall. Qingju panicked, extremely worried for Yan Ming. Su Ying immediately lunged forward, its sharp talons pinning him down, and said in a cold voice, You've lost focus! The creature forcefully pressed Qingju's head against the stone floor, its words full of menace. You'd better stay still. Qingju struggled, his voice filled with fury. How dare you! From above! Xuanmian spoke calmly, Ghost King. This is the strongest demon I possess, the guardian of our divine sect, and it is bound to the bloodline of the Yuan family. You should consider it an honor. For the past several hundred years, you are the first person to witness it. He gave a decisive command. Finish it. Instantly. The Ghost King summoned its weapon and obeyed. It wielded a colossal blade and slammed it into the ground, shattering the floor. Qingju once again cried out Yan Ming's name in alarm. Yan Ming calmly replied, You seem to have some time on your hands. Focus on your own fight. The young man got up and launched an attack aimed straight at the Ghost King's legs. Xuanmian was surprised, a thought flashing through his mind. He can withstand the Ghost King's attack, Yan Ming thought to himself. Now that I'm facing it, I understand. It's created from thousands of combined spells. An artificial creature made of high-level magic. To destroy it completely. The Gatebreaker technique is the best method, but its attack range is too wide and could harm Qingju. I must compress the Gatebreaker's energy to minimize the damage. A shockwave erupted, shattering the Ghost King's body. A painful scream echoed as Xuanmian broke into a cold sweat. What's happening? He didn't use any magic, yet he was able to damage the Ghost King's spiritual consciousness. Where did someone like this come from? He glanced over at Qingju's battle. The three-headed one-legged eagle. Had it regained its strength after confirming its master was out of danger, Yan Ming continuously attacked the Ghost King's body, causing Xuanmian to panic. The Ghost King, the mightiest of all demons. Is this all it amounts to? Don't you have anything else to bring out? Xuanmian thought to himself. It's truly astonishing that you can defeat the Ghost King, but taunting me with such trivial words when you have the upper hand is so childish. Suddenly, the man vanished. While you were fighting the Ghost King, Did you think I was just standing by and watching? The young man was stunned. In the blink of an eye, his opponent had disappeared. It wasn't some divine technique. His presence had vanished completely. He turned and looked around. Where is he? Qingju screamed in pain. The protagonist shouted, Qingju! He was being cursed by a talisman Xuan Mian had placed on his body. He was furious. I can't even sense his aura now. Is it because of his magic he can control Qingjue with just a single talisman? Not only did you fail to capture him, but you were completely overwhelmed. What a disgrace. The three-headed one-legged eagle said in confusion, Master, please spare me. Xuan Mian replied coldly, How disappointing. If you die, my status will suffer a serious blow, so return. Although the loss is considerable. If you become my subordinate, you will have value. Qingje, the white snake, growled. Don't talk as if you know me so well, Xuan Mian said smugly. Of course I know you well. My ancestors helped your master, Hwagyeong, capture the earth dragon. In the end, you are a beneficiary of my sect's kindness. The snake demon shouted, holding a grudge for 1,000 years and passing it down through generations. What an unimpressive clan. If you want a subordinate, you should watch out for the kid behind you. Yan Ming attacked him from behind, but the man blocked the attack with another talisman. The protagonist was surprised. I didn't feel like my blade connected with him. Where did this coffin come from? Was my sword strike blocked by a coffin? He was stunned. It wasn't just blocked by the coffin, but there's something inside it. I can feel the power of an expert capable of reacting to my sword strike. Xuan Mian gloated. You asked if I had any other cards to play, didn't you? The Ghost King is the strongest demon, but not my best card. The coffin lid flew open. I didn't actually want to use this card right now, but they are ancient masters who have reached the transformation and extreme demon realms. They are all beings who held the title of the greatest of all time. And that's the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, please hit the like button so I can bring you more popular series. Thank you for watching, and goodbye everyone.